Rebirth to Eighties, the villain's mother raises her cubs daily chapter 391 to chapter 596. This row of backrooms was low and cramped. It was not comfortable to live in at all. If they wanted to live more comfortably, they would have to tear it down and rebuild it. If that was the case, it would not be much different from the previous courtyard. The time, energy, and money needed to be spent were actually about the same. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but frown. What was wrong with Lu Chang? Why did he always lead her to see such strange courtyards? Wasn't this a waste of time? Xianxia had just started to frown when Lu Chang realized that something was wrong. It seemed that Xianxia was still not satisfied with this courtyard. Lu Chang was not unhappy about this at all. To Lu Chang, the better the courtyard Xianxia bought, the higher the commission he could get. Of course, he hoped that Xianxia could buy a better and more expensive courtyard. With this thought in mind, Lu Chang smiled and said, "Sister Ran, are you not satisfied with this courtyard? But it doesn't matter. We have better ones next. Why don't we go take a look now?" Xianxia nodded. Okay. They got on the tricycle again. This time, it did not take too long. It only took 5 to 6 minutes to reach the place. Because it was not far from here. After entering the gate, there was a square courtyard. The courtyard's specifications and stubbornness did not look much different from the courtyard just now. Except that there was a side courtyard on the left and right, and there was also a backyard at the back. The backyard was similar to the backyard of the courtyard they had seen before. There was also a row of backrooms. Except that the 2 extra side courtyards had similar specifications and decorations as the front courtyard, but the courtyard was bigger. This time, there were enough rooms and the place was big enough. Not only could it accommodate everyone in their family, there was already a small garden, and they could also make another small garden in the side courtyards on the left and right. After looking at the situation outside, Xianxia asked Lu Chang to open the door of the room and go in to take a look. The tables, chairs, and bedside cabinets inside were not very complete. Furthermore, one could tell at a glance that these things were very old. There was even a thick layer of dust on them. But this was not a big problem. The most important thing was the house itself. As long as there were no major problems with the house, they could slowly add the things inside. After looking at 3 courtyards in a row, there was finally one that they were satisfied with. Xianxia nodded. What's the price of this courtyard? In this era, Sihiyuan were not too rare. No one had thought of buying a Sihiyuan to live in, so the price was actually not too outrageous. This time, Xianxia had brought all the money he had received to Bay City. She thought that a person could buy this courtyard. Although he thought so, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, this was Bay City. Spending 20,000 yuan to buy a courtyard house in Bay City, and it was even a courtyard house with an east and west side courtyard. If this was before Xianxia transmigrated, it would be something that he would never dare to dream of. Not to mention 20,000, even if it was 20 million or 20 million, he wouldn't be able to buy it. A courtyard house like this, before Xianxia transmigrated, was already worth hundreds of millions on the market. Even so, it was still priceless. But now, as long as it was 20,000 yuan, he could buy such a courtyard house. Although at this time, there were very few households with 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan was a huge sum of money, and 20,000 yuan was a huge sum of money. However, Xianxia still felt that it was very worth it. In a few years, the price would probably increase several times. At that time, even if he wanted to buy it, he might not be able to buy it. Xianxia thought so in his heart and nodded without any hesitation. Okay. I'll buy it. When can I go through the transfer procedures? Lu Chang was still rambling. Sister Ran, I know you will definitely think that this price is a bit expensive, but there is a reason for it. Wait. Sister Ran, what did you just say? You bought it? Lu Chang looked at Xianxia in shock. He couldn't believe his ears. He felt that he had just heard wrongly or was dreaming. However, Xianxia nodded seriously. Yes, I bought it. When can I go through the transfer procedures? How long will it take? After hearing the affirmative answer again, Lu Chang dared to believe that he didn't hear wrongly. Although he didn't hear wrongly, Lu Chang now felt like he was dreaming. His body was light as a feather. He didn't feel it himself, but in fact, his face had already revealed a silly smile. However, this was normal. After all, there weren't many people who could spend 20,000 yuan to buy a courtyard house at this time. Some people wanted to buy it but didn't have the money, and some people had the money but didn't want to buy it. People like Jiang Ran were really rare. Sister Ran, don't worry. We can go through the procedures when we go back in a while. I will try to get it done for you in the shortest time. Jiang Ran nodded. Even the middlemen were more anxious than the buyers. If he left this matter to them, he wouldn't have to worry about the time. When Pei Yang and Chen Bing heard that Jiang Ran wanted to buy it, they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. However, with an outsider like Lu Chang around, the two of them didn't say anything. Lu Chang took them back. When they arrived at the entrance of the agency, they got out of the car and Lu Chang drove to the parking lot. Taking advantage of this, Pei Yang hurriedly opened his mouth. Sister-in-law. Do you really want to buy that Sihiyuan? But 20,000 yuan is really expensive. Hearing this, Jiang Ran showed a meaningful smile. Where is this? Jiang Ran asked. Hearing this question, Pei Yang was stunned for a moment before answering, this is Bay City. Yes. This was North City, the capital. Our country is developing rapidly. Whether it's wages or prices, they will all increase. Do you think the housing prices will increase? Pei Yang said, Sister-in-law, you're amazing. You even thought of this. I didn't think of it at all. Not only did Pei Yang not think of it, but even Chen Bing, who was beside him, didn't think of this problem before. Chen Bing glanced at Pei Yang with some relief. Fortunately, this kid was there and asked the question just now. If it weren't for him, he would be the one asking this stupid question. Chen Bing looked at Jiang Ran and was about to tell her about buying a shop front, but Lu Chang had already trotted over. Looking at Lu Chang, Chen Bing's mouth closed again. Buying a shop front was not something that could be bought easily. They had to find the right one to buy it, so this matter was not urgent. It was not too late to talk about it when they went back. After Lu Chang trotted over, he led them inside and began to prepare various documents. In addition, they had to go back to get their household registration certificate and money in the future. In the afternoon, they could go to the housing office to go through some procedures. Of course, many of the procedures could not be completed today, but it did not matter. It would not take long to complete all the procedures. It was estimated that a few days would be enough. A few days passed in a flash, and Jiang Ran finally got the property certificate and the homestead certificate. Unlike other houses, there was property rights. Once the Sihiyuan was bought, the property rights were permanent. In other words, Jiang Ran could pass down this Sihiyuan as a family heirloom. Jiang Ran really did not know this before. After all, she did not buy a Sihiyuan in her previous life. But it was not too late to know now. Jiang Ran had already planned in her heart. When she had money in her hands, she would buy a few more Sihiyuan. In this way, even if the business did not make money in the future, these would be considered as assets. After Jiang Ran was busy with the Sihiyuan, Chen Bing told her about buying a shop front. I have already asked the landlord before. He said that he is not selling this house, so I plan to pay attention to other suitable houses. Jiang Ran nodded when she heard this. I was going to tell you about this before, but I didn't expect you to have already thought about it. If the landlord is not selling the house, then we can look at other houses. Bay City is so big, there will always be people who will sell houses. Some people were not far-sighted enough, while others were in urgent need of money. No matter what the reason was, as long as someone was willing to sell it, they could buy it with money. If they paid attention to this matter on their own, there wouldn't be enough information. Therefore, he still needed the help of people in this field. There was no need to find someone else for this. Lu Chang was enough. After all, when dealing with the matter of the Sihiyuan, Lu Chang was really attentive and did a good job. Chen Bing had the same thought in his mind. There was no need for Jiang Ran to make a special trip. Chen Bing went to Lu Chang and told him about it. Although Jiang Ran had already bought the Sihiyuan, she didn't, so she was even busier than before. Since I had bought the house, I could transfer Pei Jing's household registration to my house. Then, Pei Jing could settle down in Bay City and go to school there. Jiang Ran bought a Sihiyuan. The location was very good. There were many famous schools nearby. Whether it was kindergarten, primary school, middle school, or high school, there were many choices. The only thing missing now was to transfer Pei Jing's household registration to this house. Other than that, the house also needed to be cleaned. If the furniture could be used, it could be repaired. If it really couldn't be repaired or used, it could only be split open and used to burn firewood. These were still small matters. The most important thing was that there was no electricity in this house. Not to mention anything else, at least it needed lighting, so electricity was a must. The matter of electricity seemed very simple, like pulling a wire. In fact, it wasn't that simple. To ensure that there was electricity in every room and to reserve a socket, the wiring was a big problem. Moreover, Jiang Ran didn't want to destroy the original structure of the house, let alone mix and match, so the wires had to be hidden. This kind of construction requirement was actually quite high. Fortunately, this was Bay City, and there were talented people everywhere. This request of the general wasn't a big problem for them. It just needed a certain amount of time to construct. Jiang Ran didn't have much else, but he still had time. Not only did he have to connect the wiring, but Jiang Ran also planned to build a few more bathrooms. Not to mention more, there had to be at least one in each courtyard. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to go to the bathroom, and they would have to cross the courtyard. The kitchen also had to be renovated. The original stove was retained, but some modern things had to be added. These things weren't difficult to do, but they were more cumbersome, took time, and needed people to keep an eye on them. It just so happened that the courtyard here was bigger, and they could plant things in the backyard. Jiang Ran, Pei Yang, and Pei Jing came here after breakfast in the morning. They watched these workers work, and they could also tinker in the garden in the backyard. Pei Jing followed them to dig soil and plant flowers. To him, this was playing. It made him happier than staying in the small courtyard he rented. Jiang Ran was busy every day. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and more than half a month had passed. In more than half a month, the kitchen and bathroom had been built long ago, and they were already in use. It was just that the wiring of some houses hadn't been completely completed, but it wouldn't take more than a few days. Jiang Ran also bought a phone, connected the phone line, and placed it in the main room of the main courtyard, which was the living room. Sooner or later, he would have to install a phone. It would be much more convenient once he had one. The Pei family didn't have a phone in the past, but they wrote a letter back in the future and told them about it, so the Pei family installed a phone. With a phone, it was much more convenient. At the very least, if there was anything, he could just call and tell her directly. There was no need to write a letter. Writing letters was too time-consuming and would delay things. The phone was different. They could talk on the phone every day, and they could communicate with each other in time. At this moment, Jiang Ran was on the phone with Wang Suilan. Listening to Wang Suilan's incessant chatter, Jiang Ran was not impatient at all. On the contrary, Jiang Ran had a smile on his face. When Wang Suilan finished speaking, Jiang Ran said, "Mom, why don't you arrange some things at home and come to North City to take a look? The house here is almost ready. When you arrive, there will be a place to stay." Wang Suilan was a little tempted. After all, he had lived for most of his life and had never been to other places, let alone a place like North City. However, after thinking about it, Wang Suilan still refused. Wang Suilan was telling the truth. The reason why Jiang Ran could leave as she wished was because the other members of the Pei family were helping her. However, if he wanted them to come to North City, it would not be easy for them to leave. At the very least, he had to make arrangements for the current situation. Jiang Ran thought for a while and said, "Mom, the house here is almost ready. Once the house is ready, I will go back and help to settle the things over there before I come back." Wang Suilan naturally agreed to Jiang Ran's request. He immediately agreed to it. In Wang Suilan's heart, regardless of whether the matter could be settled or not, at least Jiang Ran and the others were coming back. It would be a lie to say that he did not miss them after not seeing them for a long time. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ran told Pei Jing and Pei Yang that he would be returning home in a few days. No matter if it was Pei Jing or Pei Yang, they were very excited after hearing that. Although it was good to be in North City, they still missed their family. Moreover, Jiang Ran also said that the main purpose of his return this time was to bring his family over. Not only could they see their family, but they could also bring their family over. This could be said to be two good things at the same time. How could they not be willing to do such a good thing? A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The final finishing work of the house was finally done. The new bathroom and kitchen were bright and clean. It was also very convenient to use. The furniture in the other rooms had been refurbished and repainted. It looked as good as new. The electrical wiring was all wired. At a glance, it was impossible to see it. However, there were indeed enough jacks. As long as there was a possibility that they would be used in the future, Jiang Ran asked people to reserve them. It was not easy to install ceiling fans in such a house. Hence, Jiang Ran bought floor fans and placed them in each room. As for the location and wiring for the air conditioner, Jiang Ran had already reserved them. However, it was too expensive to buy air conditioners now. Even Su Qingmei would not be able to afford so many air conditioners. They could only wait. A few years later, the price of air conditioners will be lower, and the performance will be better. The roof of this house was relatively high. Such a house would not be easily sunburned even in the summer. In addition, there was a floor fan, which was more than enough. The furniture and decorations were all ready. The only thing missing now was clothes, bedding, and some daily necessities. When they came back this time, they would bring all these things back. Everything that needed to be packed was packed, and the train tickets had been bought. They were going to take the train back. At the thought of seeing Pei Huai in 2 or 3 days by train, Jiang Ran had mixed feelings in his heart. She thought that after coming to North City and leaving Pei Huai, she would be able to think about the relationship between the two of them. However, that was not the case at all. After arriving in Bay City, she only wanted to buy a house and fix it. She had no time to think about Pei Huai. It was not until he was on the train that Jiang Ran had the time and mood to think about Pei Huai. In terms of ability and appearance, Pei Huai did not have any shortcomings. The only problem between the two of them was those years in the past. Jiang Ran also knew that it wouldn't do her any good to dwell on this. She was making things difficult for herself and for Pei Huai. After all, other than herself, no one else knew that the soul beneath her skin wasn't originally this soul. When Pei Huai saw her, all he saw was this kind of skin and this kind of soul. How could he tell which one he liked? But sometimes, people were like this. Even though they knew what the truth was, they still wanted to compete with themselves and find out who was right and who was wrong. Jiang Ran's deep thoughts and depression were clearly written on her face. During this period of time on the train, not to mention Pei Yang, even Pei Jing was exceptionally well behaved. Most of the time, he played with Pei Yang and basically didn't disturb Jiang Ran's deep thoughts. She didn't know why, but when they returned to the private room, the bed opposite them was always empty. This allowed them to have a good rest. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The train gradually came to a stop. They had reached home. Their things had been packed in advance. When most of the passengers had alighted, Jiang Ran and the other two walked out of the train. The moment they stepped out of the train, they saw the Pei family waiting outside. At this time of the day, people could pick up at the platform at the train station. Pei Jing had already trotted forward and was carried in the arms of Wang Xuelan, who had bent over to wait in advance. Pei Jing's little mouth was exceptionally sweet. After not seeing each other for so long, even if they called each other every day, they still didn't see each other. Hence, when he saw Wang Xuelan now, Pei Jing wrapped his 2 little arms around Wang Xuelan's neck and called out loudly, "Grandma." Wang Xuelan was elated to hear him call her grandma. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. After coaxing Wang Xuelan, Pei Jing went to call Pei Baoshan. Pei Baoshan was already grinning from ear to ear the moment he called him grandpa. Pei Yang stood beside Jiang Ran and sighed as he watched this scene. With Xiao Jing around, sister-in-law, why do I feel like we're unnecessary? Before Jiang Ran could answer, Pei Huai had already walked over and reached out to take the box in Jiang Ran's hands. Give it to me. Are you tired from the journey? The food is almost ready. We can eat when we get back. Pei Yang, who had just been talking to Jiang Ran, immediately took 2 steps to the side after hearing this. He was wrong. He was clearly the only one who was extra. No one knew what was going on in Pei Yang's mind. After all, the train station was not a place to talk. There were a lot of people coming and going here, so it was not suitable to stay here for a long time. So after talking for a while, they went outside. Along the way, they didn't talk much. Everyone was thinking about getting home as soon as possible. If there's anything, we can talk about it when we get home. Fortunately, the train station was not far from the small courtyard where they lived. It didn't take long for them to reach home. When they reached home, Pei Yang sighed. Our house is still closer to the train station. Upon hearing Pei Yang's words, Wang Zuelon looked at Pei Yang strangely and asked, "What's wrong? Your house in North City is further from the train station?" Upon hearing Pei Yang's words, Wang Zuelon nodded in agreement. You're right. No one will take the train every day, so it doesn't matter if it's close to the train station or not. The most important thing is whether it's close to the school or not. Wang Zuelon was already very smart to have considered this point. Mom, don't worry. That house is very close to the kindergarten, primary school, middle school, and high school. It will be very convenient for Xiaojing to go to school in the future. Jiangran had just finished putting away his things and came out of the house. After hearing Pei Yang's words, he added, it's also close to the night school. It will be very convenient for Pei Yang and Xianxia to go to school in the future. Pei Yang was confused. Pei Yang looked at Jiangran in surprise. Why had Jiangran never said this before? Although this was what Pei Yang was thinking, he did not ask. After going to North City, it had already been decided that they would go to school. It was not that he did not want to go, so there was no need to say too much. The few of them washed their hands and faces, and the dishes were served one by one on the table. Just by smelling the food, Jiangran knew that this was definitely Pei Huai's cooking. How could he be so sure? Of course, it was because of his talent in cooking. Everyone had their own habits when it came to cooking. Even if it was the same dish made with the same ingredients, the final taste would be slightly different. Especially when it came to food made by someone he was familiar with, Jiangran did not even need to taste it. He only needed to smell it to know who made it. Jiangran instinctively looked at Pei Huai. Coincidentally, Pei Huai also looked over. The two of them looked at each other for a moment and then looked away. It was not that they were embarrassed, but they did not know what to say. The food was delicious and the atmosphere was very good. The family had not seen each other for so long, so naturally, they had endless things to talk about. Pei Yang was especially talkative. Take Jiangran and Pei Huai for example. Even if they went to North City, they wouldn't talk about what they saw. Pei Jing wanted to say it, but his age was limited, and the vocabulary he knew was limited. Sometimes, he really couldn't describe it. But Pei Yang was different. Pei Yang could describe it, and he had the heart to say it. Pei Yang was very lively, and Pei Xianxia was also very supportive, asking questions from time to time. Hearing Pei Xianxia's question, Pei Yang became more enthusiastic. Wang Zuelon didn't let Jiangran stay idle either. Sometimes, he would ask Jiangran a few questions. Being asked, Jiangran naturally wouldn't be stingy with his words and answered seriously. This meal took them 2 hours to finish. From when the sky was still bright to when the sky was dark. If it weren't for the fact that Jiangran and the others had just gotten off the train and needed a good rest, they would definitely have continued talking. After the meal, Jiangran was not allowed to wash the dishes and clean the table, so he simply went to take a shower. Pei Yang took this opportunity to find Pei Huai. Big brother, we have been away for so long. Have you thought about how to apologize to sister-in-law? That whatever junior sister. At the mention of this, Pei Yang felt a bellyful of anger. Jiangran was already angry at Pei Huai, and this whatever junior sister appeared and said so much nonsense. Jiangran must be even angrier. Just thinking about the relationship between Jiangran and Pei Huai made Pei Yang feel physically and mentally exhausted. He was the only one who felt anxious. Why did Pei Huai not seem to be anxious at all? The more he thought about it, the more complicated Pei Yang looked at Pei Huai. Pei Huai didn't care what Pei Yang was thinking and only asked the question he was concerned about. You're saying that you met Su Ruyun in Bay City? As soon as Pei Huai finished speaking, Pei Yang looked over in shock. Her name is Su Ruyun. But how did you know that we met Su Ruyun? I only said that she was your junior sister, not her. How did you guess it so quickly? Is it because there's something between the two of you? Is that why you guessed it so quickly? Pei Yang's voice became louder and louder as he spoke, and the way he looked at Pei Huai changed. Pei Huai looked at Pei Yang helplessly. Did you leave your brain in Bay City and not bring it back? Then how did you guess that it was her? Other than her, no one else would do that. Pei Yang nodded. So that's how it is. How are you going to deal with this matter? What's there to deal with? Haven't you already dealt with it for me? Hearing Pei Huai's words, Pei Yang was really shocked. You. How did you know? Although you didn't say it, you didn't hide your smug expression. I'm not blind, nor did I forget to bring my brain. How could I not guess? Pei Yang was speechless. You might as well just say that you're smart. Although he was complaining in his heart, Pei Yang still told Pei Huai what he had said and done. After saying that, Pei Yang looked at Pei Huai cautiously. Big brother, do you think I went too far? Pei Huai shook his head. She's already an adult. Everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. She's always pestering me like this. She should have known that there would be such consequences one day. Hearing Pei Huai's answer, Pei Yang felt relieved. It's good that you're not angry. Pei Huai glanced at Pei Yang indifferently. Why should I be angry? Before Pei Yang could reply, Pei Huai asked again, is your sister-in-law angry? At the mention of this, Pei Yang's expression became serious. Speaking of this, I observed her carefully at that time. Sister-in-law doesn't seem angry. Why isn't she angry? If she cares about you, shouldn't she be jealous and angry? Since she's not angry now, does that mean? Pei Yang didn't finish his sentence. He had no choice. Pei Huai stared at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Pei Yang really didn't have the courage to continue. After saying what he wanted to say, Pei Yang stood up. Well, big brother, I've said what I wanted to say. I'm going to take Xiao Jing and prepare to take a shower. With that, Pei Yang ran out of the room. Coincidentally, just as Pei Yang ran out of the room, he saw the bathroom door open. Jiang Ran was drying his hair as he walked out. Big sister-in-law, you're done showering? Ha 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 ha. I'm going to find Xiao Jing first. I'll take him with me. Looking at Pei Yang who hurriedly ran away, Jiang Ran had a baffled look on his face. What was going on? Wasn't he fine when they were eating? Why did Pei Yang become like this after she came out of the shower? Pei Yang looked like a ghost was chasing after him just now. Jiang Ran was thinking about this when she saw Pei Huai walking out of the house. Jiang Ran, got it, this was no different from being chased by a ghost. Jiang Ran's change was too obvious. Pei Huai couldn't pretend not to see it even if he wanted to. Besides, Pei Huai didn't want to pretend not to see it. Pei Huai raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Hearing Pei Huai's question, Jiang Ran didn't answer. Instead, she asked, I was just about to ask you. What happened to Pei Yang just now? Pei Huai smiled and shook his head. Nothing. When boys grow up, they will always have some strange thoughts. Don't worry about him. I see. Jiang Ran nodded. Then when you grew up, did you have any strange thoughts? As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Ran regretted it. But it was too late for regrets. Since she had already asked, she couldn't turn back time. Jiang Ran pretended to be calm as she looked at Pei Huai. In fact, she was already praying in her heart that Pei Huai wouldn't answer this question. However, Jiang Ran was disappointed. Pei Huai nodded. Yes. Jiang Ran was speechless. So be it. She wouldn't continue asking. Jiang Ran thought that it would be fine if she didn't continue asking, but Pei Huai took the initiative to speak. I was just thinking about those years when I was in university. I never came back. Was it a wrong decision? Hearing Pei Huai mention this, Jiang Ran's expression also became serious. Jiang Ran had read books, so sometimes he could understand Pei Huai. Even if he wasn't the male lead, as a man, after being treated like that, he would definitely want to run away and not come back to face it. Moreover, Pei Huai didn't completely avoid him. Although he wasn't there, he sent a lot of money back. If the original owner hadn't pocketed all that money, the original owner and the Pei family wouldn't have had such a bad life in those years. Therefore, the way things developed was definitely not because of one person. Jiang Ran thought for a while before asking softly, "Have you thought it through?" "Understood." Pei Huai's voice was very steady. He spoke word by word, as if every word could penetrate into Jiang Ran's heart. "There was a period of time before, I always thought that if I came back in those years, maybe our relationship would be closer than it is now. It wouldn't be so awkward. But when you were away, I thought it through. Even if I came back at that time, our relationship wouldn't be much better than it is now. The interaction between people has always been a rather mysterious thing." Listening to Pei Huai's words, a sentence suddenly popped into Jiang Ran's mind. "Let's grow up separately just to meet better." Although this sentence wasn't so appropriate at the moment, it wasn't that inappropriate either. At least, Jiang Ran knew that after Pei Huai and she met, there was a spark between the two of them, and it had nothing to do with the past. Although Jiang Ran had always been reluctant to admit it, she had to admit that what she cared about was this point. Now that this point was finally resolved, there seemed to be no problem between them. Although Jiang Ran did not speak out her thoughts, there was a smile on her face. Just seeing the smile on her face, Pei Huai knew that the problem between them had been resolved. Thinking of this, Pei Huai's mood was also cheerful. The corners of his mouth curved upward, revealing a beautiful smile. Seeing Pei Huai's smile, Jiang Ran's eyes were brighter than before. The change in Jiang Ran's eyes was not very obvious. But Pei Huai was standing opposite her, paying attention to her. Even if there was a slight change in her eyes, Pei Huai noticed it immediately. When he was in college, Pei Huai did not think that there was any special benefit to being good-looking. On the contrary, because of his outstanding appearance, there were always many girls around him. This caused him a lot of trouble. But now, Pei Huai sincerely felt that being good-looking was actually quite good. At least, Jiang Ran would look at him with light in her eyes because he was funny and good-looking. Jiang Ran did not know what Pei Huai was thinking at this time. If she knew, she would definitely tell him seriously. Although she would look at him with light in her eyes because he was good-looking when he smiled, even if he was not good-looking, he was still him. When she looked at him, her eyes would also light up. The two of them stood quietly in the yard, looking at each other without saying a word. Time passed little by little, but the two of them did not notice at all. Until the door of the bathroom opened again, Pei Jing and Pei Yang came out of the bathroom one after another. Seeing the two of them standing opposite each other, Pei Yang wanted to quickly take Pei Jing back to the house. But before he had time to move, he heard Pei Jing's voice. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing outside? Are you looking at the moon?" As Pei Jing said this, she raised her head to look at the sky. Pei Jing's little childish voice had always been very pleasant. At this time, there was doubt in his voice, which made people couldn't help but look up after hearing it. But Pei Yang was obviously not in this list. Pei Yang hurriedly hugged Pei Jing and planned to run back to the house with him. But this time, he still didn't have time. Because Jiang Ran and Pei Huai had already turned their heads and looked over. Pei Jing looked at Pei Yang in confusion, then looked at Jiang Ran and Pei Huai. "Dad, Mom, little uncle, did I say something wrong?" Jiang Ran smiled at Pei Jing. "No, Xiao Jing didn't say anything wrong." With that said, Jiang Ran walked towards Pei Jing. "Who is Xiao Jing sleeping with tonight?" Pei Jing looked at the three people present and was a little hesitant. He had been running around on the train for a few days, and after eating and taking a shower, he felt tired. It was time for him to rest. Therefore, Jiang Ran said to Pei Huai, "Take him back to his room to sleep. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Pei Huai nodded. He understood that no matter what happened, he couldn't rush it. Especially now, when everything was going well, there was no need to rush. Jiang Ran returned to her room, changed a towel, and wiped her half-dry hair. Fortunately, the weather had warmed up. Although her hair was quite long, it had been completely dried. Just now, she stood outside and let it dry for a while. Now that she wiped it again, it would be completely dry in a while. While waiting, Jiang Ran didn't idle around. She still had to think carefully about how to deal with these things at home. Whether it was the snack shop or the small wardrobe, they had to be handled by someone she could trust completely. Only then could she accompany her family to the north. Needless to say, the small wardrobe was definitely going to be handled by Xiaoqiufeng. Jiang Ran decided that tomorrow, she would install a phone in the small wardrobe. After she left, it would be more convenient to communicate with Xiaoqiufeng if there was anything. Although she had to send the pictures and other things back, no matter what, it was much faster to talk about it in advance than to write a letter. The small wardrobe was easy to deal with, but she didn't know who to hand over the snack shop to. Thinking about these things, Jiang Ran gradually closed her eyes. She was really tired, and now that she was relaxed, the fatigue doubled, making her want to sleep even more. Just as she was about to fall asleep in a daze, she heard a knock on her door. Jiang Ran opened her eyes. There was still confusion in her eyes, but she still stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. When the door opened, she saw Pei Huai standing outside. "Why are you here?" Jiang Ran asked curiously. At this time, shouldn't Pei Huai be coaxing Pei Jing to sleep? Just by looking at Jiang Ran's expression, Pei Huai had already guessed what she was thinking. He smiled and explained, he didn't need me to coax him. After lying on the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. Hearing this, Jiang Ran also laughed. This was inevitable. Even she felt so tired and wanted to sleep, let alone a child. Pei Huai's gaze fell on Jiang Ran's hair. "I thought your hair was so long that it wouldn't dry easily, so I came over to have a look." Hearing this, Jiang Ran subconsciously touched his long hair. It was indeed a little wet. Jiang Ran missed the hairdryer even more at times like this. Come to think of it, there should be hairdryers in Bay City. However, she hadn't thought of this before, so she hadn't bought it. When I go to Bay City this time, I must buy one. Just as Jiang Ran was thinking this, she saw Pei Huai suddenly take out the hand behind his back. "I asked someone to buy it. It just so happens that it's here today. Let me blow it for you." With the hairdryer and the fact that Jiang Ran's hair was almost dry, it was completely dry after a few casual blow-dries. While she was drying her hair, Jiang Ran sat in front of the desk with Pei Huai standing behind her. Although there was no mirror on the desk, Jiang Ran couldn't see Pei Huai's expression behind her. But feeling Pei Huai's hand shuttling back and forth in her hair, that feeling was very subtle. It was clearly the end of spring, the temperature was just right, and the weather wasn't hot. However, probably because the hairdryer's temperature was too high, Jiang Ran kept feeling that the temperature around the two of them was getting higher and higher, making her blush a little. Fortunately, this didn't last for long. Her hair was quickly dried, and Pei Huai turned off the hairdryer. As the whirring sound of the hairdryer stopped, Jiang Ran coughed lightly and said, "It's getting late, you should go and rest early." Pei Huai reached out and rubbed Jiang Ran's head. "Okay. You should rest early too." After Pei Huai finished speaking, he turned and walked out, leaving the hairdryer on the desk. It wasn't until he walked out of the room and closed the door that Pei Huai stopped and looked down at his hands. There was still a light on in the courtyard, and he could clearly see his palms. His palms were clearly the same color, but Pei Huai kept feeling that his palms were a little hot. In the room, Jiang Ran was still sitting there, and her posture hadn't changed at all. She still hadn't recovered from Pei Huai's action of rubbing her head just now. Clearly, the two of them had been in a cold war before, and had just made up tonight. Why did it suddenly feel like their relationship had improved by leaps and bounds? Jiang Ran thought for a while, but couldn't figure out why. In the end, she simply didn't think about it, shook her head, and lay down on the bed to sleep. Because she was too tired, after lying down, Jiang Ran didn't have the chance to think too much and fell asleep in a moment. She slept until the next day, and when she woke up, she felt refreshed. It was a sunny day today. Looking at the bright sunshine made people feel good. Just as she was staring at the door, she saw Fu Huai walk in from the main entrance. As he bathed in the sunlight, his entire body seemed to be glowing. Jiang Ran looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Although Jiang Ran himself didn't know why he was smiling. But he laughed whenever he felt like it. Seeing Jiang Ran laughing, Pei Huai also laughed. When Wang Zuelan walked out of the house and saw the scene, she smiled knowingly. It had been almost a year since Pei Huai came back, The relationship between the two of them had finally improved. As a mother, she could finally rest assured. Fortunately, she did not raise the son for nothing. He was quite capable. Otherwise, how could she keep her good daughter-in-law? At this thought, Wang Zuilan shook his head. Pei Yang came out of the house with a bowl of rice. When he saw Wang Zuilan shaking his head, he asked curiously, "Mom, it's so early in the morning. Why are you shaking your head?" When Wang Zuilan heard this, he turned to look at Pei Yang and even glared at him. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai had seen the conflict between Pei Yang and Wang Zuilan, but neither of them said anything. Breakfast had already been laid out in the house. After everyone washed up, they sat down to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Pei Yang started talking about business. "Sister-in-law, what do you think about the snack shop?" Jiang Ran hadn't thought of a solution yet. Now that she heard Pei Yang's question, she looked at Pei Yang. "Why? Do you have any ideas?" Pei Yang scratched his head. "I have some ideas." "Tell me." Jiang Ran had never been an arbitrary person. Once the people around her had any ideas, she would listen carefully. If it was really possible, she would also listen to their opinions. "I was thinking that since Master Lu has been the head chef of the hourly shop during this period of time, why don't we give him the recipes in the future? We don't even need to talk about wages. We'll just take a share. The rest will be his. Of course, the workers' wages will also be his." This was a good idea. It was like letting Master Lu become their franchise manager. Not only could they do this for the snack shop, but they could also do the same for the snacks. Seeing that his idea had been confirmed, Pei Yang's face lit up with a bright smile. "Sister-in-law, do you really think this is a good idea? You're not just coaxing me?" Jiang Ran looked at Pei Yang with some amusement. "Am I that kind of person? How could she treat business as child's play just to make the people around her happy? No matter what she did, she had to treat it seriously." Pei Yang thought about it seriously and then shook his head. "You're not." Seeing that he was really thinking about it seriously, Jiang Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, this matter wasn't settled by them. They still had to discuss it with Master Lu and the others. After all, if they weren't willing to take over, it would be useless no matter how well Jiang Ran and the others discussed it. Fortunately, things were progressing smoothly. Master Lu did have such an idea. He originally wanted to open his own shop. Now that they heard that Jiang Ran and his family were going to move to Bay City, of course, they were willing to take over the current hourly shop. After all, this shop was already very famous in this county. Not only their county, even the people from the neighboring county would come here to eat when they came over to do business. There was no need to change locations, find a new store, renovate, or think of a way to attract customers. After taking over the business, it would be no different from what it was now. If he didn't agree to such a good deal, then there must be something wrong with his brain. Not only these two places, but also the small wardrobe. Jiang Ran told Xia Qiufeng about investing. After all, he didn't know when she would come back after she left. At that time, Qiufeng would have to deal with everything in the small wardrobe alone. Under such circumstances, it would be unreasonable for her to only be a salaried employee. When Jiang Ran told Xia Qiufeng about his idea, Xia Qiufeng waved her hands in surprise. I can't. Jiang Ran looked at Xia Qiufeng in amusement. "Why can't you? Haven't you been taking good care of the store's business while I was away? Your ability is obvious to everyone. In the future, this shop will be handed over to you. I'll take a share of the profits and don't have to worry about anything. Isn't that better?" Xia Qiufeng shook her head firmly. "You can't say that. Sister Ran, although you're going to Bay City and can't take care of the business here, you're the one who drew the design. If it weren't for your design, our clothes wouldn't be able to sell so well. I'm just doing my part." Jiang Ran looked at Xia Qiufeng disapprovingly. "What do you mean by just doing your part? If you don't have the ability, how can you make the clothes according to the design? If you're just doing your part, can you just pull a random person from the streets and they can make the clothes?" But, without waiting for Xia Qiufeng to say anything, Jiang Ran waved his hand. "Qiufeng, do you not want to take over this shop? If you really don't want to, then I can only find someone else." It's not that I don't want to. Xiaqiufeng hurriedly said, I just feel that I can take care of the shop's business like before. It doesn't have to be like what you said. Jiang Ran could understand what Xiaqiufeng was thinking. She felt that she had taken advantage of him. In fact, things couldn't be understood that way. When I go to Bay City in the future, I'll settle down there and develop my business there. I probably won't come back. I can't take care of the business here, so you'll be a franchisee in the future. I'll only be responsible for providing the design drafts. You'll have to do the rest. Whether the shop's business is good or not depends on you. Since he had already said this, Xiaqiufeng didn't continue to refuse. After working with Jiang Ran for so long, she was a little motivated. Besides, Xiaqiufeng's ability wasn't bad to begin with. In the past, she just didn't have experience. Now that she had experience, there was no problem for her to take care of the shop alone. After the two of them discussed, they wrote a contract. The small wardrobe matter was considered settled. Jiang Ran handled the small wardrobe matter by himself, and the small-time shop and snacks matters were handed over to Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia to handle. The two of them had been managing the shop for so long, Jiang Ran believed that they could handle this matter well. The two of them didn't disappoint Jiang Ran. When Jiang Ran went back, he told Jiang Ran that everything was done and took out the contract. Jiang Ran looked at the contract seriously. After confirming that there were no problems, he nodded with relief. Now that these matters had been settled, they no longer had to worry about leaving this place and going to Bay City. Wang Zuilan and Pei Baoshan were pleased to hear that they had settled the matter. Let them do as they please. Hearing this, Jiang Ran immediately noticed that something was wrong. Dad, Mom, what do you mean by that? Aren't you coming along? Upon hearing Jiang Ran's question, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia looked at Wang Zuilan and Pei Baoshan in surprise. Wang Zuilan smiled at the three of them and said, We won't be going. We have to take care of our house and land. Besides, we're already so old. Before Wang Zuilan could continue, Jiang Ran's face stiffened. What do you mean by already so old? You're still young. In Bay City, people of your age are still working and haven't retired. But we're from Bay City, now you're from Bay City too. Jiang Ran said. She had bought such a big courtyard house, so naturally, she could transfer all of her family's accounts to Bay City. Jiang Ran had also transferred her family's household registration to Bay City when she was settling the paperwork. Wang Zuilan knew about this, but he did not take it to heart, so he forgot about it. Now that he heard Jiang Ran say this, he suddenly remembered that his family's household registration had already been transferred to Bay City. But when he thought about the house and land at home, Wang Zuilan's face scrunched up. Your dad and I have lived here for most of our lives. Now that we suddenly have to leave our hometown, we feel a little reluctant. People in this era, especially those who were older, would always have a feeling that it was difficult to leave their homeland. Jiang Ran could understand this. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and let out a long sigh. If you don't go to Bay City and we leave, we might not be able to come back for more than a few days a year. We only see each other a few times a year. As time passes, you and Dad will definitely forget about us. And Xiao Jing, when he's growing up, he'll be exposed to more things in the future. His brain won't be able to handle it, so he'll forget about the past. If he doesn't see Grandpa and Grandma for a long time, what will he do if he forgets about them again? As she spoke, Jiang Ran's facial features were almost intertwined. Wang Zuilan knew that Jiang Ran said this on purpose. But as long as he followed her words and thought about it, Wang Zuilan could not help but frown. Wang Zuilan did not want to see such a situation. In this world, what was more important than a family living together? What about the difficulty of leaving one's hometown? What about the old house and land? Nothing was more important than family. Okay. Then your dad and I will go with you. Wang Zuilan agreed immediately. Wang Zuilan agreed so quickly that Pei Baoshan did not have time to say anything. Seeing Pei Baoshan's hesitant expression, Wang Zuilan patted him on the shoulder. What else do you want? We're all leaving. You want to stay at home alone? That won't do. At home, Wang Zuilan was a man of his word. Since she had already put it this way, what else could Pei Baoshan say? He could only shake his head helplessly. All right, all right, all right. We'll do as you say. Now that the whole family had reached a consensus, the atmosphere became more relaxed. At this moment, Pei Yang suddenly thought of a problem. If we all leave, what about Big Brother? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. There was no other reason. Because they had all forgotten about Pei Huai. This was a little awkward. Jiang Ran looked at everyone's faces, then smiled and said, after the project is over, he can go to Bay City to find us, right? This is not a conflict. Upon hearing this, Wang Zuelan quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Ran is right. This was his job. After he finishes his work, he can go to Bay City to look for us. Since the mother had said so, the sister-in-law naturally had no objections. When Pei Huai returned that night, he was informed of this matter. After hearing these things, Pei Huai's face did not reveal the slightest trace of surprise. Before this, he had thought of this earlier than anyone else, so he was naturally able to accept this result. It's okay. You guys go first. After you guys go, arrange everything well. This way, when I go again, I won't have to worry about anything. Upon hearing this, Wang Zuelan laughed. Since they had decided to go, they did not waste too much time. While they were packing, they also had to get rid of some things. The house in the village could be left idle, but the poultry they raised, even if Pei Huai was still around, he would not have the time to take care of them. They could only think of ways to get rid of them. Fortunately, Wang Zuelan had a good relationship with many people in the village. She also raised the poultry well. If she sold them at a cheaper price, there would still be people in the village who were willing to buy them. They did not sell all of them. Some of them had already grown and could be killed for meat, so they killed them all. After all, they were going to Bay City to settle down. They did not know when they would be back. Before they left, they had to treat their family and friends to a meal. After killing these poultry, they could use them to cook. If other families wanted to treat them to a meal, they would either go to a restaurant or find a chef who knew how to cook. However, the Pei family did not need to do so. This was because whether it was Jiang Ran, Pei Huai, or Pei Yang, they were all chefs who would be invited to help with the cooking. The three of them were in charge of cooking, while Pei Xianxia was in charge of making the snacks. All the guests were satisfied with the meal. Before they left, each of them could even take a packet of snacks with them. Although he was a little tired, it was a good thing that the matter was handled smoothly and there were no accidents. After this matter was settled, they packed their things and could set off for Bay City. There were still a few days before they set off, but in fact, time passed by exceptionally quickly. Before they could feel anything, the day of departure had already arrived. In these few days, other than when they were busy, Jiang Ran basically spent the rest of the time with Pei Huai. After the two of them solved their problems, their relationship seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. When they were together, they would always have endless things to talk about. Even if they did not talk, they would not feel awkward when they were in the same space. However, these days passed really quickly. The day of departure arrived just like that. On the day of departure, the family gathered together and had a last meal. After that, they could pack up and leave for Bay City. This time, they did not bring many things with them. It was not because they did not have much luggage, but because their luggage had been delivered in advance. The person who called was none other than Chen Bing's brother. He was driving to North City. Most of their luggage, as well as 3 bicycles and a tricycle, were placed in the car for him to pull over. If it weren't for the fact that the bus couldn't fit all of them, they could have taken the bus to North City. Anyway, after several train experiences, Jiang Ran didn't feel that driving a car was much worse than being on the train. But there was no other way. Since there was no space in the car, they could only take the train. Fortunately, because there were enough people going this time, they were able to buy all the tickets for a small private room. This way, there would be no outsiders in their private room. They were all family, so naturally, there wouldn't be any conflicts. He would also be able to rest better. This was the first time Wang Zuelan and Pei Xianxia had taken a train. It was also the first time for Pei Xianxia. After the three of them sat on the train, their expressions were very excited. From time to time, they would look inside the train and also look at the scenery outside. Jiang Ran didn't say anything. She sat alone on the top bunk. Everyone in the family was there. Pei Jing also liked to join in the fun. At this moment, he was nestled in Wang Suilan's arms and listening to Pei Yang's dancing strokes. This was also good. Jiang Ran could sit alone on the top bunk and think about her own things. Jiang Ran was thinking about Pei Huai. Before they got on the train, Pei Huai stood on the platform and talked to her. Pei Huai said that he would settle things here as soon as possible and then go to North City to look for her. Pei Huai also said that when she arrived in North City, she would call him back. The two of them could talk every day. Thinking about Pei Huai's instructions, Jiang Ran wanted to laugh. Was the wheel of fortune turning? A few years ago, Pei Huai went to live in North City. Now, Pei Huai stayed at home while the rest of the family went to North City. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh. The good thing about having no outsiders in the train was that they could rest well at night. Therefore, they didn't suffer too much in the train these few days. It was just that after the excitement of staying in a small cabin for a long time, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan inevitably felt a little bored. Fortunately, no matter how long this road was, there would be an end to it one day. After the train came to a stop, they immediately carried their things and walked out of the train. Looking at Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan's anxious backs, Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh. After this experience, Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan probably wouldn't be willing to take the train for a long time. However, this was also good. In any case, they didn't need to take the train anywhere in the short term. This time, before they came to North City, they called Chen Bing in advance and told him the specific date and time of their arrival. Therefore, when they got off the train, they saw Chen Bing standing on the platform. As soon as Chen Bing saw them, he strode over. "Uncle, Auntie, Ran, you're finally here. You must be tired from the journey. Let's go. The car is parked outside. Let's get in the car and go home." "You still need to take the car?" Wang Zuelan asked. Looking at Wang Zuelan's lingering fear, Jiang Ran also knew that he had spent too much time on the train, so he didn't want to take it. "Mom, the train station is too far away from where we live. It's not realistic to walk back." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Wang Zuelan laughed embarrassedly. "Alright, let's take the car then." As he spoke, he walked out of the train station. After exiting the train station, he saw a van. This was not the car that Chen Bing had driven before, but the one that Chen Bing had bought after coming to Bay City. Although it was only a second-hand car, it was enough to transport goods and people. With such a car, it was a lot more convenient in many cases. Just like now, if they didn't have a car, it would be too difficult for them to carry their luggage and squeeze into the bus. Then, they would have to transfer to another car. After getting into the car, Jiang Ran let out a long breath. Wang Zuelan kept nodding when he heard that. Yes. We're all family." There was a slight difference between sitting in a car and sitting on a train. If it was a short journey, sitting in a car was actually not that uncomfortable. Of course, this was also because they did not get carsick. If they did, it would be very uncomfortable regardless of whether they were sitting in a car or on a train. Wang Zuelan was in the mood to enjoy the scenery outside. He rolled down the car window and looked out. He could see the houses passing by and the cars coming and going on the road. Wang Zuelan looked for a while before retracting his gaze. He exclaimed, "So this is North City?" It was a world of difference from their small town. In their small town, the tallest building was only 5 stories high, and that was only a small number. Most of the buildings only had 1 story, and only a few had 2 stories. But here, 5-story and 6-story buildings could be seen everywhere. There were even buildings with more than 10 stories. One could tell at a glance that the buildings were brand new. The roads were wide and flat, and there was not a speck of trash on them. There were buses driving back and forth on the road, and people riding bicycles were coming and going. Everyone was wearing different clothes from the people in the small town. The colors were richer, and the styles were more fashionable. A big city was a big city indeed. It was completely different from their small town. Jiang Ran only smiled when he heard Wang Zuelan's words. He did not say anything. North City was not very impressive at this time. In a few years, North City would usher in an earth-shattering change. When that time came, Wang Zuelan would probably be even more surprised. After driving for about an hour, they asked him to stop. Sometimes, the alley was wide enough to accommodate the car. Otherwise, they could only stop outside and walk in with their luggage. Wang Zuelan got out of the car and looked at the brand new red door. He was so surprised that he could not close his mouth. This house? I've seen it on TV before. Are we really going to live here? The last sentence was directed at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran smiled and nodded. Of course. This house will be our new home. With that, Jiang Ran took out the key and walked forward to open the door. The door lock was also an old-fashioned bronze lock. It matched the door very well and was very sturdy. As the lock was removed, Jiang Ran pushed the door open and walked in first. Wang Zuelan and the others followed behind and also entered through the gate. As soon as they entered the gate, they could see a cross-shaped green brick path in the middle of the courtyard. The flowers and plants in the courtyard were also exceptionally lush. Even the veranda was decorated with flowers and plants. There were also a few cages filled with brightly colored birds that were chirping non-stop. From the moment he entered the room, Wang Zuelan's face was filled with shock. She couldn't believe that this was where they were going to stay. Not to mention her, even Pei Baoshan, who was more composed, was dumbfounded. This is even better than what I saw on TV. Is this really where we're going to live? There was another door in the kitchen that led directly from the courtyard. There was a small door to the east of the living room that led to a warm room. There was a big Kong bed by the window. There was a cabinet beside the Kong bed, and a small Kong bed table was placed on the Kong bed. On the other side of the Kong bed, there was another window. Next to the window was a table and an armchair. There was a big bookshelf on one side of the table. On the other side was an 8 treasures pavilion with a corner. There was also a small door on the east wall of the house. There was a bedroom through this small door. There was another door in the bedroom that led to the courtyard. This bedroom was prepared for Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan. They did not sleep on Kong beds at home. They slept on beds. However, the winters in North City were colder. With a Kong bed in winter, it was much warmer to sleep on. Therefore, the Kong bed in the house was reserved and could be used. In addition to the Kong bed, there was also a large carved bed. There was also a wardrobe, a table, and a stool. There was a palace lantern hanging on the roof. Although it looked like an ancient palace lantern, it was actually equipped with light bulbs. When the light was turned on, the room was as bright as day. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan looked at everything in the room. They wanted to touch it but did not dare to. They were both excited and nervous. Ran. Wang Zuelan gulped. Your dad and I can just find a room to stay in. Why did you arrange such a big room for us? Jiang Ran shook her head seriously. Mom, this room is not big. My room is bigger than this. Really? Wang Zuelan looked at Jiang Ran in disbelief. Jiang Ran nodded. Of course. Mom, put the things down first. I'll show you my room. Wang Zuelan's interest was immediately piqued when he heard this. They came out of the upper room and went straight to the east wing. There were originally 3 rooms in the east wing. Now, the layout had been changed into 2 rooms and a half. The 2 rooms on both sides were bedrooms, and the one in the middle was divided into 2 parts and turned into 2 cloakrooms. One was for Jiang Ran, and the other was prepared by Jiang Ran for Pei Huai. After seeing Jiang Ran's room, Wang Zuelan let out a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Jiang Ran would leave all the good things to them, but she would be wronged. Now that he saw that Jiang Ran's room was also very good, Wang Zuelan was completely relieved. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian's rooms were in the west wing. The layout of that room was the same as that of the east wing. As for the bathroom and the utility room, they were in the back room next to the main door. In ancient times, the back room was where the servants who guarded the door lived. Their house naturally didn't need any servants to open the door, and the gatehouse wasn't suitable for living, so it was changed into 2 bathrooms and a storeroom. The bathroom was separated for men and women, so it would be more convenient to use it in the future. Due to the large space, the 2 bathrooms were separated from the wet and dry areas. A few of the rooms in the East Wing had been turned into workrooms by Jiang Ran. After coming to Bay City, Jiang Ran planned to pick up her old business. In her previous life, she liked good food and wanted to open a restaurant. However, she didn't have the time to do so before she transmigrated here. Since transmigrating, she had already fulfilled her dream from her previous life. That was what she was best at. She couldn't just give it up. Now that she was in Bay City, there were more people and more resources. She could pick up her old business. Of course, she could also find a school for herself to further her studies. Even if she didn't really learn anything, at least she had a good reason to do so. People wouldn't think that she was just a country doctor. Jiang Ran didn't tell anyone about these plans. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. She had time to do it slowly and also time to talk about it slowly. After walking around a few courtyards, more than half an hour had passed. It was just that the courtyards were too big. They had to walk around bit by bit, so naturally, they needed more time. Chen Bing had been following them around. Now that they were finally done, he hurriedly said to them, "You guys must be tired from the journey. Quickly wash up and rest. Let's have a good meal together tonight." At this moment, Pei Yang smiled and said, "Big brother Chen, don't tell me we're going to eat hot pot again?" Hearing Pei Yang's words, Chen Bing also smiled. "You little brat, do you think that I only know how to eat hot pot?" Without waiting for Pei Yang to say anything, Chen Bing said, "Don't worry, we won't eat hot pot today. I'll take you guys to eat roast duck." Bay City's roast duck was as famous as hot pot in Bay City. Pei Yang had been in Bay City for so long. It wasn't that he hadn't eaten it before. It was just that he hadn't gone to a famous place to eat it. This time, Chen Bing was obviously going to take them to have a good meal. They could look forward to it. Although there were many of them, there were showers in the courtyards, so they didn't have to wait in line. After showering and changing clothes, it was only 4 in the afternoon. It was still a little early to eat at this time. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest or tidy up their things. Jiang Ran always liked to pack up his things before resting, so he began to pack his clothes after returning to his room. She had a lot of clothes, and Pei Jing had a lot of clothes as well. It would take a lot of time to sort them out. The clothes were the most important part. Once the clothes were put away, the rest was much easier. This was not something urgent, and Jiang Ran was not particularly in a hurry. However, it was probably because he was used to it. When he really did it, his speed was very fast. After more than an hour, Jiang Ran had already settled everything. When he didn't put the things on the table, the house looked a little cold and cheerless. Now that all kinds of things were placed on the table, the house was immediately filled with life. Jiang Ran was just about to sit down when Pei Jing trotted in. Everyone had things to pack. Pei Jing couldn't help much, but he wasn't idle either. He kept running back and forth from room to room, playing the role of a real-time broadcast. At this moment, Pei Jing ran in and said in a childish voice, "Mommy, Grandma has already packed up. The water has also been boiled." "Really? Grandma is really amazing." Jiang Ran and Pei Jing went to the living room together and saw Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan already sitting there. Chen Bing was also there, drinking tea and chatting with the two of them. When the three of them saw Jiang Ran walk in holding Pei Jing's hand, they looked at them simultaneously. Wang Suilan patted the seat beside him and said, Ran, come and sit down." Jiang Ran walked over and sat down. Pei Jing also sat beside Jiang Ran obediently. Chen Bing looked at Jiang Ran and said, Ran, the restaurant I booked is quite far from here. It will take some time for us to get there from here. To avoid delaying our meal, let's set off early. After all, this was North City, not the small county from before. Not every place was near. It was necessary to set off early if they wanted to go to a place further away to eat. Jiang Ran nodded and said, "Okay. I'll call Pei Yang and Xianxia and ask them to pack when they get back." After all, they would have plenty of time to pack when they got back. There was no need to rush. As soon as Jiang Ran finished speaking, before he could stand up, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia walked in one after another. "What do you want us to do, sister-in-law?" Pei Yang asked. "I want you to eat." "Eat? Sure. I'm already hungry." As he spoke, Pei Yang rubbed his stomach. Actually, it was not just Pei Yang. Jiangran was also a little hungry. They did not eat well in the afternoon. They had just finished packing and were busy for half a day. Since everyone was hungry, they did not waste any time. They closed the door and locked it. Then they got into the car and headed to the restaurant. Although Wang Zuelan had heard from Chen Bing that the restaurant they were going to was a little far away, he thought that it would only take a few minutes to get there by car. She didn't expect that it would take her more than 20 minutes to arrive at the restaurant. When they got out of the car, Wang Zuelan was still shaking his head. He actually came so far just for a meal. Hearing Wang Zuelan's words, Jiangran smiled but said nothing. This was actually not too far away. In a few more years, when North City was developed, it would be normal to drive for more than half an hour to have a meal. This roast duck restaurant was very famous in North City. Although it was only 5 o'clock, there were already a lot of cars parked outside and people were coming and going at the gate. If you want to eat here, you either have to come early or make a reservation in advance. If they came late and didn't make a reservation in advance, they probably wouldn't be able to eat. Not only did Chen Bing book a table in advance, but he also booked a private room by the window. Sitting by the table, he could see the situation outside through the window. The restaurant was decorated in an antique style. Although there was still a gap between it and the courtyard house they lived in, it was actually not bad. Wang Zuelan looked at it and clicked his tongue. How much did it cost to decorate a restaurant where other people live? Mom, if the restaurant renovates well, will you be in a good mood when you eat? Wang Zuelan glanced at Jiangran and said, do you really think that your mom doesn't know anything? If the restaurant renovates well, the cost of the meal will be high too. Otherwise, how will he earn back the money? Jiangran looked at Wang Zuelan in surprise and said, Mom. You actually know so much. You are indeed my mom. Jiangran didn't want to order either, so he passed the menu to Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. Pei Yang, Xianxia, take a look and order whatever you want to eat. Wang Zuelan quickly added, don't order too much. It won't be good if we can't finish it. It was definitely expensive to eat here. It was better to order as much as they could to avoid wasting money. Pei Yang agreed and flipped open the menu. Pei Xianxia moved closer to Pei Yang and also looked at the menu. Pei Yang looked at it very seriously and didn't order quickly. Hearing Pei Yang's deliberation before naming the dishes, Jiangran could guess what he was thinking. He was thinking that he should order something delicious and something he hadn't seen before. After all, it was a chef's self-cultivation to try something he hadn't eaten before. After Pei Yang finished ordering, he passed the menu to Pei Xianxia. This restaurant not only sold roast duck, but also a variety of other dishes. Of course, they also sold snacks. Pei Yang had already ordered the dishes, so he left the task of ordering snacks to Pei Xianxia. Pei Xianxia hadn't eaten snacks in North City before, so she was very curious about the snacks on the menu. After staring at them for a while, he finally chose 2 of them after some deliberation. The main reason was that Pei Yang had already ordered a lot of dishes. If she ordered too much, they might not be able to finish it. If they wanted to eat snacks, they didn't have to order them here. Jiangran had already told Pei Xianxia that they could go out and buy snacks. There were still many old snack shops in North City. The business of those shops was also very good. While waiting for the dishes to be served, the few of them chatted and looked outside from time to time. Although the door was closed, they could occasionally hear voices outside. They guessed that the guests who had just arrived were walking into the private room. The speed of the dishes being served was quite fast. They didn't have to wait for long before the dishes were served. The roast duck was pushed over on a small cart. In front of them, the roast duck was sliced. Slicing the roast duck was also a job that required skill. It wasn't something that could be done by just anyone. Jiangran naturally knew how to do it, but she was here for dinner. Of course, she couldn't go up and try. Everyone else was just watching for fun, but Pei Yang was the only one who was watching seriously. In the end, Pei Yang's eager expression almost made Jiangran suspect that he wanted to stand up. Fortunately, Pei Yang was still able to restrain himself and did not really stand up. After the roast duck was sliced, it was placed on the table with steamed biscuits, shredded scallions, cucumber shreds, and dipping sauce. There were two kinds of dipping sauces. One of them tasted like sweet sauce. It wasn't spicy, but it tasted better than sweet sauce. The other one was chili sauce. However, for things like roast duck, it was best not to eat spicy food. Only then would one be able to enjoy its fragrance. The skin of the freshly roasted duck was crispy, but the meat inside was soft and tender. Put it in the burrito with some shredded scallions and cucumber. The texture was very rich, and it could satisfy the taste buds. They were satisfied with the meal. After eating, Xianxia stood up. She was going to pay the bill. Chen Bing wanted to argue with Xianxia, but he was stopped by Wang Suilan. Since he couldn't force himself to stand up, he could only give up. Xianxia opened the door of the private room and walked out. There was a waiter standing outside. When he heard that Xianxia was going to pay the bill, he led Xianxia downstairs. When they reached downstairs and walked to the cashier, there was no one there. The waiter told the cashier the number of the private room, and Xianxia waited for the bill. "It's you?" Xianxia frowned when she heard the voice. She didn't even turn her head. She only wanted to pay the bill and leave as soon as possible. Xianxia didn't expect that there would be trouble in the short time it took to pay the bill. "It's you." "Xianxia. It's you. Why aren't you saying anything? I know it's you even if you don't say anything. Why did you come to Bay City?" Xianxia was speechless. At this moment, the person who was chattering away was none other than Jiang Yi. Xianxia didn't understand why she would bump into Jiang Yi when she had just arrived in Bay City for a meal. Was this fate? Even if it was fate, it was an ill-fated relationship. At this time, the cashier finally finished calculating the bill. Xianxia took the money, paid the bill, and turned to leave. She had already planned to leave, but now she had to leave as soon as possible. She couldn't afford to waste a moment. Xianxia turned and walked to the stairs, pretending not to see Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi didn't understand what it meant to not know each other when she saw this. She quickly followed behind Xianxia. "Xianxia, don't go. I'm talking to you. Why aren't you saying anything? I haven't seen you for a while. Why is your temper worse than before? Not only is your temper bad, but you've also lost your manners?" Listening to Jiang Yi's incessant chatter behind her, Xianxia was also somewhat impatient. Most importantly, Xianxia didn't want to lead Jiang Yi back to their private room. Xianxia stopped abruptly. Jiang Yi probably didn't expect this and continued to walk forward quickly. She almost bumped into Xianxia. However, when Xianxia bumped into him, Xianxia nimbly moved to the side and avoided it. Jiang Yi was speechless. Jiang Yi finally steadied herself. When she looked at Xianxia, her eyes were filled with blame. "What's wrong with you? Just now when I called out to you, you didn't stop at all. Now that you suddenly stopped without saying anything, I almost fell down. It's fine if you didn't help me, but you actually dodged to the side." Jiang Yi kept nagging, and the more Xianxia listened, the more impatient he became. She didn't stop to listen to Jiang Yi's nonsense. "What on earth do you want?" Xianxia asked directly. Probably because Jiang Yi could tell that Xianxia was in a bad mood, she stopped nagging. "I just want to ask, why did you come to Bay City? When did you come? Why are you eating here today? Did you know that everyone is here, so you came specially?" Seeing that Jiang Yi was speechless, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to talk to her anymore. "I'm leaving, don't follow me." Xianxia left after saying that. Jiang Yi stood where she was and looked at Xianxia's back. She had a complicated expression on her face and the feelings in her heart were extremely complicated. Xianxia didn't know what Jiang Yi was thinking at this moment. She walked forward step by step and didn't look back at all. When she was about to turn the corner, Xianxia heard someone calling Jiang Yi's name behind her. The voice was very gentle. But at this moment, Xianxia had already turned the corner and didn't think of looking back. "Jiang Yi, what are you standing here looking at?" Jiang Yi turned her head and saw her mother, Chen Meirong. "Mom, why did you come out?" Chen Meirong looked at Jiang Yi strangely. "What's wrong with you? What are you standing here looking at? Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Yi hurriedly shook her head. I'm fine. Mom, don't worry. let's go in. Chen Meirong only felt that Xiangyi was a little strange at this moment, but she didn't know why Xiangyi didn't say anything. When Xiangyi pulled her into the private room, Chen Meirong subconsciously turned back and glanced at the end of the corridor. Besides the waiters, there wasn't a single customer in the corridor. So, what exactly was Xiangyi looking at just now? Jiang Ran returned to the private room and glanced at everyone. Everyone has eaten, right? Let's go then. When they ordered the dishes, they estimated the quantity. So now that they were full, the food was also finished. Everyone stood up and followed Jiang Ran out. When they were leaving, Wang Suilan walked to Jiang Ran's side and held Jiang Ran's hand. Ran, what's wrong with you? Why are you unhappy after going out for a while? Hearing Wang Suilan's words, Jiang Ran subconsciously touched her face. She actually showed her unhappiness on her face. Wang Suilan laughed when he saw Jiang Ran's actions. You little girl, do you think I don't know you? Even if you hide your unhappiness in your heart and smile on your face, I only need to take one look to know that you're unhappy. Hearing Wang Suilan's words, Jiang Ran only felt warmth in his heart. What kind of understanding? What kind of confidence did he have to be able to say such words? Wang Suilan patted Jiang Ran's hand. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. Let's go home and have a good night's sleep. Everything will be fine tomorrow. Jiang Ran thought so too. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal to begin with. He could go back and sleep tonight, and he would be full of energy the next day. Just as she was thinking about this, she walked to the corner of the stairs and saw a group of people walking towards her. Coincidentally, Jiang Ran saw Xiangyi at first glance. You're Jiang Ran, aren't you? Chen Meirong's voice was trembling when she said this. After she finished speaking, her eyes turned red. However, her behavior did not cause any ripples in Jiang Ran's heart. Xianxia had traveled thousands of miles from North City to that small county to look for her. Even Xiangyi knew about this, so it was impossible that Chen Meirong did not know. It did not matter if she knew but did not express anything. Anyway, they had not seen each other for so many years and there were no feelings between them. However, since she could ignore it before, why did she have to act so emotional now that they had met? Jiang Ran looked at Chen Meirong coldly and did not say a word. At this moment, Xiangyi finally reacted. She quickly ran forward and hugged Chen Meirong's arm. Mom, before Xiangyi could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Chen Meirong. Were you looking at her when you were standing in the corridor just now? Why didn't you tell me that you saw her just now? Upon hearing Chen Meirong's words, Xiangyi, who had been suppressing her thoughts, suddenly exploded. Why should I tell you? Why should I tell you? Don't tell me that I have to tell you that my long-lost sister came to North City and had dinner here? Mom, wake up. So what if you gave birth to her? She has not been by your side for so many years. Do you know what she looks like now? Do you know what she has done? Do you know what she is doing now? All these years, when you were unhappy, it was me and my brother who made you happy. When you were sick, it was me and my brother who fed you medicine in bed. Why do you still miss this person? Chen Meirong looked at Xiangyi in shock. How can you say that? She is your sister after all. Besides, she did not want to be by my side for so many years. She was abducted. That's because she didn't have the ability. That's why she was kidnapped. Xiangyi roared. Since she was already kidnapped, why did she come back? She's just an extra. This family doesn't need her. Pa, the crisp sound of the slap on the face shocked everyone present. After Chen Meirong hit Xiangyi, his hands were trembling in the air. Xiangyi tilted her head, and after a while, she slowly turned around. Her face was full of tears, and her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at Chen Meirong. You're still thinking about her? Why don't you ask her if she misses you? She doesn't want to see you at all. She doesn't want to acknowledge you. With trembling hands, Chen Meirong turned to look at Jiang Ran. Ran. Is what she said true? Jiang Ran, it wasn't easy for her to bring Wang Suilan and the rest to North City. She just wanted to have a good meal and celebrate. Why did she have to stay here and watch this drama? Although she was the reason for their quarrel, she didn't want to be treated like a monkey. After organizing her words, Jiang Ran finally spoke. I have my own life and my own family. The same goes for you. There's no need for us to disturb each other. Let's just live our own lives. Jiang Ran felt that there was nothing wrong with what she said. People lived in this world so that they could live their lives well. They wanted to live happily, but they didn't want to think about those unhappy things. Since they were unhappy the moment they met, why didn't they just not see each other in the future? Chen Meirong obviously did not expect Jiang Ran to say that. Her face turned even paler, and her lips trembled even more. How could you say that? Chen Meirong looked at Jiang Ran in disbelief. This was the flesh that she had given birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. Why would she speak to her like that? It was not entirely her fault that she had been abducted by human traffickers back then. She did not think that she was the one to blame now. Jiang Ran did not feel that she had much to say to Chen Meirong. If this was her biological mother, she might have some feelings for her. However, this was only the mother of this body. Blood relations were not that important to her. This was also not the standard to measure the relationship between her and a person. Jiang Ran frowned and looked at Jiang Yi. Look after your mother. After saying that, Jiang Ran tugged at Wang Suilan's arm. Mom, let's go. Wang Suilan also had a conflicted expression on her face. She did not know what to do. However, Wang Suilan would not make the decision for Jiang Ran. When she heard that Jiang Ran wanted to leave, Wang Suilan hesitated for a moment. However, she quickly decided to leave with Jiang Ran. However, at this moment, Chen Meirong rushed up like a madwoman. She raised her hand and was about to hit Wang Suilan. Jiang Ran was standing right next to Wang Suilan. How could he just watch her get hit? Jiang Ran reached out and pulled Wang Suilan to protect her behind him. At the same time, he grabbed Chen Meirong's arm with his other hand. Chen Meirong did not have much strength. Jiang Ran easily restrained her. Chen Meirong's eyes were filled with tears and she looked aggrieved. Why are you protecting her? Is she your adoptive mother? Did she collude with the human traffickers? Did you steal it? If it wasn't for her, how could we have been separated for so many years? How could you not recognize me? Now that I want to hit her, you actually want to protect her? Do you even have a heart? Do you know who your biological mother is? Who gave you this life? Jiang Ran looked at Chen Meirong coldly. Who gave me this life? Before I was kidnapped by the human traffickers, you were the one who gave me my life. But when I was taken away by the human traffickers, I had already returned my life to you. If it weren't for my mother, would you still be able to see me? You're the one without a heart, not me. You lost your child, and someone else raised your child for you. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you want to hit someone? Who do you think you are? You gave birth to me, so my life is yours? Even if it really was yours, I had already returned it to you when you lost it. As Jiang Ran spoke, she gently pushed her hand forward and pushed Chen Meirong out. Jiang Ran did not use much strength, but Chen Meirong still staggered. In the end, she was supported by Jiang Yi. After Jiang Yi supported Jiang Ran, she glared at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran, how dare you hit someone? Jiang Ran sneered and looked at Jiang Yi as if she was an idiot. Is there something wrong with your brain? Or is there something wrong with your eyes? I really wanted to hit someone. Do you think you can still be here? After saying that, Jiang Ran did not look at them anymore. He grabbed Wang Suilan's arm and walked downstairs. They had just taken a few steps when they heard a man roaring behind them. Stop right there, you unfilial daughter. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran didn't even pause when she heard the angry roar. She continued walking downstairs. Through these few contacts, Jiang Ran could tell that these people from the Jiang family most likely had some serious illness in their heads. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done such things and said such things. Since Jiang Ran didn't stop, the Pei family naturally wouldn't listen. Everyone went downstairs together, left the restaurant, and headed straight for the car. It wasn't until they were in the car that someone spoke. Wang Suilan looked at Jiang Ran worriedly and asked, Ran, are you okay? Jiang Ran turned her head when she heard this. When she saw Wang Suilan's worried expression, she smiled at Wang Suilan and shook her head. Mom, don't worry about me. I'm fine. As long as I don't mind, no matter what they do or say, they won't hurt me. Wang Suilon looked at Jiang Ran, her expression not much better. Although Jiang Ran said that she didn't mind, how could she really not care? After all, those people were Jiang Ran's blood relatives. Her family members had done such things and said such things. She would definitely be sad. When Jiang Ran saw the look in Wang Suilon's eyes, she knew that she didn't believe her. But what she said was true. Pei Baoshan, who was standing beside them, said, all right. If there's anything, we can talk about it when we get home. Everyone is tired. Let's go home first. When Qinbing heard this, he snapped back to his senses and said, yes. Let's hurry home. I'll drive now. As he said this, Qinbing started the car and drove home. They arrived home about half an hour later. Since it was already very late, she didn't let Qinbing leave. Instead, she let him stay in the same room as Pei Yang. Anyway, Pei Yang's room was big enough, and the Kong bed was also big enough. There was also another bed in the room, so they could sleep wherever they wanted. No one knew what Wang Suilon was thinking. He took Pei Jing with him, saying that Jiang Ran was tired from the journey and that Jiang Ran should have a good rest tonight. Jiang Ran wanted to say that they came together. She was tired, but wasn't Wang Suilon tired as well? But thinking that Wang Suilon was doing this for his sake, Jiang Ran didn't say it out loud. He nodded and agreed. After Jiang Ran washed up and returned to the room, the surroundings quieted down. Jiang Ran sat at the table silently. At this very moment, Jiang Ran's heart was filled with sorrow. In the original novel, the original owner didn't see her family until she died. At that time, the original owner had a lot of expectations for her family. Jiang Ran didn't know whether to say that the original owner was pitiful or something. If the original owner had seen her family, what would the result have been? A lazy, selfish, ugly, and fat woman would have walked up to Chen Meirong and told Chen Meirong that she was Chen Meirong's long-lost eldest daughter. Would Chen Meirong throw himself at her and affectionately call her Ran Ran like today? It wasn't that Jiang Ran thought of people as evil, but sometimes, reality was cruel. A person would only be recognized when they had value. Jiang Ran didn't continue to think about it. Instead, she quickly tidied up and lay on the bed to sleep. Jiang Ran had already washed her hair in the afternoon, so she didn't wash her hair when she took a shower just now. She could go straight to bed now. Although there was a big Kong bed in the room, the weather was warm now and it wasn't winter. Naturally, she didn't need to sleep on the Kong bed. She could still sleep on the bed. Probably because she was used to sleeping on the bed, Jiang Ran still wanted to sleep on the bed. After Jiang Ran lay down, she didn't let her imagination run wild and soon fell asleep. Jiang Ran slept all the way until the next morning. It was already bright outside when Jiang Ran woke up. As soon as she woke up, Jiang Ran heard Pei Jing's laughter in the yard. Now that the yard was big, Pei Jing could play, run, and jump. Naturally, he was very happy. Jiang Ran was also very happy to hear Pei Jing's laughter early in the morning when she woke up. The corners of her mouth curled up. Jiang Ran quickly dressed and tidied herself up. She opened the door and walked out. As soon as she walked out, Pei Jing rushed over like a small cannonball and hugged her leg. Mom. You're awake. Grandma said to let you rest well and didn't let me wake you up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Ran bent slightly and lifted Pei Jing up with both hands. Xiao Jing, what do you want to do with Mom? I want to play with Mom. Play what? Play hide and seek. Now that the yard was big enough and there were enough rooms, there were too many places to hide when they played hide and seek. Jiang Ran didn't want to play this game with Pei Jing early in the morning. Just as she was thinking about how to refuse so that the little guy wouldn't be sad, she heard Pei Yang's complaining voice. Xiao Jing, you're too unkind. Aren't you playing hide and seek with me? I've been waiting for a long time. Why haven't you come to me yet? Jiang Ran and Pei Jing turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of the sound. Then, he saw Pei Yang and Chen Bing walking over one after another. It turned out that Pei Jing was playing hide and seek with the two of them just now. Pei Jing smiled embarrassedly, and his face turned red. I'm sorry, uncle. I saw my mother, so I forgot to look for you. Pei Yang glanced at Jiang Ran. Although his eyes were very cautious, Jiang Ran could still see the worry in his eyes. Jiang Ran smiled. I'm fine. Pei Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Sister-in-law, it's good that you're all right. I'm almost done with breakfast. Let's eat. Was there anything more blissful than having food to eat right after waking up? Of course there was. There was no need to clear the table or wash the dishes after eating. After breakfast, Chen Bing wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he said to Wang Suilan and the others, why don't I take you out for a walk today? There are many fun places in North City. The weather isn't too hot yet, so it's suitable for going out to play. If the weather gets hotter, you'll be drenched in sweat. Then, you won't be able to play anymore. Upon hearing his words, Wang Suilan didn't even think about it and waved his hand to refuse. No, it's better to stay at home. Yesterday's incident had already left a psychological scar on Wang Suilan. Mom. Bay City isn't Family Zhang's Bay City. You can't hide at home and not go anywhere just because you're afraid of running into them. We can't live like that. If that's really the case, then we might as well not have come to Bay City in the first place and just stayed at home. Wang Suilan obviously knew that Jiang Ran's words made sense, but she was still worried. It was fine if it was just her, but she didn't care what others said. She was just worried that Jiang Ran would run into Family Zhang's people and hear the Family Zhang's nonsense. It would bring back sad memories for Jiang Ran. For a child, being abducted by human traffickers at a young age, tossing and turning before being sold to a family, and gradually living a stable life, was actually the pain of childhood. Even if it was gradually smoothed over and seemed to be happy, it was inevitable that Kiki would feel sad if old scars were brought up. As a mother, Wang Suilan could understand Shen Meirong a little, but only a little. If it were her and she saw her long-lost daughter, she would definitely not go up and shout like this. She had to see how her daughter had been living all these years. If her daughter was living well and had good people around her, even if she desperately wanted to acknowledge her daughter, she wouldn't be too anxious to do anything. Seeing that Wang Suilan didn't say anything, Jiang Ran walked forward and hugged Wang Suilan's arm. Mom, there are many famous scenic spots in Bay City. You've seen them on TV before. Now that you're in Bay City, don't you want to see them with your own eyes? Previously, when we came here, we were busy all day and didn't take Pei Yang and Xiao Jing anywhere because we had a lot of things to do. They also want to go. Xianxia and my dad also want to go. After hearing Jiang Ran say so much, Wang Suilan laughed. Since you've already said so much, what else can I say? Since you want to go, then let's go. Jiang Ran was right. They were upright and had nothing to hide. They didn't need to hide from anyone. Bay City was so big. Could it be that they would really meet again? Was there really such a coincidence in the world? As it turned out, there was no such coincidence. They played for 2 days and didn't meet anyone from Family Jiang again. Wang Suilan heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't run into Family Jiang again. After playing for another 2 days, they visited all the major scenic spots in North City. The whole family was exhausted. Fortunately, they all had a foundation. In the past, he was born doing farm work. Even if he was really tired, he would be fine after resting at home for a day or two. Therefore, after 2 days, it was time to put the official business on the agenda. The first thing he did was to contact Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan to attend night school and ask them to study there. Not only the two of them, but Jiang Ran also planned to go. Night classes were not the goal, but the beginning. After all, they could pass the exam and go to the school they wanted to go to. Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan had mixed feelings about going to school. The two of them hadn't been to school for many years. They had returned almost all the things they had learned in the past to their teachers. Although they had read a lot of books with Jiang Ran, there was still a big difference between reading those books and learning in the school system. Not only them, but Pei Jing's kindergarten also had to be contacted. Although there was still 1 or 2 months before the summer break, 1 or 2 months was still a long time. It was relatively easy to be a transfer student at the kindergarten. When the house was being renovated, Jiang Ran had already talked to the kindergarten about it. Therefore, it was easy to get it done this time. On Monday, Pei Jing had to go to kindergarten again. As a child who had just entered the kindergarten and had transferred there halfway, Jiang Ran was a little worried that Pei Jing would be uncomfortable or nervous. However, it turned out that his worries about accommodating were completely unnecessary. Pei Jing had a bright smile on his face. Obviously, he did not take this matter to heart at all. He was not nervous at all. It could be said that the whole family went out to send Pei Jing to kindergarten on the first day. Everyone walked there together, not for anything else but to recognize the way. They had to recognize the way clearly so that no matter who picked up Pei Jing in the future, there would not be such an awkward situation as going the wrong way. Of course, the kindergarten in North City was not on the same level as the kindergarten in their small county. The kindergarten here was on a secluded street. In addition, there were few cars at this time of the year, so there was no need to worry about any accidents. If they walked there, it would only take 15 minutes. Because they had to recognize the way today, they walked there. When they came to pick him up in the evening, they could ride the tricycle. If they rode the tricycle, the time would be reduced by at least half. The gate of the kindergarten was very big. It was made of metal and there were watercolor cartoon drawings on it. It looked very cute. Not only the gate, but even the outer walls were painted with all kinds of animals. After entering through the gate, the walls that greeted their eyes were filled with all kinds of paintings. The entire courtyard looked colorful and was filled with a childlike charm. Jiang Ran led Pei Jing to his new class. They stood at the door and watched Pei Jing walk in with their own eyes. Only then did they leave. Wang Suilan was actually a little worried and wanted to stay to take a look. However, he was pulled away by Jiang Ran. After leaving the kindergarten, Jiang Ran explained to Wang Suilan. Mom, Xiaojing was not nervous at first. If we keep standing outside and watch, it will make Xiaojing feel that this kindergarten is not easy to get along with. Then, he will become nervous. Wang Suilan thought about it seriously and felt that Jiang Ran was right. He nodded in agreement. Ran, you're right. They were not in a hurry to do anything. Therefore, they walked slowly on the way back. Along the way, they did not forget to look at the various shops on both sides of the road. The originally 15-minute journey was completed in 25 minutes. When they reached home, they saw a few people standing at the door. This person had obviously been waiting for a long time, and his expression was already somewhat impatient. It was probably because it heard the voices and footsteps that it turned its head to look over. After seeing Jiang Ran and the others, the old man in the lead snorted heavily. Humph. You know how to come back. Jiang Ran was speechless. The person who spoke was none other than Jiang Tongyuan. Why was Jiang Tongyuan here? Needless to say, it was Chen Bing. Jiang Ran didn't blame Chen Bing when she heard this. She didn't want to live a life of hiding anyway. It wasn't a big deal for someone to know where she lived. Where are you feeling unwell? Let's go in and talk. As Jiang Ran spoke, Pei Yang had already opened the door with the key. Everyone walked in together. Jiang Tongyuan nodded approvingly when she saw that the courtyard was neat and tidy. Your courtyard is neat and tidy. Jiang Ran only smiled when she heard this. She didn't reply. Jiang Ran chose the East Cross courtyard as the place where they would see the doctor. No one lived here. Besides being used by Jiang Ran to make medicine, it could also be used for consultation. Jiang Tongyuan followed Jiang Ran into the room and sat down at the round table. She looked around and became more and more satisfied. You smelled the scent of medicine the moment you came in. You really do look like a doctor now. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran was slightly speechless. Jiang Tongyuan said this as if she wasn't a doctor before. Although Jiang Ran thought this, she still asked Jiang Tongyuan to extend her hand. Let me take your pulse first. Jiang Tongyuan didn't say anything else. She reached out and placed her hand on the pulse pillow. Jiang Ran took her pulse seriously. The room was quiet and no one spoke. After a while, Jiang Ran retracted her hand and asked Jiang Tongyuan a few questions. After that, Jiang Ran looked at Jiang Tongyuan meaningfully. Your body has been well nourished. I can tell at a glance that you have been taking medicine on time and resting well during this period. It's good to keep up like this. You don't need any additional treatment. So why was Jiang Tongyuan looking for her? Jiang Tongyuan chuckled. She didn't feel embarrassed at being exposed at all. I'm old, and I'm afraid of death. Isn't this why I came to you to have a look and ask for peace of mind? Although what he said was true, Jiang Ran's intuition told her that Jiang Tongyuan definitely didn't come here for this. Jiang Ran didn't say anything. He just looked at Jiang Tongyuan. Although Jiang Ran didn't say anything, the look in Jiang Ran's eyes was more effective than any words. Jiang Tongyuan obviously didn't want to be stared at by Jiang Ran like this, so he shook his head helplessly. Alright. Don't look at me like that. I'll tell you, alright? Jiang Ran wasn't the kind of person who would pretend to be obedient after receiving an advantage, so he simply said, then tell me. Jiang Tongyuan pointed at Jiang Ran, his smile growing more and more helpless. Your words are still so choking. When Jiang Ran heard this, he didn't say anything. He just looked at Jiang Tongyuan and waited for Jiang Tongyuan to continue. A few days ago, you met family Zhang's people? Jiang Tongyuan and Jiang Ji were close, so it wasn't strange that he knew about this. Jiang Ran didn't intend to hide it and nodded directly. Yes. Then you, Jiang Tongyuan said 2 words and stopped. It seemed like he didn't know how to continue and was organizing his words in his heart. Jiang Tongyuan didn't say anything. He just looked at Jiang Ran and waited for Jiang Ran to continue. Living in this world, we never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. What happened back then was an accident. They couldn't warn us in advance and they couldn't change the situation. It was all very helpless. But we have to accept what has happened. Don't you think so? Back then, when she was kidnapped, how did a young girl make a living in the hands of human traffickers? You probably can't imagine. She went through so much trouble and was finally sold to the Pei family. That was probably the luckiest thing that could have happened. The Pei family bought her as a child bride, but they treated her like their own daughter. All these years, other than when she was in junior high school, when the family couldn't afford to support her, she didn't suffer any grievances. It was all because of luck that she was able to live until now and come to North City. If she had been sold to another family, she might have been a pile of bones now. How could she still talk about meeting her own flesh and blood? What's there to forgive? That night, I don't care about what she said to me. I'm a mother myself, so I can understand how she felt. But she wanted to hit my mother and pointed at my mother's nose and said those things. Naturally, I couldn't tolerate it. After Jiang Ran said all this in one breath, the heaviness and depression in his heart lessened a lot. There were some things that had to be said out loud. If he kept it in his heart, no one would be able to understand him and it wouldn't do him any good. What Jiang Ran had just said was not only what he wanted to say, but also what he wanted to say on behalf of the original owner. This wasn't a book, this was a world. When the original owner was kidnapped, she was still a beautiful young girl. Although the author had set her up and she would definitely be sold to the Pei family, how did she make a living in the hands of human traffickers from the time she was kidnapped to the time she was sold? People were always able to talk about things that they hadn't experienced. Because in this world, there was no one who could truly empathize. There was empathy, but it wasn't enough. You had to dig out your own experience and put it in front of others so that they could feel a little bit. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, Jiang Tongyuan looked at her and didn't speak for a long time. His expression was one of shock. After a long time, Jiang Tongyuan blinked. Then without waiting for Jiang Tongyuan to finish, Jiang Ran continued, I just hope that everyone can live their own lives and not disturb each other. What's past is past is past, why must they cling to it? They're all reputable people in Bay City, so they must have studied before, right? Could it be that they don't understand what it means to say that spilled water can't be taken back, and what it means to say that a broken mirror can't be repaired? At this point, Jiang Ran's tone, which hadn't changed much, became a little angry. I can let bygones be bygones. It's been so many years and I don't care about it anymore. But now, they keep appearing in front of me, disgusting me, and hurting my family. I can't stand it anymore. Since Jiang Ran had already said so much, what else did Jiang Tongyuan not understand? Jiang Ran meant that they should go their own ways and not disturb each other. Everyone should live their own lives. Jiang Tongyuan was silent for a while before he spoke. I know what you mean, and I understand how you feel, but there are some people in family Jiang who might not be so open-minded. Even if I don't tell them where you live, they'll find you sooner or later. You'd better be prepared. Hearing Jiang Tongyuan's words, Jiang Ran laughed. So, are you here to tip me off? When Jiang Tongyuan heard this, he also laughed and pointed at Jiang Ran. You. Why did she have to say something like that? After Jiang Ran laughed, he continued, even if they find you, do you think they'll kill you and set you on fire? Of course not, Jiang Tongyuan said immediately. Although the people in family Jiang weren't very smart, they still wouldn't do something like that. That's enough. Within the law, I'm not afraid of violence or words. If the people in family Jiang insisted on coming, then she could only give them a few more punches to let them understand what reality was. Seeing the expression on Jiang Ran's face and hearing Jiang Ran's words, Jiang Tongyuan wasn't as worried as before. Since you're already prepared, then it's fine. After saying that, Jiang Tongyuan stopped talking about family Jiang. You came to North City this time to settle down, right? What do you plan to do in the future? In the future, I plan to go to school first. Hearing this, Jiang Tongyuan's expression turned into one of shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Jiang Ran to say that. Go to school? Jiang Ran was now a mother, and her children were already in school. She actually wanted to go to school too. What's more, he had heard a little about her abilities. She could make snacks, clothes, cook, and medicine. Not only could she make them, but she could also use them to open a shop and earn money to support herself and many others. If other people had Jiang Ran's ability, they would definitely eat and drink, lie at home and count their money. Why would they think about going to school? However, looking at Jiang Ran's expression, she knew that Jiang Ran wasn't joking. He was serious about it. Jiang Tongyuan was surprised, but he didn't intend to express his opinion. Not only that, but Jiang Tongyuan also said, where do you plan to go to school? I still have some ability. It won't be a problem to get you a place or something. He was helping her get in through the back door. Jiang Ran's heart warmed, but he still shook his head and refused. I plan to go to night school first, then take the exam, and then go to the school I want to go to. She could also achieve her goal through normal channels. Why should she be greedy for simplicity and go through the back door? Jiang Tongyuan was not surprised by Jiang Ran's decision. After all, he had known Jiang Ran for such a long time. He knew a thing or two about Jiang Ran's character. Since you've already decided, then I won't say anything more. Alright, go on with your work. I'll take my leave first. Jiang Ran nodded, stood up, and walked out with Jiang Tongyuan. Coming out of the east courtyard, Jiang Ran saw Wang Suilan as soon as he walked into the main courtyard. After sending off Jiang Tongyuan, Jiang Ran returned to the courtyard and went straight to Wang Suilan. Jiang Ran walked over to Wang Suilan and sat down beside Wang Suilan. She hugged Wang Suilan's arm. Mom, why are you sitting here crying alone? Are you worried that you'll be too bored if Xiao Jing goes to school and we go to school too? If that's what you're worried about, then there's no need for that. I can think of a way for you. I heard that you can learn anything you want in Bay City. Mom, is there anything you like? I can take you to a school and find a teacher. We can go to school too. Then, your life will be much more fulfilling. Wang Suilan knew that Jiang Ran said all this on purpose to make her happy. But she was still happy. How could she not be happy when she knew that someone was seriously trying to make her happy? Ran. Wang Suilan said slowly. Jiang Ran immediately stopped talking when she heard Wang Suilan's words. She looked at Wang Suilan seriously and waited for Wang Suilan to continue. Back then, when I saw you for the first time, I thought that you were a beautiful young lady. You were prettier than all the young ladies I've seen before. However, you were very afraid of people. You hid in a corner, hugging your body and shivering. It made my heart ache. At that time, we didn't have much money at home. That human trafficker wanted to take you away. I couldn't bear to let her go. I couldn't bear to let you go with her. I was afraid that you would be wronged again. So I gritted my teeth and worked hard. I took out everything that the family could afford. Finally, I bought you. Wang Suilan's voice choked up when he said the word bought. Although life at home became more difficult after I bought you. You didn't have enough to eat every meal and always wanted to go home. You didn't talk to your family much, but I don't regret it. Although I couldn't give you the best, I could at least guarantee that you would be safe. Then, after a few years, the family finally had some money. But you were going to middle school. We really couldn't afford it. In the end, we let Pei Hui go. I was selfish. Every time I think about it, I regret not letting you go back then. If you went to school, maybe now, Mom, even if I went to school back then, my life might not have been as good as it is now. Jiang held on to Wang Suilan's hand. We have to look forward. Let's let bygones be bygones. Let's talk about what if. But we don't know what our lives would be like if we had a different way. Wang Suilan took a deep breath and smiled. You're right. Even if we change our way of life, we don't know what our life will be like in the end. Now that I think about it, this is pretty good. Jiang Ran also felt that the current situation was quite good. The two of them didn't say anything else. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Jiang Ran had already made arrangements for the night school. They could go to class that night. As for what Jiang Ran said to Wang Suilan about Wang Suilan learning something, it wasn't a casual remark. As long as Wang Suilan thought of learning something, he would definitely learn it. If he could learn it, he would learn it. If he couldn't, he would create the conditions to learn it. But Wang Suilan obviously didn't have such thoughts now. Or rather, he hadn't thought of what to learn yet. Jiang Ran wasn't someone who acted on her words. Since Wang Suilan hadn't thought about it yet, there was no need to be too anxious about this matter. There was still time to wait for Wang Suilan to think about it. That night, or to be exact, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Ran, Pei Yang, and Pei Xianxia appeared in the night school. Although night school was a night school, it couldn't really be held in the middle of the night. After all, people who attended night school had to go to work the next day. It was impossible for them to sleep too late at night. Night school classes started at 6 o'clock in the evening and ended at 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time, it was already very late. And this was in a big city like Bay City. If it was in the small county they were in, there would be no one on the streets of the hotel. Everyone would have already fallen asleep. Jiang Ran, Pei Yang, and Pei Xianxia had different things to learn. Naturally, they wouldn't be in the same classroom. But they were all in the same courtyard. There was nothing to worry about. The 3-hour class was quite fast. When Jiang Ran did something, she would either not do it or do it well. Therefore, during the 3-hour class, Jiang Ran had been listening attentively. She knew a lot of things, but to deal with the exam, she had to understand what she was learning and what she would be tested on. If she only had confidence, she might not succeed. After class, Jiang Ran left the classroom and stood outside to wait for Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stood still, someone walked over. It was a young man. He looked to be in his mid-20s. He had a buzz cut and looked all right. The moment he came over, he gave Jiang Ran a big smile. "Student, are you waiting for someone here? Look, it's already so dark. Do you want me to send you home? Are you a native of Bay City? Is this your first class here? I haven't seen you before. Where do you live? Is it far from here? I live nearby. I'm the most familiar with this area. I know everything. Don't worry, I'll take care of you in the future." Before the man could finish speaking, someone patted him on the shoulder. The man turned around impatiently and looked at the person behind him. "What are you doing? Why are you patting me?" Pei Yang smiled. "Brother, make way." Hearing Pei Yang's words, the man's expression became serious, and he looked up and down at Pei Yang. After staring at Pei Yang for a while, the man suddenly laughed. "Kid, although you're young and pretty, you're still too young. This place isn't suitable for you." Pei Yang stopped smiling. "Of course I'm young. The one in front of you is my sister-in-law." "Your sister-in-law?" "She's my sister-in-law by blood." The man was speechless. Because of the shock, the man's eyes were wide open. He even looked at Jiang Ran, as if he was waiting for Jiang Ran's answer. Jiang Ran ignored the man and said to Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia, "Let's go home." Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia heard this and immediately followed. the three of them walked to the main door together. Pei Xianxia had just turned 17 and was in the prime of her life. At this age, Pei Xianxia exuded a youthful aura. Because she paid attention to skincare and dressed fashionably, she was very eye-catching in the crowd. In the past, when they were in Jiangding County, Pei Xianxia was basically making snacks in the yard and would only go to the front occasionally to help out. In addition, the Pei family was present. The people from a small county were not that bold, so no one came forward to strike up a conversation with her. But now that they were in North City, things were different. If she could be approached, it was inevitable that Pei Xianxia would be approached as well. Even if it was not today, it would happen sooner or later. The next day, Jiang Ran took some time out to talk to Pei Xianxia about this. Xianxia, if someone approaches you and you feel that they are okay, you can talk to them for a while. But if you don't like them and feel that they make you uncomfortable, you can reject them directly. If they continue to pester you, you can tell Pei Yang or me. When Pei Xianxia heard this, she looked a little conflicted. Sister-in-law, why don't I dress up? For a moment, Jiang Ran did not understand what Pei Xianxia meant. What do you mean? Pei Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and said, for example, change into dark clothes, hair. Jiang Ran shook his head and interrupted Pei Xianxia. Xianxia, you can't have such thoughts. Pei Xianxia probably did not expect Jiang Ran to say this. She looked at Jiang Ran in surprise. Huh? Why? The kind of hairstyle you have or the kind of clothes you wear is not a reason for you to be disturbed. When Pei Xianxia heard this, she obviously did not understand. But Jiang Ran did not have to make her understand now. She just needed to hear this point and understand it so that she would not have any other thoughts. After they started their classes, their days became extremely regular. Even if she went to night classes at night, she wouldn't be idle during the day. During the day, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia would read at home. If there was anything they didn't understand, they could ask Jiang Ran or ask their teacher at night. As for Jiang Ran himself, he wasn't reading. Instead, he was making ointment. She had many ideas in her mind and could make all kinds of ointments. Previously, he didn't have the opportunity nor the time to do so, so this matter wasn't put on the agenda. But now it was different. Now that she had time, opportunity, and a place, Jiang Ran could do whatever she wanted, and no one would come to disturb her. Jiang Ran liked the feeling of being able to concentrate on his own research. It even gave her the illusion that she was still living in her previous life. But when Jiang Ran came back to his senses, he would clearly realize that this was an illusion. After all, if it was in her previous life, no one would call her mother in a childish voice and ask her to hug them. When Pei Jing came back from school, Jiang Ran stopped studying and carried Pei Jing to the main courtyard. As he walked, he asked, Xiao Jing, are you happy in kindergarten? As soon as he asked this, Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh. Don't expect a 4-year-old child to be able to think logically about something. Basically, Pei Jing spoke whatever came to mind. No matter what Pei Jing said, Jiang Ran listened attentively. Of course, she did not just listen. Jiang Ran would also answer and ask a question so that Pei Jing could continue. As the mother and son chatted, they soon arrived at the main courtyard. Because Jiang Ran and the others had to go to class in the evening, they usually had dinner earlier. Pei Jing had gone to look for Jiang Ran just now to ask her to come over for dinner. When he saw Jiang Ran carrying Pei Jing over, Wang Zuelan looked at Jiang Ran reproachfully. Xiao Jing is already so big that he can walk on his own. Why are you still carrying him? It was not that Wang Zuelan did not want Jiang Ran to carry Pei Jing. She was just afraid that Jiang Ran would tire herself out. Jiang Ran smiled at Wang Zuelan. I just carried him over. He's not heavy. Okay. Whatever you say. Hurry up and eat. We have to leave soon. Hearing Wang Zuelan's urging, Jiang Ran did not say anything else. She sat down with Pei Jing. After dinner, Jiang Ran and the others had to go to class. They had been going for a few days. Even the youngest, Pei Jing, knew that they were going to study, just like how he was in kindergarten during the day. Therefore, he watched as Jiang Ran and the others left. He did not cry and was exceptionally obedient. When they arrived at the night school again, the three of them went their separate ways after entering the main gate. they each went to their own classrooms. In order to avoid any accidents, they had to come at the right time. After all, they were very close to each other. Even if they came at the right time, they would not be late. They had just sat down in the classroom when the teacher arrived. Even if some people wanted to go up and chat, they would have the opportunity to do so. By the time class was over, the sky was already completely dark. Everyone was rushing home. No one had time to talk to others. For example, the previous attempt to strike up a conversation was probably an accident. When the three of them returned home, Pei Jing was already fast asleep. However, Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan were still awake. Although Jiang Ran had told Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan not to wait for them, Jiang Ran didn't listen to Wang Suilan. Knowing that Wang Suilan was worried about the three of them, Jiang Ran didn't say much and let her be. Seeing that Jiang Ran and the others had returned, Wang Suilan urged the three of them to quickly wash up and go to bed. No matter what happened, they could wait until tomorrow. Jiang Ran nodded. Mom, you should go back to sleep too. If they were not asleep at this time, it was actually very late. After all, Wang Suilan liked to wake up early. It was a habit that she had developed over the years. At home, there was a rooster crowing. Although there was no rooster crowing here, there was an alarm clock. In fact, there was no need for an alarm clock. The biological clock that had been developed over the years meant that Wang Suilan would wake up on time at daybreak. She would dress neatly, wash up, and go to the kitchen to cook. This was the reason why Jiang Ran had the kitchen in the upper room. She could go directly to the kitchen without leaving the house. In the other 3 seasons, he might not feel much of a difference. As the days passed, the weather gradually became hotter. The weather was hot during the day, and no one liked to go out unless it was necessary. At this time, the benefits of night school were reflected. After all, it was not midsummer yet. After the sun set, the temperature would drop, and the night was still quite cool. Although it was not so hot, there was another trouble, and that was mosquitoes. After summer, mosquitoes at night would be particularly rampant. There were also many mosquitoes in their classroom. The school would not give them mosquito repellent, so they had to figure it out themselves. After being bitten by mosquitoes, Jiang Ran went to the pharmacy the next day to make mosquito repellent. Although it was sold on the market now, Jiang Ran felt that it was not as good as her own. In this aspect, if she could make it herself, Jiang Ran would not go out to buy it. The finished repellent was put in a small spray bottle and sprayed on the body to prevent mosquito bites. The smell was not as pungent as the toilet water. It was a light grassy fragrance mixed with a trace of medicinal fragrance. Pei Xianxia fell in love with it just by smelling it. Jiang Ran made a lot and gave everyone a bottle. Not only did they use it for themselves, but Jiang Ran also asked Chen Bing to take some away. When Chen Bing used it for himself, he could also send some to the shop and spray it in the shop every day. In this way, there would be no mosquitoes in the shop. A few days later, Chen Bing came to Jiang Ran excitedly. Ran, is the mosquito repellent that you made troublesome? Is it difficult to make? Hearing Chen Bing's question, Jiang Ran's heart moved, and he guessed the reason why he asked. Is there someone who wants to buy it? Hearing this, Chen Bing immediately nodded hard. Ran, you guessed right. There are indeed many people who want to buy it. After all, summer had just begun. In order to not be bitten by mosquitoes this summer, some people had already started to prepare. Of course, Jiang Ran would not miss the opportunity to make money. It wasn't difficult to make this mosquito repellent, but it was a little troublesome. It was really tiring for one person to mass-produce it. But it didn't matter. Weren't there a few people at home? Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan, other than fetching Pei Jing to and from school, were cooking and doing laundry. Most of the time, they were free and had been looking for something to do. Making mosquito repellent was not troublesome. The two of them could learn it in a short time. If they were asked to help, they would definitely be willing. Other than the two of them, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia could also help out when they were free. There weren't many people who wanted the mosquito repellent right now, so the few of them were more than enough to handle it. If there were any large orders in the future, Jiang Ran would also consider recruiting people. Although they had a share of the profits from each business, they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. When you can make money, you must seize the opportunity to make money. You can't let the opportunity slip away in front of you, because you don't know if you will have another opportunity if you miss this one. Jiangran wanted to buy a few more Sihiyuan. How could he not work hard to make money? Seeing that Jiangran agreed, Chen Bing was so happy that he grinned. Chen Bing waved his hand. That's not important. You know so much. You're already very good. Jiangran asked Chen Bing to drive her around, and the two of them went to purchase the herbs together. After buying the herbs, they also had to buy a big pot to boil the herbs and a small watering can to hold the medicine. In addition to these, Jiangran also went to customize the logo paper. Jiangran also planned to register a company, a pharmaceutical company. However, this was not urgent, and it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. She could just take it slowly. The custom-made logo paper would only be available after a day. This was just right. After all, it also took time to make the mosquito repellent. Chen Bing waved his hand. That's not important. You know so much. You're already very good. Jiangran asked Chen Bing to drive her around, and the two of them went to purchase the herbs together. After buying the herbs, they also had to buy a big pot to boil the herbs and a small watering can to hold the medicine. In addition to these, Jiangran also went to customize the logo paper. Jiangran also planned to register a company, a pharmaceutical company. However, this was not urgent, and it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. She could just take it slowly. The custom-made logo paper would only be available after a day. This was just right. After all, it also took time to make the mosquito repellent. After returning home, Jiangran told Wang Cuihua and Pei Baoshan about this matter. When the two of them heard that there was something that she needed their help with, they immediately perked up. Most of the time, what people were afraid of was not being busy or tired, but being idle. Wanting to be a salted fish and doing nothing, and being forced to be a salted fish and having nothing to do, these were two completely different states of being. Making the medicine was actually very simple. They only needed to process the herbs that Jiangran had obtained according to Jiangran's method, and then filter and bottle it. It was not troublesome and only required a certain degree of hands-on ability. For Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan, who had done farm work for half their lives, their hands-on ability was unquestionable. The two of them only followed Jiangran to do it once, and they had already done it well. Jiangran watched from the side for a while. After confirming that there was nothing for him to worry about, he felt relieved and let the two of them do it. Chen Bing didn't have anything to do for the time being, so he didn't leave and helped out. The next day, they received the custom-made logos and pasted them on the bottles one by one. It was originally a transparent plastic bottle. After it was filled with the medicine, it looked ordinary. It even made people think that it was just water with a darker color. But things were different now. Now that there was a logo and words on it, at least people knew that it was mosquito repellent. After spraying it, there would definitely be no mosquito bites. They had personally tested this effect. This time, he made a total of 200 bottles of mosquito repellent. Each bottle was the size of a palm. He had no choice. For the time being, he could only buy such a big bottle. He could only make do with it. If they really wanted to mass-produce it in the future, they could customize the bottle. Although there were only 200 bottles, Chen Bing didn't mind at all. Not only did he not mind, but he was also very happy. After being happy, Chen Bing then remembered the serious matter. $2 for a bottle? Due to his shock, Chen Bing's voice was raised by quite a bit. Jiangran nodded seriously again. Yes, $2 for a bottle. You might think it's a little expensive, but after calculating the cost, you don't think so. If it's any lower, we won't be doing business. We'll be doing charity. They were doing business, not charity. Although the price was not cheap, the effect was really good. Moreover, after deducting the cost, they did not make much money per bottle. Hearing Jiangran's words, Chen Bing quickly did some calculations in his mind. He knew the price of everything. After doing some calculations, he realized that what Jiangran said was true. Ran, you're right. We should set the price. Anyway, they came to me and said that they wanted to buy it. This is the price. If they don't want to buy it, we'll just leave it and use it ourselves. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled and shook his head. It was not to that extent. There were still many rich people in the capital. $2 for a bottle of mosquito repellent and the effect was really good. There would be many people who would be willing to buy it. Chen Bing left with the mosquito repellent. Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan walked him all the way to the door. It wasn't until she saw Chen Bing drive away that she reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Seeing Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan like this, Xianxia wanted to laugh. Dad, Mom, you don't have to be so nervous. Wang Xuelan smiled, but his smile was not very natural. How can we not be nervous? There were 200 bottles, what if they could not sell it, although they could use it? Themselves, a small bottle could only be used for a period of time. Even if they had a lot of people, they could not use much in a summer. They did not know how long these 200 bottles would last. Xianxia walked over and hugged Wang Xuelan's arm. Mom, don't you believe in my ability? How can the things I make not sell? Wang Xuelan thought about it seriously and nodded. You're right. Everyone is fighting to buy Ranran's products. How could they not sell? It was one thing for Xianxia to say it himself, but it was another thing for him to hear Wang Xuelan say it so seriously. Although Xianxia felt a little ashamed, in order to not let Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan continue to worry, he nodded seriously. Yes. We can definitely sell it. Who knows, maybe the supply won't meet the demand. Xianxia had originally said this to comfort Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan. He did not expect his words to be accurate. The supply really could not meet the demand. After Chen Bing returned to the store with the mosquito repellent, he made a small shelf and placed it on the counter. He placed the mosquito repellent inside. All the customers who came to buy snacks could see the mosquito repellent at a glance. Those who had been waiting to buy immediately asked for the price when they saw the mosquito repellent on the shelf. After they sprayed it a little and confirmed that it was the right smell, they did not mind the price and bought it immediately. Chen Bing also did not expect that someone would buy it right after he placed it on the shelf. It was not just one person. After that, every customer who came to buy snacks would buy the mosquito repellent on the way. Most of them bought one bottle, but there were also some who bought 2 or 3 bottles. Although it was unexpected that the mosquito repellent was selling so well, it was still within reason. 200 bottles of mosquito repellent were sold out in only 2 days. However, this did not matter. The sales were good on the first day. That night, Chen Bing called Xianxia and told him about it. Xianxia was naturally happy to know that the mosquito repellent was selling well. He immediately told Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan. Then, he went out to buy medicinal herbs and bottles to continue making the mosquito repellent. With the current sales volume, Xianxia, Pei Baoshan, and Wang Xuelan could handle it. In the end, Wang Xuelan did not even let Xianxia do it. Ran, you still have to study and draw. You don't have to worry about this. Your father and I can handle it. Wang Xuelan insisted. Moreover, they could handle it now, so Xianxia did not argue with her. Xianxia indeed did not have much free time. Now that summer was here, it was time to make summer clothes. She had already drawn a lot of pictures. As long as she had time, she would quickly make samples. After she was done, she would send them back to Xiaoqiufeng. After she was done with this, it was completely summer. During this period of time, Xianxia talked to Pei Huai on the phone every other day, even if he did not talk to him on the phone every day. While talking on the phone, the two of them would also write letters. Sometimes, words and words gave people a completely different feeling. Would an adult make a choice? Of course not. Xianxia chose to do it all. At night, after dinner, Xianxia called Pei Huai as usual. This time, Pei Huai said something on the phone. He was coming to North City. You're coming to North City? Xianxia was a little surprised. Was the project over? Although Xianxia didn't finish his sentence, Pei Huai could guess a little. I just want to rest for a while, so I can go and see you. Hearing this, Xianxia fell silent. It took 3 days and 2 nights to travel from home to North City, and another 3 days and 2 nights to go back. This round trip took 6 days. Pei Huai finally had a chance to rest, but he still had to rush on the road. Even if he came to North City, he wouldn't be able to stay for long. Why bother? Jiang Ran was silent, but Pei Huai did not. Ran, I know what you're thinking. But, if I don't see you, it's not a break for me. Pei Huai's voice was low. Even though it was coming from a microphone, it still had a special magnetism to it. Jiang Ran's brain heated up, and he immediately agreed, alright, then you do it. Although Jiang Ran didn't agree, Pei Huai would still go. But when he heard Jiang Ran agree, Pei Huai couldn't help but laugh. It was a little awkward. But at times like this, one had to remember one thing: as long as one was not embarrassed, others would be embarrassed. However, Jiang Ran was not embarrassed at all. It was not others who were embarrassed. The Pei family had always been worried that Jiang Ran and Pei Huai's relationship was not good, but that their relationship was not good. Now that they saw the two of them like this and had endless things to talk about, they could not be happier. How could they feel awkward? What was awkward? There was no such thing. Pei Jing was a little boy, so he did not know what awkwardness was. As a child, especially a young child, he still wanted to see his father. Now that he heard from Jiang Ran that Pei Huai was coming to North City, Pei Jing was only happy. He jumped on the spot and kept shouting that his father was coming. His father was coming. Seeing that Pei Jing was so happy, Jiang Ran also smiled. But at the same time, he felt a little sad. How could he not be sad? Under normal circumstances, children could see their fathers every day. Only Pei Jing could. In the past, Pei Huai was in North City, so he could not see him. Now, it seemed that he still could not see him in North City. However, Jiang Ran felt that this situation would not last for long. It wouldn't be long before Pei Jing's project was over and she would come to Bay City. When that time came, the father and son would be able to see each other every day. Perhaps because he was too excited, that night, Pei Jing tossed and turned in bed for a long time before he fell asleep. Before he fell asleep, he kept talking to Jiang Ran about how his father was. Jiang Ran could understand the thoughts in a child's heart. He was not impatient at all and kept Pei Jing company. It was not until Pei Jing could not open his eyes that Jiang Ran gradually lowered his voice. Jiang Ran thought that after this night, Pei Jing's excitement should have passed. However, he did not expect that Pei Jing was still in a state of excitement the next day. To be precise, he was not excited, but expectant. Pei Jing was looking forward to Pei Huai's arrival. Every day, he counted with his fingers, calculating when Pei Huai would arrive. Jiang Ran was not very anxious at first, but when he saw Pei Huai like this, he could not help but feel anxious. Fortunately, no matter how long the waiting days were, they would eventually pass. Pei Huai had arrived. On the morning of Pei Huai's arrival, Jiang Ran and the others went to the train station early. Coincidentally, it was a Saturday. And Pei Jing did not need to go to school, so they could go together. After all, it took them an hour to get to the train station. After waiting for another half an hour, Pei Huai's train arrived at the station. The train was steady. Jiang Ran thought that Pei Huai would wait at the back and only come down when everyone else was almost done. Pei Huai must have packed his things a long time ago and waited at the door of the car. After he understood, Jiang Ran smiled. Xiao Jing has been waiting for you for a few days. Every day, he would ask when you would arrive. When Pei Huai heard this, he lowered his head and looked at Pei Jing. Pei Jing had been looking up at Pei Huai. When he saw Pei Huai looking at him, he immediately smiled and said, "Daddy." Pei Huai reached out and patted Pei Jing's head. "Daddy is here. Come. Let's go home." After all, the train station was not a place to talk. Of course, they had to go home first. After they left the train station, they got into Chen Bing's car. As Chen Bing drove, he didn't forget to greet Pei Huai. "Old Pei, you're finally here. We've been anxiously waiting for you." As soon as he said this, everyone laughed along with him. There were so many people in the car. Every one of them was Pei Huai's family and friends. Naturally, they all had things to say to Pei Huai. Everyone said a few words. Time passed quietly in the midst of this conversation. Before they could feel anything, they had arrived at the door. When he heard Chen Bing say that they had arrived home, Wang Zuelan looked out of the car window. When he saw that they had really arrived home, he was a little surprised. When we first arrived in North City, why did I feel that it took much longer to get home from the train station? How did we arrive so quickly this time? When he heard Wang Zuelan's words, Xianxia laughed and said, Mom, the time hasn't changed. The journey hasn't changed either. It's just that your state of mind has changed. Wang Zuelan thought carefully and then nodded in agreement. Ran, now that you mention it, it's really like that. As he said this, Wang Zuelan laughed. When they got out of the car, Pei Yang immediately unlocked the door and pushed it open. Welcome home. When everyone heard Pei Yang's words, they all laughed in unison. Seeing that everyone was laughing, Pei Yang laughed as well. This was the first time Pei Huai had come to this Sihiyuan. Although he had heard from Jiang what this Sihiyuan looked like and had seen Jiang drawings, it was still different from seeing it with his own eyes. Pei Huai's luggage was carried by others. At this time, he held Pei Jing's hand in one hand and Jiang hand in the other. The three of them walked at the back of the crowd. When they came to the living room and sat down on the sofa, Pei Huai still sat beside Jiang. When everyone saw this scene, they all revealed tacit smiles. As for other things, no one would say anything more. Pei Yang was still excited and wanted to show Pei Huai around the Sihiyuan, but Wang Zuelan directly stopped him. Wang Zuelan looked at Pei Yang reproachfully and didn't know what to say. This child, Pei Yang, sometimes looked quite smart. Why was it that there were other times when his brain couldn't work? Even if he wanted to show Pei Huai around the Sihiyuan, Jiang and Pei Jing would lead the way. Why would he need to do it? Being stared at by Wang Zuelan like this, Pei Yang only felt uncomfortable all over. He decided not to continue sitting and directly stood up. I'm going to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Jiang had originally wanted to stand up and help, but she was rejected by everyone. Ran, so many of us are helping Pei Yang. You don't have to help. Just have a good chat with Pei Huai. As they spoke, everyone stood up and walked out. Jiang didn't know what to say as she watched them leave. Even if they wanted her to get along with Pei Huai, they didn't have to leave so quickly and make it so obvious. Jiang retracted her gaze. She lowered her head and met Pei Jing's big round eyes. Children didn't know the twists and turns of an adult's mind. Pei Jing looked at Jiang with his clear eyes and asked in a childish voice, Mommy, what are you looking at? Jiang smiled at Pei Jing and poked his chubby face. It's nothing. Didn't Xiao Jing miss Daddy? Go and play with Daddy. Pei Jing nodded vigorously and snuggled up to Pei Huai. He pulled Pei Huai and asked him all sorts of questions. Pei Jing didn't know why there were so many questions in his little head. Often, Pei Huai would ask the next question right after he answered the previous one. When there was nothing else to ask, Pei Jing said to Pei Huai, It's Daddy's turn to ask me. Pei Huai looked at Pei Jing with amusement. What does Xiao Jing want me to ask you? In fact, when Pei Jing asked Pei Huai questions just now, he had already told him about his current situation. For example, he would ask, Daddy, do you know the name of the new friend I met in kindergarten? Do you know what I ate in kindergarten? Do you know who my teacher is? Pei Jing had already told Pei Huai everything about himself. Now, he still wanted Pei Huai to ask him questions. It was really a little difficult for Pei Huai. Jiang looked at the father and son staring at each other and felt like laughing. Holding back her laughter, Jiang prepared to help one of them out of this situation. However, before Jiang could speak, Pei Huai had already spoken. Xiao Jing, Daddy wants to ask you. Do you miss Daddy? Yes. Pei Jing said and nodded vigorously. Then, Mommy, do you miss Daddy? Pei Huai continued to ask. Yes. Pei Jing continued nodding, as if this was the only way to prove that he was telling the truth. Jiang at the side. Sure enough, a father's tricks were deeper. While Jiang was thinking, Pei Huai had already turned his head and looked at Jiang. Being stared at by Pei Huai like this, even though Pei Huai did not say anything, Jiang did not know what was wrong with her, but she actually felt a little embarrassed. Jiang who felt that she was blushing, immediately turned her head and looked to the side to hide her embarrassment. Fortunately, Pei Huai quickly retracted his gaze and spoke to Pei Jing again. The two of them, one adult and one child, had very similar facial features. When they spoke, their expressions and tones were also somewhat similar. No matter who saw it, they could tell at a glance that this was a father and son pair. After listening to them talk for a while, Xianxia turned his head and looked at the two of them again. In the living room, the family of three got along very warmly. In the kitchen, the atmosphere was also very lively. Wang Xuelan laughed at Pei Yang's reaction. Speaking of which, now that we're in North City, shouldn't we put your marriage on the agenda, Pei Yang? At this moment, Pei Yang was partially focused on cooking and partially focused on the living room. When he heard Wang Xuelan suddenly say this, he didn't quite understand what Wang Xuelan meant. Puzzled, he looked at Wang Xuelan and asked, "Mom, what did you just say? What do you mean by putting my marriage on the agenda?" "You child, what else can I say? I'm just saying that it's time for your marriage to be put on the agenda." Pei Yang was speechless. Pei Yang looked at Wang Xuelan in shock. He didn't understand why Wang Xuelan would suddenly say such a thing. After a while, Pei Yang finally recovered from his shock and shook his head like a rattledrum. No. I just came to North City and I'm still in school. I'm working hard and I still have to take the exams soon. How can I get married? We'll talk about it in the future. Without waiting for Wang Xuelan to say anything, Pei Yang hurriedly said, "Mom, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to concentrate on cooking. It won't be good if I miss the meal." After Pei Yang finished speaking, he didn't even look at Wang Xuelan. He simply took the basin and went to the other side. Wang Xuelan looked at Pei Yang's back and sighed deeply. Chen Bing, who had been watching with a smile, said with a smile, "Auntie, you don't have to worry about this. Pei Yang is still young." Wang Xuelan nodded when he heard this. "He's not that old." "But Chen Bing, you're not joking about your age. Ran and Pei Huai have to call you brother, but you're older than both of them. Look, Xiao Jing is already 4 years old, but you don't even have a girlfriend. That won't do. What do you like? Tell me about it. I'll keep an eye out for you." "Chen Bing?" Pei Yang secretly turned his head and glanced at Chen Bing. When he saw Chen Bing's thunderstruck expression, he immediately snickered. Afraid that Chen Bing and Wang Xuelan would see him snickering, Pei Yang quickly looked away. Don't laugh. Chen Bing was clearly ending the story for him, which led to the current situation. He couldn't be ungrateful and couldn't laugh. Pei Yang kept telling himself that in his heart, but he couldn't help but want to laugh. Chen Bing blinked and blinked again. It took him a while to recover from his shock. "Auntie. I'm not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry at all. Look at how old I am." Wang Xuelan asked, "How old are you?" "I'm only 27. "Only 27? Wang Xuelan exclaimed. "When I was your age, Xianxia was running around everywhere." Chen Bing smiled awkwardly. "Auntie, times are different now. 27 is really not that old. I'm really not in a hurry." As he said that, Chen Bing looked around the kitchen. "There doesn't seem to be anything I can help with here. I still have something to tell Ran and the others, so I'll go out first." As Chen Bing said that, he ran out of the kitchen as if he was escaping. Wang Xuelan looked at Chen Bing helplessly. "Look at this child. I don't know what all of you are thinking. Why does it seem like I'm asking you to die when I'm asking you to get married?" Pei Yang only laughed when he heard that. It wasn't to the extent of dying, but it wasn't much better than dying. Chen Bing ran out of the kitchen in a hurry, causing Jiang Ran and Pei Huai to look at him at the same time. Just by looking at Chen Bing's expression, he knew that something must have happened in the kitchen just now. Jiang Ran was very curious. What exactly happened to make Chen Bing show such an expression? "Big brother Chen, what's wrong with you?" Chen Bing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Ran, seeing his hesitant look, Jiang Ran became more and more curious. It wasn't that he wanted to know other people's unhappiness to make himself happy, he was really just curious. In the end, Chen Bing couldn't help but speak, and Jiang Ran's curiosity was satisfied. "Just now, Auntie said in the kitchen that she wanted to matchmake for Pei Yang, so I said a few words for Pei Yang, saying that he was still young and not in a hurry. It would have been better if I didn't say this, but once I said it, Auntie immediately focused on me. She said that Pei Yang was still young, but I'm not young. She asked me what kind of girl I like and wanted to matchmake for me. Jiang Ran, Pei Huai, the two of them looked at each other. They didn't want to laugh at first, but they really couldn't help but laugh in the end. What do you mean by asking for trouble? This is what you mean by asking for trouble. Chen Bing originally did it for Pei Yang, but in the end, Pei Yang was fine, and the fire burned him. Jiang Ran wasn't from this era, so naturally, he didn't feel that there was any problem with Chen Bing not getting married at this time. Not to mention that Chen Bing was only 27, even if Chen Bing was 37 this year, it wouldn't be a big problem in Jiang Ran's eyes if he didn't get married. However, understanding was one thing, but he still had a good heart. Big brother Chen, let me ask you, why don't you want to get married? After all, Chen Bing was a native of this era. People in this era, even if they were 27, they were 17. As long as they stopped going to school, they would start to go on blind dates. It would be just right for them to settle down and get married in a year or two. People like Chen Bing were rare. At least, since Jiang Ran came to this era, he had only seen Chen Bing. When Jiang Ran asked, Chen Bing sighed. What's so good about marriage? Chen Bing's question stunned Jiang Ran. Chen Bing was obviously not asking Jiang Ran, nor did he want to get any answer from Jiang Ran. He just continued to talk. Look at me now. If I want to make money, I can make money. If I don't want to make money, I can just lie down and do nothing. I cannot buy a house. I can buy a car according to my preferences. If I want to stay in Bay City today, I can stay in Bay City. If I don't want to stay in Bay City tomorrow, I can open branches in other places. Anyway, I'm free. No one has to care about me, and I don't have anything to worry about. But what if I get married? What if I have children? If I want to buy a house, I have to give my family a stable place to live, right? I can't let them follow me everywhere and rent houses everywhere, right? When the children grow up, they have to go to school, right? They have to choose a good school to go to, right? What if they don't learn well? There are so many things. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Why do I want to get married? I don't want to get married. I think it's quite good for me to live alone. Jiang Ran listened quietly. But as she listened, she felt that something was wrong. What did he say? Why did she feel that Chen Bing's words were hinting at her and Pei Huai? Jiang Ran did not speak, and Pei Huai stared at him meaningfully. Chen Bing quickly came to his senses. Chen Bing hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. Don't hold it in. Don't think too much. I'm just saying what I think. I'm really not talking about you guys. You guys are living quite well now, aren't you? Look, you already have a house, the two of you are about to reunite, and you even have such a good child. How great is that? Jiang Ran was speechless. If it were not for what he said just now, Jiang Ran would really believe that Chen Bing was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, thinking about it carefully, everyone was different. Some people pursued family harmony, happiness, and warmth. Some people just want to be free and unrestrained. However, no matter what kind of life they chose, as long as they worked hard to live it well, it would be good enough. As long as they did not waste their time and wasted their short decades, it would be worth it. Jiang Ran thought so in his heart. Before he could speak, Pei Huai patted Chen Bing's shoulder. When you're enjoying your life alone, enjoy it well. When you want to settle down one day, you can also enjoy another kind of life with peace of mind. There's nothing wrong with wanting to enjoy the moment. Don't think about whether you would have a different life if you had chosen another one after choosing one life. That's irresponsible to yourself and to others, don't you think so? Chen Bing nodded seriously at first, then laughed. What's going on? Weren't we talking nicely just now? How did it turn into a lecture to me in the blink of an eye? Although the two of you are a couple. Before he finished speaking, Chen Bing changed his words. No, although the three of you are a family of three, don't think that you can lecture me just because you outnumber me. Among the four of us, my seniority is the highest. Even if you want to lecture me, I should be the one lecturing you. At this time, Chen Bing still cared about this. With his mentality, it was indeed more suitable for his current life. The few of them chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere became relaxed and cheerful. sweeping away the previous depressing atmosphere. Although Pei Jing didn't quite understand what they were talking about, he sat obediently by the side and listened. He didn't open his mouth from beginning to end. There were many children of this age who couldn't stop when they were around adults. Interrupting an adult's conversation was considered a light punishment, and some of them were practically going to heaven. Compared to those children, Pei Jing was too well behaved. Not long after, the meal was ready. There was a dining room between the kitchen and the living room. However, there was no wall between the dining room and the living room. It was only separated by an indomitable treasure pavilion. It could only faintly block the line of sight, but not the smell. As soon as the dishes were brought out of the kitchen and placed on the table, Jiang Ran and the others smelled them. Pei Yang was very talented in cooking. He had only learned to cook from Jiang Ran for more than half a year, but his skills were already better than others who had learned for a few years. At this time, when the cooked dishes were brought out, the fragrance was overflowing, and anyone who smelled it would be hungry. Jiang Ran took Pei Jing to wash his hands before walking to the dining room. Pei Huai and Chen Bing went into the kitchen and helped to serve the dishes. In order to welcome Pei Huai, today's meal could be said to be very sumptuous. Looking at the exquisite and delicious dishes on the table, Chen Bing was stunned. "How long has it been since I went home? Pei Yang, your culinary skills have improved so much." Although Pei Yang had followed him to Bay City the last time, because of all kinds of things, he didn't have time to prepare such a big meal. He had only prepared simple dishes. Although Chen Bing also thought that it was delicious, he wasn't that shocked. But it was different now. Today, he had prepared all the main dishes. If he didn't have the skills, even if he had the ingredients, he wouldn't be able to cook such a table of dishes. As a chef, he liked to make his own dishes to be recognized by others. Of course, Pei Yang was no exception. However, Pei Yang wasn't too arrogant. After hearing Chen Bing's words, Pei Yang only said, "Then try it first and see how it tastes." Sometimes, dishes looked like one taste, but tasted like another. Chen Bing heard this and nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 let's try it first." Jiang Ran only looked at them with a smile and didn't say anything. Of all the people present, she knew Pei Yang's culinary skills the best. Just by smelling these dishes, Jiang Ran knew that they must be delicious. She definitely didn't make a mistake. The facts proved that. The dishes tasted exceptionally good. Chen Bing nodded repeatedly as he ate. "Pei Yang, I really think that with your culinary skills, if you open a restaurant in Bay City, business will definitely be good." These words struck a chord in Pei Yang's heart. That was indeed what he thought. However, Pei Yang still shook his head. There's no hurry. If one wanted to open a good restaurant, culinary skills were not enough. Besides, although his culinary skills were good, Pei Yang also knew that he wasn't good enough. He still had a lot to learn. He didn't have many specialties now. Previously, he didn't have the time or the ingredients to cook something else. Now that he was in Bay City, he still had to learn systematically. When he was in his hometown, Pei Yang had never thought that there would be a school that specialized in teaching people how to cook in this world. Pei Yang was now studying hard so that he could go to that school in the future. Although that school taught how to cook, only those with a certain level of knowledge could study there. In order to cook well, one must first understand the quality of the ingredients, the environment in which the ingredients were grown, and what they were compatible with, complemented, and what they were incompatible with. If they were put together, the taste would be greatly reduced. In order to know these things, one must at least know how to read, write. With a certain cultural foundation, more things could be learned. Otherwise, even if he went to that school now, he might not be able to learn well. After hearing Pei Yang's words, Chen Bing nodded. "You've grown up. Now you have your own ideas. That's good. Even if there is someone in front of you, holding up the sky for you, you still have to learn to grow up by yourself. Because you can't hide behind others forever." Wang Zuelan's words received the unanimous approval of everyone present. It was hard for others to cook, so they had to respect their hard work. Especially since they had all been through hard times, they shouldn't waste food. If they wanted to eat, they had to eat properly and try not to leave any leftovers. However, they had cooked a lot for lunch, so it was impossible not to leave any leftovers. But it didn't matter. They could continue eating at night. After lunch, everyone cleared the table and the kitchen. Then, they went to the living room to continue their conversation. As a father, Pei Baoshan was more concerned about Pei Huai's work. How long do you plan to stay this time? Pei Baoshan wasn't the only one who wanted to know the answer to this question. Everyone present wanted to know the answer. Even the youngest, Pei Jing, understood what Pei Huai meant. He looked at Pei Huai. Pei Huai's gaze swept across everyone's faces before he replied, I can stay for a week this time. A week wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. Pei Baoshan nodded and continued to ask, since you're here, will there be any problems with the project? No, I'm not here just to visit you. I also have something to buy. I won't be taking the train back. I'll be taking a car. So he had something important to do. Jiang Ran nodded in understanding. She knew that with Pei Huai's character, he wouldn't make a special trip here. So he had something important to do, so he came to visit them. Chen Bing patted his chest and promised, Old Pei, whatever you want to buy, just tell me. I've been in North City for a long time, so I know a lot about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Bing felt that something was amiss. When he looked again, everyone was looking at him with a complicated expression. He instantly understood what was wrong. Before they came to North City, Pei Huai had already lived in North City for 4 years. Chen Bing thought, I'm the clown. In his excitement, he had forgotten such an important thing. That's not important. Chen Bing waved his hand. I can help you buy it. 2 people are always faster than 1, don't you think so? Pei Huai nodded with a smile, yes, I do need your help. Hearing Pei Huai's words, Chen Bing laughed. Old Pei knew how to talk. Everyone gathered together to talk. Time passed unknowingly. It was only when the golden crow set in the west that they realized the passage of time. Although it was Saturday, the night school didn't have a break. Jiang Ran and the others still had to attend the evening party. After dinner, Jiang Ran, Pei Yang, and Pei Xianxia prepared to go to class. Pei Huai stood up as well. Let me send you there. Pei Yang immediately waved his hand. Big brother, we've been there for so long and are familiar with the roads. We don't need you to send us. As soon as Pei Yang finished speaking, he received a look of concern from Pei Xianxia. Was Big Brother going to send him off? Jiang Ran and Pei Huai walked together at a moderate pace. It was still early. Even if they went to night school at this speed, they wouldn't be late. Before they met, the 2 of them seemed to have a lot to say to each other. But now that they were meeting, Jiang Ran didn't know what to say for a moment. However, even if the 2 of them didn't speak, the atmosphere between them didn't make them feel awkward or uncomfortable at all. The 2 of them had a good relationship, not because they had a lot to say to each other, but because even if they didn't speak, the atmosphere wouldn't be awkward. Jiang Ran felt that he and Pei Huai had already reached this stage. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai stopped at the same time when they arrived at the school gate. Okay, you should go back and accompany Xiao Jing. He's been missing you for a long time. Pei Huai nodded. I know. I'll coax him to sleep later. I'll come and pick you up after school. I'm not Xiao Jing. Jiang Ran shook his head. I don't need you to come and pick me up. In my heart, you and Xiao Jing are the same, Pei Huai said bluntly. Hearing Pei Huai say this, Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh. It didn't feel so bad. That someone was willing to spoil him like a child. Since Pei Huai was willing to come, then so be it. Jiang Ran waved at Pei Huai. I'm leaving first. After walking through the gate, Jiang Ran saw Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia standing side by side. Seeing the 2 of them, Jiang Ran looked puzzled. Why aren't the 2 of you going to class? What are you doing standing here? When the 2 of them heard Jiang Ran's words, their expressions became particularly complicated. Why were they standing here? Weren't they standing here waiting for Jiang Ran? Looking at their expressions, Jiang Ran could roughly guess what they were thinking. He quickly smiled and said, okay, hurry up and go to class. At this time, it was indeed almost time for class. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything else. After school, Jiang Ran came out of the classroom and saw Pei Huai waiting outside. "How did you get inside?" Jiang Ran asked in surprise. "I told him that I was here to pick you up from school, so he let me in." Hearing Pei Huai's answer, Jiang Ran also laughed. Jiang Ran knew that Pei Huai was not telling the whole truth, but that was not important. Jiang Ran walked quickly to Pei Huai's side and stood side by side with Pei Huai, waiting for Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Even if there were street lights on the way back, Jiang Ran was still worried about Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia walking alone. After a while, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang came out. The four of them walked towards the gate together. The four of them were very good-looking people. At this time, when they walked together, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Before, there were many people who wanted to talk to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran had always been cold and didn't even smile. Now that they saw Jiang Ran smiling so brightly and walking side by side with someone, how could they not be surprised? After the surprise, they also wondered who was standing with Jiang Ran. At this time, someone sneered. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They were the only ones who knew what they were thinking. They would rather the person standing next to Jiang Ran not be Pei Yang's older brother. In that case, they would still have a chance. But now, it seemed that they had no chance at all. Although that person's facial features were very similar to Pei Yang's, no matter whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, Pei Yang, this young and inexperienced young man, could not be compared to him. Jiang Ran's husband was such a man. It was no wonder that he did not take a second look at other people. Everyone suddenly felt that there was no meaning in it. They stopped talking and quickly left. Jiang Ran did not know what happened after they left. Even if she knew, Jiang Ran would not take it to heart. The reason why she was still studying here was to prepare for the exams in the future. As for what these students were thinking, Jiang Ran did not particularly care. On the way back, Jiang Ran and Pei Huai did not deliberately fall behind. After all, it was late at night and they were too far behind. What if the two people in front of them had an accident? As for whispering to each other, how many whispers were there that could not be said when they went back? Fortunately, the night school was not very far from their home. After walking for a while, they reached home. When they reached home, Pei Huai said to Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia, "You two quickly go wash up and go to bed." Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia did not want to be an eyesore at this time. After replying, they turned and ran away. Jiang Ran only felt a little amused as she watched the two of them leave quickly. They were clearly in their own home and they were facing their own brother. Why did the two of them act as if they were running for their lives? With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran turned her head and looked at Pei Huai. Wasn't it all because of him that Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia ended up like this? Being stared at by Jiang Ran, Pei Huai was very calm. "What's wrong?" Hearing Pei Huai's question, Jiang Ran didn't know what to say. Since he didn't know what to say, Jiang Ran simply skipped the topic. "It's getting late. You must be tired after being on the train for the past 2 days. Why don't you wash up and get some rest?" Pei Huai shook his head. "I'm not tired when I see you." Jiang Ran, ? Jiang Ran looked at the man in front of him with suspicious eyes. He kept asking himself, is this really Pei Huai? Was Pei Huai someone who would say something like that? Just by thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. However, this face, this gaze, this was clearly Pei Huai. There was no doubt about it. So, it could only be said that Pei Huai was enlightened now, or was it that he had always been like this and just didn't show it in the past? Since she didn't have to worry about Pei Jing, Jiang Ran had nothing to worry about. The two of them didn't enter the house. Instead, they walked to the east courtyard together. Separated by a courtyard, they didn't have to worry about disturbing the rest of the family when they turned on the lights and talked. During the day, Pei Huai had roughly walked around the entire courtyard. But at that time, he only had a rough look, and the feeling was completely different from now. The lanterns under the veranda were also equipped with light bulbs. At this time, when they were turned on, a dim yellow light came out. The light was dim, and they could only vaguely see the situation in the courtyard. But for Jiang Ran and Pei Huai at this time, this light was completely enough. The two of them walked around the courtyard. After Pei Huai carefully looked at the herbs planted by Jiang Ran, the two of them sat down under the veranda. The moon tonight was just right. The moon was exceptionally bright and very round. In order to be able to enjoy the moon better, they simply turned off the lights. Xianxia and Pei Huai sat side by side, looking up at the moon in the sky. While looking at it, Xianxia heard Pei Huai say, "Are you tired? If you are tired, lean your head on me." Hearing this, Xianxia laughed silently. But she didn't say anything. Instead, she listened to Pei Huai and leaned her head on his shoulder. Xianxia didn't know when she fell asleep. Her last memory was still at this moment. But when she woke up, she was already lying on the bed. Xianxia opened her eyes and looked at the top of the curtain. She couldn't come back to her senses. How did she get back to the room? Whose room was this? Thinking of this question, Xianxia immediately sat up. When she found that the clothes from yesterday were still on her body, and that this was indeed her room, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. After realizing her vigilance in hindsight, Xianxia felt a little dumbfounded. How could Pei Huai be such a person? Last night, Xianxia slept unconsciously. He stood up and opened the wardrobe. He found a change of clothes and prepared to take a shower. As soon as he opened the door and walked out, he saw Pei Jing jumping around in the courtyard. Pei Huai was sitting at the table, looking at Pei Jing with a smile. Both father and son heard the sound of the door opening and turned their heads at the same time. Pei Huai smiled at Xianxia. "You're awake?" Xianxia only had time to nod before Pei Jing rushed over and hugged her leg. "Mom." Pei Jing looked up at Xianxia. "Mom, why didn't you change your clothes today?" Although Pei Jing was young, she had a pair of eyes that were good at discovering things. In Pei Jing's memory, Xianxia had to change his clothes every day. Now that he saw that Xianxia didn't change her clothes, he naturally felt a little strange. Hearing Pei Jing's question, Xianxia laughed. After Xianxia finished washing up and came out, she took the washed clothes to the west courtyard to dry. Breakfast was also ready. The benefits of having a lot of courtyards were evident at this time. The west courtyard was empty now, so anything that was drying could be placed in the west courtyard. This way, it wouldn't delay walking, nor would it affect one's line of sight. It also wouldn't cause any awkwardness. After breakfast, Xianxia asked Pei Huai, "Are you busy today?" Pei Huai shook his head and said, "There's no hurry. I'll go in 2 days. After all, I'll have to go back after I bought the things." What he meant was that he wasn't going to buy them yet. Understanding what Pei Huai meant, Xianxia also laughed. Pei Huai wasn't someone who would mess around. Since he had made this decision, it meant that he had his own plans. Xianxia nodded and said, "Since you're not going shopping today, let's go out together. Since Xiaojing doesn't have school today, we can take him out to play." Hearing this, Pei Huai didn't react. Pei Jing had already stood up happily and looked at Xianxia with sparkling eyes. "Mom, are you really going to take me out to play?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Of course." Xianxia would never talk nonsense when it came to such matters. She would never disappoint her child after he had gained hope. Of course, Pei Huai didn't have any objections to Xianxia's decision. He immediately agreed and said, "Okay, let's go together." They had just finished eating and everyone was sitting at the dining table. Hearing their conversation, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia looked at them eagerly. That's right. Both of them didn't say anything, but it was obvious from their eyes that they also wanted to go, but they didn't dare to say it. Seeing them like this, Xianxia was extremely amused. "Why are you looking at us like that? Of course you have to come with us." Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia immediately smiled when they heard Xianxia say that they could go together. They hurriedly stood up to clear the table. Xianxia looked at Wang Suilon and Pei Baoshan. "Dad, Mom, let's go together." Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilon looked at each other. "Let's not go." After all, the mosquito repellent. Without waiting for the two of them to finish speaking, Xianxia directly interrupted them. "Money can't be earned no matter when, so we can't work day and night. We have to have our own lives, don't you think so? Besides, we don't go there every day. Isn't this a special situation?" Xianxia's words were very reasonable. Even if Wang Suilon wanted to refute, he couldn't find a reason to do so, so he simply nodded. "I'll listen to you. Let's all go." After the discussion, the family packed up and prepared to go out. They weren't going to any famous scenic spots. Instead, they were going to find a park or zoo to walk around. These were all places that children liked to go to. Chen Bing had left yesterday afternoon and didn't come over today. Naturally, they didn't have a car to sit in. But it didn't matter. They could take the bus. They had been in North City for some time. Not to mention Jiang Ran, even Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan would take the bus when they went out. They didn't have to worry about getting lost at all. Therefore, it was said that humans were very adaptable. When they had no choice but to adapt, people could adapt faster. No matter where they went or what kind of life they lived, they didn't have to worry. The body often reacted faster than the brain. On the bus, the most excited person was Pei Jing. For a child, being able to go out and play with his family was the happiest thing in the world. Even though he still didn't know where they were going to play, it didn't stop him from being happy. A child's smile was also very contagious. Seeing Pei Jing beaming with joy, Jiang Ran and the others also laughed along. More than half an hour later, they alighted from the bus and arrived at the entrance of the park. It happened to be a Sunday. Most people who didn't have to go to work would bring their families to the park for a walk. There were even more people who brought their children. This place was practically a child's paradise. As soon as they alighted, they saw many children who were about the same age as Pei Jing. Pei Jing was an extroverted child and had always liked to play with other children. Now that he saw so many children of his age, although he didn't immediately rush up to them, he couldn't take his eyes off them. Seeing Pei Jing like this, Jiang Ran immediately said, "Xiao Jing wants to play with other children? Then let's go there." Pei Jing raised his head and looked at Jiang Ran. "Then will mommy come with me?" Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran wasn't the kind of person who especially liked children. It was only because Pei Jing was his own child that he liked him. However, it was actually a little difficult for her to play with other children. Before Jiang Ran could think of a reply, Pei Xianxia had already walked up to them and said, "Xiao Jing, Auntie will play with you, okay?" It was fine as long as there was someone to play with him. As for who exactly it was, Pei Jing wasn't picky, so he immediately nodded and said, "Okay." Seeing Pei Xianxia walk away holding Pei Jing's hand, Jiang Ran smiled at Pei Huai, who was beside him, and said, "Xianxia is much more patient than I am." Jiang Ran also knew why. After Pei Jing was born, the original owner didn't care much. At that time, Wang Suilan and Pei Jing were busy with the farm matters and couldn't take care of Pei Jing every day. Hence, most of the time, it was Pei Xianxia who took care of Pei Jing. Of course, Pei Yang also took care of him. Compared to the two of them, Jiang Ran's time to take care of the child was really limited. After Pei Huai heard Jiang Ran's words, he nodded. Everyone is good at different things. Just do what you are good at. For those that are not very good at, you can try to do it, but you don't necessarily have to do it well. Zhang's gazes on Pei Huai. Needless to say, Pei Huai's words were very good. "Let's go in too," Jiang Ran said. Pei Huai nodded and followed in. Of course, they didn't come empty-handed. They also brought a lot of snacks, fruits, and drinks. It was a very good choice to have a picnic in early summer. Obviously, there were many people who had the same idea as them. After entering the park, they could see that there were basically people in the shady places. Some of them had been there for a long time. The things were neatly arranged, and people were sitting at the side, chatting and laughing. There were also children chasing and playing around. Some of them had just arrived like them, but they were one step ahead of them. They had already chosen a place and were arranging things. The shady places were all occupied. Jiang Ran and the others were not in a hurry and continued to walk in. This park was so big that it was really easy to find a shady place. A few minutes later, they saw a shady area. It happened to be on a small hill. The position was relatively high and it was a very good viewing spot. After asking for the opinions of the crowd, they went straight up. When they reached the shady area, they put down the things in their hands and took out a blanket to spread out. Only then did they take out all the food and put it on one by one. It was not impossible to sit directly on the blanket, but it was not very comfortable. Therefore, when they came over, Jiang Ran specially asked someone to bring a cushion. It was the kind of straw cushion that had a certain thickness. When sitting on it, it was soft and very comfortable. Jiang Ran sat down, and Pei Huai sat next to her. Their eyes fell on the same place. They were both looking at Pei Jing, who was playing with the children at the bottom of the hill. Pei Xianxia stood there and watched with a gentle smile on her face. Because it was already summer, Pei Xianxia was wearing a long blue dress today. It had puffy sleeves, a big skirt, and a long blue lacing. It was full of the style of a palace. In order to match the dress better, Pei Xianxia wore white socks with lace edges and black leather shoes. Pei Xianxia's hair was very well taken care of. It was black and soft, and it already reached her waist. Unlike Jiang Ran's natural curls, Pei Xianxia's hair was naturally straight and smooth. With her long black hair and this dress, she was a living little princess. The more Jiang Ran looked at her, the more satisfied she was. She especially wanted to say that youth was invincible. Her youthful face was white and tender, full of collagen. When under the sun, it was as if the sun was plated with a layer of gold. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream. Jiang Ran's eyesight was very good. From her angle, she could see Pei Xianxia's side profile. She could even see the soft hair on Pei Xianxia's face. Although Jiang Ran did not have a daughter, at this moment, she suddenly felt that her family's daughter had grown up. Pei Huai sat next to Jiang Ran. He originally wanted to have a good chat with Jiang Ran. However, he realized that Jiang Ran kept looking down. When he followed Jiang Ran's gaze and saw that Jiang Ran was looking at Pei Xianxia, Pei Huai felt even more complicated. Sigh. Hearing Pei Huai sigh, Jiang Ran looked away and looked at Pei Huai. Why are you sighing for no reason? Pei Huai shook his head. I'm sitting right beside you, but you don't even look at me. If I don't sigh now, when will I sigh? Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai with a complicated expression. She really did not expect Pei Huai to be like this. Pei Huai did not feel embarrassed at all when Jiang Ran stared at him like this. What was there to be embarrassed about with his wife? If he did not act coquettishly when he should, no one would look at him when he wanted to act coquettishly in the future. This was not a fallacy. It was the truth that he had learned after spending so much time with Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran did not know what Pei Huai was thinking. Looking at Pei Huai, Jiang Ran did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she did not dislike this feeling. After thinking about it, Jiang Ran reached out and took a bunch of grapes. She plucked one and put it in front of Pei Huai's mouth. Eat a grape. If you cover your mouth, you won't have a chance to sigh. Pei Yang happened to be sitting opposite the two of them. Not only did he hear their conversation clearly, but he also saw their movements. At this moment, Pei Yang shook his body and turned his face away, no longer looking at them. Pei Yang really wondered if the person sitting opposite him was really his big brother. His big brother was actually like this? Was it really like what the book said? Was this the so-called you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature? No matter what kind of person they were, they had another side that no one knew about. This was probably the other side of his big brother that no one knew about. Pei Yang didn't dare to look too much, for fear that his big brother would find out that he was staring at him. What if he killed him to protect his dignity as a big brother? Although Pei Yang didn't say anything and didn't show much expression on his face, the thoughts in his mind could already be written into a book. Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan also saw the interaction between Jiang Ran and Pei Huai, but their thoughts were completely different from Pei Yang's. Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan looked at each other and laughed at the same time. That's right, the two of them also used to be young. They knew very well how young couples should get along with each other. For example, the way Pei Huai and Jiang Ran got along previously was problematic. For this reason, the two of them used to worry a lot. Although they didn't say it out loud, they also felt worried in their hearts. It was different now. Seeing that the two of them got along so well, they were relieved. Jiang Ran didn't expect that just for a grape, it would cause the other people in the family to have so many ideas. After feeding a grape, Jiang Ran earned a grape and put it in his mouth. As he ate the grape, Jiang Ran's gaze subconsciously swept down the hill. At this glance, Jiang Ran's eyes widened. Pei Xianxia, who had been standing there alone just a moment ago, was now accompanied by a young man. Judging from his age, he was probably about the same age as Pei Yang. He was quite tall. Boys his age were all tall and skinny. He looked like a bamboo pole. Because his back was facing this side, Jiang Ran could not see his expression at this time. Pei Shanshan was also blocked by him, so Jiang Ran couldn't see Pei Shanshan's expression. Jiang Ran did not continue to watch. Instead, he stood up directly. Jiang Ran suddenly stood up, which immediately attracted the attention of the other 4 people present. The 4 people looked at Jiang Ran at the same time. What happened? Jiang Ran pointed down. That person is talking to Shanshan. Pei Yang stood up without hesitation. Where are you? Who? If he dares to pester my sister, I'll teach him a lesson. When Pei Yang said these words, he didn't even see the situation clearly. He had already rushed down the hill. Seeing him like this, Jiang Ran did not dare to have the slightest delay and hurriedly followed him. Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang were, after all, siblings who had grown up together. In the blink of an eye, Pei Shanshan recognized Pei Yang. Second brother? The boy standing beside them laughed when he heard Pei Shanshan's words. Second brother. Upon hearing his words, Pei Yang immediately frowned and said, What are you saying? Who's your second brother? He had never seen this person before, yet he called him brother. As the saying goes, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. This person was definitely not a good person and definitely did not have any good intentions. Without even thinking, Pei Yang pulled Pei Shanshan and prepared to leave. Pei Shanshan did not follow them immediately and said, Second brother, you're not going to care about Xiao Jing anymore? Pei Yang was speechless. Pei Yang patted his head in frustration. It was all his fault for being so nervous that he had forgotten about Pei Jing. At this moment, Jiang Ran and Pei Huai walked over one after the other and happened to hear Pei Shanshan's words. Pei Huai immediately shouted at Pei Jing, who was playing with the other children. Xiao Jing, come over here first. Let's play later, okay? Pei Jing was a very well-behaved and obedient child. Upon hearing this, he immediately waved at the children beside him and ran over with his short legs. After a while, Pei Jing ran over and held Pei Huai's hand with one hand and Jiang Ran's hand with the other. Seeing this, Pei Yang pulled Pei Shanshan and hurriedly walked up the hill. As they walked, he said, In the future, don't talk to strangers. You should know if they're good people before you talk to them. When Pei Shanshan heard this, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she still nodded. Okay. I won't tell you. As they spoke, the 2 of them walked to the hillside and sat down on the cushions. Pei Yang looked at Pei Shanshan. What were you talking to that person about? Pei Shanshan looked puzzled. Nothing much. He just came over to ask for directions. Upon hearing this, Pei Yang laughed. This is a park. Why would he ask for directions? You've never been here before and you don't know the way. What can you say to him? Yeah. Pei Shanshan nodded. That's what I told him. It's my first time here, so I don't know the way to the park. I told him to ask someone else. After Jiang Ran heard the conversation between the 2 siblings, he also laughed. As expected of brother and sister. Both of their thoughts were exactly the same. Just by looking at Pei Shanshan, he knew that she was definitely not enlightened. Although Pei Yang himself didn't want to get married, he was actually a little enlightened in this regard. At least, he knew more than Pei Shanshan. The next time you meet such a person, just ignore him. People like him who ask for directions in the park must be crazy. While he was talking, the person he said had a problem in his head was already walking towards them. They were the only family here. Since the boy was walking towards them, it was obvious that he was looking for them. To be exact, he was looking for Pei Shanshan. Since Pei Huai had said so, Jiang Ran naturally had no objections. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai sat side by side, neither of them moving. They just quietly watched the development of the situation. The tall and thin boy had already walked up to Pei Yang. Pei Yang frowned and looked at the boy in front of him with a displeased expression. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Second brother, hello, my name is Qin Chuan, who's your second brother? Who asked your name? Pei Yang took a step back. I'm asking you what you're doing here. I just want to thank you, for what? For showing me the way just now. Pei Xianxia heard this and immediately waved her hand. No, I didn't show you the way just now. I don't know the way. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran lowered her head, trying not to let others see that the corner of her mouth had already turned up. She couldn't be blamed for this. It was really funny that they talked too much. Jiang Ran's little actions could be hidden from others, but not from Pei Huai, who was sitting next to her. However, Pei Huai just glanced at Jiang Ran and said nothing. On the other side, Qin Chuan also became a little helpless because of Pei Xianxian's words. At this time, Pei Yang asked a question. Qin Chuan, right? Where are you from? Bay City. Who came to the park with? With my family. Who's with you? Dad, Mom, Dad, Grandma. Is this your first time here? No, I used to come here often. Before he finished speaking, Qin Chuan covered his mouth with a look of regret. Pei Yang sneered. You're from Bay City and used to come to this park with your family. Why are you asking for directions? What directions are you asking for? Qin Chuan mumbled for a while. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to. He could only open his pair of innocent eyes and look at Pei Yang with pleading eyes. Looking at his eyes, he was probably begging Pei Yang not to ask any more questions. But obviously, Pei Yang couldn't understand the look in his eyes. Or, even if he understood, he would pretend that he didn't see it. Alright, you don't need to ask for directions. My sister doesn't know the way either, so you don't need to thank her. Hurry up and go. Pei Yang directly drove him away. Qin Chuan didn't want to leave, but he couldn't think of a reason to stay. He could only leave dejectedly. He was tall and thin to begin with, and now his head drooped down like a mop swinging back and forth, making people want to laugh. Just knowing a name and seeing it in her eyes was not enough at all. Most importantly, Pei Xianxian did not have the slightest bit of thought in this regard. Jiang Ran did not continue thinking about it. Instead, she changed the topic. The family sat together, chatting and laughing merrily. Although the sun was shining brightly, there was also a breeze, so the weather was not hot. The adults could sit still, but the children could not. After eating for a while, Pei Jing could not sit still anymore. He wanted to fly a kite. The wind was not bad today. It was just right for flying a kite, so they brought a kite with them when they came. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian accompanied Pei Jing to fly a kite. Jiang Ran was still sitting there, motionless. Wang Zuilan looked over and said, Ran, don't sit still. You don't have to accompany your dad and me. We are both adults. How can we get lost? Go ahead and have fun. Jiang Ran shook her head decisively and said, Mom, I'm not sitting here to accompany you and Dad. I really don't want to go. She did not want to stand up at all, let alone have fun. She just wanted to sit there quietly. She did not want to go anywhere. Seeing that Jiang Ran was sincere, Wang Zuilan rolled his eyes and stood up. He said to Pei Baoshan, who was beside him, Let's go. Let's go take a walk. Jiang Ran looked over worriedly. However, before she could say anything, Wang Zuilan waved his hand and said, We are all adults. How can we get lost? Besides, even if we do get lost, we can still ask for directions. Jiang Ran could not help but laugh when she heard the words ask for directions. Pei Baoshan stood up and followed Wang Zuilan down the hill. The two of them walked slowly along the path. They talked as they walked. Just by looking at their backs, one could tell that they were very happy at this moment. No matter how old a couple was, they needed to be alone. Wang Zuilan and Pei Baoshan stood up and left not only to create an opportunity for Jiang Ran and Pei Huai, but also to be alone for a while. Without the presence of others, Jiang Ran and Pei Huai naturally spoke more freely. The two of them didn't have to say sweet words. They just talked about themselves, the scenery, the weather, and the people around them. They were very happy. After a while, Pei Yang ran back, sweating profusely. He picked up the teacup and drank a cup of water. Then, he pointed at the kite in the sky and showed it to Jiang Ran and Pei Huai. Big brother, sister-in-law, look, I've started flying the kite. The blue sky was dotted with large white clouds. With these as the background, the kite was very eye-catching. At a glance, several kites could be seen. Xianxia could not see which one belonged to them. However, she had drawn the picture on the kite herself. Hence, after staring at it for a while, Xianxia found it. But as soon as he saw it, Xianxia frowned. There was another kite beside their kite. From the looks of it, the two kites were about to get entangled. Xianxia pointed and said, "Pei Yang, look, that kite is about to get entangled." Pei Yang raised his head and looked in that direction. He immediately jumped up in excitement. "Whose kite is that? How did you fly it?" As he shouted, he also ran in that direction. Seeing Pei Yang run away in a hurry, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Sometimes, he looked quite mature. But when he was funny, he was like a child. That should be Xianxia's kite. Hearing Pei Huai's words, Xianxia looked at Pei Huai in surprise. "How did you know?" Pei Huai turned his head and gestured to the other side. "Look." Xianxia looked over and indeed saw Xianxia. He was also flying a kite. Looking at Xianxia's nervous and regretful face, he knew that Xianxia did not intend for the two kites to be entangled together. After realizing that Xianxia did not intend for the two kites to be entangled together, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Subconsciously, Xianxia still hoped that there would be more good people and fewer scheming people. After Xianxia and Pei Yang's efforts, the two kites that were entangled together were finally untied and flew higher together. Pei Yang didn't know if it was because of this incident, but when he looked at Xianxia again, his gaze was much gentler than before. He was no longer guarded against him as if he was a wolf. Xianxia smiled brightly at Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian, but he did not walk over. Thinking about it, he knew that it was not good to approach a girl rashly. At least, he would not leave a good impression on Pei Xianxian and her family. They stayed there until the afternoon before going to the zoo next door. At this time, there were not many animals in the zoo. There were not many species and the scenery was not very beautiful. However, this was in Xianxia's eyes. In other people's eyes, this was obviously a very interesting zoo. Even if it was a little monkey, Pei Jing could look at it with great interest. He even fed the monkey the bananas they brought. After walking around the zoo for more than an hour, it was almost time. Then, they got on the bus. While sitting in the car, Xianxia deliberately observed Pei Xianxian's expression and found that he didn't seem to be disappointed. Obviously, she did not take Xianxia seriously at all. She wouldn't feel disappointed because she might never see him again. This was also quite good. Xianxia retracted his gaze and looked out of the window. It was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but because it was summer, the sky turned dark later. Therefore, at this time, the sun was still hanging in the sky. The sunlight was still very bright, and it didn't look like it was going to turn dark at all. As soon as he got home, exhaustion overwhelmed him. After all, staying outside for a day wasn't as comfortable as staying at home. After everyone went to wash up, they made some simple dinner. After dinner, the sky turned dark and everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, he woke up early. After breakfast, Xianxia and Pei Huai sent Pei Jing to kindergarten. They didn't ride their bikes either. They just walked. On the way, Pei Jing jumped up and down, looking exceptionally happy. Seeing that he was so happy, Xianxia smiled and asked, "Xiao Jing, why are you so happy today?" Pei Jing looked up and flashed a bright smile at Xianxia. "I'm very happy that Mom and Dad are sending me to kindergarten together." Although he said this with a smile and was indeed speaking the truth, when Xianxia heard these words, she still felt a little sour in her heart. It was normal for parents to send their children to kindergarten together. However, Pei Jing was so happy now. Furthermore, in the near future, Pei Huai would not be able to send Pei Huai to kindergarten with her. Pei Jing was a very smart child. Xianxia believed that even if she did not say this, Pei Jing would know. However, Pei Jing would not cry because of this. Instead, he would enjoy the happiness that he had now. This kind of person could only lead a better life. But if she understood him better, she would inevitably feel sorry for him. Xianxia fell silent. Pei Huai, who was beside her, looked at Xianxia. "It's okay. Wait until next year. We will definitely be able to send Xiao Jing to kindergarten together every day." Before Jiangran could say anything, Pei Jing had already started laughing. Daddy, is what you said true? Pei Huai smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. Pei Jing also nodded and said seriously, Daddy has never lied. Since Daddy has said so, then it must be true. Oh, this is really great. Daddy can send me to kindergarten together with Mommy every day next year. Hearing Pei Jing's cheers, Jiangran also laughed along. Even a child like Pei Jing knew how to wait and cherish the moment. How could she, as a mother, lose to her son? As they spoke, they had already arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten. They were allowed to enter the kindergarten. They could only leave after sending the child to the classroom and handing him over to the teacher. This was also for the sake of safety. Pei Jing's teacher had met Jiangran before. When she saw Jiangran, she smiled and greeted her. Xiao Jing's mother, are you the one who sent him here today? This person beside you must be Xiao Jing's father. He looks really handsome. I've never seen him before. I've been quite busy before. I've always been out of town, Pei Huai said. So you've been out of town? That must be really tough. Jiangran actually didn't like this kind of small talk. Fortunately, Pei Huai was there. Jiangran didn't have to open his mouth to speak. He just needed to keep a smile on his face. The other parents had also sent their children over. Naturally, they couldn't keep talking to them, so they could leave. After leaving the kindergarten, Jiangran breathed a sigh of relief. I really want to, what are you thinking? I just want to stay in my courtyard, plant some herbs, research some herbs, and make some ointment. I don't want to interact with too many people. Without waiting for Pei Huai to speak, Jiangran laughed. But I know it's not good. Living in the world, people have to deal with others. It's impossible to live in one's own world. If I really live in my own world, I won't be able to stand it after a long time. She would just treat it as her beautiful hope. Seeing that she understood it, Pei Huai just reached out and held her hand. He didn't say much on this topic. The two of them slowly walked back together. When they were about to reach the door, they saw Chen Bing's car. I told him to come and find me today. We'll go out together, Pei Huai explained to Jiangran. Jiangran nodded. Pei Huai came to Bay City to do business. He had been staying at home with them for the past 2 days. Now, it was time for him to do business. After the two of them entered the house, they saw Chen Bing and Pei Yang sitting in the courtyard. The two of them were talking. When they saw Jiangran and Pei Huai, they looked over at the same time. I was just saying. You just went to send Xiao Jing to school. Why didn't you come back for so long? Pei Huai smiled at Chen Bing. Do you have other things to do? Chen Bing immediately shook his head. Of course not. I promised you that I would go shopping with you. How could I have other things to do? Since that's the case, what does it matter when I come back? Chen Bing looked at Pei Huai. After a while, he found his voice. No, old Pei, you can't say that. If you don't come back earlier, do you want me to wait for you? You don't want to wait for me? Jiangran was speechless. Jiangran tried to hold it in. In the end, he could not hold it in and laughed out loud. When they heard Jiangran's laughter, they all looked at Jiangran. Pei Huai was also puzzled. What's wrong? Why did he suddenly laugh like that? Jiangran only felt that the conversation between Pei Huai and Chen Bing just now was a little, of course, he could only think about it in his heart. He absolutely could not say it out loud. Therefore, Jiangran shook his head decisively. Nothing, nothing. Seeing that Jiangran did not intend to say anything, Pei Huai nodded and did not continue to ask. We're going to go shopping now, Pei Huai said to Jiangran. Hearing that he was talking about business, Jiangran's expression immediately became serious. He nodded. Go. I have my own things to do today. After playing around for 2 days, he did not make any mosquito repellent. It was time to start. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan were not in the courtyard. They could not be in the house. They must be busy in the courtyard next door. After sending off Pei Huai and Chen Bing, Jiangran went to the courtyard next door. As expected, he saw Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan who were busy. Wang Zuelan was surprised to see Jiangran. Ran, why are you here? Hearing Wang Zuilan's question, Jiang Ran felt even more surprised. If I don't come over, where would I go? Why didn't you go shopping with boss? Hearing this, Jiang Ran was a little amused. He's going to buy his things. I don't know those things, so why should I go with him? Besides, there's nothing I can help with. That was true. But, Wang Zuilan opened his mouth, but that was all he said. He didn't know how to continue. Because Jiang Ran was right. Jiang Ran was very capable and smart, but she and Pei Huai were good at two completely different things. Thinking about it carefully, Jiang Ran did not seem to have asked him to accompany her or help her with anything. Perhaps young people always had their own ideas. They did not have to be together all the time. And they did not need to do the same thing. With that thought in mind, Wang Zuilan did not continue. Jiang Ran helped Wang Zuilan make the mosquito repellent. With her help, the speed was naturally much faster. While they were busy, Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang were not idle either. The two of them were studying seriously. Jiang Ran did not look at the main room. Instead, he walked straight to the main door and opened it. Chen Bing, who was standing outside the door, smiled at Jiang Ran when he saw the door suddenly open. Ran, I was just about to knock on the door when you came over. Your ears are so sharp. Chen Bing looked like he was talking to Jiang Ran, but his eyes were actually glancing at Pei Huai. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai did not say much about the hidden meaning in his words. They just smiled. How was it? Did everything go well today? Jiang Ran asked. Chen Bing nodded and said, It went well. That's good. Jiang Ran nodded and then pointed to the watch on his wrist. It's time to pick up Xiao Jing. Let's go over now. These words were directed at Pei Huai. Pei Huai immediately nodded. Okay, let's go over now. Pei Huai agreed and then said to Chen Bing, I'm going to pick up Xiao Jing with Ran. You go in and rest first. We'll talk when I come back. Chen Bing immediately waved his hand and said, Okay. Go on. Oh yes, do you want to drive there? It'll be faster. Jiang Ran immediately rejected the idea and said, It's not far away. There's no need to drive. Besides, there are only children at the kindergarten. It's not convenient to drive. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, Chen Bing nodded in agreement and said, You're so thoughtful. Since that's the case, you can go ahead. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai walked in the direction of the kindergarten together. The two of them did not remain silent on the way. Instead, they talked about what they had done for the day. As they talked, they arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten. They arrived early. When they reached the entrance, there were still a few minutes before school ended. There were already many parents standing outside waiting to pick up their children. While talking to Pei Huai, Jiang Ran inadvertently glanced at the people around him. However, Jiang Ran was stunned by what he saw. Because Jiang Ran saw an unexpected person. It was Chen Meirong. What was Chen Meirong doing here? Could it be that her family also had children studying here? This wasn't impossible. Due to this thought, Jiang Ran did not immediately rush forward. After all, this was a public place. If she could come, so could Chen Meirong. But for some reason, after seeing Chen Meirong, Jiang Ran's heart became a little uneasy. A few minutes seemed to have become extremely long. Every minute and second turned into torture. Fortunately, these few minutes were finally over. As the bell rang, the door of the kindergarten opened. The parents who were waiting at the door swarmed in and soon disappeared at the door. Chen Meirong also disappeared. Jiang Ran ignored her and quickly walked toward Pei Jing's class. The kindergarten teacher was standing beside Pei Jing and Chen Meirong, trying her best to dissuade Chen Meirong. Auntie, I've never seen you before. It's impossible for me to let Xiao Jing go with you. Besides, his parents sent him here in the morning. At that time, they said that they would definitely come to pick him up tonight. What's wrong with you, teacher? I told you that his parents can't come over tonight because they have something to do. They asked me to come and pick him up. Why don't you listen to me? I'm his grandmother. How can I sell him out? Didn't I just tell you? I know his parents' names, and I also know his name. If I'm not his grandmother, how can I know these things? I'm warning you. Let me take him away right now, or what do you want? Jiang said. She took a few steps forward and was already beside Chen Meirong. As soon as he saw Jiang, Pei Jing immediately pursed his little mouth. It was obvious that he was about to cry. Mom. Although he felt wronged and wanted to cry, Pei Jing didn't let his tears fall even though tears were already rolling in his eyes. Seeing Pei Jing like this, Jiang heart suddenly ached. Without talking nonsense with Chen Meirong, Jiang reached out and pulled Chen Meirong's hand away. She bent down and picked up Pei Jing. Teacher, thank you for what you did today. In the future, as long as his grandmother and I don't come to pick him up, you can't hand him over to anyone else. The moment the teacher saw Jiang, she was obviously relieved. She nodded repeatedly after hearing these words. Don't worry. Since the child is in our hands, we will definitely protect his safety. If you don't come to pick him up, we will never let him go. After what happened just now, Jiang naturally believed the teacher's words. Jiang didn't look at Chen Meirong again. She left directly with Pei Jing in her arms. A trace of panic flashed across Chen Meirong's face when she saw this, but she still hurried to follow. Ran. I really don't have any bad intentions. I just heard that he's going to school here, so I wanted to come and see him. After all, he's my grandson. Since he came to Bay City as a grandson, of course, he should go to his grandmother's house. Don't you think so? I originally wanted to invite you, but when I thought about how we didn't get along well last time, I wanted to start with the children. Jiang walked quickly and ignored what Chen Meirong behind her. At this moment, he was a little. If he had known this would happen, he would have listened to Chen Bing and driven here directly. If he had driven here, he would have gotten in the car and left. Chen Meirong wouldn't have been able to catch up with him. Chen Meirong was probably annoyed by the chase, so she shouted, Jiang, stop right there. Hearing this, Jiang did not stop in the slightest. He continued to walk forward quickly. Pei Huai followed behind Jiang. At this moment, he stopped and turned to look at Chen Meirong. Based on what you just did, if we call the police, you will be charged with attempted kidnapping. Hearing Pei Huai's sudden words, Chen Meirong was obviously shocked. But soon, Chen Meirong regained her composure. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm his grandmother. I'm taking him to his grandmother's house. How is that kidnapping? You're his grandmother? Who can prove it? What does Jiang have to do with you? How is it not related? She's my daughter. How can you prove it? Is it because you look alike? There are so many people in this world who look alike. Are they all your daughters? Hearing Pei Huai's words, Chen Meirong didn't know what to say for a while. After stammering for a long time, Chen Meirong found her voice. Don't talk nonsense with me here. I said she's my daughter, so she's my daughter. Have you heard of the saying that there's no overnight feud between mother and daughter? Even if she blames me for what happened back then, people's hearts are made of flesh. She's also a mother now. She'll certainly understand my feelings and understand my difficulties over the years. We'll get along well sooner or later. How can you be sure that she won't blame you in the future if you stop me now? Pei Huai chuckled and looked at Chen Meirong meaningfully. It's precisely because she's also a mother like you that she won't forgive you. After saying this, Pei Huai turned around without hesitation and prepared to leave. If he had any idea of letting Jiang try to get along with the people of family Jiang before, it was entirely because of Jiangji. But now, that little idea had completely disappeared. The people of family Jiang each had their own problems, and each one was worse than the other. Jiangji could only be regarded as the one with a lighter illness among them. But this was not enough for Jiang to go back to the Jiang family and suffer these people's anger for him. At this moment, Pei Huai only felt lucky. He was lucky that Jiang was a very opinionated person and would not change her mind because of any actions or opinions of others. Otherwise, how difficult would Jiang's life be now? Pei Huai walked quickly all the way. When he reached a place with fewer people, he directly ran. After running for a while, he finally caught up with Jiang. Jiang was still holding Pei Jing. He didn't put him down and walk by himself. Pei Huai glanced at Jiang Ran. Although he was a little distressed and worried that Jiang Ran would be tired, he still didn't say that he wanted to carry Jiang Ran for a while. Because at this moment, he understood that Jiang Ran could only feel safe with Pei Jing in his arms. Pei Jing was obviously shocked. After all, he was only 4 years old this year. For such a big child to suddenly experience such a thing, it was inevitable that he would be frightened. Her face, which was always full of smiles, was now expressionless. On her fair and tender face, the red circles around her eyes were even more obvious. His eyes were especially bright because they had been washed by tears. When Pei Huai approached, Pei Jing looked at Pei Huai and called out to him softly. Pei Huai reached out and rubbed Pei Jing's head. "Xiao Jing, don't be afraid. It's all right now." Pei Jing nodded. "I'm not afraid." Although he said that, his little hands hugged Jiang Ran's neck even harder. It wasn't until the family of 3 was about to reach the door that Pei Jing let go of Jiang Ran's neck. Perhaps because she had returned home and felt a sense of security, Pei Jing's mind became active again and she asked a question. "Mom, was that really Grandma just now?" Jiang Ran looked at Pei Jing. "In terms of blood relations, yes. But in terms of what I think, she wasn't." "Xiao Jing, do you want a grandma?" Upon hearing Pei Jing's reply, Jiang Ran laughed. If it had been someone else who said this, it might have sounded perfunctory or greasy. But now that it was Pei Jing who said this, all these feelings were gone. This was not a double standard. It was just that Pei Jing was a grown child who only had his mother in his heart. His words would only make one's heart ache. As long as he had his mother, he would want whatever his mother wanted. If his mother did not want it, he would not want it either. Jiang Ran stroked Pei Jing's little face and said, "Then we don't want Granny." "Yes, we don't want Granny." As they spoke, they had already entered the main gate. Coincidentally, Wang Zuelan was in the courtyard and heard the conversation between the mother and son. "What Granny?" Wang Zuelan did not realize anything else, so he asked with a smile, "Why are you suddenly talking about Granny?" Jiang Ran did not intend to hide what had just happened. She might not pick up Pei Jing every day. Of course, she had to tell the rest of the family about this in case they were unprepared. Jiang Ran walked to the stone table and sat down. She let Pei Jing sit on her lap and then told him what had just happened. The more Wang Zuelan listened, the worse his expression became. When he heard the last part, his expression was both angry and sad. When he looked at Pei Jing, his eyes were red. She was a grandmother herself. When it came to Pei Jing, such a well-behaved and obedient grandson, she was afraid that he would melt in her mouth. She would never have thought that someone would have designs on Pei Jing. Especially when this person was Pei Jing's biological grandmother. Pei Jing and Chen Meirong did not have any emotional foundation. Chen Meirong went to the kindergarten just like that and wanted to take Pei Jing away. Wasn't she afraid that she would scare Pei Jing? Fortunately, the kindergarten teacher was more responsible and did not let go no matter what. Otherwise, wouldn't Pei Jing have been scared out of his wits today? At the thought of this, Wang Zuelan's heart ached terribly. As expected, blood relations and whatnot were all empty. Only those who had really grown up by his side would have feelings and heartache. Pei Xianxia came out of the house. When she saw Pei Jing, she called Pei Jing over to play. Pei Jing did not really want to go, so Jiang Ran spoke to him softly. "Xiao Jing, this is home. What's there to be afraid of? Our Xiao Jing is a man, he won't be afraid. Don't you think so, Xiao Jing?" After a moment's hesitation, he jumped out of Zhang's and ran over to Xianxia. "Little auntie is pretty." And her words were especially gentle. He was not afraid, he liked to play with little auntie. Wang Zuelan was even angrier when he heard the whole thing. After saying this, Wang Zuelan's voice became choked with sobs. "I just don't understand. Why would she do this?" It had been so long since they last met. Since Chen Meirong could find out where Pei Jing went to kindergarten, she could definitely find out where their family lived. If she really wanted to make peace, if she really cared about her daughter, Jiang Ran, she should have come to visit. What was she trying to achieve by doing this? Jiang Ran didn't know what Chen Meirong was trying to achieve, but this matter wouldn't be over just because Chen Meirong didn't succeed. Chen Bing was still there, talking to Pei Huai. After Jiang Ran comforted Wang Suilan, she walked over. Big brother Chen, I want to see Uncle Jiang. Chen Bing had already heard about what happened from Pei Huai. After hearing Jiang Ran's request, he agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow morning to pick you up. Let's go over together. If it wasn't for the fact that it was almost dark and it was impolite to visit at night, Jiang Ran would have gone over now. But she couldn't go now. She could only wait until tomorrow. In the evening, when she went to class, Jiang Ran's expression was cold. Her appearance was the kind of beauty that was aggressive. When her face was cold like this, the aura she exuded wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Those who liked to sneak a peek at Jiang Ran in the past didn't dare to look at Jiang Ran after realizing that Jiang Ran was different today, let alone come up to talk to her. Usually, Jiang Ran always had a smile on her face. Whether it was boys or girls, they always liked to come up to Jiang Ran to talk to her during class. They also had a very legitimate reason, and that was to ask her questions. At that time, Jiang Ran was very good-natured to answer them. But now that Jiang Ran had something on her mind, she naturally wasn't in the mood to deal with them. Seeing that they didn't come over to disturb him, Jiang Ran was very satisfied. After school, Jiang Ran stood up without hesitation and walked out quickly. Jiang Ran had never looked forward to tomorrow as much as he did now. Fortunately, anticipation was always useful. The night would always pass. The next morning, before breakfast was finished, Chen Bing came. Seeing Chen Bing come so early, he knew that Chen Bing must have not eaten breakfast. Pei Huai pulled out a chair. Come, sit down and eat. Chen Bing didn't decline. He sat down and started eating. After the meal, Wang Suilan didn't let them help clean up and told them to do their own things. Jiang Ran and the others took Pei Jing out of the house. After sending Pei Jing to kindergarten, they went to look for Jiang Tongyuan. Jiang Tongyuan spent most of his time at home. They came at the right time. Jiang Tongyuan was at home. Seeing them come, Jiang Tongyuan was a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. Ran? Why are you here? Come in quickly. Judging from Jiang Tongyuan's words, it seemed that he had been dissatisfied with Chen Meirong for a long time. Although this was what he thought, Jiang Ran did not ask anything. He only looked at Jiang Tongyuan quietly, waiting for him to speak. Jiang Ran did not wait long before Jiang Tongyuan spoke. Back then, the reason you went missing was because she took you out and had your clothes custom made. She did not pay attention to you at all. By the time she remembered you, you were already gone. After that, although she called the police, you know the situation at that time. Even the police wanted to do something, but they were powerless. After looking for you for a while, they could not find you. In the end, they could only give up. At first, she was very sad. She cried all day, and the people around her blamed her. But after a long time, perhaps because she could not bear the pressure, or because she wanted to find an excuse to make herself feel better, she started to criticize you. She said that she didn't plan to take you out that day, but you insisted on waiting to go out with her. She also said that you were disobedient. She told you to sit there obediently and wait, but you didn't listen and ran out alone. You were the one who was disobedient and ran away. In the end, everyone was criticizing her. She was under so much pressure that she might as well have died. She was tired of living. Her son and daughter cried all day by her side. Seeing that she still had a son and daughter, the family Jiang could not really force her to death. So, they went along with what she said, saying that it was all an accident and that it was not her fault. Under normal circumstances, she would have been satisfied with what she said. But she was not. She insisted that everyone change their words, saying that it was not her fault, but yours. It was because you were disobedient since you were young. You were not as caring as your two children. She had suffered so much because of you. At this point, Jiang Tongyuan sneered. This person, after deceiving herself for so long, she really thinks that others are deaf and blind. When you were young, you were very cute, obedient, and sensible. You were also very sweet. Every time people saw you, they would praise you. After praising you, they would praise her, saying that you looked like her and were well educated by her. She likes to be praised by others. That's why she brings you along wherever she goes. It was clearly raining heavily that day, but she still insisted on bringing you out. It was clearly her fault, but she refused to admit it. So many years have passed. Now that you're back and living a good life and you're capable, her feelings are even more complicated. Jiang Tongyuan didn't continue, but Jiang Ran understood. Now, Chen Meirong saw that she was back and living a good life. He felt that if he recognized her, he would be able to show off and be praised, so he wanted to recognize her. After discovering that she didn't have such thoughts, he decided to start with Pei Jing. After understanding all of this, Jiang Ran just wanted to laugh coldly. Chen Meirong was really stupid and greedy. After this incident, Jiang Ran had a deeper understanding that this was not the world in books. This was a real and complete world. Everyone who lived in this world had their own ideas. Even if these thoughts were good and evil, selfless and selfish. Jiang Ran snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Jiang Tongyuan. I actually came here today to see Old Master Jiang. Hearing how Jiang Ran addressed Jiang Ji, Jiang Tongyuan wanted to sigh. Jiang Ran had never been willing to call Jiang Ji grandpa. Now that Chen Meirong was involved, he was even more reluctant to call him that. However, there was nothing he could do about it. No one would be able to bear a grudge after experiencing such a thing. Not to mention, with Jiang Ran's personality, it was clear that he could not tolerate sand in his eyes. Jiang Tongyuan nodded. I understand. We should meet. I'll give him a call. Actually, after knowing that Jiang Ran and the others had come to North City, Jiang Ji wanted to gradually meet Jiang Ran. However, he was also a stubborn old man. He always felt that since Jiang Ran had come to North City, he had to meet him first. Therefore, he had been stubbornly holding on. Now, Jiang Ran was indeed going to take the initiative to meet him. However, the reason was definitely different from what Jiang Ji thought. Family Jiang. The family Jiang had been in North City for many years. The old house was also a courtyard house with several courtyards. Not only was it antique, but there were also many antiques inside. Although it was antique everywhere, there were many modern things. Of course, there was also a phone. The Jiang family, which was originally quiet, suddenly rang with the sound of a phone ringing. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. Chen Meirong was the first to rush to the phone. He picked it up and put it to his ear. Hello. If one listened carefully, one could hear the nervousness in Chen Meirong's voice. Hello, it's me, old general. Put old Jiang on the phone. Hearing that it was Jiang Tongyuan's voice, Chen Meirong heaved a sigh of relief. Okay. Jiang Ji was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. When she saw Chen Meirong like this, her eyes were filled with confusion. However, Jiang Ji never asked too much about her daughter-in-law. Hearing Chen Meirong say that it was Jiang Tongyuan calling, Jiang Ji immediately stood up and took the phone. From beginning to end, Jiang Ji only said 2 words. One was feeding, and the other was good. Then, the call was hung up. Although Chen Meirong sat on the other side of the sofa, he was still looking at them. Seeing that Jiang Ji was about to go out, Chen Meirong immediately stood up. Dad, are you going out? Jiang Ji looked at Chen Meirong. Why do you care if I go out? No, I didn't. Chen Meirong waved his hands and slowly sat back down. However, he kept staring at Jiang Ji until Jiang Ji was out of his sight. Then, he looked away in a daze. Seeing Chen Meirong like this, Jiang Yi only felt strange. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you meddling in Grandpa's affairs? Although Jiang Ji was old, in the family, Jiang Ji was still a man of his word. Jiang Ji might not meddle in everyone's affairs, but if he wanted to, he would. However, the people in the family could not interfere too much in his affairs. When she heard Chen Meirong talk about going to work, Jiang Yi's face fell instantly. What work? I don't want to go to work. Chen Meirong's expression turned serious when she heard this. She spoke with a tone of exasperation. How can you not go to work? If you don't go to work, where will you get your income? What do you want me to say if others ask you about it? Jiang Yi raised her head and said, just tell the truth. Can't you just say that I don't go to work at home? In a family like ours, there are many people whose children don't go to work. What's there to be embarrassed about? At this point, Xiangyi's face turned cold and she said, "Do you think that I've embarrassed you?" Chen Meirong turned her head away and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I think that?" It was said that no one knew a daughter better than her mother. This sentence was also applicable in reverse. Just by looking at Chen Meirong's reaction, Jiangyi already knew that she must have been right. It was as if she had touched Jiangyi's reverse scale. "I knew it." Jiangyi stood up and looked at Chen Meirong with an especially cold gaze. "You've been like this since you were young. Because she's prettier than me, people will praise her every time they see her. They will also praise you. So no matter where you go, you like to take her with you. It wasn't until she went missing that you had me and my brother in your eyes. Now that she's back and she's so pretty and you know that she's very capable, you think that if you acknowledge her, people will continue to praise you in the future? You're such a selfish person. You're always thinking about yourself. You don't deserve to be a mother." After Jiangyi shouted these words hysterically, she turned around and ran to the door without waiting for Chen Meirong's reaction. Almost in a moment, her figure disappeared from the door. Chen Meirong hadn't recovered from Jiangyi's words. When she came back to her senses, Jiangyi had already disappeared. Chen Meirong stared blankly at the door and her breathing gradually quickened. Chen Meirong wanted to say something, but she was the only one in the living room now. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Jiang Tongyuan returned to the courtyard after the phone call and saw Jiang Ran and the others sitting there in silence. Jiang Tongyuan sighed and said, "I've already called him. He said that he'll be here soon. It takes about half an hour to get here from his place. In Bay City, it took half an hour to get from one house to another." Although Jiang Tongyuan was anxious, he was not impatient to wait. After hearing Jiang Tongyuan's words, Jiang Ran nodded. "Thank you." Jiang Tongyuan waved his hand. "What's the trouble?" Jiang Ran smiled and didn't say anything else. The atmosphere became heavy again. Although Jiang Tongyuan was old, he was a lively person, and he especially didn't like such a dull atmosphere. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth. "You've been in Bay City for a while now. What are your plans for the future?" Jiang Tongyuan smiled and then replied, "I plan to go to school." She had already said this before. When Jiang Tongyuan heard this answer, he suddenly remembered that Jiang Tongyuan had already said this to him before. Seeing the awkward smile on Jiang Tongyuan's face, Chen Bing quickly came out to liven up the atmosphere. "Old Jiang, what do you do every day?" Hearing Chen Bing's words, Jiang Tongyuan knew that he was here to ease his awkwardness. Although this question was somewhat awkward, he had no other choice but to continue. "What else can an old man like me do? I just eat, drink, and bask in the sun." As soon as Jiang Tongyuan finished speaking, a regretful expression appeared on his face. His words really made it impossible for others to continue. After looking at each other, they all laughed at the same time. It seemed that now was indeed not the time to chat. It was better to keep quiet. Otherwise, the atmosphere would only become more and more awkward. After the few of them quieted down, time seemed to pass a little faster. Almost without feeling anything, half an hour passed. Jiang Tongyuan was right. Jiangji did take half an hour to come over. Almost at the moment Jiang Ran lowered his head to look at his watch, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Chen Bing immediately stood up. "I'll go open the door." Seeing that he moved so quickly, Jiang Ran did not fight with him for the door. After a while, Chen Bing walked to the door and opened it. He then moved aside to let Jiang Ji in. It had been half a year since they last met. This half a year might not be much to Jiang Ran. There was no visible change on his face. But for someone of Jiang Ji's age, half a year was very obvious. The wrinkles between his eyebrows deepened. Just by looking at those lines, one could tell that he had been frowning a lot in the past half a year. It seemed that his days were not too smooth. It was said that there were many fights in big families. It was normal for days to not be smooth sailing. Jiang Ran only glanced at it for a moment before looking away. Jiang Ji was an elder after all. Jiang Ran still stood up. After Xianxia walked closer and sat down, Jiangran also sat down. Xianxia looked at Jiangran and was still a little happy. But his happiness did not last long. Just now on the phone, Jiang Tongyuan only said that Jiangran was here and asked Xianxia to come over. He did not say what the reason was. The main thing was that it was not clear on the phone. It was better to say it in person. Now that he was here, Jiangran did not want to chat too much. Therefore, he went straight to the point and briefly repeated what he had said before. Following Jiangran's words, Jiangxi's face became more and more. He did not expect Jiangran to look for him. When he heard from Jiang Tongyuan that Jiangran was looking for him, he was very happy. After all, in his opinion, this was a form of admitting defeat. It was a good start. But he never thought that the reason would be like this. Jiangxia was silent for more than 10 minutes. Only then did he gradually adjust his emotions, and his expression relaxed. Jiangxia looked up at Jiangran and opened her mouth with some difficulty. Probably because of her complicated emotions at this time, Jiangxi's voice was particularly hoarse when she spoke. She was in the wrong in this matter. I really didn't expect her to do such a thing. Don't worry, I will definitely make her give you an explanation. Jiangran shook his head. I didn't ask you to come here today to ask for an explanation. I don't need her to give me an explanation. In fact, if I can, I don't want to see her in the future. I don't want to have anything to do with her. Jiangran's words made Jiangxia frown deeply. Jiangran, you can't be so absolute. This world is not black and white. Jiangran had lived for 2 lifetimes. Of course, he knew that this world was not black and white. But this principle was also something that he had to deal with. If it was something else, Jiangran could certainly tolerate it. But this time, it was about Pei Jing's safety. Chen Meirong could do this time because she wanted to take Pei Jing away. But what if she went even crazier next time? What if she wanted to hurt Pei Jing's life? If Jiangran told her about his worries, Jiangxia would definitely promise repeatedly that she would not let such a thing happen. But many things in this world were uncontrollable. Even if you are fully prepared, no matter how well you promise, accidents will still happen. Jiangran did not want such a thing to happen. So the best way was to control Chen Meirong's actions. As long as Chen Meirong did not come close to their family in the future, there would not be any accidents. I hope that you can keep an eye on her. Not only her, but everyone in family Jiang as well. Don't let them come close to me or my family. North City is so big and we don't live nearby. We have our own lives. If we don't do it deliberately, we won't have any interactions at all. Don't you think so? Jiangxia looked at Jiangran disapprovingly. In the past, we lived far away, so it was fine. But now that we are all in North City, why don't you want to try to get in touch? Do you think that everyone in this family is bad? What she did was wrong, but you can't just punish everyone just because she was the only one who did something wrong, right? That's unreasonable. Yes. What did you say? Jiangran looked at Jiangxia seriously. I said yes. No matter what you think in your heart, in my opinion, the Jiang family and I are not the same kind of people. Although we are related by blood, we live in different worlds. I have a different growth environment and have developed a different personality. I can't get along with you. Since that's the case, why force it? Isn't it good for each of us to live our own lives? To put it bluntly, I'm not a boy. Your family is not waiting for me to go back and inherit the throne. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not. Why do you have to be so aggressive and make things difficult for both sides? Jiangran sighed deeply at the end of his words. Looking at Jiangran like this, Jiangxia suddenly felt a little helpless. He and Jiangran were supposed to be the closest family in the world. Now they were talking face to face, but he felt that they did not understand each other. Seeing that Jiangxia had fallen silent, Jiangran did not stop. I asked you to come over this time because I want you to give me a guarantee. I also hope that we can resolve this matter in private. But if you don't agree, I can only think of other ways to resolve it. If things get too ugly, I'm not afraid of others talking about it. I just don't know if you'll mind if your family becomes the topic of gossip. Jiangxia was considered a reputable person in North City. Naturally, she did not want to live in the mouths of others. She did not want her family to become a laughingstock. Jiang Ran's words could be said to be a threat. But even if she was threatened, Xianxia could only accept it. Who asked these people in his family to only know how to drag him down? Xianxia let out a heavy sigh. All right. Don't worry. I'll make sure to keep an eye on them in the future. I'll never let them get close to you or your family again. Jiang Ran still had some trust in Xianxia's words. Jiang Ran nodded. After saying what needed to be said, Jiang Ran wanted to leave. At this moment, Xianxia stopped her. She took out a stack of papers from her bag. Seeing the paper that Xianxia handed to her, Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows. She did not reach out to take it. Instead, she asked directly, "What is this?" "This is what I prepared for you," Xianxia said. "Although you don't want to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the family Jiang, you're still a child of the family Jiang. After all these years, the family Jiang owes you a lot. This is what you deserve. It's also a compensation for you. There's a courtyard house with 3 entrances and a few shops here. The locations are not bad. These things are for you. You can use them yourself or sell them for money. It's up to you. However, I still suggest that you keep it. Bay City is developing very quickly now. It won't be long before the price of these houses will increase exponentially, so it's not worth it to sell it now." Hearing Jiangxi's words, Jiang Ran wanted to sigh again. "Old Master Jiang, I've said it many times. Whether it's a house, a shop, or anything else, I can buy it with my own money. I have no interest in anything related to the family Jiang. No matter what your reason is or what your mentality is, I will never accept these things. If I take a step back, I can only take a few steps back in the future. This is not what I want, and I will not do it. If you really feel guilty towards me, then don't let your family come over and disturb my life. Letting me live a peaceful life like this is the best compensation for me," Jiang Ran said very seriously. After finishing his words, he stood up. "I've said what I need to say. I hope this is the last time we discuss this issue. Some things are really annoying if we talk too much." Jiang Ran also knew that his words were very rude. However, he couldn't control himself. No matter who it was, their temper wouldn't be much better than hers at this moment. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Tongyuan. "I've troubled you today. I'll visit you again later. I'll take my leave first." Since Jiang Ran wanted to leave, Chen Bing and Pei Huai certainly couldn't stay. The two of them didn't speak from beginning to end, but they were both on Jiang Ran's side. Jiang Ran, Pei Huai, and Chen Bing quickly walked out of the door. After the 3 of them left, the courtyard fell into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Tongyuan finally opened his mouth. "Old Jiang. Regarding this matter, whether it was in the past or now, you guys are the ones who let her down. Since her greatest wish is for you guys to not disturb her, then you should do as she says." Upon hearing this, Jiangxi glared at Jiang Tongyuan. "That's easy for you to say. Anyway, she's not your granddaughter. If she's really my granddaughter, I won't let her be abducted." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Tongyuan's face was filled with regret. It was all his fault for speaking too quickly. He had blurted out those words without thinking. Jiang Tongyuan looked at Jiangxi's expression. Seeing that Jiangxi's expression was gloomy, he felt a little embarrassed. "That. I wasn't talking about you just now. What happened back then had nothing to do with you. You don't have to take it to heart." Jiangxi laughed self-deprecatingly. "Saying that it had nothing to do with me is just lying to yourself. Of course. I didn't say it back then. What about now?" The two of them fell silent. After some time, Jiangxi finally snapped out of his deep thoughts. "All right, you should rest. I'll go back now. Things at home should be settled properly." Jiang Tongyuan knew what Jiangxi was talking about, so he didn't ask him to stay. After sending Jiangxi off, Jiang Tongyuan shook his head helplessly. Life is unpredictable. Life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that one day, things would turn out like this? After Jiang Ran and the others left Jiang Tongyuan's courtyard, they took a detour out of the alley and got into the car. In the car, Pei Huai gently patted Jiang Ran's shoulder. the matter has been resolved. Don't take it to heart. Jiang Ran smiled at Pei Huai. Don't worry. What did she have to worry about? As long as the people from family Jiang did not come to bother her, she would not waste any extra energy thinking about them. Pei Huai certainly knew what kind of character Jiang Ran was. He knew that she was not trying to be brave, so he nodded with relief. Don't you have other things to do today? After you send me home, you can go ahead. Chen Bing looked at them worriedly through the rearview mirror. Otherwise, before Chen Bing could finish his words, Jiang Ran shook his head and said, Brother Chen, I'm fine. Let him do what he needs to do. He doesn't need to delay his work because of me. Chen Bing looked at Pei Huai through the rearview mirror and saw Pei Huai nod. Since Pei Huai had already agreed, Chen Bing naturally did not say anything more. Not long after, the car stopped in front of the house. Jiang Ran got out of the car and waved at the two of them. She watched as the car gradually disappeared into the distance before she turned around and knocked on the door. Almost as soon as she knocked on the door, footsteps could be heard approaching the door. Not long after, the door was opened from the inside. The person who opened the door was none other than Wang Xuelan. Obviously, Wang Xuelan had been waiting in the courtyard all this time. After talking to Wang Xuelan for a while, Jiang Ran comforted Wang Xuelan and he went to the other side to make mosquito repellent. As for Jiang Ran himself, he went into the house and planned to make some ointment. This time, the ointment that Jiang Ran was going to make was none other than the ointment. It was human nature to love beauty, regardless of gender or age. If one accidentally left a scar on one's body, one would always feel uncomfortable. When there was no other way, it was fine. Once there was a way, one would definitely think of a way to remove the scar. Especially when the scar was on the part that could not be covered. For example, on the face and hands. The scar removal ointment required many herbs. Some were cheap, and some were expensive. During this period of time, Jiang Ran had visited all the big and small pharmacies in Bay City and finally gathered all the medicinal ingredients. Previously, Jiang Ran was not in a hurry to make the scar removal ointment. But now, Jiang Ran was a little anxious. The sooner she made the scar removal ointment, the more money she would make. She could also make a name for herself. Having a certain reputation in Bay City would be beneficial to her and everyone in her family. In her previous life, Jiang Ran's reputation was very well known. She knew all too well the benefits it brought. It was just that after coming here, living an ordinary and quiet life was quite good, so he didn't go in this direction. But now, it seemed that reputation was not only a reputation, but also a kind of power. In her previous life, there were many scar removal ointment on the market. But there were not many that were really useful. Jiang Ran also studied for a long time before she finally made a truly effective scar removal ointment. Whether it was a knife wound, a sword wound, a burn wound, or an accidental scar, as long as she persisted for a period of time, it would improve. Scar removal was a long process. So, if one wanted to see great results in a week, 2 weeks, or 1 or 2 months, they would be disappointed. Even Jiang Ran thought that her scar removal ointment was very effective and wanted to completely remove the scar. It would take at least half a year. But compared to having a permanent scar, removing the scar in half a year was actually very fast. If anyone with a scar was given such a choice, they would undoubtedly choose to use the scar removal ointment. It was not something that could be done in a day or two. The process was very complicated. Any problem in the process would affect the efficacy of the medicine. Fortunately, Jiang Ran was not in a hurry. She was just starting to prepare now. Apart from that, he also had to customize some boxes to hold it in. He couldn't just casually put it in some small plastic boxes. That would make others look down on it. Moreover, the price of this scar removal ointment would not be cheap. If she casually packed it in a plastic box and set a price, she would feel guilty. No matter the time, packaging was a very important thing for people or things. Jiang Ran drew a picture himself and prepared to find a factory to make it. The exterior was made of wood, with carvings and engravings. The interior had to be made of ceramic. After seeing Jiang Ran's design, Chen Bing knew that what Jiang Ran was going to make this time would not be cheap. When he stared at the design carefully, he saw that the wooden carving on the lid of the box was actually 2 words. But because the word was in the shape of a flower, he didn't recognize it when he first saw it. These two words were, Shu Hen. Chen Bing had also read books before. After seeing these two words, he repeated them over and over in his mouth a few times before he understood what they meant. Shu Hen, Ran, what you're going to make this time has something to do with scar removal. Jiang Ran didn't find it strange that Chen Bing had guessed it. With Chen Bing's brain, it would be strange if he couldn't guess it. Jiang Ran nodded. Yes, but it can't be done in a short period of time. Let's customize the box first. Chen Bing promised, don't worry. Leave this to me. I promise that they will make it exactly the same as what you drew. With regards to Chen Bing, of course, Jiang Ran didn't have to worry about him. After talking about this, Jiang Ran asked, how did the two of you do today? Do you still want to go tomorrow? Pei Huai shook his head. It's done. We can go back in 2 days. We don't need to go tomorrow. Hearing this, Jiang Ran felt a little disappointed. The matter was done. Pei Huai also had to leave. However, Jiang Ran wasn't such a romantic person. When it was time to do business, he still put the formal matters first. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. There were still many days for them to meet and be together. It wasn't limited to these few days. 2 days passed in a flash. In these 2 days, Jiang Ran wasn't in a hurry. He continued to make the scar removal ointment. As long as there was nothing going on between her and Pei Huai, the two of them would stay together. They would talk and chat. Sometimes, they would even sit together in a daze. However, the atmosphere was also exceptionally sweet. This was Jiang Ran's first time falling in love in both of his lives. It was impossible for it to not end. But no matter how angry he was, knowing that Pei Huai should go back, Jiang Ran did not throw a tantrum. However, the more Jiang Ran acted like this, the more complicated Pei Huai felt. Actually, if it's possible, I really hope that you can throw a tantrum and make me stay or something. Hearing Pei Huai's words, Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows. Don't tell me you won't leave just because I'm throwing a tantrum and asking you to stay? Pei Huai replied. They'll still leave. Since you're going to leave anyway, why should I do this? Pei Huai, what do you mean by shooting yourself in the foot? This was called shooting oneself in the foot. Pei Huai rubbed Jiang Ran's head. Be good. I'll be able to accompany you soon. Jiang Ran nodded. Don't worry. Their courtyard house had been around for a long time. The houses had high eaves and high ridges, so even when the weather was hot and the sun was scorching, the house couldn't be completely sunburned. The advantage of this was that although it was hot outside, it wasn't that hot inside the house. In the morning and evening, they didn't even need to turn on the fan. They only needed to turn on the fan during the hottest part of the day. They only needed to blow the fan at the lowest setting, and they already felt very comfortable. This was Jiang Ran's second summer after coming to this world. The previous summer, she still felt a little hot. But now, she didn't feel hot at all. The house was so cool. If she could stay in the house, why would she go out? Anyway, she could do what she needed to do in the house. At the end of June, the kindergarten was also on holiday. Pei Jing didn't need to go to school anymore, and the house became lively. Even though it was just a 4-year-old child, he alone was as lively as 10 adults. No matter which house they stayed in, they could hear Pei Jing's cheerful laughter. With Pei Jing accompanying them, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan laughed more every day. Although the two of them were quite happy before, they were obviously happier now. Of course, people couldn't always stay in the house and not go out. When the sun was about to set in the afternoon, Jiang Ran and the others would go out for a walk after dinner. There were many people who had the same idea as them. After dinner, it was the most lively time outside. Every family brought their children out for a walk, and the outside was full of laughter. Because they were surrounded by courtyard houses, there weren't that many residents. Walking all the way to the east, there was a small open space with some flowers and plants. The road was paved with stone slabs. Although it couldn't be considered a small park, it was still a place to rest and enjoy the cool air. At night, it was especially lively here. The adults gathered together to chat, and the children jumped around and made a lot of noise. Pei Jing wasn't an introverted child. On the contrary, he was lively and had an exceptionally generous and confident personality. No matter who he met, he wouldn't shrink back. Even if it was a child he met for the first time, if he wanted to play with them, he would go up and introduce himself. After a few words, he would be able to play with them. Every time he saw such a scene, Jiangran couldn't help but sigh. Pei Jing was already a social expert at such a young age. This was actually quite good. It would only be good for his future life. Jiangran and Pei Xianxia sat together, and the two of them chatted. Just as they were talking, they heard a voice full of surprise. "It's you?" Of course, he wasn't saying this to Jiangran, but to Pei Xianxia. Unfortunately, when Pei Xianxia heard this, she looked at Qin Chuan with a confused expression and asked, "You are?" Jiangran knew Pei Xianxia very well. Just by looking at Pei Xianxia's expression, he knew that she wasn't faking it. She had really forgotten who Qin Chuan was. Jiangran was speechless. This was awkward. However, Qin Chuan didn't feel awkward at all. On the contrary, because Pei Xianxia was talking to him, Qin Chuan appeared very happy. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. Of course, he didn't want to hide it. "It's me. I'm Qin Chuan. When we were at the park, I asked you for directions." When Jiangran heard this, he wanted to cover his face. It was actually Pei Xianxia. She had already forgotten who he was. Couldn't he think of a better way to introduce himself? Did he have to bring up all the stupid things he had done in the past and repeat them? Jiangran felt a little helpless. However, Pei Xianxia's reaction was beyond Jiangran's expectations. Pei Xianxia suddenly understood. When she looked at Qin Chuan, she smiled and said, "So it's you. Are you here to ask for directions again? This time, I can tell you. I'm very familiar with this area." Jiangran was speechless. Was she getting old? Was that why she couldn't keep up with the speed of the young man's brain? Otherwise, why couldn't she understand what was going on between Qin Chuan and Pei Xianxia? Qin Chuan scratched his head embarrassedly and said, No, I live nearby and am very familiar with this area. There's no need to ask for directions." Pei Xianxia nodded and then looked at Qin Chuan strangely. "Then why are you here?" What a question. If this question was asked to Jiangran, Jiangran felt that she would not be able to answer it. If Bu Jing couldn't answer, he would probably turn around and leave. However, Qin Chuan was clearly no ordinary person. After being asked by Pei Xianxia, not only did she not turn around and leave, but she also smiled cheerfully. "I saw you, so I wanted to come over and say hello. We've met once, and we're acquaintances. Don't you think so?" Pei Xianxia nodded. "If you say so." Jiangran couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to tell Pei Xianxia and Qin Chuan that this was not the way to chat. But looking at the two of them, it was obvious that they felt that there was nothing wrong with chatting like this. Qin Chuan found a place to sit down and talk to Pei Xianxia face to face. "I'm in school. I'm 17 this year." "How old are you?" "I'm also 17. I'm also in school. I'm going to college after the summer break." "Are you going too?" Pei Xianxia shook her head. "No, I'm in night school. I don't know which school I'll get into." Speaking of this, Pei Xianxia's expression did not have the slightest bit of embarrassment. Although Jiangran was sitting at the side, she was almost invisible. Neither Pei Xianxia nor Qin Chuan paid any attention to her. At this moment, Pei Yang walked over. When Pei Yang came over, he immediately saw Jiangran sitting there with an expressionless face. He didn't know what was going on in his mind. "Sister-in-law, what's the matter? What are you thinking about? Where's Xianxian?" Pei Yang asked several questions in one breath. Before Jiangran could answer, Pei Yang had already seen Pei Xianxian beside him, who was talking to someone with a bright smile on her face. "Pei Yang?" Pei Yang blinked hard. Only then did he dare to confirm that he hadn't seen wrongly. However, when he thought about it carefully, although Pei Xianxian usually liked to laugh, it was really rare for her to laugh so heartily like this. Seeing Pei Xianxian like this, Pei Yang opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He didn't want to disturb them, so he just stood at the side and watched. After some time, Pei Xianxian turned her head and saw Pei Yang standing at the side. Second brother? Pei Xianxian said in surprise, when did you come over? Why aren't you saying anything? Pei Yang, I've been here for a while, but you didn't see me. Pei Xianxian didn't wait for Pei Yang to speak and continued, second brother, look. This is Qin Chuan from the park that day. His family lives nearby too. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Pei Yang looked at Qin Chuan and nodded. It's quite a coincidence. As the two of them were talking, Qin Chuan also stood up. When Qin Chuan was facing Pei Yang, he was obviously a little restrained. However, when he saw that Pei Yang's face wasn't cold or angry, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Pei Yang. However, this smile was more or less restrained in Jiang Ran's eyes. It was normal for him to be restrained. After all, Pei Yang's attitude towards him wasn't good the last time. Since Pei Yang came over, Jiang Ran simply stood up. You guys talk here. I'm going to see Xiao Jing. Although Pei Yang wasn't very old, he was quite mature. He was completely able to handle this kind of situation. Furthermore, they were in public. Qin Chuan couldn't do anything, so Jiang Ran was at ease. After Jiang Ran left, he didn't go far. Instead, he went to see Pei Jing and the others. Pei Jing was playing with the children. Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan stood not far away and watched. From time to time, they would talk to the people around them, but their eyes never left Pei Jing. Seeing the two of them like this, Jiang Ran knew that the two of them were still frightened by what Chen Meirong had done. They were afraid that if they weren't careful, Pei Jing would be carried away by someone else. Although they were a little like birds startled by the twang of a bough, it was always better to be careful. Being careful could prevent a lot of accidents from happening. If he was careless and an accident happened, it would be pointless to pursue the matter and find out who was responsible. Jiang Ran walked over to Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan and said to them, Dad, Mom, go and rest for a while. I'll watch Xiao Jing here. Wang Suilan shook his head. I'm not tired. What's there to rest for? Why are you here? Where are Shanshan and Pei Yang? Hearing Wang Suilan ask this, Jiang Ran thought for a while and told Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan what had happened. What did she think? Jiang Ran really did not have any particular opinion. If she were to talk about her opinion, she would only think that Qin Chuan was quite good-looking. So far, she had only met him twice and had a good impression of him. He was a native of North City and came from a well-to-do family. However, he did not develop a domineering personality. Not only that, but he was also a little shy. After listening to his conversation with Pei Xianxian, Jiang Ran also learned about the university he was going to attend. It was not a top university, but it was still one of the top universities. After studying well for a few years, he would not have to worry about not being able to find a good job after graduation. As long as he did not go astray, he would have a bright future ahead of him. A boy like him did not seem to have any shortcomings. Jiang Ran thought so in his heart and said so. Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan listened to Jiang Ran attentively and kept nodding. Clearly, they had taken Jiang Ran's words to heart. In the end, Wang Suilan suddenly sighed. Such a good child. His family must be extraordinary. Wang Suilan didn't need to say the rest. Su Qingmei could guess it. Qin Chuan was a good person and came from a well-to-do family. Would his family really allow him to find a girl from another city? Wang Suilan was, of course, very confident in Pei Xianxian. After all, Pei Xianxian was Wang Suilan's only daughter. However, it was precisely because Pei Xianxian was Wang Suilan's only daughter that Wang Suilan really cared about her. That was why he did not want her to be hurt. Jiang Ran knew what Wang Suilan was worried about. She wanted to comfort him, but she did not know what to say. Judging from the current situation, Qin Chuan clearly had feelings for Pei Xianxian. As for Pei Xianxian, although it seemed that she had not been enlightened yet, who could be sure of what would happen in the future? Just by looking at how Pei Xianxian and Qin Chuan were chatting so congenially just now, both of them were so cheerful, she knew that they got along very well. Their temperaments were compatible, and they were both of the same age. If one of them had the heart to get along with the other for a long time, how could the other continue to be unintentional? If the two of them really had feelings for each other, they would have to face Qin Chuan's family sooner or later. Instead of facing the unknown when the time came, it was better to clarify these things now. This was also to prevent Pei Xianxian from being opposed by Qin Chuan's family and getting hurt in the future if she really fell in love with him. At this time, Jiang Ran suddenly understood why it had always been the matchmaker's words that came from her parents. Because once this point was followed, the elders of the two families would not have any objections. What was left was whether the two parties could get along well. Whether the two parties could get along well, and whether the two families could get along well, these were two completely different matters. Jiang Ran thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we wait and see? If they really have feelings for each other, let's meet with the elders of his family. It would not be good if they met now." After all, Pei Xianxian obviously did not have any feelings for each other. Wang Suilan sighed and said, "All right, we'll listen to you." Hearing this, Jiang Ran's eyes widened slightly. She was still discussing with Wang Suilan that they would observe for a while before meeting the Qin family. She did not expect the Qin family to take the initiative to talk about this. Tomorrow night, there was nothing going on. However, Qin Chuan and Pei Xianxian had only met twice. Wasn't it inappropriate for the two families to have dinner together? Jiang Ran was still hesitating, but Wang Suilan had already agreed. "Pei Yang, tell him that if we have time tomorrow night, we'll give him our family's phone number. If there's anything, we can call him." This was the advantage of having a phone number. Otherwise, if there was anything, they would have to go to his house. When Pei Yang heard Wang Suilan's words, he subconsciously glanced at Jiang Ran. Seeing Jiang Ran nod, he turned and left. Jiang Ran looked at Wang Suilan. "Mom," Wang Suilan smiled. "That's inevitable. Maybe they have the same worries as us. Qin Chuan was raised well. Maybe they're also worried that we're not a good family and will lead their children astray. When the two families meet, eat, talk, and know each other, there's nothing to worry about. They can also continue to interact with each other without worry." What he said made sense. Since Wang Suilan had already agreed, Jiang Ran naturally had no objections. Now that he thought about it, this was similar to a blind date. The two families first knew about each other's situation, then gathered together for a meal. The rest was for the two children to interact with each other on their own. If it worked out, it would be good. If it didn't, then it was fate. If the two families had any opinions about each other during the meal, then it would be better to deal with it early. Thinking about it this way, there were only benefits to having a meal together. There were no disadvantages. After returning home that night, Jiang Ran took some time to ask Pei Xianxian. "Xianxian, are you nervous about going to dinner tomorrow?" Pei Xianxian shook her head when she heard Jiang Ran's question. "I'm not nervous. Isn't this just a blind date? There's nothing to be nervous about." Jiang Ran had always felt that Pei Xianxian was not enlightened. After hearing Pei Xianxian's words, he was a little surprised. "Look at each other? Why would you think that? In the past, when I was at home, I also saw people looking at faces." "Sister-in-law, have you forgotten?" Jiang Ran thought about it seriously. She really dug out this kind of thing from her past memories. But it was too long ago, and she had too many things to do, so she had long forgotten about it. Pei Xianxian was still talking. "The only difference is that there's no matchmaker. But this also saves money. Otherwise, whether it succeeds or not, we'll still have to pay the matchmaker." Jiang Ran was amused. "Then what do you think of Qin Chuan?" "I don't have any thoughts." Pei Xianxian's answer was straightforward. "He's quite good-looking, and he's also quite educated. His personality is quite good, and he's also good with words. I don't hate him, and his parents don't seem to have any objections. If his parents don't have any objections to me and our family, then he's not bad either." Pei Xianxian's words were said lightly. It didn't sound like she was talking about her own affairs at all. Instead, it sounded like she was talking about someone else's affairs. Jiang Ran really wanted to say that marriage was a very important thing. Feelings had to be right. The other party was good-looking, good with words, was educated, and had good family conditions. These shouldn't be the reasons for you to accept him and spend the rest of your life with him. If Pei Xianxian chose Qin Chuan because of his current strengths, would Pei Xianxian be disappointed if she discovered Qin Chuan's weaknesses in the future? at that time, would they really be able to be together? These words kept replaying in Jiang Ran's mind. However, looking at Pei Shanshan's slightly confused look, he didn't say anything in the end. Pei Shanshan was still young. There was no need to rush to let her understand these things now. As for tomorrow's dinner party, just treat it as an ordinary dinner party. As for the future, he would talk about it later. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran relaxed. He patted Pei Shanshan's shoulder and let Pei Shanshan go back to rest. Pei Shanshan looked at Jiang Ran with an inexplicable expression. However, Jiang Ran obviously didn't intend to say anything else. Although Pei Shanshan found it a little strange, she didn't say anything else. She nodded and went back to her room to sleep. A day passed very quickly. As he had to eat with the Qin family at night, he couldn't go to school. Thus, during the day, Jiang Ran specially went to the night school and found the teacher to apply for leave. Those who came to the night school were basically people who had jobs. It was normal for them to suddenly have something to do and not be able to come. Thus, the teacher didn't ask much and directly approved it. In the afternoon, they received a call from the Qin family. The person who called was Qin Chuan. He told them the location and time of the meeting. After answering the call, Jiang Ran and the rest changed their clothes. They didn't have to dress very grandly, but at least they had to be decent. This had nothing to do with vanity or anything. It was just a form of respect. They respected others and themselves. After changing their clothes, the family went out together. Yu Qiqi knew about the place that Qin Chuan mentioned. It wasn't far. It was nearby and belonged to a somewhat hidden private kitchen. Not only was the place hidden, but the environment was also quiet. Most of the people who came here to eat needed to make an appointment. Basically, they were all regular customers or were introduced by acquaintances. Regardless of whether it was a family gathering or a discussion, it was a good choice to come here. Of course, under the circumstances where the hardware and software conditions were good, the price wasn't cheap either. This tour was modified from a 3-sectioned courtyard house. The environment inside was exceptionally good. There were private rooms indoors as well as outdoor seats. Even if they were in the courtyard, there were flowers and trees to separate them. Thus, their conversation was still very private. Jiang Ran knew about this private kitchen, but he had never been here before. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to come, but he didn't come. He thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely come. He just didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. Furthermore, the first time he came, it was for such a meal. As it wasn't far away, they walked. It didn't take them too long. Qin Chuan revealed a surprised smile. "You're here?" As soon as he said this, the man standing beside him took a step forward. "Hello, I'm Qin Chuan's elder brother. My name is Qin Hai. These are my parents." Just by looking at his appearance, one could tell that Qin Hai was a few years older than Qin Chuan. He was also much more mature and spoke very appropriately. "Since we're all here, let's go in together. Sit down and talk," Qin Hai continued. What he said made sense. After all, they were at the main entrance. Even if no one came and went, this wasn't a good place to talk. After the group of people entered the main entrance, someone led them inside. Just by looking at the attitude of the waiter, one could tell that the Qin family came here often. After following them into the courtyard, they were led to a larger private room. This room was also antique. It was just that there was a large round table in the middle with a glass turntable on it. It didn't seem to match the room. This table was big enough to seat all of them. Under the table, the waiter helped to pour tea. At this moment, Qin Hai spoke again and asked for the menu. "I didn't know your preferences, so I didn't order first. Take a look at the menu first." Qin Hai's parents were also there, but he was the one speaking now. After all, he was a junior, so it wasn't appropriate for Wang Suihua and Pei Baoshan to speak now. The person who reached out to take the menu was Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran took the menu and flipped through it. After ordering a few dishes, he handed the menu back. "It's also our first time here. I don't know what signature dishes there are here. My son ordered a few that he was interested in. I'll leave the rest to you." Qin Hai nodded. "Of course. Qin Hai was obviously very familiar with the dishes here. Hence, he didn't even need to look at the menu. He just opened his mouth and said the names of the dishes one after another. After the dishes were ordered, the waiter walked out and the private room suddenly became quiet. Qin Chuan looked left and right. He obviously wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. At this moment, Qin Hai spoke again. Xiao Chuan, introduce us. When Qin Chuan heard this, he looked at Pei Xianxian. Before he could finish his words, Qin Hai interrupted him. I want you to introduce yourself and us. This we referred to Qin Hai and his parents. Qin Chuan was a little embarrassed. After giggling twice, he introduced himself. My name is Qin Chuan. This is my elder brother, Qin Hai. This is my father, Qin Xingping. This is my mother, Lu Xiaoli. My father is a businessman. My mother is a university teacher. My elder brother is now helping in the company. I will go to university after the summer vacation. Hearing Qin Chuan's introduction, Jiang Ran smiled. This introduction was really detailed. He was just short of taking out his household register. After Qin Chuan's introduction, it was naturally Pei Xianxian's turn. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Xianxian. When their eyes met, Jiang Ran didn't even need to say anything. Pei Xianxian understood what Jiang Ran meant. After Pei Xianxian said this, she subconsciously glanced at Jiang Ran. She saw that Jiang Ran's eyes were full of smiles. Seeing Jiang Ran like this, Pei Xianxian knew that Jiang Ran was very satisfied with her performance just now. Although Pei Xianxian was very confident, she felt more at ease after getting Jiang Ran's affirmation. Jiang Ran also understood this point, which was why he nodded at her. No matter what, Pei Xianxian was a young girl who had just turned 17. In such an occasion, she still needed affirmation and encouragement. Although the two of them only interacted with their eyes, they did not deliberately hide it from others. Hence, everyone present actually saw the exchange of their eyes. The introductions had been completed. At this time, if no one spoke up, there would be an awkward silence. If there really was an awkward silence, then it would be awkward. After all, it was two families who were not familiar with each other sitting together for a meal. If there was an awkward silence, then it would be even more awkward. Fortunately, people who were in business were more eloquent and had a certain level of social skills. In such a situation, generally, there would not be an awkward silence. Qin Xingping, who had been silent all this time, spoke up at this time with a smile. I heard from Qin Hai that Xiao Chuan has made a new friend. I'm a person who likes to make new friends too. So, I asked him to invite you all to have a meal together and chat. Don't you think it's too abrupt? Pei Baoshan waved his hand. What's so abrupt about this? Our family just came to Bay City not long ago and we don't know many friends. We also hope to get to know more people. When we get together for a meal and drink tea, our days won't be too boring. In Jiang Ran's impression, Pei Baoshan was actually a person who did not like to talk much. If he could not speak, he would basically not speak. Most of the time, it was Wang Suilan who spoke. At this time, Jiang Ran was a little surprised that Pei Baoshan would take the initiative to speak in such an occasion. At the same time, he felt that all of this was reasonable. Pei Baoshan was a father. In such an occasion, he had to support his daughter. Jiang Ran pretended not to know if it was because she had lived another life. Although she was only Pei Xianxian's sister-in-law, she often looked at Pei Xianxian as an elder. Now that she saw Pei Baoshan like this, she was relieved and happy at the same time. Pei Baoshan usually didn't like to talk, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to talk. At this moment, Pei Baoshan and Qin Xingping, a veteran in the business field, were chatting very well. Not only were the two of them having a good chat, but even Wang Suilan and Sun Xiaoli were chatting. They were sitting next to each other, so it was convenient for them to talk together. Jiang Ran turned around and saw Qin Chuan talking to Pei Yang. Jiang Ran thought that Qin Chuan wanted to talk to Pei Xianxian, but the person sitting between Qin Chuan and Pei Xianxian was Pei Yang. Qin Chuan had no choice but to talk to Pei Yang. However, this wasn't a difficult thing to do. Qin Chuan and Pei Yang were about the same age. Boys at this age, as long as they were outgoing, most of them would be able to talk to each other. As Jiang Ran listened to their conversation, she realized that the content of their conversation had changed very quickly. Just a moment ago, they were talking about going to school. Now, they were talking about playing basketball. Boys at this age, as long as they had played basketball, which one of them wouldn't like it, at the age where they were brimming with youth, of course, they would sweat on the court. In the past, no one played basketball at home, so it was fine if they didn't interact with it. After coming to North City, there was a basketball court in the night school and there were people who played basketball. Pei Yang naturally came into contact with it as well. Pei Yang was tall and had long legs. He was also athletic, so he didn't feel any pressure when he played basketball. Although they hadn't interacted for a long time, his improvement was very fast. Now that he had expected this from Qin Chuan, after chatting for a while, he realized that Qin Chuan also knew how to play basketball. His words were clear and logical, so he immediately became interested. Looking at how the two of them were chatting in full swing, those who didn't know better would think that their relationship was very good. However, the two of them didn't have any enmity or grudges to begin with. Sometimes, friendship at this age came so quickly. Moreover, if Pei Xianxia and Qin Chuan really wanted to develop a relationship, Pei Yang and Qin Chuan's relationship would only be good and not bad. Even if Pei Yang was Qin Chuan's brother, he would definitely side with his biological sister. This was a good thing. Xianxia watched for a while. Just as she was about to look away, her gaze met Qin Hai's. The house was only so big and there were so many people. It was inevitable that their gazes would meet. Xianxia didn't find it strange at all. She smiled and nodded at Qin Hai, then didn't look at him again. At this moment, Xianxia felt someone gently tugging at her clothes. No one else would secretly tug at her clothes at this time except for Pei Jing. Xianxia lowered her head and turned to look at Pei Jing. "Xiao Jing, what's the matter?" Pei Jing looked around and then said softly, "Mom, I'm hungry." At Pei Jing's age, of course, he didn't know the meaning of this meal. It was just that before coming over, Pei Yang had told him that there would be good food today and not to eat in advance, so he obediently didn't eat. It was also because of this that Pei Jing whispered that he was hungry. Just as Xianxia was about to speak, he heard a knock on the door of the private room. Then, the waiter came in with the dishes. When the dishes weren't served, there wasn't even a single dish. However, once the dishes were served, all the dishes were served. The originally empty round table was suddenly filled with delicious dishes. Pei Jing smiled at Xianxia, feeling a little embarrassed. Xianxia patted his little head. It wasn't that he was embarrassed. It was normal for such a big child to be hungry when it was time to eat. They were not like adults who had to hide their true emotions. If he was hungry, then he was hungry. Of course he had to say it. Fortunately, Qin Xingping, Pei Baoshan, and the others did not just talk. After the dishes were all laid out, he immediately picked up his chopsticks and invited everyone to eat. Now that they were ready to eat, Xianxia didn't care about the others anymore. He just focused on adding more dishes for Pei Jing. There were quite a lot of dishes ordered, including a combination of meat and vegetables. There were also more choices in terms of taste. Xianxia picked the dishes that Pei Jing liked and put them on his plate. Although there was no rice, there were pastries and sweet porridge. Pei Jing was not big and his appetite was not big. After eating some dishes, pastries, and a small bowl of sweet porridge, he was full. After he was full, he didn't run around or scream like other children his age. Sun Xiaoli quickly noticed Pei Jing. "Oh, this must be your eldest grandson. He's so good-looking and so obedient." Sun Xiaoli's words were sincere, and her tone was filled with envy. Xianxia could understand where Sun Xiaoli's envy came from. Qin Hai seemed to be about the same age as her. Since he didn't bring a female companion to such an occasion, it meant that he wasn't married yet. As for children, that was something that was even more untraceable. It was normal for Sun Xiaoli to want to have a grandson. After all, in this era, there weren't many people at Qin Hai's age who hadn't gotten married yet. Most people at his age already had children, let alone marriage. Some people might even have 2 children. When Sun Xiaoli said this, she glanced at Qin Hai faintly. It was so obvious that Qin Hai couldn't miss it. But he could pretend not to see it. Seeing that Qin Hai still didn't have any reaction, Sun Xiaoli could only sigh in her heart. It wasn't that she hadn't urged him before, but no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. On the contrary, Qin Hai didn't want to go home after she urged him too much. Although Sun Xiaoli wanted to have a grandson, her grandson was still nowhere to be seen. Of course, her son was more important. She couldn't make her relationship with her son worse just because she urged him to get married. But it was fine now. It didn't matter that her eldest son didn't want to get married. She couldn't count on her eldest son, but she still had her youngest son. Thinking of this in her heart, Sun Xiaoli was more satisfied with Pei Xianxian. Pei Xianxian and Qin Chuan were very suitable in terms of appearance and height. After getting to know them, Sun Xiaoli felt that they were very suitable in other aspects. The only pity was that the two of them were too young. They were only 17 years old. Even if they got married at 20 years old, they still had to wait for 3 years. However, 3 years was 3 years. It didn't matter. It was better than Qin Hai. After all, Sun Xiaoli couldn't see any hope for Qin Hai. Not to mention 3 years, Sun Xiaoli felt that Qin Hai wouldn't get married in 5 or 10 years. Therefore, she had to seize the moment. Thinking of this in her heart, Sun Xiaoli smiled and spoke. Xianxian, if you have time in the future, come to my house to play. Anyway, our families are close, so we should visit each other more often. I've worked hard all my life, but I don't have a daughter. It's rare for me to have a soft little girl like you. Sun Xiaoli was particularly enthusiastic when she spoke, and the smile on her face was also very bright. Fortunately, both of their families lived nearby. When they walked out of the private kitchen, it was already dark outside. But because they were close to each other, and because they were a family, there were more people in the family, so they didn't have to worry about any accidents. After parting at the door, they walked in the direction of their own homes. Pei Jing rarely slept so late. He was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. In addition, it was dark and he couldn't see clearly on the road. He was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. Of course, Jiang Ran couldn't let him walk by himself. He directly held him in his arms and carried him all the way back. After returning, when he bathed Pei Jing didn't wake up. It was obvious that he was very sleepy. Jiang Ran didn't bathe him for too long. After a simple rinse, he changed him into pajamas and carried him to bed. Looking at Pei Jing, who was sleeping soundly, Jiang Ran also smiled. Some children were particularly energetic at night. Not to mention 9 o'clock, they could play until 10 o'clock. They couldn't fall asleep even at 11 o'clock. But look at Pei Jing. Once it was time to sleep, he closed his eyes without being urged by others. Under normal circumstances, no matter what kind of noise was made, it was impossible to wake him up. This was also good. Children were growing. Only when they had a good rest and eat well could their bodies grow better. Jiang Ran didn't have the habit of staying up late. Anyway, there was no entertainment at night. Going to bed early and getting up early, the body and spirit would be better, and he would have time to do more things during the day. Therefore, Jiang Ran quickly went to wash up. Because he didn't wash his hair, he could fall asleep as soon as he came back. It was a dreamless night. Jiang Ran slept very well. He slept directly until the next morning. Because his biological clock had been developed, he didn't need an alarm at all. When it was time, Jiang Ran opened his eyes. After Jiang Ran woke up, he dressed himself. Pei Jing also woke up. Pei Jing wouldn't disturb others after waking up. Instead, he rubbed his eyes and sat up. She looked around. When she saw Jiang Ran standing by the table, she called her mother in a slightly hoarse voice that had just woken up. Her voice was so soft and tender that it could melt one's heart. Jiang Ran smiled at Pei Jing. He walked to the bedside and rubbed Pei Jing's little head. "You're awake. Let me help you put on your clothes." Pei Jing shook his head. "I can put on my own clothes. I don't need your help." A 4-year-old child had already learned how to wear his own clothes and shoes. As long as he could do it himself, he would not ask Jiang Ran for help. Jiang Ran didn't think that Pei Jing was putting on a brave front, and he wouldn't feel a sense of loss or lack of accomplishment just because Pei Jing didn't let him help. On the contrary, because Pei Jing knew how to be independent at such a young age, Jiang Ran felt very happy. After seeing Pei Jing dressed neatly, Jiang Ran tidied up the things on the bed. Then, he opened the door and walked out with Pei Jing. The mother and son went to wash up first. When they came out, the sleepiness on their faces had all disappeared. It wasn't long before dawn, and the temperature was still very cool. Although the courtyard was bright and the sun seemed to have risen, there was a gentle breeze. The flowers and trees in the courtyard were rustling in the wind. This kind of early summer was the most pleasant. After breakfast, Pei Yang said that he was going out. He rarely went out alone. Wang Suilan was a little worried and asked, "Where are you going so early in the morning?" "I'm not going far," Pei Yang explained. "I'm going to play basketball with Qin Chuan. We made plans yesterday." Wang Suilan's worry disappeared when he heard that Pei Yang was going to play basketball with Qin Chuan. "You're going to play with Qin Chuan? Go ahead then. Come back early." Pei Yang was not in a hurry to leave. "Mom, why did you let me go the moment I said that I was going with Qin Chuan? Don't tell me that you don't have to worry about Qin Chuan?" They had only met a few times. Why did she have to worry about him so much? Wang Zuilan glared at Pei Yang. "What do you mean by that? If I did, I wouldn't have let you go." Wang Zuilan had agreed to let Pei Yang play basketball with Qin Chuan because he wanted Pei Yang to interact more with Qin Chuan and see what kind of person Qin Chuan was. After all, sometimes, one could not tell a person's true nature just by looking at them on the surface. Most of the time, one had to start from the details or start from other things. Jiang Ran nodded in agreement when he heard Wang Zuilan's words. It said that one's character can be judged by one's basketball skills. "Pei Yang, observe him carefully when you play basketball with him today." Pei Yang, who had only wanted to play basketball, suddenly felt different when he heard Wang Suilan and Jiang Ran's conversation. It was as if he had gone from going out to play to having official business. In addition, this matter was related to Pei Xianxian's lifelong happiness. As her second brother, he had to personally check on his sister. This kind of thing made him feel excited just thinking about it. Pei Yang patted his chest hard. "Mom, sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll handle this matter properly for you." Wang Suilan found it funny. What did he mean by doing everything properly for them? Could it be that as the second brother, he shouldn't worry? Was it for himself? Although this was what Wang Suilan thought in his heart, he didn't say anything in the end. At this time, there was no need to argue with Pei Yang. He could only argue with him. Anyway, their thoughts were the same, and that was enough. As they were talking, there was a knock on their door. When he heard someone knocking on the door, Pei Yang said, "It must be that guy." As he spoke, Pei Yang hurried to the front door to open it. Jiang Ran watched as Pei Yang ran to the front door. When she retracted her gaze, she instinctively looked in the direction of Pei Xianxian. Indeed, Pei Xianxian was also staring in the direction of the front door. However, she wasn't sure if Pei Xianxian was looking at Pei Yang or was she waiting to see Qin Chuan, who was standing outside the door. Although Jiang Ran was a little curious, she didn't ask. After all, she was the eldest sister-in-law and Pei Xianxian was still young. It wasn't appropriate for her to ask this question now. However, she would definitely have the opportunity to ask in the future. Jiang Ran wasn't anxious at all. At this moment, Pei Yang had already run to the front door and opened it. The person standing outside was indeed Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled brightly when he saw Pei Yang. "Second brother." Pei Yang opened his mouth to retort. With that thought in mind, Pei Yang nodded in agreement. "Since you're already here, let's go." "Huh?" Qin Chuan didn't seem to have realized what was going on. He looked at Pei Yang in surprise. Pei Yang's face immediately turned cold when he saw Qin Chuan's expression. "Huh? What? You don't want to go? Could it be that you didn't come here to play basketball with me today?" As he listened to Pei Yang's questions one after another, Qin Chuan's expression gradually became awkward. No. I came here today to play basketball with you, second brother." However, most of the time, Pei Yang was still very smart and had a pair of eyes that could see through everything. Looking at Qin Chuan's awkward expression, he knew that he must have hit the nail on the head. Even if he didn't hit the nail on the head, he must have hit the nail on the head. Because of this, Qin Chuan hurriedly denied it. However, Pei Yang also knew that now was not the time to pursue this matter. Right now, the most important thing was to play basketball with Qin Chuan. Since that was the case, he should hurry up and go. He wanted to see what Qin Chuan's temperament was like when he played basketball. If he was irritable and easily angered, then no matter what, he couldn't let Pei Xianxia have too much contact with Qin Chuan. If he could be irritable when playing basketball, who knew if he would be equally irritable in life in the future? With this in mind, Pei Yang urged him repeatedly. Okay, let's not stand here anymore. Let's go now. Although Qin Chuan was a little reluctant, he still nodded in the end. Okay. Second brother, let's go now. I have a few friends and classmates waiting for us over there. Let's play together. There was naturally no point in playing basketball with just two people. Hearing Qin Chuan mention his classmates and friends, Pei Yang nodded. Pei Yang turned around and waved at Wang Suilan, who was standing at the door of the upper room, before leaving with Qin Chuan. Watching the two of them leave together, Wang Suilan was still a little worried. Can Pei Yang get things done? Jiang Ran went to Wang Suilan's side and patted her shoulder. Mom, don't worry. Pei Yang is not a child anymore. He can definitely handle this kind of thing well. When Wang Suilan heard this, he smiled and nodded. Since you said so, Ran, I'm not worried anymore. Jiang Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So Wang Suilan didn't believe in Pei Yang, but in her. Wang Suilan went to clear the table. Pei Xianxia, on the other hand, looked a little restless. Seeing her like this, Jiang Ran walked over to her and sat down. Xianxia. Don't worry. Pei Yang knows when to stop. Pei Xianxia nodded and said, I know. After all, they were biological siblings. The two of them had grown up together. Naturally, Pei Xianxia understood Pei Yang's personality. If it were someone else, they might have followed her just now. Jiang Ran kept staring at Pei Xianxia. Of course, it was impossible for Pei Xianxia not to feel it. Pei Xianxia turned to look at Jiang Ran. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? Could it be that she had eaten something dirty on her face when she was eating just now? Of course, there was nothing dirty. Jiang Ran smiled at Pei Xianxia and pulled Pei Xianxia away to talk. Xianxia, Pei Yang has already thought about what he wants to do in the future. Have you thought about it? Suddenly asked such a serious question by Jiang Ran, Pei Xianxia did not know how to answer for a moment. Pei Yang was talented in cooking. He really liked cooking, so he had already decided to be a chef in the future. When it came to the exams, he would also be admitted to such a school. What about Pei Xianxia? Did she have any ideas of her own? Life could not be muddled. No matter what, she had to clearly understand what kind of life she wanted. In the future, she could do whatever she wanted. Pei Xianxia did not answer, and Jiang Ran did not urge her either. He allowed her to think slowly. As time passed, the sun became brighter little by little. Jiang Ran thought that it was time to enter the house. Although basking in the sun was a kind of enjoyment, it also had to be shared. For example, the sun was too hot in summer. It was still not good to bask in it. Otherwise, in a short while, he would be sweating profusely. His skin would turn red, and then it would turn black. Just as Jiang Ran was about to pull Pei Xianxia away, she saw that Pei Xianxia seemed to have come back to her senses and looked over with sparkling eyes. Sister-in-law, I still want to make desserts. Jiang Ran was not surprised by Pei Xianxia's answer at all. Jiang Ran had already expected Pei Xianxia's answer. From the past, it could be seen that Pei Xianxia really liked making snacks. Since you really want to do it, you can also learn systematically. There were those who taught how to cook, and naturally, there were also those who taught how to make snacks. However, he didn't have to go to school for this. When it came to making desserts, it was better to learn from an experienced chef. Although Jiang Ran knew a lot of things, it didn't mean that she was proficient in everything. There were a lot of old desserts that needed to be studied. In other places, it would be difficult to find such a person. But in Bay City, a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, it was very easy to find such people. However, in order not to let Pei Xianxia be happy for nothing, Jiang Ran decided to wait until he found such a person before telling her. Now, Pei Xianxia could read more books on this topic. There were many such books in the North City Library. They could make a trip there. It just so happened that Jiang Ran also wanted to find some books to read. This was the first time they had come to the library since they came to Bay City. Even now, the library was already very impressive. Especially after entering the library and seeing so many bookshelves and books on them, Pei Xianxia's eyes widened. There were quite a few people in the library, but no one was talking. The entire library was quiet. Jiang Ran first helped Pei Xianxia find the book she needed to read, then went to find the book she wanted to read. They couldn't stay here to read, so they could only borrow the books home. Of course, they had to apply for a library card to borrow the books. Jiang Ran was familiar with this, so she had already brought the documents and money before she came. After applying for the library card and registering, the two of them left with the books. It was almost noon when the two of them returned home. Pei Yang was already back. Not only was Pei Yang there, but Qin Chuan was also there. Pei Yang and Qin Chuan probably heard the noise and came out of the house. Seeing Jiang Ran and Pei Xianxia carrying a lot of books, Pei Yang immediately came forward to help. "We don't need your help. Let's put the books back in the house." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Yang stopped. Qin Chuan, who was next to him, looked at Pei Xianxia with a complicated expression. It was obvious that he wanted to go forward to help, but he didn't want to. Just looking at his expression, Jiang Ran felt like laughing. Only a teenager of this age would show such a helpless expression. If he grew up a little, he would definitely not be like this. Although this made him seem more immature, true feelings were rare and precious. Jiang Ran and Pei Xianxia looked at each other, then the two of them separated and walked in opposite directions. They went back to their rooms and put the books back in the house. Then the two of them came out again. They went back to the living room and sat down. Before Jiang Ran could move, Pei Yang had already poured water for her and Pei Xianxia. The water was boiled water that had been cooled. He slowly drank a few mouthfuls, and with the fan blowing, the heat gradually dissipated. Jiang Ran then looked at Pei Yang and Qin Chuan. "Didn't you guys play basketball together? How was the fight?" Hearing Jiang Ran mention basketball, Pei Yang immediately became interested and began to talk about it with a smile of exultation. Pei Yang said. Qin Chuan didn't sit quietly at the side, but added a few words from time to time. Listening to their narration, Jiang Ran also laughed. The youngster was sweating on the field. Even if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but laugh when they heard about it. This was youth. After talking for a while, Pei Yang made a final conclusion. Qin Chuan is very good at playing basketball. Hearing Pei Yang's evaluation, Jiang Ran couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Jiang Ran knew Pei Yang's character very well. It was already lunchtime and Qin Chuan had not left yet. He must have been asked to stay for lunch. As Jiang Ran thought about this, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. When he reached the kitchen, he saw Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan cooking. Pei Jing did not go forward to help. Instead, he sat obediently on a small stool. Children were all like this. Even if they could not help, they still wanted to watch. Jiang Ran stroked Pei Jing's head and then asked Wang Zuelan, "Mom, is Qin Chuan staying for lunch?" Wang Zuelan nodded and said, "Yes, his parents are not home." He wanted to eat something by himself, but Pei Yang dragged him back. Qin Chuan's parents were busy people. It was normal for them to not be home in the afternoon. Jiang Ran felt that Qin Chuan would come over for lunch like today many times in the future. It was just one more person to eat. It was not difficult to cook one more bowl of rice. In this way, Jiang Ran would be able to eat sweets more often in the future. At the thought of being able to eat sweets more often in the future, Jiang Ran, who did not have any objections, smiled even more happily. Although Qin Chuan was around, he did not make a particularly sumptuous lunch because of him. The food was similar to what they usually ate. Jiang Ran approved of Wang Zuelan's way of doing things. After all, no one could have luxurious meals all the time. Moreover, their family's meals were nutritionally balanced. They had meat and eggs. It was already very sumptuous. If Qin Chuan had any objections to the food they prepared, it could only mean that they were not the same kind of people. Fortunately, Qin Chuan did not have any objections. On the contrary, after taking a bite, Qin Chuan gave a thumbs up and said, "Delicious. It's not much worse than what we ate at the restaurant yesterday." Yesterday's restaurant was a private kitchen, and the food was indeed delicious. Even Jiang Ran couldn't find any fault with it. Now that Qin Chuan said this, it could be said that it was a very high praise. Regardless of whether these words were true or just polite, it was enough to express his attitude. Everyone was very satisfied with Qin Chuan's attitude. Wang Zuelan called out to everyone, "You've been busy all morning, so you must be tired. Don't stand on ceremony, let's eat. Even if there's something, we can talk about it after dinner." Hearing Wang Zuelan's words, Qin Chuan didn't say anything else and focused on eating. Because it was summer, it was the hottest time of the day after lunch. At this time, there was nothing to do. It was better to take a nap in order to have enough energy in the afternoon. Anyway, there was no one at Qin Chuan's house, so he did not ask him to go back. Instead, he asked him to go with Pei Yang to Pei Yang's room. Pei Yang's room had a frame bed and a brick bed. There was no problem at all for the two of them to sleep together. Jiang Ran also brought Pei Jing back to his room. Pei Jing lay on the brick bed but did not fall asleep immediately. After rolling on the brick bed twice, he looked at Jiang Ran. Pei Jing thought for a moment and nodded. "I like him. He will play with me too. I want him to be like little uncle." Qin Chuan's personality was indeed like someone who would play with children. Not only would he play with children, but he would also play very well. Under such circumstances, it was normal for Pei Jing to have feelings for him. Of course, this was also a good thing. Anyone in the family who got along well with Qin Chuan would benefit in the future. If there was someone who didn't get along well with Qin Chuan, then even if Qin Chuan and Pei Xianxia really got together in the future, their lives would not be peaceful. Fortunately, this didn't happen. Time passed in the blink of an eye and 3 months had passed. These 3 months happened to be the hottest month. After the beginning of autumn, the first autumn rain fell and the weather became cooler. However, everyone knew that this was only temporary. The power of autumn was very strong. However, it had just rained and the air was fresh and the temperature was just right. At this time, it was really refreshing to feel the autumn air. In this kind of weather, it was a waste to stay indoors. They should go out for a walk. There was a small park near where they lived. There was a patch of ginkgo trees in the park. They were already slightly yellow. Although it wasn't the best time to look at it, it was already as beautiful as a painting. Taking advantage of the fact that there was nothing to do, they packed up and went to the nearby park together. Not only were their family members there, but Qin Chuan was also there. Qin Chuan's parents had wanted to come too, but one of them was a teacher and the other was a businessman. They were both busiest at this time. Although they had tried their best to rush over, they couldn't in the end. Wang Zuelan and the others understood that they had their own difficulties and naturally didn't care too much. After 3 months of getting along, Qin Chuan and the Pei family were already very familiar with each other. No matter who it was in the family, they could chat happily. In the past, when they first met, Qin Chuan and Pei Xianxia had endless things to talk about. Although they had known each other for 3 months now and had interacted with each other a lot, they were still in contact with each other. However, it was as if the two of them had just met. Every time they were together, they would have endless things to talk about. This was because they had already met each other's parents, and their parents were very supportive of their relationship. Therefore, even if it wasn't explicitly stated, in everyone's eyes, the two of them were already a couple. When they arrived at the ginkgo forest, Wang Zuelan and the others sat on the mats after laying down the mats. Jiang Ran led Pei Jing to the side to pick up the leaves. Qin Chuan and Pei Xianxia walked slowly. They chatted as they walked. Both of them were good-looking, and the colors they were wearing today matched the ginkgo tree. Just looking at it made one feel that it was as beautiful as a painting, and one did not want to disturb it at all. After taking a few group photos and thanking the passers-by, Qin Chuan took the camera and began to teach the others how to take photos. Before this, they had never come into contact with a camera. The main reason was that cameras were very expensive at this time, and they were not necessities, so they had never thought of buying one. But now, Xianxia was learning how to take photos, and he felt that the camera was quite interesting. Jiang Ran had never used such an ancient camera, so he learned it after a while. After learning it, Jiang Ran felt that it was indeed worth buying a camera to record life, but since he was going to buy a camera, he had to buy a good one. But a good one was more expensive, so before buying a camera, he had to make money. Fortunately, the scar removal ointment was ready, and the custom-made box had been sent over. Jiang Ran had already packed it. Now, the only thing he needed was to promote and sell the scar removal ointment. This promotion did not necessarily need to be done by himself. He could promote the small food shop. Some of the old customers would not support any new products. Also, there was Jiang Tongyuan. Previously, Jiang Tongyuan had come to look for Jiang Ran and knew that Jiang Ran was making scar removal ointment. At that time, Jiang Tongyuan said that after the scar removal ointment was ready, he would ask Jiang Ran to send him a box. Of course, he would not ask for it for free. He had originally planned to pay for it. Jiang Tongyuan was not going to use it for himself. He was an old man. Even if there were scars on his body, he would not care. He wanted to buy it for a junior in his family to use. If the junior in his family used it, the effect would be very good. There was no need for Jiang Tongyuan to promote it. There would definitely be people who would come over spontaneously and ask him where he bought the scar removal ointment. Therefore, a while ago, Jiang Ran had already sent a box to Jiang Tongyuan after it was ready. The amount of scar removal ointment in a box was not small. Jiang Ran did not ask in detail. The person who needed the scar removal ointment had a scar on his face. It was a little obvious, but the size was not very big. Jiang Ran estimated that the scar would be completely removed in less than a box of scar removal ointment. All he needed to do now was wait. Although at this time, there was no developed network. But never underestimate word of mouth. Sometimes, this kind of word of mouth was even more effective. As Jiang Ran was thinking about these things, he didn't pay much attention to the situation around him. When she came back to her senses, she saw Pei Shanshan chasing after Qin Chuan for some unknown reason. However, it was obvious that they weren't fighting for real. They were just messing around. The two of them had been together for such a long time that they were almost like a couple. It was normal for them to fight like this. Jiang Ran looked at them and couldn't help laughing. Eating sweets was really fun. Jiang Ran blinked in confusion and said, "I'm not hiding anything from you." She really wasn't hiding anything from him. Wang Zuelan said earnestly. Pei Huai said before that he would definitely be back before the new year. Everything will be fine then. Hearing Wang Zuelan's words, Jiang Ran finally understood what she meant. So, Wang Zuelan thought that she had been staring at Pei Shanshan and Qin Chuan because she was envious, but she really wasn't. Jiang Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only break it down and explain it to Wang Zuelan. After explaining for a long time, Wang Zuelan reluctantly believed her. Although she reluctantly believed him, Jiang Ran didn't intend to explain further. Because she realized that no matter how she explained, Wang Zuelan had his own ideas. Obviously, he wanted her to feel that. Since it was something that couldn't be explained no matter what, then she might as well not say anything. Anyway, as time passed, she would naturally find out. They played outside happily for the whole day and only went back in the afternoon. After returning home, Jiang Ran and Pei Jing played for a while, then went to the east courtyard alone. Jiang Ran was very confident about the scar removal ointment. Although there weren't many people buying it yet, in the near future, the sales would definitely not be affected. So before that, she had to produce enough scar removal ointment. The production of scar removal ointment was extremely tedious, and it wasn't something that could be mass-produced. If it could be mass-produced, then the effect would be greatly reduced. Since she had time, she should prepare more, so that she wouldn't be flustered when the time came. Now, Jiang Ran already had hundreds of boxes of scar removal ointment piled up on the shelves. Although it looked like a lot, Jiang Ran knew that this was far from enough. Jiang Ran busied herself until the sky turned dark. It was only when Pei Jing skipped over to her and told her that it was time to go for dinner that Jiang Ran freed herself from her busy schedule. After washing her hands, she followed Pei Jing to the main courtyard. Qin Chuan was also there. It had become a daily occurrence for him to eat here. The Pei family had long been used to it. If it weren't for the fact that the Qin residence was closer to here and there were people at night, Qin Chuan would probably just stay here. However, it would probably be rare to see such days of eating at the Pei residence all day. Because Qin Chuan's school was about to start. After school started, Qin Chuan would be busy. Not only would he have to go to school, but Pei Xianxia would also have to learn how to make traditional desserts from her teacher. In the future, he would be someone who would leave early and return late. As for Pei Yang, he had already been admitted to the school he wanted to go to and had already started school. In everyone's eyes, there was no problem with Jiang Ran's ability. As long as she wanted to, she could be admitted to medical school now. Therefore, even though Jiang Ran did not read much at home and spent most of her time making scar removal ointment, no one thought that there was any problem. Not only were there adults at school, but there was also Pei Jing. After school started this time, Pei Jing would be a child in the middle class. In fact, at this time, there were no clear rules about how many years a child could stay in a kindergarten. There were also no clear rules about the age of primary school enrollment. Even if a child was only 4 years old, as long as you were willing to send your child to school, you could send him to primary school. There were also many children at Pei Jing's age who went to primary school. However, after discussing with Pei Huai, Jiang Ran felt that there was no need for him to go to primary school so early. It would be good to go to kindergarten for another year. As for Pei Jing's education, the rest of the family did not express any opinions. As long as Jiang Ran and Pei Huai discussed it, it would be fine. As for Pei Jing himself, of course, he did not have any opinions. Kindergarten was naturally fun. There were many children who had delicious food and did not need to do homework. Every day, they listened to stories and played games. Even the teacher spoke softly. Which child wouldn't like such a kindergarten? After not having to go to night school, Jiang Ran would pick up Pei Jing every day in the morning and evening. Pei Jing was very happy about this. Of course, if Pei Huai could go with him, he would be even happier. This was not what Pei Jing said, but what Jiang Ran observed. As a mother, this was something she could observe from her child. As summer was over, flies and mosquitoes were greatly reduced. The sales of mosquito repellent had also decreased. Even so, after a whole summer, the mosquito repellent was still selling very well. After splitting the profits with Chen Bing, Jiang Ran still got a large sum of money. Jiang Ran gave 2/3 of it to Wang Suilan. Wang Suilan didn't want to accept it at first, but Jiang Ran insisted on giving it to her, so she had no choice but to accept it. The formula for the mosquito repellent was from Jiang Ran. However, most of the time, Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan were the ones who made the mosquito repellent. It was only right for them to give 2/3 of the money to them. Besides, most of the time, the two of them were the ones who spent the money on food and drinks. Only when they went out to eat together, Jiang Ran would spend money before them. Usually, when Jiang Ran gave them money, they would directly refuse. It was only at this time that Jiang Ran could give them the money despite their refusal. Jiang Ran made the scar removal ointment every day and waited for the scar removal ointment's feedback. Although the days of waiting were not worrisome, it was indeed very slow. Fortunately, feedback finally came at the end of September. Early in the morning, Jiang Tongyuan came over happily. Ran, I brought this child here today to thank you. You've seen this child's face. If it weren't for you, he would have to live with this scar for the rest of his life. Although it was said that a man would look more manly with a scar, so what if he had a scar on his body? But the truth was that everyone liked to judge a book by its cover. Some people would even mock and bully others because of the scar on their face. Hearing Jiang Tongyuan's words, Jiang Ran smiled and said, "It looks like the effect is quite good. As for the difference in skin color, it's not a big deal. After some time, it will naturally look the same." Jiang Tongyuan smiled and nodded. Yes. As long as the scar is gone, nothing else is a big deal. I've already recommended this scar removal ointment for you. Many people have come to me to ask about it. I have another purpose for coming here today. I want to ask you if you want me to help you sell it or ask them to come to you. If it were in the past, Jiang Ran would definitely choose the former without hesitation. If she could save time and effort to make money, why would she need to say anything more to those people? But the situation was different now. She made the scar removal ointment not just to sell it to make money. I'll have to trouble Elder Jiang to give them my address and ask them to come to me directly. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Jiang Tongyuan only nodded and didn't say anything. Jiang Tongyuan had seen the changes in Jiang Ran. Although Jiang Ran's changes were due to family Jiang, it wasn't without benefits. Living in this world, people had to interact with others. Especially Jiang Ran's profession. If she made good use of it, it could bring her many benefits. Now that Jiang Ran had finally thought it through, it was of course a good thing. The young man that Jiang Tongyuan had brought over was Jiang Tongyuan's grandson. Probably because of the scar on his face, he was somewhat introverted and didn't like to talk much. After seeing Jiang Ran, he just glanced at him and then lowered his head. Later, under Jiang Tongyuan's urging, he thanked Jiang Ran. Jiang Tongyuan looked at him and couldn't help but sigh. After he went out, she said to Jiang Ran, "Now that the scar on his face is gone, I hope he can be more lively in the future. He can't always be like this." This was probably the worry that a senior would have for a junior. Jiang Ran could understand. It's okay. He's still young and has a long way to go. He has a more exciting life ahead of him. He will meet different people and his personality will change. This is not something that can be changed in a hurry. Let's take it step by step. Of course, Jiang Tongyuan understood this point. He was just saying. There were some things that people would feel even more uncomfortable if they were kept in their hearts without saying them out loud. After saying them out loud, they would feel much more relaxed. Looking at Jiang Ran, Jiang Tongyuan's expression was that he wanted to say something but stopped himself. Jiang Ran knew that he definitely had something to say to him, and it definitely had something to do with family Jiang. But now, Jiang Ran didn't want to hear any news about family Jiang at all. In these few months, family Jiang had not appeared in his life again and his days had been exceptionally peaceful. Jiang Ran didn't want this peace to be broken. Hence, even though he could tell that Jiang Tongyuan was in a difficult position, he pretended not to see it and didn't ask about it. Seeing Jiang Ran like this, Jiang Tongyuan could only sigh. After sending off Jiang Tongyuan, Jiang Ran was still in a good mood. When Jiang Tongyuan returned this time, she would tell those people that the scar removal ointment was bought from her. By then, business would be good. If she sold a few boxes, she would probably have enough money to buy the best camera. Jiang Ran was never in a hurry to achieve results. She always had a plan for everything she did. Step by step, she would eventually reach her goal. Just like now. Although she could not buy a camera immediately, she estimated that she would be able to buy one soon. Jiang Ran had thought that even if Jiang Tongyuan went back and told others that the scar removal ointment was bought from her, they would have to wait for a day or two before coming to her door. However, she did not expect that in the afternoon, there would be people coming to her door, and not just one person. At that time, when these people knocked on the door, Jiang Ran was making the ointment, so she did not hear them. The person who opened the door was Wang Suilan. When the door was opened, Wang Suilan was shocked to see so many people standing at the door, and he did not know any of them. Without waiting for Wang Suilan to say anything, these people were probably afraid that Wang Suilan would misunderstand, so they directly stated their purpose of visit. When Wang Suilan heard that they were here to buy scar removal ointment, he was not surprised at all. All that was left was a pleasant surprise. He didn't say anything else and led them to find Jiang Ran. When Jiang Ran came out of the house, she did not expect to see so many people outside. When she found out that they were not a family, but were all here to buy scar removal ointment, she smiled happily. Of course, it was a good thing to have business coming to her door. They had probably seen Jiang Tongyuan's grandson with their own eyes, so they had no doubts about the efficacy of the scar removal ointment. They did not have any doubts at all, nor did they ask too much. They directly asked for the price. Probably no one would dislike such straightforward customers. I think you've heard from old Jiang that this scar removal ointment costs 100 yuan per box. This price was already considered a sky-high price in this era. After all, even in Bay City, there were not many people with a salary of 100 yuan a month. However, people who were willing to buy scar removal ointment would definitely not care about the 100 yuan. Just as Jiang Ran thought, after she said the price, these people nodded without saying anything. Buy. Even though Jiang Ran had already expected them to be so direct and efficient, he was still shocked by their actions. In particular, some people didn't just buy one box, but 2 or 3 boxes. Was he going to buy it? Jiang Ran almost suspected that he had bought it and resold it to someone else. Although he had such doubts in his heart, Jiang Ran didn't say anything. They were buyers. They had money in their hands and could buy as much as they wanted. She was a businesswoman, not an investigator. She didn't have to get to the bottom of everything. In any case, Jiang Ran was confident. In this world, other than herself, no one else could research the composition of the scar removal ointment, let alone imitate it. People who often did farm work would more or less have some scars on their bodies and hands. Therefore, when the scar removal ointment was just made, Jiang Ran gave Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan a box each and asked them to stick to it. After persevering for so long, their scars had already disappeared. At that time, Wang Xuelan was still thinking that this scar removal ointment was indeed made by Jiang Ran. The effect was really good. When she sold it in the future, the price would definitely not be cheap. However, she never thought that it would be able to sell at such a price. 100 yuan per box. Selling one box was equivalent to 2 months' salary for many people. Not to mention that they had already sold 10 to 20 boxes in such a short period of time. After these people bought the scar removal ointment, they even smiled and thanked Jiang Ran. Wang Xuelan sent them out. Before she could close the door, more people came. At first glance, Wang Xuelan saw that they were unfamiliar people who were coming in this direction. In her heart, she had already guessed their purpose for coming. When they arrived in front of her, she asked them a few questions. Indeed, it was as she had guessed. These people were also here to buy the scar removal ointment. With the experience just now, Wang Xuelan was much calmer this time. She did not lead them in. Instead, she pointed at the moon gate in the courtyard and asked them to go and buy themselves. Anyway, it was only a few meters away. With her watching, she was not afraid that they would go somewhere else. Wang Xuelan simply found a bench and sat directly at the door. If someone came, as long as they were looking for Jiang Ran, she would give them directions. Once he was busy from afternoon to night. Because of this, Pei Jing was picked up by Pei Baoshan. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that no one came again. Wang Xuelan kept counting the people who came, but in the end, she still forgot how many people came. Jiang Ran did not know how many people came, but she knew how many boxes of scar removal ointment were sold. Today, I would like to announce a piece of good news. The moment Jiang Ran opened her mouth, the room became completely silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Ran. Everyone held their breaths and focused, afraid that they would miss a single word Jiang Ran said. Jiang Ran's gaze swept over everyone before she slowly spoke. This afternoon, a total of 150 boxes of scar removal ointment were sold. Wang Xuelan immediately stretched out her hand and counted with her fingers. She counted like this because she was afraid that she made a mistake. However, after counting with her fingers for a long time, she still could not figure it out. At this moment, Pei Yang spoke. 1 box is 100 yuan. 10 boxes would be 1,000 yuan. 100 boxes would be 10,000 yuan. 150 boxes, 15,000 yuan. Others who wanted to become a household, who knew how many years. However, if Jiang Ran wanted to become a 10,000 yuan household, he only needed 1 afternoon. The gap between them was a little too big. Of course, Wang Xuelan didn't want the money for herself, but she was happier than Jiang Ran that Jiang Ran had made money. This wasn't just about money. It was also a proof of Jiang Ran's ability. Wang Xuelan felt that Jiang Ran's ability didn't need to be proven at all. But only she knew, or rather, only her family knew. To outsiders, Jiang Ran's ability still needed to be proven. Now that the scar removal ointment was selling so well, it was a proof. Because the scar removal ointment's business was good, Wang Xuelan felt that it should be celebrated. Although there were still some ingredients at home, Wang Suilan felt that it was far from enough. She wanted to go out and buy some more. But when she looked at the sky outside, she realized that it was already completely dark. Ah! Why is the sky completely dark? Wang Suilan said in surprise. Hearing Wang Suilan's words, Pei Yang laughed. Mom, the sky has been dark for a long time. You only realized now. I was thinking about something else just now. Alright. Pei Baoshan waved her hand. Don't buy anything today. It's the same if you buy it tomorrow. Let's have a good meal tomorrow afternoon to celebrate. Pei Yang stood up and walked to the kitchen. Then, I'll make something simple for tonight. Even if they were going to have a big meal tomorrow, they still had to eat dinner tonight. Pei Yang's culinary skills were unquestionable. There were vegetables and meat at home. Although it was said to be a simple meal, it was actually quite sumptuous when it was really done. Although it was getting dark early now, it was mainly because the weather was cold, so it was getting dark early. It was only 7 o'clock when the food was served. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while. Then, they washed up and went back to their rooms. It wasn't even 9 o'clock when they lay in bed to sleep. But at this time, it was already quiet outside and no sound could be heard. This was how it was without nightlife. The sky got dark early and everyone went to bed early. It was a quiet night. The next morning, just after breakfast, Wang Suilan rode out on the tricycle. Pei Baoshan followed along. The two of them sent Pei Jing to the kindergarten first before they went shopping. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia also went out, leaving Jiang Ran alone in the house. Jiang Ran didn't go to the east side courtyard, but sat in the courtyard. Previously, she had thought that it would be quite convenient for these people to come directly to her. But now, it didn't seem so convenient. When other people came, they had to enter through the front door. Coming in and going out had a certain impact on the life of the family. What if he opened another door? As soon as this idea popped up, Jiang Ran felt that it was feasible. He could open another door on the outer wall of the east side courtyard and install the moon gate connecting the main courtyard to the east side courtyard. Wouldn't that work? He did it as soon as he thought of it. It was just opening a hole and installing a door. It was not a troublesome matter. There were two people, one old and one young, one male and one female. The girl didn't look very old. Jiang Ran felt that she might not even be as old as her. As for the old man, he looked like he was in his 60s. He wasn't in good health, his face was slightly yellow, and his lips were slightly pale. When Jiang Ran looked at the two of them were also looking at Jiang Ran. After a moment, the girl spoke first. May I ask if there's a doctor living here? Jiang Ran was confused. Jiang Ran didn't react to the sudden question. Shouldn't people be looking for her now be here to buy scar removal ointment? Just as she was thinking about this, the phone in the house suddenly rang. Hearing the phone ring, Jiang Ran smiled at the two of them embarrassedly. I'll go take a call first. Seeing the two of them nod, Jiang Ran turned around and quickly walked back to the living room. She picked up the phone and heard Jiang Tongyuan's voice again. Ran, I've introduced a patient to you. He should be coming over today. You can take a look at him then. When Jiang Ran heard this, she instinctively looked at the door. From this direction, she could clearly see the two people standing there. Elder Jiang, is the patient you're talking about an old man in his 60s? Oh? Has he already gone? Yes. That's him. Then did you tell him my age? No, I didn't. Jiang Ran was speechless. If she didn't make this clear, would the other party let her treat him without worry? Although Jiang Tongyuan also thought of this problem, she quickly said, it's not too late to tell him now. You can just ask him to come over and take a call. Since things had already come to this point, what else could Jiang Ran do? She could only ask Jiang Tongyuan to wait for a while. Jiang Ran put the phone on the table and quickly walked out. She said to the two people at the door, hello, Elder Jiang wants you to come over and take a call. When the old man heard Jiang Ran's words, he wasn't surprised. Instead, he agreed with a smile and walked towards them. After a while, he walked into the living room, picked up the microphone on the table, and put it to his ear. It was unknown what Jiang Tongyuan said, but the old man glanced at Jiang Ran with a smile on his face and nodded slightly. Alright, I got it. With that, the old man handed the microphone back to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran took it and heard Jiang Tongyuan's voice. Ran, I've already told him. He agreed. Jiang Ran had nothing else to say, so he could only agree. After hanging up, Jiang Ran looked at the old man. The old man nodded. Since he's already here, he must be. Since the old man had said so, Jiang Ran had nothing to say. Jiang Ran led the old man to sit down, took out a pulse-taking device, and asked the old man to put his hand on it. The room suddenly quieted down, and Jiang Ran lowered his gaze to look at the old man's hand. The old man and the girl next to him, on the other hand, put all the blame on Jiang Ran. But since Jiang Ran didn't speak, the two of them didn't dare to speak either. Jiang Ran checked for a while, then raised his head and smiled at the old man. You don't have to be too nervous, just treat it like an ordinary doctor. If he was too nervous, it would affect his pulse. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, the old man also laughed. I didn't expect that after living for so long, I would be nervous when it's time. It seems that people are really afraid of death. I used to think that I must be an exception, but I didn't expect that I would be the same when it comes to it. When the girl next to him heard the old man's words, she immediately frowned unhappily. Why are you talking about death and life all of a sudden? It's not auspicious at all. Jiang Ran nodded in agreement. Although old people say that you don't mind this, sometimes it's better not to say these words if you don't have to. It's not really taboo, but it's mainly like this. After saying it, it will affect your subjective thoughts, and thus your mentality. The old man obviously didn't expect Jiang Ran's explanation to go in this direction. The old man first looked at Jiang Ran in surprise, then nodded. You're right. As the two talked, the old man didn't realize that he had gradually relaxed. Although Jiang Ran had been talking to him, he didn't take his hand off his wrist, and he had been seriously checking his pulse. Seeing that he relaxed, Jiang Ran didn't speak again. Although the room was quiet again, it was obviously not as tense as before. As time passed, the girl became nervous again. However, probably because of the words just now, the girl didn't doubt Jiang Ran as much as before. At this time, he looked at Jiang Ran. Although there was nervousness in his eyes, it was more of a kind of expectation. Although Jiang Ran didn't look much older than her, in fact, he wasn't much older than her. But after the conversation just now, the girl felt that Jiang Ran was much more mature and steady than her. Perhaps he really had the ability. Just as she was thinking about this, she saw Jiang Ran withdraw his hand. As soon as Jiang Ran withdrew his hand, the girl couldn't wait to speak. How is it? How is my grandpa? Jiang Ran's expression was solemn. His body is indeed not very good, but it is not to the point that his life is in danger. As long as he is willing to trust me and come to me for treatment, with acupuncture and medicine every day, he will get better in 3 to 5 days. He will be much better in half a month. If he wants to completely recover, it will take at least 2 months. 2 months? Looking at the girl's expression, Jiang Ran was a little helpless. Although 2 months sounds very long, it is actually not that long. Before Jiang Ran could finish his explanation, the girl shook her head violently. No, you misunderstood me. I don't think 2 months is a little long, but, can you really cure my grandpa in 2 months? Although she was suspected, Jiang Ran knew that this was unavoidable. After all, she was still young. The only person she had cured was Jiang Tongyuan. It was because of him that the 2 people in front of her came looking for her. She said that without Jiang Tongyuan, if she really wanted to open a medical center to treat people, there might not even be a single person who came looking for her. Jiang Ran thought so in her heart and nodded. Since I dared to say so, it means that I can definitely do it. Since you all know old Jiang, you should know how I met him. At this time, the old man also nodded. It was obvious that he had recovered from the shock. I know. Elder Jiang told me. If he didn't tell me this, I wouldn't have come looking for you. Don't doubt the people you use. Since I've come looking for you and you've said so, I'll leave my body to you in the future. The old man was so straightforward that Jiang Ran also laughed. The feeling of being trusted by others was actually very good. Especially as a doctor, being trusted by her patients, this feeling was even better. Xianxia immediately went to get her medicine box. Then I'll perform acupuncture on you first. I'll prescribe you a medicine later. The effect of acupuncture was different from the effect of drinking medicine. The effect of acupuncture could be felt at the time. Especially during the first acupuncture, this feeling would be even more obvious. When Xianxia performed acupuncture on the old man himself could feel the difference. The girl beside him obviously knew the old man very well. Looking at the old man's expression, she knew that his symptoms had been alleviated. Her attitude towards Xianxia was even better. Just as the old man woke up from the acupuncture, someone came to the door again. This time, the person came to buy scar removal ointment. Xianxia asked them to wait while she went to the east side courtyard. After a while, she came back with a basket full of scar removal ointment. This was also to avoid running back and forth. After all, she still had the old man. One hand handed over the money, and the other hand handed over the goods. The person who bought the scar removal ointment quickly left. The girl's eyes were wide open. Her eyes were full of doubts. What did those people buy? Seeing her curiosity, Xianxia took out a box of scar removal ointment from the basket and handed it to her. This is it. The name of the scar removal ointment was written on the box. She knew what it was at a glance. The girl's eyes widened again. Such a small box of scar removal ointment costs 100 yuan? Xianxia smiled. In this world, no matter what it is, you get what you pay for. Since I dared to ask for this price, it means that these things are worth it. The girl quickly reacted and nodded. If it can really remove the scar, then it's really worth it. Even if the price is doubled, it's still worth it. As a girl, she understood what it meant to have a scar on her body, and what it meant to not have one. Therefore, if she could spend money to remove the scar, not to mention 100 yuan, even if it was 1,000 yuan or 10,000 yuan, she would be willing to do so. With that thought in mind, the girl gripped the box in her hand tightly. I'll buy this box. Hearing the girl's words, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. The phrase, preparedness averts peril, was really not a good phrase to use here. However, since the girl wanted to buy it, Xianxia had no reason to refuse to sell it to her. While the two of them were talking, Xianxia had been paying attention to the clock on the wall. When he saw that it was almost time, he went over to pull out the needle. This is the first time I've inserted the needle. You should feel much better. After this, you still have to come on time every day and take the medicine on time. Only by doing both at the same time can you recover faster. The old man nodded and moved his limbs. Don't worry, this is my body. I will definitely do these. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. The body was his own. Only if he was careful enough could he recover faster. If he wasn't careful enough, even if the doctor was worried sick, it would be impossible to cure him. Xianxia took out a pen and paper and wrote a prescription. He handed it to the old man and asked him to buy the medicine himself. After all, she still didn't have enough medicine. After the old man took the paper and looked at it seriously for a while, he nodded and praised, "Your handwriting is majestic and beautiful." Hearing other people praise his handwriting, Xianxia didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, this was the truth. By the way, it's been so long. I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Shin. You can call me Old Shin. This is my granddaughter, Xin Yue. Xin Yue heard this and smiled brightly at Xianxia. She even extended her hand. Hello, I'm Xin Yue. Xianxia also extended his hand and shook Xin Yue's hand. Hello, I'm Xianxia. After sending off Xin Yue and Old Shin, a few people came to buy scar removal ointment. Today's business was obviously not as good as yesterday, but this was normal. After all, no matter how many people Jiang Tongyuan knew, there was a limit to it. Besides, not everyone needs a scar removal ointment. After a period of time, these people would use the scar removal ointment and it would be effective. Naturally, their relatives and friends would come to visit them. At that time, the business would really improve. In the middle of the morning, Chen Bing opened the door. Chen Bing didn't come alone. He came with the workers. There were men who measured the door. and there were men who chiseled it. The people he brought with him were all experienced. There was no need for Xianxia to do anything. He only needed to state the requirements. The demolition of the wall could begin today. Not only could it be dismantled, but it could also be repaired today. All that was left was to wait for the door to be delivered. The person who made the door also said that the door would be ready and sent over in 2 days. Of course, if it was a normal process, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. However, before they came over, Qianbing had already said that this was an urgent job and that they would be paid double when the time came. Money made the world go round. The work that would take 10 days to half a month could be completed in 2 days and the quality could be guaranteed. It was just a matter of pushing back other people's unimportant orders. It wasn't a big deal. Seeing that the workers started to smash the wall vigorously after drawing the lines, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, money made the world go round. When Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan came back, they saw a lot of people standing outside the walls of their yard. Not only were there people standing, but these people were actually smashing the walls with hammers. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan were shocked. They hurriedly got off the tricycle and were about to walk forward. When they passed by the door, they saw Qianbing and Xianxia. Xianxia and Qianbing also saw the two angry people and hurriedly stopped them. Dad, Mom, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. As Xianxia spoke, she quickly told them about how she wanted to open another door. Actually, even if Xianxia didn't say it, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan knew after seeing her and Qianbing that this was definitely not someone deliberately looking for trouble, but construction. After listening to Xianxia, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan heaved a huge sigh of relief. Hey! This is a mess. We just went out to buy groceries and didn't know about this. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so anxious. These words were directed at Qianbing. Qianbing smiled and nodded. I also just received a call from Ran, so I brought people over. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. It's all my fault. It's also my fault for acting on impulse. If she hadn't acted on impulse, Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan probably wouldn't have scared them. Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan returned to the tricycle and rode it into the yard. Xianxia and Qianbing also followed and helped to move the things down. While helping to move the things, Xianxia realized that Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan had actually bought so many things back. Wang Zuelan talked to Qianbing as he moved the things. You came at the right time. We were going to make some delicious food to celebrate this afternoon. When Qianbing heard this, he laughed. Well, it's better to come early than to come at the right time. Today, I can freeload a good meal again. After saying that, he laughed to himself. Hearing this, Wang Zuelan and the other two laughed as well. Qianbing was keeping an eye on things outside. It didn't matter if Xianxia was around or not. Therefore, Xianxia simply started to organize the ingredients. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't cook at all. Occasionally, she would cook some things. Since they were going to have a good celebration today, naturally, Jiang wanted to cook something. Seeing that she was about to cook, he didn't try to stop her, but helped her. Both of them were skilled in the kitchen. Naturally, they did things quickly and well. In addition to the good cooperation, the preparation work was completed in only an hour. The ingredients needed to be cooked in advance were already in the pot. As for the rest of the dishes, they would wait until lunchtime to cook them together. Otherwise, it would be cold by the time they ate it, and it wouldn't taste good. After tidying up, Xianxia washed her hands, took off her apron, and walked out. Unexpectedly, she had only been in the kitchen for an hour, and the doorway was almost completely smashed. This speed was really quite fast. Don't worry about them. I've already told them that lunch won't be provided, but I'll give them money for lunch and let them eat at a nearby restaurant. Upon hearing Qianbing's words, Xianxia smiled and nodded. It's actually pretty good to let them eat by themselves. They could order whatever they wanted to eat. It was easy and convenient to cook. By the time it was almost noon, the project was only halfway done. However, they still had to eat when it was time to eat. Qianbing went over and gave them money to let them eat at a nearby restaurant. After sending them off, he walked to the living room. Xianxia had already entered the kitchen and started preparing lunch. By the time Chen Bing came over, half of the meal was ready and the cold dishes were already on the table. Although the hot dishes had not been served yet, the cold dishes were already very sumptuous. Chen Bing walked to the kitchen door and poked his head in to take a look. When he saw Jiang Ran and Wang Xuelan busy inside, he smiled and said, "Is there anything I can help with?" Upon hearing Chen Bing's words, Wang Xuelan turned his head and shook his head at him. "There's nothing I need your help with. It's almost done. You just have to wait outside." It was not Chen Bing's first time here for a meal, so he did not blindly stand on ceremony. After hearing this, he nodded and turned to walk out. However, he did not sit at the dining table. Instead, he went to the living room. He sat down in the living room. The house was quiet. Because they were separated by a dining room and a wall, the commotion in the kitchen could not reach here. Chen Bing was a little bored. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. When he heard the phone ring, Chen Bing did not answer it immediately. Instead, he shouted towards the kitchen, "Ran Ran, the phone is ringing." Jiang Ran poked his head out of the kitchen door. "Answer it first and see who it is." Upon hearing this, Chen Bing walked to the phone and picked it up. "Hello? Who is it?" The person on the other side of the phone probably didn't expect that the person who answered the phone was a man. He made a sound of surprise and then asked carefully, "Isn't this Jiang Ran's home? Are you looking for Ran Ran?" "Wait a moment," Chen Bing said and waved at Jiang Ran. "Ran Ran, it's a girl looking for you." Looking for her, and it was a girl. As Jiang Ran walked over, she wondered who would be looking for her. When he walked to the phone, Jiang Ran also thought of it. "Hello, is this you?" On the other end of the phone, Xin Yue heard Jiang Ran's voice and laughed. "How did you know it was me?" Hearing her question, Jiang Ran also smiled. There weren't many people who would call her at this time who knew her home phone number and was a girl at that. Jiang Ran didn't expect that Xin Yue called for this. But it wasn't a big deal, so Jiang Ran agreed directly. If she knew what Xin Yue was worried about, she would have explained it to Xin Yue with a smile. Xin Yue was overthinking. Although the scar removal ointment was selling well, she had made a lot of it during this time. There were hundreds of boxes that hadn't been sold. It was impossible to sell out all of the scar removal ointment in one day. Of course, it would be different if it was 3 or 4 months later. But now, it was impossible to sell all of it in one day. However, Jiang Ran didn't know Xin Ye's worries, so he didn't need to explain it to her. After the two of them finished talking, Xin Yue hung up the phone. Jiang Ran was about to go to the kitchen when Chen Bing stopped her. Jiang Ran stopped and looked at Chen Bing strangely. "Brother Chen, what's wrong?" Chen Bing's expression was a little hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to say it. They had known each other for a long time, and Chen Bing had always been a straightforward person. He had never shown this side of him. So when Jiang Ran saw him show such an expression, she not only felt strange, but also a little curious. "What's wrong? Is it something difficult?" If it wasn't something difficult, Chen Bing would have said it directly. He wouldn't have hesitated. Being stared at by Jiang Ran, Chen Bing seemed to be even more embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, "Nothing, nothing. Hurry up and do your work." Although he said that it was nothing, one could tell from his expression that something was wrong with him at this moment. But if he didn't say it, Jiang Ran couldn't pry open his mouth and ask. She could only nod and go to the kitchen. Jiang Ran wasn't worried at all. Even if he didn't say it now, Chen Bing would definitely say it later. It was just a matter of time. After Jiang Ran returned to the kitchen, she went to cook as usual. Wang Xuelan asked curiously, "Ran Ran, who called you?" Jiang Ran smiled at Wang Xuelan. "It's the granddaughter of a patient." "A patient?" Wang Xuelan was even more puzzled. Jiang Ran then told her about old Mr. Shen's visit in the morning. After hearing Jiang's explanation, Wang Xuelan's face looked at Jiang was proud. Their family's Ran Ran was amazing. Just like that, someone came to seek medical treatment. That was what Wang Xuelan thought, so she said it out loud. Hearing Wang Xuelan's praise, Jiang Ran didn't feel embarrassed. After hearing such words many times, he naturally got used to it. Besides, what Wang Xuelan said was indeed the truth. When eating, although it wasn't that people didn't talk when eating, they didn't talk much either. When the food was delicious, the people who ate were happy. The only pity was that there were two people missing. One was naturally Pei Jing, and the other was Pei Huai, who was far away in his hometown. However, this was something that couldn't be helped, so no one was too conflicted. After the meal, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang got up to clean up the dishes and the kitchen. They didn't let the others help. In their words, the others had been busy all morning, and they had eaten ready-made food. Now it was time for them to clean up. The others didn't fight with them and let them clean up. Jiang Ran and the others came to the living room. Jiang Ran looked at Chen Bing. Jiang Ran just looked at him quietly and didn't say anything. Being stared at by Jiang Ran like this, Chen Bing felt uncomfortable all over. Ran, why do you keep looking at me like this? Jiang Ran smiled. Brother Chen, don't you have anything to ask me? Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Chen Bing shook his head again, but then his expression became conflicted again. Just by looking at his expression, she knew that he must have something to say, but it was difficult to say. Seeing this, Jiang Ran simply didn't ask. She didn't like to force people to do things. If Chen Bing didn't want to say now, then don't say it. Anyway, there would be opportunities in the future. Seeing that Jiang Ran didn't ask anymore, Chen Bing was relieved at first, but soon, his expression became a little complicated. Probably in his heart, he hoped that Jiang Ran would continue to ask. If Jiang Ran continued to ask, maybe he would say it. Not long after the meal, the workers came back to continue working. There wasn't much work left, and it was all done in one afternoon. However, the door still needed 2 days to be sent over. Before the door was sent over, the doorway was open. It was fine during the day, so there was no need to worry. But what about at night? Looking at the big doorway, Jiang Ran was a little worried. If he had known, he would have waited 2 days before smashing it. But that wouldn't work either. After the door was built, it had to be dried before the door could be installed. Otherwise, it would easily cause problems. Besides, there was no point in thinking about it now. What he needed to consider now was how to deal with these 2 nights. Now, everyone was frowning as if they couldn't think of a solution. Pei Yang simply said, "What's there to worry about? At night, I'll just move a bed and lie at the door." When the time came, he would sleep at the door. No matter who came, he would be the first to notice. If it was summer now, it would not be a problem to move a bed and sleep at the door. But it was almost October now. Although it was still warm during the day, it was really cold at night. Even if he slept in the house, he would have to cover himself with a blanket, not to mention sleeping outside. If Pei Yang really slept outside for a night, he would definitely catch a cold. At this time, the security was actually quite good, especially in the area where they lived. There weren't many residents, and everyone was well-mannered. They probably wouldn't do something like sneaking into other people's houses at night. Pei Yang disagreed. "Sister-in-law, you can't just judge people by their appearance." Pei Yang said seriously, "Although the neighbors look quite kind, how can you be sure what they are like in private? Previously, they didn't do anything petty theft probably because they didn't have a chance. If we leave the door open and no one guards the door, they might feel that they have a chance and take advantage of it." Pei Yang's words sounded reasonable, as if what he said was true. Hearing his words, Jiang Ran looked at him with admiration. To be able to think of this, Pei Yang was actually very smart. He even knew how to think about human nature. Chen Bing sat quietly at the side, thinking about something. When she came back to her senses, she heard Pei Yang's words. At first, Chen Bing didn't know what the two of them were arguing about. After knowing what they were talking about, he laughed. "What's there to fight about? At night, just park my car at the door. I'll sleep in the car and watch over it." Hearing this, their eyes lit up. That's right, why didn't they think of this? If he slept in the car, he wouldn't catch a cold with a blanket. There was a guarantee of warmth and safety. Just as Chen Bing said, he directly parked the car outside the door at night and slept in the car. Wang Zuelan gave him a blanket. Fortunately, the back seat was spacious and could accommodate one person. Before Pei Yang went to sleep, he ran over and insisted that Chen Bing sleep in his room while he slept in the car. In the end, he was mercilessly chased away by Chen Bing. You're a child. This kind of thing doesn't belong to you. You don't have to fight with me. In Chen Bing's eyes, Pei Yang was not related to him by blood. He was just like a younger brother. With him, the elder brother, there was no need for the younger brother to stand up for him. Pei Yang was not convinced, but in the end, he could only go back to his room to sleep. Jiang Ran knew that this would be the result, so he simply didn't go over to compete with Chen Bing. Instead of wasting his time, he might as well make a sumptuous breakfast the next morning. That was what Jiang Ran thought, and he did it the next morning. Jiang Ran was not the only one who made breakfast. Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan also helped. With the three of them making breakfast together, the breakfast was much more sumptuous. Jiang Ran was in charge of cooking porridge, Pei Yang was in charge of cooking all kinds of side dishes, and Pei Shanshan was in charge of steaming the pastries. This was something that Pei Shanshan had just learned, and she was already doing very well. When they were ready, they realized that there was a table full of food. Chen Bing came in and saw the breakfast on the table. He was stunned. So many dishes are made so early in the morning. Are there any guests coming over early today? When Chen Bing asked, Jiang Ran and the other two immediately laughed. There are no guests. When Chen Bing heard this, he laughed. You guys have made so much. Even if I eat a little more, I won't be able to finish it. Jiang Ran smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. You can't finish it alone, but there's still us, right? Chen Bing looked at Jiang Ran suspiciously. Just you guys? It wasn't that he was looking down on them, but they had known each other for such a long time. They knew each other's appetite very well. Even if Jiang Ran and the others ate as much as they could, they wouldn't be able to finish today's breakfast. It would be more likely if two more people came. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Wang Xuelan ask who it was from outside. Then, he heard the sound of the door opening. Who's here so early in the morning? Chen Bing asked curiously. Jiang Ran didn't know either, so he walked to the window and looked out. Jiang Ran had just walked to the window when he saw that Wang Xuelan had already opened the door. Old Mr. Shen and Xin Yueyue were walking in together. When he saw the two of them, Jiang Ran smiled. Look, there's someone here to eat with us. We're not afraid of not being able to finish it. When Chen Bing heard Jiang Ran's words, he also looked outside. He saw Wang Xuelan leading an old man and a young girl in. When the two of them walked in, Xin Yueyue said, Sister Ran Ran. As soon as she said this, Chen Bing's eyes widened and he quickly turned his head. Because Chen Bing was standing right next to Jiang Ran could see his every move clearly. After seeing Chen Bing's actions, Jiang Ran only felt that it was strange. What was going on? Why was Chen Bing avoiding Xin Yueyue for no reason? Could it be that the two of them knew each other? As he was thinking about this, Xin Yueyue stepped forward. Xin Yueye's gaze swept past Chen Bing's body without stopping. Jiang Ran saw it clearly, so he was sure that Xin Yueyue didn't know Chen Bing at all. Since they didn't know each other, why was Chen Bing behaving so strangely? Jiang Ran's head was full of question marks. Unfortunately, Xin Yueyue was here now, so she couldn't ask. She could only hide her doubts in the bottom of her heart. Have you eaten? Jiang Ran asked. Xin Yueyue shook his head. Not yet. That's good. We just finished cooking. Let's eat together. When Xin Yueyue came closer, he saw the sumptuous breakfast on the table. When he heard Jiang Ran's words, he subconsciously wanted to agree, but before he spoke, he looked at old Shen. Grandpa? Old Shen smiled. We came out for a walk. When we came here, Yaya said that she wanted to buy your scar cream. She was afraid that if we came late, we wouldn't be able to buy it. I didn't expect that before we bought what we should buy, we would have to freeload a meal here first. Jiang Ran also laughed. There is a lot of scar cream. Don't worry about not being able to buy it. It is said that a chance meeting is better than an invitation. This is fate. Let's sit down and eat quickly. Everyone sat down and began to eat. During the meal, no one spoke. She hadn't even seen him, but she already had a good impression of him just by hearing his voice. She immediately fell in love with him the moment she saw him today. Although this feeling of love came a little too quickly. But wasn't there a line in the lyrics that said that love came too quickly, like a tornado? Sometimes, falling in love with someone was just a matter of hearing the other party say a few words or seeing the other party. Xianxia thought so in her heart, and she didn't pay too much attention to Chen Bing. If she looked at Chen Bing would definitely feel embarrassed. The group of people finished their food in silence. They had made a little too much breakfast, but there were also many people eating. Moreover, there were those who had a big appetite and wanted to eat something good for breakfast. There were also those like Xianxia, who felt that it was delicious and wanted to eat more. With everyone's joint efforts, the breakfast on the table was finished. Xianxia touched her stomach. She felt that if she didn't make some jokes in the morning, she wouldn't be able to eat lunch. Xianxia wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Just after dinner, Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan were fighting to wash the dishes. They had eaten too much and wanted to move a little to digest it quickly. Since they were so enthusiastic, Xianxia didn't fight with them and let them do as they pleased. Xianxia was still thinking about the scar removal ointment, so Xianxia asked her how much she wanted. "I want 10 boxes. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly as she said, "My friends want it." Xianxia also smiled and said, "You pay for it, I'll pay for it. You can have as much as you want." It didn't matter who she sold it to. Xianxia didn't think that there was a problem with others buying more. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia smiled again. This time, she was happy and not shy. In terms of appearance, Xianxia was very good-looking. Her face was round with a little baby fat. Even when she wasn't smiling, she looked very cute. When she smiled, her eyes would turn into crescents and her cheeks would turn red. She looked even cuter. Her appearance always made people feel that she was still a young girl. Who would have thought that she was only 1 or 2 years younger than Xianxia? After the deal was done, Xianxia looked at old Shen. "I just had a meal, so it's not suitable for acupuncture. If you don't have anything else to do, you can sit here and wait for an hour. I'll give you another acupuncture treatment." When old Shen heard this, he agreed with a smile. "I don't have anything to do. I'll just wait here. However, I still have to make a call back. Otherwise, my family will be worried." Xianxia nodded. Of course. An old man and a young man had come out for a stroll. It would be strange if the family wasn't worried about them. Old Shen didn't make a call himself. Instead, he asked Xianxia to make a call back. Xianxia skipped over, picked up the phone, and made a call back. She briefly explained the situation. Xianxia didn't know what the other party said. She stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Then she realized that the other party couldn't see, so she quickly explained. Seeing that Xianxia had stood up, Xianxia also stood up. "Sister Ranran, what are you going to do?" Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, "I'm going to take a look at the east courtyard." Xianxia's eyes sparkled. "Can I follow you to take a look?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Sure." Hearing that Xianxia had agreed, Xianxia immediately jumped up and followed her. As the two of them walked out together, Xianxia started to chatter. "I've never lived in a Sihiyuan before. I've only seen the outside from here. What's your house like?" "It's a Western-style house." Xianxia was speechless. She knew that old Mr. Shen's house would not be simple to be on good terms with old Mr. Jiang. An old Western-style house was not cheaper than a Sihiyuan at all. As the two of them talked and walked, Xianxia kept looking left and right. It seemed that she was really interested in a Sihiyuan. "If you like it, you can try to buy a small one," Xianxia suggested. Buying a Sihiyuan now was not very expensive. At least for a family like Xianxia, the price was really not expensive. This was also a kind of investment that could be earned back hundreds of times over in the future. However, Xianxia shook her head and said, "I can't buy it." Seeing that Xianxia's mood suddenly fell, Xianxia felt a little strange. Seeing old Mr. Shen's attitude towards Xianxia, he should like this granddaughter very much. The granddaughter of a rich family was well liked and doted on. She should have a lot of money in her hands. How could she not be able to buy it? But soon, Xianxia also reacted. Xianxia said that she could not buy it, not that she could not afford it. There was a reason for this, but it was definitely not because of money. Jiang Ran did not ask any more questions. Instead, she glanced at Xin Yueyue. If there was a reason that could be said, even if she did not ask, Xin Yueyue would have said it himself. If there was a reason that could not be said, even if she asked, Xin Yueyue would not answer. Since that was the case, she might as well not ask and wait and see if Xin Yueyue would say it. After a while, she heard Xin Yueyue speak. My family is urging me to get married. They said that as long as I find a good marriage partner, I will buy whatever I want. Buy. Jiang Ran did not expect that she would actually hear a large-scale wedding scene. But thinking carefully, it was quite normal. After all, in this day and age, 21 or 22 years old was indeed the age to get married. If they were really going to get married, everyone would hope to find such a person. It was just that it was not easy to find such a person. That was why so many people still did not get married. As the two of them talked, they did not stop walking and had already approached the east side courtyard. After entering the east side courtyard, the most eye-catching thing was the herbs planted in the courtyard. Those who knew about herbs would know that they were planted here, but those who did not would definitely think that they were weeds. Xin Yueyue did not know them, but she knew what Jiang Ran did for a living. So when she saw the herbs, she guessed that they were herbs and not weeds. Sister Ran, you know how to plant your own herbs? Jiang Ran nodded and said, I just planted them casually. If I really have to wait for them to be used in medicine, I will have to wait for a long time. There were many herbs that didn't grow annually. If they wanted to be used in medicine, they would have to wait for a few years. Xin Yueyue did not know about this. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, she just nodded as if she understood. Jiang Ran didn't really plant medicinal herbs for the sake of using them, but also for the sake of cultivation. When she had nothing to do, she could water the herbs and remove the weeds. It was a good way to pass the time. Although Jiang Ran was very busy and basically did not have time to be so idle. But just because she did not have time now, it did not mean that she would not have time in the future. She led Xin Yueyue around the courtyard and looked around the house. Seeing that it was almost time, they returned to the main courtyard. When they returned, they found that old Shen and Shen Bing were talking. The two of them were talking very animatedly. Looking at the way they were talking, it did not seem like they were meeting for the first time, but more like they had known each other for a long time. Seeing that Xin Yueyue and Jiang Ran had returned, the two of them stopped at the same time and looked at Jiang Ran and Xin Yueyue. Old Shen waved at Xin Yueyue. Yeah, come here. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Bing. He is older than you. You can call him Brother Chen. Xin Yueyue walked to old Shen's side. Then, he looked at Chen Bing and called him Big Brother Chen. Xin Yueyue shouted naturally, but when Chen Bing heard it, Chen Bing's ears turned red. Jiang Ran noticed this, but the Shen family's grandfather and grandson didn't. Seeing that it was about time, Jiang Ran began to perform acupuncture on old Mr. Shen. As soon as the needle was inserted, someone came to buy scar removal ointment. Chen Bing didn't just sit there. He immediately stood up to help collect the money. Chen Bing was familiar with these things. With Chen Bing's help, Jiang Ran naturally had a lot of free time. Jiang Ran also thought that perhaps, in the future, she could accept a few little disciples. However, this was a matter for the future. There was no hurry now. After the acupuncture, old Shen left with Xin Yueyue. Before Xin Yueyue left, he waved at Jiang Ran. After watching the grandfather and grandson leave, Jiang Ran looked at Chen Bing. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Chen Bing's expression became helpless. Ran. Seeing Chen Bing's helpless expression, Jiang Ran also laughed. Okay. Jiang Ran restrained the expression on her face and said seriously, what's the matter? Tell me. Chen Bing opened his mouth and stopped, as if he didn't know what to say. Seeing him like this, Jiang Ran didn't rush him and just waited for him to continue. Chen Bing seemed to be organizing his words. After a while, he finally thought of what to say. That's right. After I received the call yesterday, I felt that her voice was quite pleasant to the ears. If it were another person or another occasion, Jiang Ran would definitely ask who she was. But due to Chen Bing's character, Jiang Ran held back and didn't ask this question. She just looked at Chen Bing quietly and waited for Chen Bing to continue. Today, after seeing her, I don't know why, but my heart beat a lot faster. Xianxia thought to herself, this is love, seeing someone, your heart beat faster. If this isn't love, what else can it be? This was love at first sight, no doubt about it. Love at first sight was something she had heard of before, but it was really the first time she had seen it. In an instant, Xianxia became more and more interested. However, when Bing reached this point, he suddenly stopped. Xianxia waited for a long time, but Bing didn't continue to speak. She could only ask herself, why did you stop talking? And then? Bing looked at Xianxia even more innocently. There's no then. Xianxia was speechless. Ran, I just want to ask you what's going on with me and what should I do? Hearing this question, Xianxia also fell silent. She also didn't know what to do. Xianxia thought for a while and simply told him about Xianxia's situation. She told me today that her family is urging her to get married. She herself isn't against marriage, but she hasn't found someone she wants to marry yet. After Xianxia said this, Bing, who was still frowning and didn't know what to do, suddenly stood up. She wants to get married? Who is she marrying? Xianxia was speechless. Was he only going to listen to one thing? Didn't I just say it? She hasn't found someone she wants to marry yet. Bing looked at Xianxia as if he finally understood what she was saying. Nodding, he said, it's good that she hasn't found someone. If she did find him, what should he do? Brother Chen, what are you going to do? Xianxia asked. Bing was a man of his word. The next morning, he arrived just as breakfast was placed on the table. Fortunately, Xianxia had already expected this, so she had prepared a little more breakfast, so that he wouldn't have nothing to eat. Xianxia only glanced at Bing. He didn't look closely and didn't find anything wrong. However, Pei Yang, who was beside him, saw that something was wrong. Big brother Chen, you look very different today. Hearing Pei Yang's words, Bing immediately denied it. Different? What's different? I don't look different. How can you not look different? Pei Yang said as he walked forward. Your clothes are obviously new, your shoes are new, and your bag is also new. What's this on your hair? Hair wax? Hair gel? You even did your hair? With every sentence Pei Yang said, Bing's face turned redder. In the end, Bing's ears turned red. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time that everyone saw Bing so shy. When Pei Yang saw this scene, he was as surprised as if he had seen a new continent. Big brother Chen, why is your face red? Without waiting for Bing to answer, Pei Yang quickly asked, not only is your face red, but why are your ears red as well? If it was summer, it could be said that it was hot. However, it was almost October now, and the weather was already cold. It was also early in the morning. How could his face and ears be red from the heat, since it wasn't hot? Could it be that he was shy? Pei Yang opened his mouth to speak, but Bing covered his mouth. Stop talking, hurry up and eat, Bing said as he pushed Pei Yang to sit down. You'll be late for school in a while. Hurry up and eat. What are you talking about here? When Bing said these words, his face became serious and he looked very dignified. As he spoke, the flush on his face slowly faded. Seeing him like this, although Pei Yang still wanted to say something, he was afraid that Bing would fly into a rage out of humiliation. In the end, he could only swallow the words in his heart. Everyone had breakfast together. Some went to school, some sent people to school, and some sent people to school. Only Xianxia and Bing were left in the house. Afraid that Bing would feel uncomfortable, Xianxia didn't dare to look at him. But the more she acted like this, the more uncomfortable Bing felt. What was the difference between Xianxia and burying his head in the sand? Ran. Bing said helplessly. Why don't you go somewhere else? You, hearing Bing's words, Xianxia turned his head and smiled at Bing. Well, I'll listen to you. Bing turned his head away and avoided Xianxia's gaze. After a while, he turned around and said, why isn't she here yet? Xianxia was speechless. He was a patient, not a criminal. It was his freedom to come over whenever he wanted. It wasn't up to her to decide. Seeing Jiang Ran's expression, Chen Bing also knew that he had asked a very stupid question. He smiled embarrassedly and was about to explain when he saw people coming in through the main door. It was none other than old Mr. Shen and Shen Yueyue. But this was good too. At least it proved that Chen Bing was really interested in Shen Yueyue, and it wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Old Shen and Shen Yueyue walked in quickly. Jiang Ran asked a few questions, checked her pulse, and prepared to start the acupuncture. At this moment, the person who installed the door came. Hearing the commotion, Chen Bing stood up and waited. Shen Yueyue stood up as well, looking very interested. I haven't seen it before. I want to see it with you. Is that okay? Chen Bing couldn't ask for more. After hearing this, he nodded and said, of course, of course. Why wouldn't it be okay? As the two of them spoke, they walked out together. From the back, they looked quite compatible. Jiang Ran smiled as he watched the two of them walk out. He felt that he could be a couple again. Do you think that the two of them are a good match? Hearing this, Jiang Ran subconsciously wanted to nod. But she quickly realized that something was wrong. At this moment, only she and old Shen were left in the room. She was sure that she hadn't said anything just now, so the person who said this was old Shen. Why did old Shen suddenly say something like this? Could it be that old Shen also had such thoughts? Jiang Ran looked at old Shen suspiciously and saw old Shen laughing. What's wrong? Do you think that the two of them aren't a good match? She couldn't not answer this question. Jiang Ran nodded and said, they do seem to be a good match. I think so too, old Shen said with a smile. Old Mr. Shen smiled and said, Yu is of age now. Her parents and I have always wanted her to get married soon, but this girl has her own ideas. She doesn't reject marriage, but she has a lot of requirements for the person she wants to marry. After going back and forth for so long, we are tired. As for the person she wants to marry in the future, we don't have many requirements. As long as he treats her well, has a trustworthy character, is motivated, and has a certain level of financial ability, that's enough. Hearing this, Jiang Ran almost couldn't hold back her laughter. This was called no requirements? This request was simply too much. Although it was not a requirement to reach the pinnacle, it was actually quite difficult to satisfy so many conditions at the same time. But thinking about it, if he had a daughter, and she grew up and wanted to get married, Jiang Ran would inevitably hope that the person she married would be good in all aspects. When he thought about it this way, he didn't feel that old Mr. Shen's request was too much. Old Shen was still smiling. I chatted with him yesterday and felt that this young man is not bad. He has his own business, is ambitious, and has a sense of responsibility. She was also quite good-looking. At that time, I thought, I just don't know if the two of them like each other. Now, it seemed that they all had this intention. This was also quite good. Let them interact with each other, perhaps it would work out. Before they succeed, we shouldn't interfere too much. Don't you think so? What else could Jiang Ran say? Of course, he smiled and nodded. Yes. After Jiang Ran gave old Shen the acupuncture treatment, old Shen started to ask about Chen Bing's situation. Old Shen asked about everything, including where he was from, his family situation, and the specific situation of his business. Although old Shen had said before that Chen Bing was not bad, he still asked about every detail. Jiang Ran knew that as a parent, she had to be like this in this regard. Therefore, no matter what old Shen asked, as long as it was something Jiang Ran knew, he would tell him everything. From old Shen's expression, he knew that he was even more satisfied with Chen Bing. The only thing that was missing now was Chen Bing and Shen Yueyue. In the end, the two of them were going to live together. Of course, this was their own choice. If they did not have this intention, it would be useless no matter how well others looked at them. In the house, Jiang Ran and old Shen kept talking. Outside, Shen Yueyue followed Chen Bing to the gate and saw that there were a few door planks on the car outside. When the door planks were placed flat, they felt that they were very big, but they could not see what they looked like. When the workers lifted the door planks down, they could see clearly that there were actually carvings on them. However, the carvings and the overall color of the door were red, so if one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it. But they could only see the difference between the two. Shen Yueyue looked at it and felt that it was interesting. She turned to look at Chen Bing and asked, "Can I touch it?" Chen Bing immediately nodded and said, "Of course." This was a wooden door, and it was made of solid wood. Not to mention touching it, even kicking it would not be a problem. Shen Yue stretched out her hand and touched the wooden door. Feeling the patterns on it, she could not help but laugh. Shen Yue kept looking at the wooden door, while Chen Bing kept looking at Shen Yue. Looking at the bright smile on Shen Yue's face and her slender, white hand on the door planks, Chen Bing wanted to laugh too. He did not know what was wrong with him. After all, there had never been such a situation in all these years. However, Chen Bing did not hate this feeling. Previously, when Wang Zuelan said that he wanted to introduce someone to him, he was very unwilling. But at that time, if Shen Yue was in front of him, he would definitely be willing. However, Chen Bing was also very glad. He was glad that he had rejected Wang Zuelan's suggestion. At that time, if he had agreed to Wang Zuelan's suggestion and met other girls, then now that he met Shen Yue, he would have no legitimate reason to get close to her. Therefore, it was only right to let nature take its course and wait for the fated one to arrive. It was not a wise decision to meet someone she did not know in order to get married. If you don't meet that person in the future, it's fine to forget about it. But if he did meet her, it would not be a good thing. Chen Bing was very glad that he did not let himself fall to that point. Shen Yue touched the wooden door for a while. Then she turned her head and took 2 steps back. After all, he was here to install the door. She could not keep delaying his work. After the door frame was installed, the rest was much simpler. They installed the wooden doors one by one and fixed them properly. The installation was completed. Of course, the people who installed the doors did not leave just like that. Instead, they did a thorough check. After confirming that there was no problem with the doors, Chen Bing gave them the rest of the money. After sending these people off, Chen Bing was about to go back and call Jiang Ran when he saw Jiang Ran and Old Shen walking over one after another. Jiang Ran's eyes lit up in surprise when she saw the installed wooden doors. If one did not look carefully, one would really think that these doors were originally there and not installed later. With these 2 doors, it would be much more convenient in the future. Jiang Ran even thought of customizing a plaque and hanging it at the entrance of the east courtyard. This way, when others came to her to buy scar removal ointment or to see a doctor, they would be able to find the place accurately. However, Jiang Ran had not thought of what to write on the plaque yet. However, this was not something urgent. She had time to think about it slowly. She was not in a hurry at the moment. Now, it was more important to take a closer look at the door in front of her. At this time, although mechanization was not developed, there were many skilled craftsmen. The carvings made by these craftsmen were even more lively and charming than those made by others. When Jiang Ran was staring, Shen Yue was also staring. She really liked this kind of big wooden door. She also liked the hollow carved windows in every room in this courtyard. It would be even better if she could live in such a courtyard house. Seeing that Shen Yue was looking at it seriously, Old Shen did not call out to her. It was not until she had seen enough that he called out to her, Yeah, we should go back. Shen Yue agreed and said goodbye to Jiang Ran with a smile. Of course, she did not forget to say goodbye to Chen Bing. Seeing Shen Yue and old Mr. Shen leave together, Chen Bing reluctantly withdrew his gaze. It wasn't until Shen Yue and old Shen's figures had disappeared that Chen Bing turned his head reluctantly. But at the same time, he let out a heavy sigh. Hearing Chen Bing sigh, Jiang Ran laughed. In the past, those who kept saying that marriage was meaningless and that they didn't want to get married at all were now troubled by love. Therefore, no matter when one spoke, one could not be too absolute. If he was too absolute, he might end up slapping himself in the face. Chen Bing obviously didn't care if he slapped Shen Yue's face or not. He was more concerned about how he could be together with Shen Yue. However, when it came to doing business, Chen Bing could speak clearly and logically. But in this aspect, Chen Bing was like a young lady getting into a bridal sedan. It was really a first. Chen Bing, who had no experience at all, had no idea what he could do, nor did he know where to start. Chen Bing had no choice but to look at Jiang Ran. Ran, what do you think I should do next? Jiang Ran was speechless. He just felt that Jiang Ran's question was a little strange. He was not forgetful. How could he forget Qin Chuan? Just by looking at Chen Bing's expression, Jiang Ran knew that Chen Bing must have misunderstood. Jiang Ran smiled and then explained. What I mean by this sentence is, do you still remember how Qin Chuan got close to Xianxia? Chen Bing knew all too well. At that time, Chen Bing was not there. But later, Pei Yang mentioned this matter more than once. This time, it was very good and very detailed. Even if he did not see it with his own eyes, he knew it clearly. Chen Bing did not understand what Jiang Ran meant at first. But later, he understood. Jiang Ran wanted him to learn from Qin Chuan. Just thinking about it, Chen Bing shook his head. How could he do such a stupid thing, although it was right to do anything for the person he liked? But why would he do such a stupid thing when there was clearly a better way? Yes, this time, Chen Bing felt that he had a better way to get close to Xin Yue. Seeing Chen Bing shake his head, Jiang Ran did not say anything more. This was the only way she could think of at this time. But since Chen Bing was not willing, she had no other suggestions. Chen Bing looked at Jiang Ran. He knew that Jiang Ran was probably not reliable, so he did not make things difficult for Jiang Ran. In that case, I will go back and think about it carefully. Hearing Chen Bing's words, it meant that he was going to leave. Jiang Ran called out to him. Oh yes, you said that you wanted to buy a house. How is it going? Although he did not know why Jiang Ran suddenly asked this, Chen Bing still nodded. It has been chosen. Only the paperwork is left. It is quite close to here. If we walk, we will be there in about 10 minutes. There were still many Sihiyuan in North City, distributed in different places. It was not a coincidence that Chen Bing had been able to buy a Sihiyuan nearby. Chen Bing had done it on purpose. Both of their families did not have any relatives or friends in North City. If they lived closer, they could take care of each other no matter what happened. If not for Chen Bing's request when he bought the house would have been bought long ago. Hearing Chen Bing's answer, Jiang Ran nodded and smiled. Xin Yue likes Sihiyuan. She wants to buy a Sihiyuan after she gets married. Hearing this, Chen Bing's eyes lit up. Now, he finally understood why Jiang Ran had stopped him and said this. After saying what needed to be said, Jiang Ran did not keep Chen Bing any longer and let him go. A Sihiyuan alone was obviously not enough. Xin Yue would not decide to marry Chen Bing just because of a Sihiyuan. But with a Sihiyuan, Chen Bing at least had a little more hope. After sending Chen Bing off, Jiang Ran stood at the gate of the east courtyard and stared at the top of the gate. She was thinking about what kind of sign to hang on it. Now that she saw Pei Baoshan riding a tricycle and bringing Wang Suilan back, Jiang Ran smiled. Dad, Mom, you're back. Pei Baoshan rode the tricycle to the gate and stopped. Pei Baoshan waited for Wang Suilan to get off the tricycle before getting off. The two of them walked towards Jiang Ran together. Looking at the installed gate, they nodded in satisfaction. This craftsmanship is really good, Pei Baoshan praised. Wang Suilan also nodded. It looks good. It's much better than just casually getting a wooden board and painting it with red paint. However, the price would definitely be more expensive. However, Wang Suilan did not say this out loud. It did not matter if the price was expensive or not. What mattered was whether the item was good or not. As long as the item was good, it was only right for it to be more expensive. Although Wang Suilan had lived a hard life, he also understood the principle that you get what you pay for. For such a courtyard house, the gate was considered the most important. If the gate was not sturdy, then wouldn't outsiders be able to break in at will? Therefore, in this regard, the price was not the most important. The most important thing was its sturdiness and quality. After Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan had admired the gate enough, Jiang Ran opened her mouth and told them her thoughts. Hearing Jiang Ran say that she wanted to make a plaque, Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan nodded in agreement. Seeing the attitude of the two people, Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh. She had long expected them to have such an attitude. After all, no matter what she thought or wanted to do, they usually had no objections. However, it was their business that they did not have any objections. What should be said still had to be said. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan did not have any objections to the words on the plaque. After the two of them looked at each other, Wang Zuelan spoke. Ran, we don't know about these things. You can write whatever you want. Yes. Pei Baoshan also nodded. Ran, you can write whatever you want. We don't have any objections. Jiang Ran also smiled and nodded. Okay. She had long guessed that she would not be able to get any advice from the two of them. But it didn't matter. Jiang Ran had already planned to call Pei Huai in the evening and ask for Pei Huai's opinion. Time flew by, and it was evening. After dinner, the other people in the family went to do their own things. Jiang Ran picked up the phone and called Pei Huai. As soon as the phone rang, it was picked up. Hey. Pei Huai's voice sounded from the phone. Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Ran laughed before he said anything. Are you waiting by the phone? Jiang Ran asked with a smile. If he hadn't been by the phone, how could he have picked up the moment she called? The two of them talked for a while before Jiang Ran got down to business. The door of the east side courtyard is ready. I want to make a plaque, but I haven't thought about what to write on it. Do you have any suggestions? Let me think about it. I'll tell you tomorrow. Okay. Anyway, making a plaque was not something urgent. As for Pei Huai saying that he would tell her tomorrow, she gladly accepted. After thinking about it, Jiang Ran also told Pei Huai about Chen Bing and Xin Yueyue. Pei Huai was not an outsider. It was not a big deal to talk to him about this. Pei Huai quietly listened to Jiang Ran's words, and also laughed in a low voice. Although Pei Huai did not say anything, Jiang Ran had already guessed why he laughed just by listening to Pei Huai's whisper. Pei Huai must have also thought of Chen Bing's vow that he would never get married. It had only been a short while, but his thoughts had already changed so much. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai talked for a while. Then, when he looked up, he saw Pei Jing. Pei Jing looked over here eagerly. Jiang Ran's heart softened when he saw this. He quickly waved to Pei Jing. Pei Jing saw this and trotted over, throwing himself into Jiang Ran's arms. Mom. After calling Jiang Ran, Pei Jing looked in the direction of the phone and called Dad in a childish voice. Pei Huai on the other end of the phone also smiled and called Pei Jing after hearing Xiao Jing's voice. They were not little children. They also had the desire to express themselves. Especially for their parents who were not around, they had more to say. Jiang Ran picked up Pei Jing and put him on his lap. He put the phone on speaker and listened to Pei Jing and Pei Huai chatting. From time to time, he would say a few words. Although such a scene was very warm, if there was a choice, Jiang Ran still hoped to talk to Pei Huai face to face, instead of only hearing his voice and not seeing his expression. When he thought of this, his mood inevitably became heavy. But it didn't matter. These days wouldn't last for long. At most, he would wait a few more months. Before the new year, Pei Huai would definitely come. At that time, Pei Huai should not leave. After chatting for about half an hour, Pei Jing was so sleepy that he yawned. Jiang Ran then said goodbye to Pei Huai and hung up the phone. At this time, the phone bill was actually quite expensive. Usually, when people called, they would finish what they wanted to say as soon as possible. Basically, they would not talk for so long. People like them, who could chat for almost an hour, were probably really rare. Although it was just talking on the phone, it was also very interesting to enjoy the fun. Jiang Ran carried Pei Jing back to the room and put Pei Jing on the bed. He rolled under the covers and fell asleep immediately. Being able to fall asleep in seconds was definitely a kind of happiness. Although Jiang Ran could not fall asleep in seconds, the quality of her sleep was still very good. After lying down, she gradually fell asleep after a while. At night, Jiang Ran did not dream. She slept until the next morning. Jiang Ran was busy in the house, and people would come over from time to time. The people who came were all here to buy scar removal ointment. Jiang Ran also asked them where they got the news. After hearing their answers, she realized that they didn't all get the news from Jiang Tongyuan. A large number of people were recommended by people who came to buy scar removal ointment before. The size and depth of the scar determined how long it would take to completely remove the scar. But even if it hadn't completely disappeared, the scar could still be seen as it became lighter day by day. This was already a very good publicity effect. Relatives and friends saw the effect with their own eyes. There was no need to say anything more, and they came over themselves. People had their own social network in life. Relatives and friends of relatives and friends. If one person bought it, after the effect was shown, it could bring countless buyers. Moreover, it wasn't just one person who came to buy it in the beginning. Therefore, Jiang Ran's hundreds of boxes of scar removal ointment seemed to be a lot, but after a month, they were sold out. Even the new ones she made in the past month were all sold. Although she had long expected that there would be a day when business would be booming, this day came much earlier than Jiang Ran expected. They sold all of them and made money. Of course, they would be happy. But what followed was a shortage of goods. There was no other way. Jiang Ran was only one person now, and she was too busy. When people came to buy more, Jiang Ran could only tell them to wait for a while. Moreover, she adopted a pre-sale mechanism. There was no need to pay a deposit. As long as they were sure that they wanted it, they could leave their names and contact information. Jiang Ran directly registered the people who left their contact information in order. After the scar removal ointment was ready, she would notify them one by one according to this contact information. After notifying them, they would wait at most 3 days. If they didn't come to buy within 3 days, she would directly postpone the sale and sell it to the next person. Jiang Ran directly wrote this rule on a large piece of red paper, then pasted it on a wooden sign and placed it at the door. Anyone who came could see it at a glance. Anyway, Jiang Ran didn't take a deposit. If they really wanted it, they were willing to leave their contact information to avoid leaving empty-handed. For the sake of convenience, Jiang Ran pulled out another telephone wire and installed a telephone. He placed it in the consultation room. During the day, she spent most of her time here. If someone was looking for her, they could just call this number. This was also to separate life from work. Otherwise, if someone called all day long, it would disturb the rest of the family. Jiang Ran knew that his family would not have any objections to this. However, she couldn't pretend that this matter didn't exist just because others didn't have any opinions. Jiang Ran's family members generally didn't have any opinions on the things that Jiang Ran insisted on. Basically, whatever Jiang Ran said was the truth. They were certain that none of them had ever seen Jiang Ran before today. After all, she was so beautiful. If they had seen her before, they definitely wouldn't have forgotten her. Not only were they certain that they hadn't seen her before, but they were also certain that Jiang Ran wasn't a student of their school. If she really was, her reputation would have spread long ago. Jiang Ran didn't know what these people were thinking, but even if she did, she wouldn't have taken it to heart. She had only come in a few minutes earlier, so the teacher arrived not long after she entered. Although university was different from high school and middle school, attendance was still required. When Jiang Ran answered, she clearly felt everyone's eyes in the classroom converge on her. This caused no one to respond when the teacher called the next student's name. The teacher called the student's name 3 times in a row before the student whose name had been called finally came back to his senses and hurriedly answered, yes. However, no one laughed at him, because everyone also came back to their senses at this time. Jiang Ran, who was being stared at, only had a string of ellipses in her mind. This was a little too exaggerated. In reality, it wasn't that everyone was exaggerating, but whether it was Jiang Ran's appearance or temperament, she was different from the people in this classroom. She was especially special, and thus especially eye-catching. The teacher also glanced at Jiang Ran a few more times, then retracted his gaze and knocked on the table. Although the teacher didn't say much, everyone understood what he meant. Fortunately, those who could attend classes here were all very outstanding people, and they were also very self-disciplined. After everyone finished reading the novel, they immersed their minds into learning. Only after class was over did everyone's attention turn to Jiang Ran. Then, they saw Jiang Ran stand up, hugged her books, and walked out. At noon, Jiang Ran didn't plan to go home because she still had classes in the afternoon. If she returned at noon, there would be enough time, but Jiang Ran didn't want to waste time on the road. In any case, the food in the cafeteria was quite good, so she might as well eat in the cafeteria. After eating, she would go to the library and sit for a while, then go to class in the afternoon. That was Jiang Ran's plan, and that was indeed what she did. At this time, she prepared her bag and walked to the cafeteria. When she arrived, she took her food, which she was interested in, and found an empty seat to sit down. The tables in the cafeteria were arranged in rows, and as soon as she sat down, someone sat down opposite her. Xianxia saw someone sit down, but she didn't raise her head, nor did she look at the person opposite her. This was a public area, and everyone was free to sit wherever they wanted. Xianxia didn't raise her head and focused on eating, but the person opposite her couldn't wait any longer. "Hi, how are you? When did you come to our school? Why haven't I seen you before? Was it because something happened at home that you didn't come?" The person had already taken the initiative to talk to her. If she ignored her now, it would only make people think that she was cold and unapproachable. The person who spoke to her was a girl with a crisp voice. She could be considered friendly, but full of curiosity. Xianxia raised her head and looked across and saw a girl with a student's hairstyle sitting opposite her. The girl had a baby face and a bright smile on her face. She also had 2 dimples on her cheeks, which made her look very cute. Just by looking at her face, one could tell that she was young. They were very sure that they had never seen Xianxia before today. After all, she was so good-looking. If they had seen her before, they definitely wouldn't have forgotten her. Not only were they sure that they had never seen her before, but they were also sure that Xianxia wasn't a student of their school before. If it was true, her reputation would have spread long ago. Xianxia didn't know what these people were thinking, but even if she knew, she wouldn't take it to heart. She just came in a few minutes early, so not long after she came in, the teacher came. Although university was different from high school and junior high school, there was still a roll call. When Xianxia answered, she clearly felt that everyone's eyes in the classroom were focused on her. As a result, when the teacher called out the next student's name, no one answered. The teacher called 3 times in a row, and the student whose name was called finally came back to his senses and hurriedly answered. But no one laughed at him because everyone also came back to their senses at this time. Xianxia, who was being stared at, only had a string of ellipses in her heart at this time. This was a bit too exaggerated. In fact, it wasn't that everyone was exaggerating, but Xianxia's appearance and temperament were different from the people in this classroom. She was particularly special and attracted attention. The teacher also glanced at Xianxia a few more times, then withdrew his gaze and knocked on the table. Although the teacher didn't say much, everyone understood what he meant. Fortunately, the people who could come to class here were all very outstanding people and very self-disciplined. After everyone saw the novelty, they immersed their minds in learning. It wasn't until after class that everyone's attention was focused on Xianxia. Then they saw Xianxia stand up and walk out with her books. At noon, Xianxia didn't plan to go home because she still had classes in the afternoon. If she went back at noon, there would be enough time, but Xianxia didn't want to waste time on the road. Anyway, the food in the cafeteria tasted good, so she might as well eat in the cafeteria. After eating, she would go to the library and then go to class in the afternoon. This was Xianxia's plan, and it was indeed done. At this time, she prepared her bag and walked to the cafeteria. When she arrived, she took her food and found an empty seat to sit down. The tables in the cafeteria were arranged in rows. As soon as she sat down, someone sat opposite her. Xianxia saw someone sit down, but he didn't raise his head. He didn't look at the person opposite him. This was a public area. Everyone was free to do whatever they wanted. Xianxia didn't raise his head and focused on eating. The person opposite him couldn't wait any longer. "Hi, hello. When did you come to our school? Why haven't I seen you before? Did you not come earlier because something happened at home?" Since the other party had taken the initiative to speak to her, if she ignored him now, it would only make others think that she was cold and unapproachable. The person talking to her was a girl. Her voice was crisp and clear. You know, she could be considered friendly, but she was full of curiosity. Xianxia raised his head and looked across. He saw a girl with a student haircut sitting across from him. The girl had a baby face with a bright smile on her face and 2 dimples on her cheeks. She looked very cute. Just by looking at her appearance, one could tell that she was quite young. Xianxia smiled at the girl. "I just entered the school after taking the adult exam." Hearing Xianxia's words, the girl was very surprised. She looked at Xianxia and felt that Xianxia was only 1 or 2 years older than her. So he wasn't? Xianxia saw the girl's surprise but didn't think much of it. After all, with this girl's age, it was obvious that she took the college entrance exam and didn't walk the same path as her. Now that she heard that she came in through the adult exam, it was normal for her to be surprised. The girl quickly collected her emotions and smiled sweetly at Xianxia. Hello, my name is Wang Tian. We were in the same classroom just now. You don't know that everyone in our class is looking at you. Xianxia smiled. No, I know. Wang Tian continued, which dorm are you staying in? I'll come and play with you tonight. Xianxia shook his head, I'm not staying in the dorm. Ah? Wang Tian was surprised again but soon showed an envious expression. You're not staying in the dorm? That's great. There are too many people in the dorm and it's inconvenient. Do you rent a house nearby or live at home? I live at home. Then your home must be very close to here. Wang Tian's eyes were full of envy. Unlike me, my home is out of the province and it's impossible for me to live at home. I want to rent a house nearby but my family doesn't agree. They say it's not safe for a girl to live alone outside. That was right. Far away from home and studying abroad, safety was the most important. Living in the school, although there were many people in the dorm and there were many inconveniences, at least safety was guaranteed. It was not safe for a girl to live alone outside, especially in this era. Xianxia smiled, your family is doing it for your own good. Wang Tian nodded, I know they are doing it for my own good. That's why I'm still living in the dorm. However, some people have gone out to rent houses. I don't know where they live. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and didn't probe further. He didn't ask any more questions. Wang Tian was talking most of the time, while Xianxia was seriously eating his food. Therefore, it didn't take long for Xianxia to finish eating. Wang Tian, on the other hand, hadn't eaten much. Xianxia stood up with his plate and said, I've finished my meal. I'll leave now. Take your time. Looking at Xianxia's empty plate, Wang Tian realized that she had been so focused on talking that she had forgotten to eat. She wanted to go with Xianxia, but she hadn't eaten much. It would be a waste to leave the food here. Wang Tian had no choice but to watch Xianxia leave. Xianxia didn't plan to be friends with the little girl, mainly because the age gap was a little big, so they couldn't be friends. After leaving the cafeteria, Xianxia went straight to the library. The library was very quiet and there were many people. Everyone was reading and no one would disturb anyone. Xianxia liked this environment very much. After finding a few books that interested him, he found a seat and sat down. Time passed very quickly when he was immersed in reading. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't completely forget the time. Xianxia left the library and walked towards the teaching building. On the way, there were many people who were going in the same direction as her. Walking on the road, there were still people who would look at Xianxia from time to time. Xianxia was already used to these gazes. As she walked, Xianxia felt that someone was approaching her from behind. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. She knew that it was coming for her. Xianxia had just made a defensive posture when she heard a voice behind her. Hi. Although it was just a short word, Xianxia could tell that it was Wang Tian's voice. Xianxia turned her head and saw Wang Tian with a smile on her face. What a coincidence. We met in the cafeteria before, and now we meet again. Xianxia was thinking about this when she heard Wang Tian speak. What a coincidence. I met you again. Xianxia also smiled and nodded, it is quite a coincidence. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually not a coincidence. It was inevitable that they would meet each other when they were going to class. Who asked them to be classmates? When the two of them walked into the classroom together, they attracted a lot of attention. However, Wang Tian was not willing to sit in the first row. She sat in the back. Wang Tian originally wanted Xianxia to sit in the back with her, but was rejected by Xianxia. She could only go to the back alone. As soon as Wang Tian sat down, the people next to her came over. Wang Tian, you know her? This her was naturally Xianxia. Wang Tian nodded, I know her. Really? It's true. We met at lunch. When the people next to her heard Wang Tiantian's words, their expressions suddenly became indescribable. They met at lunch. Didn't that mean that they didn't know each other before? Seeing his expression, Wang Tiantian had a strange look on her face. What's wrong? We just met at lunch. Isn't that considered knowing each other? You haven't talked to her yet. I have already talked to her. Hearing Wang Tiantian's words, the surrounding students who came over to listen became more complicated. Wasn't it just talking? What's there to show off? If they went up to greet Jiang Ran now, how could Jiang Ran ignore them? Wang Tiantian wasn't an idiot. She could tell from the expressions of the people around her what they were thinking. Hee, why don't you guys go? All of them only dared to say it in their hearts, but when it came to actual action, no one dared to take action. How dare she laugh at her with such guts? Everyone looked at each other and hesitated. There was a certain amount of pressure to greet a classmate that he didn't know, and one that didn't seem easy to get along with. The afternoon classes ended early. It was only 4 o'clock when she left the teaching building. If it was still summer, the sun would be glaring at this time. But now, the sun was setting in the west, and the golden sunlight shone on the earth. The sunlight didn't bring much warmth, but it was very beautiful. Jiang Ran stared at the sky in the west for a while, then looked away. She had to hurry back. It would take more than 20 minutes to ride back. It was almost 5 o'clock when she reached home. The sky was already dark, and it would be completely dark in less than 6 o'clock. Jiang Ran didn't want to walk at night when she didn't have to. It wasn't because she was worried, but because it would be colder after it was dyed black. Especially when she was riding a bicycle, the cold wind blowing in her face was very uncomfortable. Jiang Ran thought so in her heart, and she kept walking toward the school gate. After she exited the gate, Jiang Ran pushed her bicycle and prepared to leave. Who knew that she would be stopped the moment she got on her bicycle? Jiang Ran raised her head in confusion and looked at the people who stopped her. At this time, there were a few girls in front of her bicycle. They were all dressed fashionably and were very Western style. Just by looking at their clothes, she knew that they were the kind of girls who were more flamboyant. Jiang Ran's memory was very good. As long as she met someone, she would more or less have some impression of them. She was sure that she had never seen these girls in front of her before. What's the matter? Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows. The leading girl raised her chin and gestured at Jiang Ran's coat. Where did you buy that coat? Jiang Ran was speechless. So they were just asking where he bought the coat. Couldn't they ask nicely? Just now, Jiang Ran almost thought that she had met a school delinquent girl. Jiang Ran felt that it was a little funny that she made a mistake, but she still answered the girl's question. I didn't buy it. I made it myself. You made it yourself? After hearing Jiang Ran's answer, the girl was very surprised. Her eyes were full of disbelief. After seriously sizing up Jiang Ran from head to toe, she still had some doubts, so she asked again. Did you really make this coat by yourself? Jiang Ran nodded. Of course. After coming to Bay City, Jiang Ran always had all kinds of things to do. Therefore, he didn't plan to open a small wardrobe branch here. He would definitely open one in the future, but he was too busy right now, so he decided to forget about it. Although he didn't open a store, Jiang Ran still made a lot of clothes. Every time she made a sample, she would make a few more pieces for herself to wear and give to Pei Shanshan and Wang Xuelan. Then how much are you selling this dress for? Name a price, I want to have it custom made. Jiang Ran was speechless. Although she could tell from the way this girl was dressed that this girl was definitely not short of money. However, they had only exchanged a few words and this girl wanted to give her money to custom-make clothes. Wasn't this a little too casual? However, if she thought about it from another perspective, it wasn't that casual. After all, she was a student of this school and would still have to attend classes in the future. She couldn't just take this girl's money and run away. Thinking about it this way, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the girl doing this. If it was in the past, Jiang Ran wouldn't have been so busy. After hearing the girl's words, she would have agreed immediately. However, the situation now was different. She was too busy now. She had to attend classes, make scar removal ointment, and spend time with her family. She also needed to rest. She also had to find time to make clothes for herself and her family. How would she have the time and energy to make other orders? Seeing that Xianran was frowning and not speaking, the girl added another sentence. Don't worry, money isn't a problem. Xianran was speechless. She really wasn't worried about money. If there was one thing that Xianran lacked the most now, what was it? It was definitely not money. After all, she had sold hundreds of boxes of scar removal ointment, and one box was 100 yuan. She was now a person with some assets. After thinking about it carefully, she really didn't have the time to make it. Xianran could only shake her head. I really don't have the time to make it. Seeing that Xianran actually rejected her like this, the girl was suddenly a little unhappy. I already told you, money isn't a problem. Xianran also put on a straight face. I also just said that I don't have the time. Money isn't a problem. I'm not short of money. At a glance, this girl looked like someone who had never experienced the cruelty of society. She thought that money could buy everything. However, in reality, the importance of money depended on the person. At least for the current Xianran, money wasn't that important. If she really wanted money, she could take a little more time and make the scar removal ointment. It was more profitable than anything else. Seeing that Xianran's face was cold, the girl was a little stunned. Xianran was originally the kind of beauty with a very aggressive appearance, and her temperament was also not ordinary. When she smiled, she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. But when she put on a cold face, it made people feel that she was sacred and inviolable. The girl was stunned for a moment, and her chin, which had been raised high, lowered a little. That's not what I meant. You might have misunderstood. I just think that the clothes you're wearing look pretty good and I want to make a similar one. Xianran was a little surprised by her change in attitude, but the expression on his face was not as serious as before. Knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Just by looking at this girl's change, he knew that she was not the kind of person who was arrogant and domineering. At least she knew how to be reasonable. Xianran was not purposely making things difficult for the girl. After what happened just now, Xianran also understood something. In Bay City, there were many people who did not lack money, and there were also many women who liked to look beautiful. When they saw beautiful clothes, they would definitely want them. If she opened a small wardrobe in Bay City, it was obvious how good her business would be. However, it was impossible for Xianran to handle a large number of customers alone, so she needed a tailor. It would be best if it was a tailor with good skills. With a few more tailors, she would be able to open a small wardrobe. In this month, Xianran did not put all the money she earned in the bank, but used it to buy a house. She bought another 2 courtyards and a few shops. These could all increase in value in the future, and there was a lot of room for appreciation. Therefore, she now had a shop. After buying the shop, she had already done some basic repairs. The floor, doors, windows, and walls had all been repaired. No matter what business she wanted to do in the future, she just needed to put in the things she needed and she would be able to open it. As long as she found a few tailors and opened a small wardrobe, it would be a matter of minutes. When the time came, the girl could buy as many clothes as she wanted. Thinking about these things in her heart, Xianran did not ride slowly. She reached home in 20 minutes. When she reached home, the sky was already a little dark. At this time, she looked to the west and could no longer see the sun. A gust of evening wind blew in her face, bringing with it a chill that made people unable to help but tug at their clothes. The sky in the west was now filled with red and yellow clouds, gorgeous and colorful. Although the sunset could not be seen, it was still so beautiful that people could not take their eyes off it. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful the sunset was, it did not last long. After a short while, the light from the clouds gradually dimmed until it finally turned gray. Xianran stood at the door and did not go in. Pei Jing, who was waiting in the courtyard, ran out with his short legs and ran directly to Xianran's side. He hugged Xianran's leg and looked up at Xianran. "Mom, what are you looking at? I've been waiting for you in the courtyard for a while." Xianran smiled at Pei Jing. "Mom is looking at the sunset and the sunset." Pei Jing looked at the sky in the west and only saw gray clouds. "Is it a gray sunset?" Hearing Pei Jing's question, Xianran laughed. "How could the sunset be gray?" If it's still sunny tomorrow, I'll come back early in the afternoon. I'll bring you to watch it together later, okay? Okay. As they spoke, they entered the courtyard together. Most of the time, people would say not to have too much hope, because the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Just like this time, Xianxia said that the next day, as soon as he woke up the next morning, he heard the pitter-patter of rain outside. It was raining. It was said that autumn rain was followed by cold. In autumn, with every rain, the temperature would drop by a few degrees. At this moment, Pei Jing was also looking up at the fine rain falling from the sky. The rain was blown by the wind and landed on his face. The rain fell on his face and it felt cold. Pei Jing immediately shook his body and even reached out to wipe his face. "Mom, can we still see the sunset today?" Although Xianxia didn't want to disappoint Pei Jing, she could only tell the truth. "We can't see it. It's raining." Pei Jing raised his head again and looked at Xianxia with sparkling eyes. Then, "Mom, can I go and play treading water?" "Xianxia?" Looking into Pei Jing's sparkling eyes, Xianxia understood everything. Although he wanted to see the sunset, it didn't matter if he couldn't. To him, water was obviously more fun. If he could tread water, it didn't matter if he couldn't see hope. Being stared at by Pei Jing, Xianxia really couldn't say anything to reject him. In the end, she could only nod. "Change into your rain shoes later and you can go. Mom is so nice." As Pei Jing said this, he directly hugged Xianxia's leg. Xianxia patted Pei Jing's head and brought Pei Jing to change into his rain shoes. Holding an umbrella, they went to the courtyard together. The path in the courtyard for people to walk on was paved with green bricks. No matter how smooth a road paved with green bricks was, there would still be uneven places. Usually, when walking, these uneven places would be directly ignored by people. After all, it wouldn't have any effect. But when it rained, it was different. When it rained, this concave place would accumulate water and become a small puddle. The puddle was really shallow and could only store a little water. It was estimated to be only 1 centimeter deep. But even so, to Pei Jing, it was completely enough. The mother and son walked towards the toilet. On the way, Pei Jing specially chose the small puddles to step on. Every step he took was very forceful. Every time he stepped on the water surface, it would make a splashing sound and splash water. In His Excellency's eyes, this might not be something to be happy about. However, for Pei Jing, this was very amusing. He laughed as he stomped. His laughter made Xianxia laugh as well. It wasn't a long walk. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach the bathroom door. Xianxia let Pei Hui go in first, then closed the umbrella and went in himself. After the two of them finished washing up, they went to the central room under the umbrella. Pei Jing was still a little unsatisfied. Just by looking at the expression on Pei Jing's face, Xianxia knew that he wanted to go back and step on him again. "No." Xianxia smiled and said, "We have to eat. We have to go to school later." Pei Jing also understood this point and nodded obediently. Breakfast was ready and placed on the table. Everyone sat around the table and started eating. After breakfast, Wang Zuelong looked at Xianxia worriedly. "Ran, it's raining. How are you going to go to school?" "I'll wear a raincoat and ride my bike there." Under such circumstances, even if Xianxia went to class every day, it wouldn't affect old Mr. Shen's treatment. Old Mr. Shen just happened to be coming over for acupuncture during the weekend. Although he didn't need acupuncture, he still had to take his medicine on time. If old Mr. Shen didn't come, then Shen Yueyue wouldn't come either. Chen Bing wouldn't come over every day either. Otherwise, she could still hitch a ride in Chen Bing's car. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when she thought of this. Should she just find some time to get a driver's license and buy a car, but wouldn't it be a little too arrogant to drive to school? After all, it wasn't 20 or 30 years later. Cars were still very rare. If she really drove to school, it would probably cause a sensation in the school. After thinking about it, Xianxia suppressed this idea. Forget it. Along the way, Xianxia's speed wasn't very fast, but it wasn't slow either. Although it was raining, it only took her 5 minutes longer than yesterday. Xianxia had just gotten out of the car, locked the car, and put away her raincoat when she saw someone walking towards her. The person looked very familiar. After all, they had just met yesterday afternoon. This time, the girl came alone. She quickly arrived in front of Xianxia. When she saw the clothes that Xianxia was wearing, her eyes lit up. "Did you make these clothes yourself?" Xianxia nodded. The girl immediately said, "I've already found a tailor." "When do you plan to meet him?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Indeed, he couldn't underestimate a girl's desire for beauty. In order to wear the clothes that she wanted, she actually found a tailor. "Is he a tailor who has a job?" The girl shook her head. "I had one yesterday, but not today." Hearing this, Xianxia looked at the girl with admiration. This girl was really smart. She even thought of this point. "Then let's wait for school to end in the afternoon. I'll come out at 11. Let's meet here?" There weren't many classes today. They ended at 11. The girl nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Wait for her? Xianxia was surprised for a moment. Then, he laughed. She really couldn't wait. However, Xianxia didn't say anything more. He nodded and walked towards the school with an umbrella. Not only did she bring a raincoat, but she also brought an umbrella. After all, she couldn't run around in a raincoat when she was on campus, right? That would be too weird. Xianxia turned her head and looked at Wang Tiantian. "Weren't you unwilling to sit in the first row yesterday?" Wang Tiantian smiled before saying, "I think it's good to sit in the first row. I can concentrate more on my studies." Xianxia was speechless. She didn't believe her. Although she didn't believe Wang Tiantian's answer, Xianxia didn't ask again. The morning class passed quickly. Xianxia listened to the class attentively and read her book. Wang Tiantian wanted to talk to her many times, but seeing how serious she was, she didn't disturb her in the end. After the morning class ended, Xianxia hurriedly packed her things. It was still raining outside. Xianxia opened her umbrella and prepared to leave. At this moment, Wang Tiantian rushed forward. "Xianxia, let's eat together?" Xianxia shook her head. "I'm not going to the cafeteria. I have other things to do." "Ah?" Wang Tiantian probably didn't expect Xianxia to give such an answer. She was really surprised, but seeing that Xianxia looked serious and was really in a hurry to leave, she nodded. Xianxia waved his hand at Wang Tiantian, then left with the umbrella in his hand. When she reached the parking lot, as expected, she fell in love with the girl from before. When the girl saw Xianxia, she smiled. "Let's go. She's at the small restaurant over there. Let's have a meal together." "Eating and talking, that's fine." Xianxia didn't refuse and agreed. Because the distance was closer, she didn't need to ride a bicycle. She could walk over with an umbrella. It was still a little early and it wasn't dinner time yet, so there weren't many people in the restaurant. After entering the restaurant, the girl led Xianxia into a room. After entering, Xianxia realized that there were men and women in the room. There were actually 4 people. When the 4 of them saw Xianxia and the others enter, they all stood up. The girl nodded at them. "Take a seat. Let's eat first and talk while we eat." As she spoke, she looked at Xianxia. Xianxia saw her staring at him without blinking and felt a little strange. What's wrong? He was fine just now. Why did he suddenly stare at her and not say anything? The girl blinked. "I don't think I've asked for your name." Hearing this, Xianxia was speechless. It wasn't as if, it was a fact. "My name is Wu Qian. What's yours?" Xianxia. Wu Qian nodded and said to the 4 people, "This is the new boss I found for you. Of course, the premise is that she is willing to hire you. If she is not willing to hire you, you can go back to where you came from." Hearing this, the 4 of them nodded repeatedly, looking very obedient. Looking at the expressions of the 4 of them, Xianxia felt a little strange. Why did the 4 of them seem to be afraid of Wu Qian? How could she not worry when things had already turned out this way? Wu Qian obviously did not understand the twists and turns of the situation. Xianxia thought for a moment before asking, "What kind of business does your family do?" "The clothing business." Wu Qian answered matter-of-factly. "However, our clothes are not up to par." I don't know what those designers are doing. Wu Qian's face was full of disdain when he said this. Anyone could tell that Wu Qian was really disdainful and was not putting on an act. Wu Qian was probably afraid that Jiang Ran would not believe him, so he added, I never wear my family's clothes. Jiang Ran subconsciously looked at the 4 people sitting across from him and saw them nodding their heads slightly. Jiang Ran also believed Wu Qian's words. How much did he dislike his family's clothes? Jiang Ran looked at the 4 people sitting opposite her and suddenly had a new idea. It was impossible for these people to go back with her and become her employees. However, they could work together in another way. After Jiang Ran made up his mind, he opened his mouth. Why don't we work together? Upon hearing Jiang Ran's sudden words, Wu Qian looked at Jiang Ran strangely. What kind of cooperation? The clothes I design will be branded under my brand, but your family will produce and sell them. Then, we'll split the money. What do you think? Wu Qian was speechless. Wu Qian stared at Jiang Ran, dumbfounded. She had only wanted to make clothes of the same style to wear. How did things suddenly turn out this way? Looking at Wu Qian's expression, Jiang Ran could guess what she was thinking. I will design a lot of clothes, and I guarantee that you will wear one a day. However, I can't let these 4 people go back with me. They are my employees, and my designs will definitely be leaked out. If we cooperate, I can earn money, and you can also earn money. You will also have endless beautiful clothes to wear. What do you think? Jiang Ran had made his words so clear. If Wu Qian still couldn't understand, then he would be a fool. No matter what, the 2 of them were from the same school. Wu Qian still had the ability to understand. After thinking about it seriously for a while, Wu Qian said hesitantly, but I don't have the final say in this matter. She was still a student, so she couldn't get involved in her family's business. Her resistance to the style of the clothes at home was simply to not wear them. As for changing designers, Wu Qian had never thought about it. Jiang Ran smiled, it's okay. You can go home. Tell your family about my idea and see what they think. If your family agrees, then you can call me. Since he had said that, Wu Qian felt that it was a pity that he couldn't make new clothes immediately. However, he had no choice but to agree. After talking for a while, he could tell that Jiang Ran was a man of his words. Once he had decided on something, no matter what others said, he wouldn't change his mind. Since that was the case, he could only do as Jiang Ran said. If it didn't work, then he would think of another way. After saying what needed to be said, the dishes were served. The food in this restaurant didn't taste very good, but at least it wasn't bad. After saying what needed to be said, Jiang Ran said goodbye to Wu Qian and went back to school. When Jiang Ran was far away, the 4 people who came with Wu Qian looked at each other. One of them took a step forward and spoke carefully. Miss, what about us? They were called here by Wu Qian. Wu Qian said that he wanted to arrange good jobs for them. Now that the new jobs were gone, what were they going to do? Wu Qian heard their voices and looked at them. Seeing their cautious and nervous faces, he waved his hand and said, what's there to be nervous about? Go, go, go. Come back with me. Do whatever you need to do. With Wu Qian's words, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they still had jobs, it was fine. As for what Jiang Ran and Wu Qian said just now, it was not something they could listen to. It was not something they could decide. It was better not to mention it. After Jiang Ran returned to school, there was still time before class started, so she went to the library to read. It was raining, so there was basically no one on campus. Everyone had nothing to do after dinner, so they were either in the library or in the dormitory. Although there were more people in the library than yesterday, it was still very quiet. Jiang Ran found a seat and sat down. Then she started reading. After reading a few pages, she felt someone sit down beside her. Jiang Ran did not pay much attention to it. She did not look up. This was a public area. Everyone could sit wherever they wanted. This was their freedom. Jiang Ran did not look up. However, the person who came over gently poked Jiang Ran's arm. Jiang Ran frowned and raised his head to look to his side. Then she realized that the person sitting beside her was Wang Tian. Jiang Ran was confused. Jiang Ran was really confused at this time. She had a feeling that Wang Tian would be able to find her no matter where she went. If they were more open-minded, they might think that it was a coincidence and that the two of them were fated to meet. But Jiang Ran didn't think so at all. There weren't that many coincidences in this world, especially coincidences with such a high probability were even rarer. The school was so big and there were so many places. Even if it was a library, it was still very big. If one didn't look for it intentionally, the chances of bumping into it were simply too low. If he wasn't very sure before, then now, Jiang Ran was very sure. Wang Tian was deliberately looking for her. There was only one possibility for him to be able to find her on purpose. Wang Tian was following her. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran's frown deepened. Looking around, it was quiet here. Everyone was reading seriously, so it was not suitable for talking. Wang Tian didn't seem to think there was any problem at all. When she walked, she was bouncing. Jiang Ran, who was walking in front, could almost hear Wang Tian's brisk laughter. Just by listening to this soft voice, he knew that Wang Tian was in a good mood. After the two of them walked for a while, they arrived at the edge of a small forest. Seeing that there was no one around, Jiang Ran stopped. Jiang Ran held an umbrella in one hand and the book he was reading in the other. "Why have you been following me?" Wang Tian, who was standing opposite him, also held an umbrella in her hand, but she didn't hold a book. When Jiang Ran looked over, she still had a bright smile on her face. After hearing Jiang Ran's question, her smile was still bright. "I just want to be friends with you." Jiang Ran's face was expressionless. Friends don't do that. If she really wanted to be friends, she didn't have to follow behind him every day. "Then what do you think I should do?" Wang Tian looked at Jiang Ran eagerly. Looking at Jiang Ran, he didn't know how to answer. This little girl was only 3 years older than Xianxia. Jiang Ran himself had lived 2 lives. Naturally, it was impossible for him to speak ill of a little girl. After thinking about it, Jiang Ran said, "Even if you really want to be friends, you don't have to follow me all the time. You also have your own things to do." Wang Tian nodded. "Yes, I also need to go to the cafeteria to eat. I also need books. Isn't it just right for us to be together?" There didn't seem to be anything wrong with what she said. The main thing was that Jiang Ran really didn't know how to answer. Jiang Ran and Wang Tian stared at each other for a while. The rain gradually became heavier. Although the two of them were holding umbrellas, it was obviously not a good idea to stand here all the time. There was no other way. Jiang Ran could only helplessly say, "If you want to eat or read with me in the future, you can tell me directly." Instead of secretly daring to follow behind and then pretending to meet by chance. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, Wang Tian immediately smiled and nodded. Okay. After the two of them agreed, Jiang Ran raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. It was almost time to go to class. Because the two of them were in the same grade, the same course, and even the same class. At this time, they naturally had to go together. After the afternoon class, Jiang Ran said goodbye to Wang Tian and rode home. After the weather, it was too late. In addition to the rain, it was too late. Just like now, it was only 5 o'clock, but the sky seemed to be completely dark. Especially since the rain was heavy rain, even wearing a raincoat SSSS. Jiang Ran, who was riding on the bike, only had a string of ellipses in his heart at this moment. Jiang Ran smiled as she took the towel. She smiled at Pei Jing and said, "Xiao Jing is the best." She was so lucky to have such a considerate child. Jiang Ran had just wiped her face clean when Wang Suilan walked in. Wang Suilan's heart ached when he saw Jiang Ran's pale face from the cold. Ran, hurry up and take a hot shower. When you're done, it'll be time to eat." This was the benefit of living at home. When she got home, someone would pass her a towel and urge her to take a hot shower so that she could eat after she was done. If she had lived outside or in school, she wouldn't have received such treatment. Who would pass her a towel? Who would care whether she took a shower or not? Who would prepare a meal for her and wait for her to eat? Jiang Ran agreed. She found a change of clothes and went to the bathroom. When Jiang Ran came out of the shower, the meal was indeed ready. Not only was the meal ready, it was even served on the table. Once she went over, she could eat. When the family ate together, there were no rules. Naturally, they could say whatever they wanted to as long as they were happy. However, their habit was to sit together and have a good chat after dinner. Hence, no one said a word during the meal. They would talk about it after dinner. After dinner, they cleaned up the kitchen and sat down in the living room. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. The sky outside was already as dark as ink. If one only looked at the sky, one would think that it was already very late. Wang Xuelan still felt sorry for Jiang Ran. Ran, it's getting colder by the day. You can't keep running like this. The place where Pei Xianxia learned how to make pastries was not far away. Every day, she would walk there and walk back. Pei Huai was a boy, so there was nothing to worry about. If it really didn't work out, Pei Huai could still stay in school. After all, he was a boy, so he wouldn't lose out wherever he lived. But Jiang Ran was different. Wang Xuelan was most worried about Jiang Ran. After today's experience of being hit in the face by the cold rain, Jiang Ran also felt that this couldn't go on. After hearing Wang Xuelan's words, Jiang Ran nodded. I also think that this can't go on, so I'll think of another way. After 2 days of classes, Jiang Ran really felt that it was a waste of time for her to attend classes every day. If she had the time, she might as well read some books that she had never read before. Time was money. He definitely could not continue to waste it like this. Therefore, Jiang Ran decided that after she went tomorrow, she would go to the person in charge and ask if she could not go to class. As for the condition of not going to class, that was negotiable. It wasn't a big problem. However, Jiang Ran did not intend to say anything before the negotiations were completed. She still liked to talk about it after everything was done. When they saw the expression on Jiang Ran's face, they didn't ask further. They all knew Jiang Ran's temper. Since Jiang Ran didn't want to say anything, then no matter how they asked, Jiang Ran wouldn't. Hello, is that Daddy? It's Daddy? Then, Daddy, guess who I am? Listening to Pei Jing's childish words, Jiang Ran and the others laughed silently. It was like playing hide-and-seek with Pei Jing, asking Pei Jing if he had hidden well. Pei Jing said in a childish voice that he had hidden well. They wanted to laugh as much as they wanted to laugh at that time. Except for Pei Jing, who else could call Pei Huai Daddy? He kept calling him Daddy and even made Pei Huai guess who he was. What else was there to guess? However, little Pei Jing didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. When he heard that Pei Huai guessed it was him, he giggled. As parents, if they couldn't be with their children often, they had to find other ways to communicate with their children. Otherwise, even if they were the closest relatives, the relationship would gradually drift apart. Therefore, every night, Pei Huai would talk with Pei Jing for a long time. Even if Pei Jing was only a 4-year-old child, if he calmed down and chatted with him slowly, there were still a lot of topics to talk about. He didn't completely understand, but he needed more patience from an adult. Pei Huai was obviously a patient person. Every time this happened, Jiang Ran wouldn't interrupt. Instead, he sat quietly and watched them talk with a smile. After talking for more than 10 minutes, Pei Jing handed the microphone to Jiang Ran. Mom, I'm done. It's your turn. Pei Jing said it in all seriousness, but when these words fell into the ears of others, it caused everyone to laugh. When Jiang Ran took the microphone, he also heard Pei Huai on the other end of the microphone in a low voice. Pei Huai's voice was pleasant to listen to, and when he laughed like this, his voice became even more magnetic. After handing the microphone to Jiang Ran, Pei Jing walked to Wang Xuelan's side and held Wang Xuelan's hand. Grandma, can I sleep with you tonight? Wang Xuelan directly hugged Pei Jing in his arms. Of course. Let's go, Grandma will take you to wash your face. Who wouldn't want to sleep with such an adorable grandson? Wang Xuelan took Pei Jing to wash up, and Pei Jing followed. After looking at each other, Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang both said goodnight to their elder brother and sister-in-law and quickened their steps. In less than 2 minutes, only Jiang Ran was left in the living room. Such a scene would happen every few days. After a long time, Jiang Ran no longer felt shy, but the smile on his face never disappeared. At this moment, Pei Huai also spoke softly. Are you leaving? Yes. What's the weather like today? The next day, the rain had stopped, but the sun didn't come out. The sky was still gloomy. Because of the rain, the temperature dropped by a few degrees. When Xianxia rode on the road, she could feel the cold wind blowing on her face. It was still autumn. If it was winter, the cold wind would be even more piercing. Even if she hadn't experienced it personally, just thinking about it, Xianxia's whole body was written with one word: rejection. Absolutely not. Because of this thought, after arriving at the school, Xianxia didn't go to the classroom, but went directly to the school's leader. When Xianxia said that she didn't want to come to class, the leader was shocked. He looked at Xianxia's eyes as if he was looking at a psychopath. In the face of such a gaze, Xianxia did not panic at all. Instead, he said the words that he had already thought of before. Xianxia's words were reasonable. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Xianxia also showed her extraordinary medical skills. Whether it was theory or practice, Xianxia didn't belong to any of the teachers in this school. Even the general teachers couldn't compare with her. In this case, if Xianxia went to class step by step every day, it would be a waste of time. After some discussion, the school's leaders agreed that Xianxia didn't have to go to class, but she had to teach students. But not every day, only 2 classes a week. For this request, Xianxia readily agreed. From listening to other people's lessons to teaching others himself, the improvement in this could be said to be not small. Xianxia left her phone number. After arranging the time, she would call her and she could go home. After coming out of the office, Xianxia only felt relaxed. If she had known it was so simple, she wouldn't have gone to class yesterday and the day before. Thinking so in her heart, Xianxia also shook her head helplessly. Just walking out of the office building, Xianxia saw Wang Tiantian. Regarding seeing Wang Tiantian, Xianxia was not surprised at all. She didn't know how this little girl did it. She could always find her in the shortest amount of time. Xianxia even felt that Wang Tiantian should not have studied medicine with such talent. She was more suitable to be a police officer. This method of finding people was simply accurate. Xianxia walked in front of Wang Tiantian. From today onwards, I won't be coming to class. Wang Tiantian originally had a smile on her face, but after hearing Xianxia's words, her face suddenly changed. Why? This is all my own fault, but I will still come to school in the future. Wang Tiantian's face was filled with disappointment. Almost instantly, her eyes turned red. You lied to me. Wang Tiantian said with a choked voice, yesterday, you even said that you would follow me to class, eat, or go to the library. Today, you said that you won't come to school anymore. Xianxia was also somewhat helpless. There will always be times when things change beyond our expectations. If I don't come, Xianxia still wanted to explain, but Wang Tiantian had already taken 2 steps back. I shouldn't have believed you. With that, Wang Tiantian turned and ran away. However, Xianxia was already past this age. Xianxia retracted her gaze and prepared to ride back. The sky was gloomy today, and it looked like it would still rain. She'd better go back as soon as possible so that she wouldn't be drenched by the rain. Xianxia's luck was pretty good. It didn't rain when she rode back. She had just reached home and parked her car when the rain began to fall. Looking at the fine rain, Xianxia let out a long breath. Fortunately, she came back quickly and didn't get drenched by the rain. Pei Jing, Pei Shanshan, and Pei Yang weren't at home. Only Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan were at home. Pei Baoshan had recently fallen in love with reading. Because he was free, he would read the dictionary page by page to learn how to read. Although this wasn't a very smart method and wasn't very fast, it was a good way to kill time. Not only could he kill time, but he could also memorize all the words in the dictionary. Then, reading and writing wouldn't be a problem anymore. You can't just do nothing because you're old. On the contrary, as they gradually grew older and their children grew up, they no longer needed to bear the burden of life and could find something to do. Wang Suilan wasn't interested in reading. She now liked making clothes. Wang Suilan knew how to make clothes, but she didn't know how to use a sewing machine before. However, she had a sewing machine at home for so long, so she learned how to use it. After Pei Jing went to school, she started making clothes when she had nothing to do. After Jiang Ran drew the blueprint, she started to cut and sew according to the size. Although it was relatively slow, the workmanship was very good. She could make 2 clothes in a day. Jiang Ran didn't let her do too much. She let Wang Xuelan do it so that Wang Xuelan wouldn't be bored and find something for her to do. If she was tired because of this, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. When Jiang Ran returned, Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan were both in the room. One was reading a book by the window, and the other was stepping on the sewing machine. They didn't disturb each other, but they would still stop and exchange a few words. After Jiang Ran said a few words to them, he walked out and returned to his room. He lit a stick of incense and brewed a pot of tea. Sitting under the veranda, he flipped through a very important medical book. A sense of satisfaction and security surged up. Yu Qiqi was lying on the recliner. The recliner was made of wood, but there was already a thick cushion on it. When he lay down, it was as if his whole body had sunk into the cushion, and he didn't feel cold at all. Because of the rain, Jiang Ran was still covered with a blanket. After flipping through a few pages, he took a sip of tea. Or he could stop and look at the fine drizzle outside. It was simply too relaxing. Compared to yesterday's embarrassing situation, today was a real life. Not long after, she walked out of the kitchen. The kitchen door wasn't closed, so Jiang Ran walked in directly. Wang Xuelan was cooking. When he saw Jiang Ran come in, he smiled. Ran, you're awake. You can eat now. Mom made pork rib soup for you. When Jiang Ran walked to the door, she could already smell the aroma of the pork rib soup. When she heard Wang Xuelan's words, she laughed as well. Mom, why didn't you call me? I could be your assistant too. Wang Xuelan's hands didn't stop moving. He smiled and said, of course I couldn't call you. If I did, it would be me being your assistant. I want to be the chef too. Jiang Ran knew that Wang Xuelan said that on purpose. Although he said that, the main reason Wang Xuelan didn't call her was that he felt sorry for her and wanted her to sleep a little longer. Jiang Ran didn't fall asleep because she was tired or sleepy. She just fell asleep because she was too comfortable. However, Jiang Ran also knew that even if she explained it that way, Wang Xuelan wouldn't believe her. So, she didn't say anything. Jiang Ran went into the kitchen. Most of the dishes were already ready. She only needed to help carry them. Because there were only 3 of them for lunch, Wang Xuelan didn't cook much. There were 2 dishes, 1 soup, and steamed rice. However, it was cooked for the 3 of them. In the end, it was just enough to finish eating. There wasn't any food left. There would be no waste, and there would be no shortage of food. After lunch, Jiang Ran didn't let Wang Xuelan help her. She cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks alone. In the afternoon, she continued to sit on the veranda in a daze. When it was time to pick up Pei Jing, Jiang Ran went to the kindergarten with an umbrella. On the way there, Jiang Ran helped Pei Jing get a raincoat and rain shoes. It was a child's nature to play with water. The rain was not heavy, and the water on the ground was not deep. She simply let Pei Jing walk back. Along the way, he would probably be able to enjoy himself to the fullest. When Pei Jing saw that it was Jiang Ran who came to pick him up, he was very happy. When he heard that Jiang Ran was going to take him back, he was even happier. Jiang Ran helped him put on his raincoat and rain shoes. He carried Pei Jing's shoes, held an umbrella, and walked slowly behind him, watching Pei Jing run slowly with his short legs. There were quite a number of parents like Jiang Ran. In this era, although everyone still cherished children, it was far from the extent that it would be decades later. Let the child run and jump by himself. If he fell, he would stand up by himself. Because this was how he grew up, the child would not feel sad when he fell. He would not even pout. He would be able to get up by himself and continue to walk forward. Pei Jing ran and jumped in front of them happily. When he stepped on small puddles and splashed water, he would turn his head and smile brightly at Jiang Ran. His crisp laughter made Jiang Ran laugh as well. A 15-minute walk took the 2 of them half an hour. Fortunately, Jiang Ran had expected this result before he came, so he told Wang Xuelan in advance that he would be back a little later, so she did not have to worry. When the mother and son walked home slowly, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia had already come back. Seeing that Jiang Ran and Pei Jing had come back, Pei Yang smiled. Sister-in-law, I was just thinking that if you didn't come back, I would have gone out to look for you. Jiang Ran was amused. What's there to look for? Can't I find my way home? Pei Yang chuckled when he heard that and didn't say anything else. Jiang Ran knew that Pei Yang was worried about her and Pei Jing, so she didn't say anything else. Pei Jing had a lot of fun along the way. At this time, he had already skipped to Pei Yang's side. He held Pei Yang's hand and asked him how many puddles he had stepped on along the way and which puddle had splashed the most water. A child's youthful face was the most relaxing thing to hear. Pei Yang didn't feel bored at all. She listened to Pei Jing and laughed. She didn't forget to take off Pei Jing's raincoat and rain shoes. With Pei Yang playing with Pei Jing, Jiang Ran went into the house. After a day of leisure, Jiang Ran sorted out her thoughts. The next day, she started her normal life. Even if she didn't have to go to school, she couldn't really do nothing. At the very least, she still had to make scar removal ointment. Otherwise, with so many orders, she didn't know when all of them would be delivered. At this time, Jiang Ran couldn't help but want to find a few apprentices. But she couldn't find a novice who didn't know anything. At least, they had to know Chinese medicine. Thinking of her requirements, Jiang Ran shook her head. She'd better leave it to fate. Jiang Ran was busy in the pharmaceutical room alone. Not long after, she heard Wang Suelan's voice. Jiang Ran answered and walked out of the house. What's wrong? Someone called you. She said her name is Wu Qian. Hearing Wu Qian's name, Jiang Ran immediately raised her eyebrows. She had been waiting for Wu Qian's call. Finally, she got it. Jiang Ran and Wang Suelan walked back together and answered the phone. Wu Qian was obviously a little anxious. As soon as he heard Jiang Ran's voice, he couldn't wait to speak. Jiang Ran, I've already talked to my family. But my dad said he wants to meet you and take a look at your design. Okay. Jiang Ran agreed very quickly. She had expected this, which was why she agreed so quickly. Wu Qian told her the time and place. It was set for noon the next day. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ran looked up and saw Wang Suelan beside her, constantly looking in her direction. Seeing Wang Suelan's eyes, Jiang Ran knew that Wang Suelan was worried about her. Jiang Ran smiled at Wang Suelan and explained, I'm going to work with someone to discuss the expansion of the small wardrobe. Previously, Jiang Ran had never mentioned her plans for the small wardrobe. Wang Suelan thought that Jiang Ran was really too busy and didn't want Jiang Ran to be too tired, so he didn't ask. Now that Jiang Ran took the initiative to bring up this matter, Wang Suelan casually asked. Who are you going to work with? Don't be a liar. Although Wang Suelan didn't say the last sentence, Jiang Ran could guess it just by looking at Wang Suelan's expression. Mom, don't worry. I'm not stupid. I won't be cheated that easily. It's my classmate. The next morning, around 10 o'clock, Jiang Ran went out on her bicycle. She and Wu Qian had agreed to meet at 11:30. However, the restaurant where they were going to meet was a certain distance away. It was not convenient to take the bus, and it was not a direct route. Jiang Ran could only go there by bicycle. Fortunately, the weather was good and it was not raining. Otherwise, it would be difficult to travel. Every time this happened, Jiang Ran felt that it was very good to have a car. Unfortunately, cars nowadays were too expensive, ugly, and did not have all the functions. Every time she thought of these, Jiang Ran's desire to buy a car was not so strong. Thinking of these along the way, she did not feel that the road was long. Before she knew it, Jiang Ran had already arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. Before she came, she knew that this restaurant must be extraordinary just by hearing the name. When she really arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, she realized how extraordinary this restaurant was. In this era, it was really rare to see a splendidly decorated restaurant. In this era where cars were rare, there were actually many cars parked in front of the restaurant. Two men in suits stood at the entrance of the restaurant. As soon as Jiang Ran parked her bicycle, the two men looked over. Being stared at by the two men, Jiang Ran did not feel embarrassed at all. Although she came here by bicycle, there was no explicit rule that said that she could not come here by bicycle. Jiang Ran locked her bicycle and walked over leisurely. The two men just looked at Jiang Ran and did not intend to stop her. Seeing this, Jiang Ran's impression of them improved a lot. It seemed that this was not a restaurant that served people according to their needs. After Jiang Ran walked through the door, she was greeted by the lobby. Before Jiang Ran said that she was here to look for someone, she heard someone calling her. Looking in the direction of the voice, she saw Wu Qian. Obviously, Wu Qian had been waiting here for a long time. After seeing Jiang Ran, he greeted her with a smile. "I've been waiting for you for a while. Let's go up quickly." Jiang Ran nodded and followed Wu Qian inside. The two of them went up the stairs to the second floor. They turned into a long corridor and entered the innermost private room. There were two people sitting in the room. One of them looked similar to Wu Qian. He should be Wu Qian's father. The other person was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He didn't look like an ordinary person, but he didn't know who he was. While Jiang Ran was still thinking, Wu Qian had already opened his mouth to introduce. "Jiang Ran, let me introduce you. This is my father, Wu Guanzhong. This is the manager of our company, Su Yukai." After introducing them, Wu Qian turned around and pointed at Jiang Ran. "Dad, Uncle Su, this is the Jiang Ran I told you about." Jiang Ran took a step forward, nodded slightly at the two, and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Jiang Ran." Jiang Ran and Wu Qian weren't that close, so when addressing Wu Qian, Jiang Ran directly called him by his full name. "I think Wu Qian has already told you that the main purpose of my visit today is to discuss a collaboration with you." When they heard Jiang Ran talk about business, Wu Guanzhong and Su Youcai's expressions turned serious and they nodded. "Yes, Xiao Qian has already told us before, but everything else is superficial. You have to have your own ability." Since Jiang Ran dared to propose a collaboration, he naturally had already made preparations. Jiang Ran opened the bag he had brought with him, took out a folder, and handed it over. Wu Guanzhong opened the folder and took out a stack of papers from inside. He and Su Yukai looked at them together. This stack of papers was filled with design drawings that Jiang Ran had taken the time to draw. Because he didn't have time to do many of them, he could only leave them there. One or two pieces didn't seem like much at first, but gradually, they accumulated into a thick stack. Looking at it now, it was very shocking. Wu Guanzhong and Su Yukai gathered together to look at it. Both of their expressions were very serious. When they looked at it, they didn't say a word and even frowned. Wu Qian, who was sitting at the side, couldn't help but worry when he saw their expressions. He even moved closer to Jiang Ran and asked in a low voice. "Jiang Ran, why are my dad and Uncle Su's expressions so serious? Could it be?" Wu Qian didn't finish his sentence, but Jiang Ran understood what he meant. Jiang Ran shook his head. "No matter what they mean, let's wait for them to say it themselves." Wu Qian also knew that it was useless for the two of them to wag their ears here, so he didn't continue speaking. Although he didn't say anything, he was still worried. Not only did he keep looking at them, but he also seemed to be sitting on pins and needles. Time ticked by. The room was quiet except for the occasional sound of paper being flipped. This made Wu Qian even more nervous. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Guanzhong finally raised his head and looked at Jiang Ran. "Did you draw all of these?" Jiang Ran nodded. "I drew them." Wu Guanzhong was just about to speak when his gaze fell on Jiang Ran's clothes. He didn't notice it before, but now he noticed that Jiang Ran's clothes were different from the ones commonly seen nowadays. It was similar to some of the designs in the painting just now, but it wasn't the same. "Did you do this?" Wu Guanzhong asked. Jiang Ran nodded. "Yes, I did it. But I was a little busy, so I didn't make many of them. I could only draw them." Wu Guanzhong felt a little strange when he heard Jiang Ran say that he was busy again. "You actually drew so many designs, and you also know how to make clothes yourself. I think you should be in this field. Why do you always say that you don't have time?" Jiang Ran smiled. "You might not know, but I'm actually a doctor. I have to make my own medicine, so I don't have much time to make clothes." Wu Guanzhong was very surprised when he heard Jiang Ran's words. When he looked at Jiang Ran again, his eyes were full of curiosity. A doctor who knew how to make clothes, although he found it strange, Wu Guanzhong didn't ask further. After all, everyone had the right to choose their own profession. Even if he was in another field, he wasn't suitable or good at it. Jiang Ran didn't know what Wu Guanzhong was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely tell him that he was thinking too much. She wasn't bad at it. However, Jiang Ran didn't know what Wu Guanzhong was thinking, so she didn't need to explain. Wu Guanzhong didn't continue on this topic. They were mainly talking about the design drafts today. These drawings were drawn by you. I think they are very good. They are better than many clothes on the market now. Let's talk about your request. Hearing these words, Jiang Ran didn't react. Wu Qian, who was sitting on the other side, was so excited that he clenched his fists. He couldn't help but smile. If someone didn't know and took a picture of Wu Qian's reaction, they would probably think that Wu Qian was the one who came to talk about things today. In fact, the reason why Wu Qian was so happy was because of the conditions that Jiang Ran had promised her. Jiang Ran had thought about the conditions a long time ago. Now that she said it to Wu Guanzhong, she didn't hesitate at all. I have already told Wu Qian that I can be your designer. However, the clothes that I design have to be from the small wardrobe brand. We can co-brand them. It was the first time that Wu Guanzhong heard such a request. He was puzzled and curious at the same time. He asked Jiang Ran to explain it in detail. Jiang Ran patiently explained it all. In the end, she said, if you can agree to my request. Before Jiang Ran could finish her words, Wu Guanzhong had already laughed out loud. Agree? Why wouldn't I agree? When do you have time? Let's discuss the details and then sign the contract. The weather is cold now. The clothes that you design can all be put into production and then quickly go on the market. Before the new year, we can probably make a lot of money and directly enter the market. For Wu Guanzhong to agree so readily, it was within reason, but beyond his expectations. Jiang Ran thought that she would have to waste her breath. She didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. However, it was a good thing that things were going smoothly. As for when Jiang Ran would have time, she certainly had time now. The sooner this matter was resolved, the more time she would have to do other things. I have time now. Hearing Jiang Ran's answer, Wu Guanzhong laughed again. I thought I was anxious enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more anxious than me. Although you have time now, I don't. Jiang Ran looked at Wu Guanzhong with some puzzlement, not quite understanding what he meant. Seeing the expression on Jiang Ran's face, Wu Guanzhong laughed out loud. We have to eat now. In short, I don't have time, and neither do you. If there's anything, we can talk about it after dinner. After hearing this, Jiang Ran smiled helplessly. She didn't expect this old man to be so humorous. Although he felt a little helpless, he could only agree. After all, it was already lunchtime. She couldn't possibly let others sign the contract with her on an empty stomach. The specific content of the contract also needed to be discussed in detail. It was not something that could be done in a short time. In order to better discuss the contract in the afternoon, it was time to eat now. Jiang Ran smiled and nodded. Yes, let's eat now. Seeing that Jiang Ran also said so, Wu Guanzhong nodded in satisfaction. Young people still need to know that their health is more important. No matter what, you have to understand that your body is your capital. Only by eating well can you have a healthy body and do more things. Don't you think so? It was probably because people liked to preach when they got older. Although he was preaching, it was for her own good. Jiang Ran wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her, so she nodded and said, yes. At this point, Wu Qian finally dared to speak. Previously, when they were talking about serious matters, she had been sitting at the side and listening, not daring to say a word. Now that he heard Wu Guanzhong start preaching, Wu Qian immediately laughed. Dad, you've just met him and you're always nagging like an old man. Wu Guanzhong's face stiffened when he heard this. What do you mean by like an old man? Jiang Ran looked at him quietly, thinking that Wu Guanzhong was going to get angry. Unexpectedly, after a moment, Wu Guanzhong suddenly laughed and said, I'm already an old man. Do I need to act like one? Jiang Ran was speechless. Wu Qian shook his head and said, how can you say that about yourself? You're still young. Jiang Ran was speechless. Wasn't Wu Qian the one who said that Wu Guanzhong was like an old man, However, Jiang Ran also understood that this was the way the father and daughter got along. She had to admit that this way of getting along was actually quite good. It helped to improve their relationship. Some parents liked to act as elders in front of their children at home. They were dignified, not to be challenged, and serious in speech and manner. But in that way, their children often feared them more than they respected them. On the other hand, although Wu Qian often joked, she definitely respected him very much in her heart. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Wu Guanzhong said, "Come in," and the waiter opened the door. The waiter pushed a cart in. The cart was filled with all kinds of dishes and the waiter placed them on the table one by one. After the dishes were served, the waiter pushed the cart out and closed the door. Wu Guanzhong picked up his chopsticks and beckoned to Jiang Ran, "Come, come, eat while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. You're a little girl, so let's not drink." Hearing Wu Guanzhong's words, Jiang Ran's impression of him improved a bit. He didn't flaunt his seniority, didn't put on the airs of an elder, and didn't know how to persuade others to drink. He knew how to be considerate of the younger generation. There weren't many elders like this. During the meal, the few of them did not speak at all. Wu Guanzhong talked a lot about the clothing industry in Bay City. Jiang Ran didn't know about these things, so when Wu Guanzhong said it, Jiang Ran had been listening carefully. As he listened, Jiang Ran's expression became a little strange. It was not because of anything else, but because Wu Guanzhong mentioned family Jiang. Jiang Ran knew that the family Jiang was in the clothing business. But before this, Jiang Ran had not expected to hear about family Jiang from Wu Guanzhong. According to Wu Guanzhong, family Jiang was doing quite well in the clothing industry in Bay City. Although it wasn't considered a leading enterprise, it was still ranked in the top. Hearing Wu Guanzhong say that it was uncertain in the future, Wu Qian agreed very much and nodded. Now that we have Jiang Ran as a designer, our business will definitely get better and better. Of course, family Jiang will have nothing to do with us. Wu Qian suddenly thought of something and looked at Jiang Ran. "Eh? Your surname is also Jiang. What a coincidence." Jiang Ran was speechless. What a coincidence. Not only was her surname Jiang, but she was also family Jiang's daughter. Jiang Ran only hesitated for a moment before saying this. The other three people in the room were stunned when they heard Jiang Ran say that she was Jiang Ran's missing eldest daughter. Wu Guanzhong looked at Jiang Ran seriously and then nodded. "No wonder I thought you looked familiar, but I couldn't remember who you looked like. Now that I hear you say this, I know." Wu Qian looked at Wu Guanzhong and then looked at Jiang Ran. "Since you are family Jiang's daughter, why are you working with us?" Although Wu Qian didn't say it clearly, everyone in the room understood what she meant. Wu Qian suspected that Jiang Ran had other motives for working with them. Before Jiang Ran could reply, Wu Guanzhong had already started laughing. "Qian, you don't have to think that way. Your classmate is working with us wholeheartedly. She doesn't have any ulterior motives. You can rest assured." Wu Qian looked at Wu Guanzhong strangely. "Dad, how do you know? How can you be so sure?" "Because everyone in this circle knows that after family Jiang found their eldest daughter, not only did they fail to acknowledge her, but they also broke off all ties with her. This has become a joke in the circle." Wu Guanzhong smiled at Jiang Ran. "You won't be angry with me, right?" Jiang Ran shook her head. "Of course not. What was there to be angry about? This was clearly the truth." Wu Qian had never heard of these things. After all, these were not pleasant words. Of course, family Jiang would not allow others to talk nonsense. Although Wu Guanzhong knew about this, he didn't do anything about it. Now, it was because of Jiang Ran, the person involved, that Wu Guanzhong spoke about this matter. Wu Qian looked at Jiang Ran curiously. However, she was already an adult. Naturally, she knew that there were some things that could be asked, but there were some things that could not be casually asked. Thus, no matter how curious he was, he didn't ask. Jiang Ran clearly saw Wu Qian's hesitant expression. His impression of Wu Qian had changed. Although this girl seemed to have a carefree personality, she was obviously very perceptive. She didn't ask anything just to satisfy her curiosity. Jiang Ran wasn't afraid of others talking about this matter. She just didn't want to have too much to do with family Jiang, and she didn't want to talk about it. After dinner, the few of them stood up and prepared to go to the Wu family's company. Just as they walked out of the private room, they heard the sound of the door opening. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a few people walking out of the private room. The person in the lead was none other than Jiang Zhonghua. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Zhonghua probably didn't expect to bump into Jiang Ran as soon as he stepped out of the door. Jiang Zhonghua was obviously stunned when he saw Jiang Ran. Jiang Zhonghua's face darkened when he saw that the person beside Jiang Ran was from the Wu family. I told you to go home, but you didn't. Now you're hanging out with someone else. Jiang Zhonghua's tone was very unpleasant when he said this. Obviously, Jiang Zhonghua was very upset that Jiang Ran was hanging out with someone from the Wu family. With Wu Guanzhong's words and Jiang Zhonghua's attitude, Jiang Ran understood that these two people, or rather, these two families, really didn't get along. As for why they didn't deal with him, the reason was very simple. If it wasn't a personal grudge, then it had to be a business grudge. While Jiang Ran was still thinking about it, Wu Guanzhong had already taken a step forward and said with a smile, "Director Jiang, why are you so angry? It's bad for your health. Especially for people of our age, it's better not to be angry too often. Otherwise, what if something bad happens to you because of anger? What should we do then?" Jiang Zhonghua looked at Wu Guanzhong with an unpleasant expression. Why is Director Wu with her? Do you know her identity? Compared to Jiang Zhonghua's unpleasant expression, Wu Guanzhong's smile was much better. Hearing Jiang Zhonghua's words, Wu Guanzhong's smile didn't fade at all. Instead, it became even brighter. Of course I know. She's a student of X University and my daughter's classmate. She and my daughter hit it off at first sight. She praises her in front of me every day. As my daughter's friend, it's not a problem for me to treat her to a meal, right? It sounded like there was no problem at all. However, Jiang Zhonghua didn't think so. In fact, when he heard Wu Guanzhong's first sentence, Jiang Zhonghua's brows were tightly knitted together. After Wu Guanzhong finished speaking, Jiang Zhonghua looked at Jiang Ran. You're a student of X University? When did this happen? Weren't you raised in the village? I heard that you only attended primary school until you graduated, and then you stopped going to school. Aren't you already married with children? How did you get into X University? Could it be that he's using someone else's name? Jiang Zhonghua's question silenced the entire corridor. Wu Guanzhong, Wu Qian, and Shen Yukai all stared at Jiang Zhonghua in disbelief. Although they already knew that the relationship between Jiang Ran and the family Jiang wasn't good, they didn't expect Jiang Zhonghua to say such things in front of outsiders. Even if he didn't have a good relationship with Jiang Ran, she was still his daughter who had been lost for so many years. He always owed her. It was fine if he didn't wish Jiang Ran well, but now that he knew that Jiang Ran was going to university, his first reaction wasn't to congratulate her, not to be surprised, not to be gratified, but to be suspicious. He suspected that his daughter was using someone else's name to go to university. What kind of brain circuit was this to be able to say such words? After all, Wu Qian was still young. After the initial surprise, he couldn't keep his cool and directly opened his mouth. You can't talk nonsense. Jiang Ran entered our school through the adult exam, and she was the first in her major. Everyone in our school knows this. You can ask anyone. Wu Qian was really angry. When he said this, his cheeks were puffed up. Jiang Zhonghua probably didn't expect to bump into Jiang Ran as soon as he stepped out of the door. Jiang Zhonghua was obviously stunned when he saw Jiang Ran. Jiang Zhonghua's face darkened when he saw that the person beside Jiang Ran was from the Wu family. I told you to go home, but you didn't. Now you're hanging out with someone else. Jiang Zhonghua's tone was very unpleasant when he said this. Obviously, Jiang Zhonghua was very upset that Jiang Ran was hanging out with someone from the Wu family. With Wu Guanzhong's words and Jiang Zhonghua's attitude now, Jiang Ran understood that these two people, or rather, these two families, really didn't get along. As for why they didn't deal with him, the reason was very simple. If it wasn't a personal grudge, then it had to be a business grudge. While Jiang Ran was still thinking about it, Wu Guanzhong had already taken a step forward and said with a smile, Director Jiang, why are you so angry? It's bad for your health. Especially for people of our age, it's better not to be angry too often. Otherwise, what if something bad happens to you because of anger? What should we do? Jiang Zhonghua looked at Wu Guanzhong with an unpleasant expression. Why is Chairman Wu with her? Do you know her identity? Compared to Jiang Zhonghua's unpleasant expression, Wu Guanzhong's smile was much better. Wu Guanzhong's smile didn't fade at all when he heard Jiang Zhonghua's words. Instead, it became even brighter. Of course I know. She's a student of X University and my daughter's classmate. She and my daughter hit it off at first sight. Every day, she praises her in front of me. As my daughter's friend, it's not a problem for me to treat her to a meal, right? It sounded like there was no problem at all. However, Jiang Zhonghua didn't think so. In fact, Jiang Zhonghua's brows were tightly knitted when he heard Wu Guanzhong's first sentence. After Wu Guanzhong finished speaking, Jiang Zhonghua looked at Jiang Ran. You're a student of X University? When did this happen? Weren't you raised in the village? I heard that you only graduated from primary school and stopped going to school. Aren't you already married with children? How did you get into X University? Could it be that he's using someone else's name? Jiang Zhonghua's question silenced the entire corridor. Wu Guanzhong, Wu Qian, and Shen Yukai all stared at Jiang Zhonghua in disbelief. Although they already knew that the relationship between Jiang Ran and the family Jiang wasn't good, they didn't expect Jiang Zhonghua to say such things in front of outsiders. Even if he didn't have a good relationship with Jiang Ran, she was still his daughter who had been lost for so many years. He always owed her. It was fine if he didn't wish Jiang Ran well, but now that he knew that Jiang Ran was going to university, his first reaction wasn't to congratulate her, not to be surprised, not to be gratified, but to be suspicious. He suspected that his daughter was using someone else's name to go to university. What kind of brain circuit was this to be able to say such words? Wu Qian was still young after all. After the initial surprise, he couldn't keep his cool and spoke directly. You can't talk nonsense. Jiang Ran entered our school through the adult exam, and she was the top student in her major. Everyone in our school knows this. You can ask anyone. Wu Qian was really angry. When he said this, his cheeks were puffed up. Although Wu Qian wasn't an only child, she had 2 older brothers. She grew up being spoiled by her family. Especially Wu Guanzhong. Unlike other people who preferred boys over girls, he preferred Wu Qian as his daughter. As for Wu Qian, he was afraid that she would break in his hands and melt in his mouth. Wu Qian had been pampered since she was a child. She always thought that other fathers treated their daughters the same way. Jiang Zhonghua's words just now were an eye-opener for Wu Qian. After the shock, he was angry. As a father, even if he didn't spoil his daughter, how could he slander her in front of others? Since you mentioned the word upbringing, then I have to ask you a question. You were born into a big family, so where is your upbringing? Of course, Jiang Zhonghua didn't come here to eat alone. In fact, the reason why Jiang Zhonghua was eating here was to discuss business. At this time, there were 5 or 6 people standing beside Jiang Zhonghua. These people were all dressed in suits and leather shoes. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Besides, Wu Guanzhong and the others were beside them, being questioned about his upbringing in front of so many people. Wu Guanzhong's breathing became hurried. You, what about me? Jiang Ran directly interrupted Jiang Zhonghua. I didn't want to talk to you before because I was giving you some face. Since you don't want this face, then don't blame me. Back then, I was taken out to buy clothes by your brainless wife. She only cared about herself and completely forgot that I was her daughter. As a result, I was taken away and then sold to a remote village. At that time, where were you as a father? Why didn't you say the word upbringing to me at that time? After I came to North City, there was no way you didn't know that I was here, right? Chen Meirong knew how to pretend, but you just pretended that I didn't exist. Why didn't you say the word upbringing to me at that time? Now, you're talking to me about upbringing? You think you're worthy? Why did you pretend that I didn't exist before? Wasn't it because you thought that I came from a small place and only went to primary school? You thought that I didn't ask questions and didn't know any manners. Even if I really went back, I couldn't bring back any benefits for you. That's why you didn't ask about me, right? What? Now that you know that my grades are okay and I'm of some use, you remember that you're a father? Now you're talking to me about upbringing? Don't forget to flatter yourself. Of all the people here, you're the one with the least upbringing. After saying that, Jiang Ran sneered with infinite mockery, then turned and left. Jiang Ran turned around and left. Wu Qian immediately trotted after him. Behind them, Wu Guanzhong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at Jiang Zhongguo with a smile. Although her words are a little harsh, I have to say that they are quite reasonable. You didn't raise her or teach her. What right do you have to talk about upbringing? Besides, I just had a meal with her. She's very outstanding. After Wu Guanzhong finished speaking, he no longer cared about Jiang Zhongguo's expression and directly left with Xin Yukai. Jiang Zhongguo was left standing where he was. His face was livid, and smoke was almost coming out of his head. Jiang Zhongguo was not only angry, but also embarrassed. After being scolded by Jiang Ran in front of so many people, he simply wanted to find a crack to hide in. Unfortunately, there was no crack in the ground for him to crawl into. Not only could he not enter or hide, but he also had to think of a way to explain himself to the people behind him. However, when Jiang Zhongguo turned around, he saw a few people looking at him with a strange look in their eyes. The matter of family Jiang was not a secret to begin with. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, it was actually not strange at all that everyone had such a look in their eyes. Jiang Zhongguo opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but he did not know where to start. On the other side, Jiang Ran walked out of the restaurant. Facing the cold wind, he felt refreshed. Wu Qian chased after them. When he saw Jiang Ran standing at the gate, he hurried to Jiang Ran's side. Jiang Ran, don't be sad. Suddenly hearing Wu Qian's voice, Jiang Ran turned to look at Wu Qian. When she realized what Wu Qian was talking about, Jiang Ran laughed. How did Wu Qian know that she would be sad? Jiang Ran was in a good mood after she had just talked to Jiang Zhongguo. She wanted to say these words, but she didn't have the chance before. When she didn't have the chance, Jiang Ran didn't take the initiative to look for opportunities. Compared to saying these words, being able to ignore family Jiang made Jiang Ran happier. However, Jiang Ran didn't expect that even though she didn't take the initiative to provoke family Jiang, people from family Jiang would take the initiative to come to her door. Especially Jiang Zhongguo. He was acting like the head of a feudal family, and he still wanted to order her around. He was simply dreaming. Jiang Ran smiled at Wu Qian. I'm not sad. As soon as she said this, Jiang Ran saw Xin Yukai and Wu Guanzhong coming out. When the two of them walked up to her, Jiang Ran said to them, "Let's go." Wu Guanzhong didn't change his mind because of what had just happened. On the contrary, because of what had just happened, Wu Guanzhong trusted Jiang Ran even more. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, Wu Guanzhong nodded. Let's go. Speaking of this, Wu Guanzhong remembered to ask, by the way, how did you get here? Jiang Ran pointed to the only bicycle over there. I rode a bicycle here. Hearing this, Wu Guanzhong also looked in the direction Jiang Ran pointed. After seeing the bicycle, Wu Guanzhong didn't look down on it. However, when they came over, they drove over. The place they were going to was a little far. If they rode a bicycle, it would probably be a little tiring and it would take a long time. Looking at Wu Guanzhong's expression, Jiang Ran guessed what was going on. After thinking for a while, Jiang Ran suggested, how about I go home first, send the car home, and then go to your company together? What do you think? This was indeed a very good solution. Since Jiang Ran said so, it meant that she lived not far from here. Now that there was no other way, Wu Guanzhong agreed. Jiang Ran rode his bicycle in front, while Wu Qian and the other two sat in the car and followed behind. Although there was a car behind him, Jiang Ran didn't try his best to ride the bike. If the person behind her really despised her for being too slow, no matter how hard she rode, she would still be despised for being too slow. But if the person behind her didn't mind, she could ride at a normal speed. There wouldn't be any problem. Wu Guanzhong and the others were obviously not in a hurry. The car slowly followed behind Jiang Ran, and from beginning to end, they didn't even honk once. Fortunately, this place was not far from where Jiang Ran lived. So even if Jiang Ran didn't ride very fast, it didn't take long for them to get home. Wang Zuelan had a mysterious confidence in Jiang Ran. However, Wang Zuelan was worried about others. Wang Zuelan was a little restless. He could not even eat properly. Seeing her like this, Pei Baoshan felt helpless again. What do you think you have to worry about? Wang Zuelan glanced at Pei Baoshan angrily. You're an old man. Of course you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Pei Baoshan was a little unhappy. Why wouldn't I be worried? Then why did you say that just now? What did I say? Didn't I say that I don't want you to worry? If you're worried about yourself, why don't you want me to worry? Pei Baoshan opened his mouth, but he suddenly did not know how to continue. Pei Baoshan did not speak. Wang Zuelan also looked at him and did not speak. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere quieted down. Just as the two of them were looking at each other in silence, there was a sudden movement outside. The two of them stood up at the same time and walked towards the door. Just as they reached the door, they saw Jiang Ran pushing his bicycle in. Seeing that Jiang Ran had returned safely, Pei Baoshan immediately smiled. Look, look, look. I told you not to worry. Isn't Ran fine? She's back. Wang Zuelan glanced at Pei Baoshan. When did I worry? Aren't you the one who's worried? You just said that you were worried. Pei Baoshan was speechless. That was not what you said just now. Before Pei Baoshan could say anything, Wang Zuelan had already walked out of the living room and headed straight for Jiang Ran. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan's voices were not soft. After Jiang Ran entered the courtyard, he heard their conversation. Now that he saw Wang Zuelan walking quickly towards him, he smiled at Wang Zuelan. Mom, I'm fine. Nothing happened. You and Dad don't have to worry about me. As for meeting Jiang Zhonghua, Jiang Ran didn't mention it directly. It wasn't something to be happy about. If she told them, it would only make them unhappy. What was the point? Wang Zuelan was relieved to see that Jiang Ran was fine. Jiang Ran parked the car and said to Wang Zuelan, but I still have to go out. We have to sign the contract. Are we still going out? Wang Zuelan was worried again. At this moment, Pei Yang walked in through the door. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Pei Yang smiled and said, I wonder whose car is parked on the road outside. It looks pretty nice. Since Pei Yang said that he didn't have to go to school in the afternoon, Jiang Ran didn't say anything else. He nodded and said, in that case, you can come with me. Pei Yang was naturally willing to go with him. When he heard this, he nodded even harder. With Pei Yang going with Jiang Ran, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan felt a lot more at ease. Wang Zuelan couldn't help shaking his head as he watched Jiang Ran and Pei Yang leave together. I don't know if Pei Yang can do it. If something really happens, he might just hide behind Ran. When he heard Wang Zuelan's words, the corners of Pei Baoshan's mouth twitched involuntarily. However, when he thought about it carefully, this was indeed a possibility. Pei Baoshan didn't say anything after this thought popped up in his mind. Although Pei Baoshan didn't say anything, this didn't stop Wang Zuelan from continuing to speak. If only boss was here. With him by Ran's side, I wouldn't have to worry. Pei Baoshan was speechless. Although he loved Jiang Ran very much, he hadn't forgotten that Pei Huai was his son. As a mother, Wang Zuelan only cared about her daughter-in-law's safety. Didn't she care about her son's career? However, when he thought about Jiang Ran's ability to earn money, Pei Baoshan felt that even if Pei Huai didn't work or earn money, it would still be good enough for him to stay by Jiang Ran's side and pick up Pei Jing every day. After all, in a small family, it was enough for one person to earn money and the other to take care of the family. As for who would earn money and who would take care of the family, it didn't have to be based on gender. It could be based on ability. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan glanced at each other before the two of them turned around and returned to the living room. No matter what they were thinking, they definitely wouldn't say it aloud. Their son had grown up, gotten married, and had a small family of his own. How they were going to live their lives was their own business. They could just discuss it among themselves. As elders, it was better for them not to interfere. Even if they thought that they were being good to the younger generation, it might not be true. After Jiang Ran and Pei Yang left, they went to the car. Wu Qian was a little surprised to see Jiang Ran walking back with a boy. After they got in the car, Jiang Ran introduced them to each other. This is Pei Yang, he is my husband's younger brother. Wu Qian covered her small mouth, but she soon remembered what Jiang Zhonghua said before. Jiang Zhonghua said that Jiang Ran was already married and had a child. The child was now in kindergarten. However, just by looking at Jiang Ran's face and figure, it was impossible to tell that she was already a mother. Just now, when Jiang Ran and Pei Yang walked over together, Wu Qian's first reaction was that the two of them should be brother and sister with a very close age gap. Now, it turned out that they were indeed brother and sister, but their age gap shouldn't be very close. Seeing that Wu Qian kept staring at Pei Yang, Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows. What was Wu Qian looking at? Wu Qian had already turned his head and looked at Jiang Ran. How many years is the age gap between you two? Previously, Jiang Ran did not realize Pei Yang's age. Now that he had personally mentioned Pei Yang's age, it suddenly occurred to him that Pei Yang was only 18 years old. He was not even 19 years old. In fact, he was still young. Although he was still young, Pei Yang was more mature than his peers and even those who were a few years older than him. A person's maturity could not be judged by their age. Wu Qian did not know what Jiang Ran was thinking. After hearing Jiang Ran say that Pei Yang was only 18 years old, Wu Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Only 18 years old? Why is he so young? There was only so much space in the car. Even if he lowered his voice, the others could still hear him. Moreover, Wu Qian did not deliberately control his voice when he said these words. Pei Yang heard Wu Qian's words clearly, but he did not say anything. Since the first day he went to school, many people had said that he was young. He did not know how many times he had heard similar words. At the beginning, he might have had some thoughts in his heart. But later on, he had completely calmed down. Let others say whatever they wanted. Anyway, he would not lose a piece of meat because of this. The calm expression on Pei Yang's face made Wu Qian look at him in a new light. The car kept moving forward. After half an hour, the car stopped. In this era, there were not many tall buildings. However, at this time, they stopped in front of a tall building. Wu Qian was very proud of his family's business. After getting out of the car, Wu Qian pointed at the building in front of them and said to Jiang Ran and Pei Yang, "This is my family's company." It was indeed something to be proud of to have such a building as an office in this era. Moreover, Wu Qian was completely a little girl's pride. He was a little arrogant, a little cute, and not annoying. Jiang Ran and Pei Yang looked up and nodded at Wu Qian, but did not say anything. Jiang Ran had long been used to seeing all kinds of tall buildings, so he was not shocked at all. Pei Yang, on the other hand, had been in North City for so long. After school, he had experienced many things. He had a certain degree of control over his emotions and facial expressions. Wu Guanzhong and Su Yukai walked over at this time. "Let's go in and talk. Why are you standing at the door?" After hearing Wu Guanzhong's words, the few of them walked into the building together. After entering the building, they took the elevator and went up to the top floor and entered a luxurious office. Seeing that Wu Qian also followed in, Wu Guanzhong laughed. "Why are you also coming in?" Hearing this, Wu Qian pouted. "Can't I come in and listen?" "It's not that you can't." Wu Guanzhong smiled and explained, "That's right. When I asked you to listen in previously, didn't you think it was boring and didn't want to listen?" Wu Qian rolled his eyes and revealed a bright smile. "That was in the past. This is now. How can it be compared?" She wanted to come in and listen in, not because she was interested in the business, but because she was curious about how Jiang Ran would talk to Wu Guanzhong. Wu Guanzhong did not intend to chase Wu Qian out. He was just curious, so he asked just now. After Wu Qian stayed, he didn't find it boring at all. In fact, looking at Jiang Ran talking with Wu Guanzhong and the others, Wu Qian even felt that Jiang Ran was shining at this time. If she could be like Jiang Ran, just thinking about it made her feel very good. It wasn't that Jiang Ran didn't notice Wu Qian's gaze, but she didn't take it to heart. When a girl was young, who wouldn't admire people who were better than her? Thinking about it, this was a normal mentality. They talked for about more than an hour. After finalizing the details, they typed out the contract. They all looked at the contract and felt that there were no problems, so they signed it directly. After signing, this matter was considered to be over. In the future, Jiang Ran would have another income. She didn't have to work too hard. She only needed to design clothes and draw sketches. After they finished talking about what needed to be discussed, Jiang Ran didn't plan to stay any longer. No matter how good it was outside, it wasn't as comfortable as staying at home. This was also just written in the contract. Jiang Ran didn't need to come to work every day. She only needed to draw at home. When she needed to, she would come to the company. After dealing with the matter, Jiang Ran could totally leave. Rather than saying that Jiang Ran was an employee, it was better to say that she was a business partner. Naturally, she wouldn't have any rigid working hours. Jiang Ran was most satisfied with this point. If they couldn't reach an agreement on this point, their cooperation wouldn't be successful. After all, Jiang Ran had a lot of things to do. What she wanted to do was not to find a job for herself. Jiang Ran stood up and directly said goodbye. "I'll ask someone to send you back," Wu Guanzhong said. This place was a little far from where Jiang Ran and the others lived. Even if they took a car, it would take half an hour. If he didn't send them back, it would probably take more time for them to get home. Jiang Ran didn't refuse his kindness. After all, if she went back by herself, not only would it be slow, but it would also be too troublesome. When he heard that Jiang Ran and Pei Yang were going to leave, Wu Qian was a little reluctant and stood up as well. Seeing Wu Qian stand up, Wu Guanzhong was very amused. "Why are you standing up? Don't tell me you want to leave with us?" When Wu Qian stood up, it was completely subconscious. She didn't even react. After hearing Wu Guanzhong's words, his eyes lit up. "It's not impossible." Wu Guanzhong. On the way, Jiang Ran and Pei Yang didn't speak. Jiang Ran was resting with his eyes closed, while Pei Yang was looking outside. Pei Yang looked like he was admiring the scenery, but only Pei Yang knew that he wasn't admiring the scenery. He was just in a daze. Half an hour later, they arrived home. After thanking the driver, the two of them went home. The front door wasn't closed, so the two of them walked straight in. Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan sat at the stone table in the courtyard. It was already the middle of the afternoon, and the sun shone from the west, bringing with it some warmth. The two of them sat in the courtyard, basking in the sun and talking. There was tea, snacks, and fruits on the table. Even though they hadn't experienced it personally, just looking at this scene calmed their hearts and made them feel exceptionally comfortable. Jiang Ran and Pei Yang didn't stop walking. They walked straight to the stone table and sat down. Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan looked at Jiang Ran eagerly. "Ran, how did the negotiation go?" Wang Xuelan asked first. Upon hearing Wang Xuelan's question, Pei Baoshan nodded profusely. Yes. How did it go?" Jiang Ran smiled at the two of them when he saw their eagerness. "Everything went well." These four simple words explained everything. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan smiled in surprise. Wang Xuelan turned to look at Pei Baoshan. "I already told you that Ran can do it. There's nothing to worry about, but you didn't listen." Pei Baoshan was speechless. When did he say something like that? Pei Baoshan was just about to explain, but Wang Xuelan had already changed the topic. Ran, will you go to work every day after you sign the contract?" Knowing what Wang Xuelan was worried about, Jiang Ran immediately shook his head. "You don't have to go to work. Just stay at home and draw. If there's really something I need to deal with, I'll go over. I'll come back after I'm done." Upon hearing Jiang Ran's answer, Wang Xuelan nodded in satisfaction. "That's fine. You don't have to be too tired." She finally didn't have to go to school every day. If she had to go to work every day, she might as well go to school every day. After all, going to work was even more tiring. The few of them sat in the courtyard and chatted. From time to time, a breeze would blow over. If it wasn't for the fact that the sun was shining brightly, he might even feel a little cold. However, the few of them also felt that because they were further north, autumn didn't feel too long, and it was already winter. In this kind of weather, it could still be said that autumn was cool and refreshing. If it rained again and the temperature dropped a few more degrees, they would be able to wear winter clothes. Fortunately, there was a Kong bed in every room. Even if there wasn't a Kong bed in the living room, there was an earth heater. When the weather turned cold, it would burn directly. No matter how cold the wind was outside, at least it would be warm inside the house. Even though he hadn't experienced it personally, just thinking about it made him feel that it was wonderful. They were chatting when Xianxia suddenly stopped talking. Looking at her expression, she seemed to be thinking about something. Wang Xuelan looked at each other and gradually lowered his voice. When Xianxia returned home, she realized that the other three people had stopped talking and were looking at her. Xianxia felt a little strange being stared at by the three of them. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? Hearing Xianxia's question, Wang Xuelan spoke carefully. We saw that you were thinking about something important, so we didn't dare to say anything. We didn't want to disturb you. Xianxia laughed when she heard this. I was indeed thinking about something just now, but Xianxia originally wanted to say that she wasn't thinking about anything important. But when the words came to her mouth, she felt that it wasn't right. I was just thinking about whether we should go out and buy a stove. When winter comes, we can make a charcoal brazier in the house and roast whatever we want to eat. After hearing Xianxia's explanation, Wang Xuelan and the other two were stunned for a moment, then they all laughed. No wonder Xianxia's expression was so serious just now. It turned out that she was thinking about this matter. But this matter was indeed a big deal. After all, in life, eating and drinking were two words. Regarding the issue of eating and drinking, they really had to think about it carefully. Before Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan could say anything about this matter, Pei Yang couldn't help but speak first. I think this is a very good idea. Imagine, in winter, snowflakes were falling outside, but their house was full of sweet fragrance. Just thinking about that scene made the corners of one's mouth curl up uncontrollably. Of course, such a good thing couldn't be delayed. It had to be done as soon as possible. As Pei Yang spoke, he simply stood up. Anyway, I have nothing to do now. I might as well go out for a walk. Wang Xuelan looked at Pei Yang angrily. What do you say, child? Why are you going now? Pei Yang looked up at the sun. It's still early. Anyway, there's nothing to do at home. I'll go out for a walk. Perhaps he would find a suitable one. If you can't find it, you can go next time. After hearing his explanation, Wang Xuelan finally understood. Going out to buy things was secondary. Most importantly, he wanted to go out for a walk. After understanding the situation, Wang Xuelan did not stop him anymore. Since you want to go, then go. It was normal for children to want to go out for a walk on their own when they grew up. She couldn't stop him, and she couldn't keep him at home. If he wanted to find a wife, he needed to go out and look for her. What could he possibly encounter at home? After getting Wang Xuelan's approval, Pei Yang said goodbye to Xianxia and Pei Baoshan, then rode out on his bicycle. Now that she had time and had nothing else to do, she might as well draw more. However, when she sat in front of the table, Xianxia held a pen in her hand, but she didn't know how to start. Drawing a design also required inspiration. It wasn't like copying an article, where one could just pick up a pen and copy without thinking at all. After sitting and thinking for a while, Xianxia still didn't have any inspiration, so she simply gave up. Anyway, she wasn't in a hurry. She could wait until she had some inspiration in the future. Pei Yang rode his bicycle out of the door. The speed of the bicycle wasn't fast. His body was bathed in the sunlight, and the warm autumn wind blew in his face. Withered yellow leaves fell to the ground by the roadside. The trees were almost bald, and only the bare branches were left shining under the sunlight. Many people sat under the trees by the roadside, chatting with the people around them while basking in the sun comfortably. Previously, when the weather was hot, there weren't many people by the roadside at this time of the day. Now, with so many people, the city seemed to have come alive. Pei Yang wanted to go to the old goods market. There were many old items for sale there, and many of them were very good. Of course, if he wanted to buy something that he liked, he still had to shop slowly. When Pei Yang arrived, he felt that this place was quieter than before. He didn't know if it was because it was in the afternoon, but there weren't many people here to buy things. Not only were there not many people buying things, but the shop owners were also more relaxed than the other. At the entrance of some shops, there was a deck chair next to a pile of things. The shop owners were lying on it leisurely, basking in the sun. There were even people who took out radios and were playing opera. Because the streets were quiet, if one person played, the whole street could hear it. The sounds of opera from the radios, coupled with the afternoon sun, were the most hypnotic. Even Pei Yang, who had just arrived, felt that it was better to find a place to sit down and enjoy the silence. Fortunately, Pei Yang didn't forget his purpose for coming here. He was here to buy things. Whether he could buy them or not, he had to at least look around. With that thought in mind, Pei Yang recommended his bicycle and started walking slowly on the street. Some of the people lying on the deck chairs heard his footsteps and opened their eyes to look at him, but they quickly closed their eyes again. Perhaps, in their opinion, people of Pei Yang's age didn't necessarily come here to buy things. They might just be full of curiosity and wanted to see the world. Pei Yang also didn't want someone to be noisy by his ear and introduce all kinds of things to him. Now that no one was paying attention to him, he felt very at ease. When he didn't see anything he was interested in, he kept pushing the cart forward, but his speed wasn't fast. When he saw something he liked, he would stop and look at it. However, Pei Yang didn't ask about the price when he wasn't sure. He didn't want to disturb her rest. It was impossible not to be curious. After all, everyone was curious. Pei Yang originally wanted to follow behind and see what the two of them were here for. But before he could follow them for long, the two men in front of him suddenly stopped. Chen Bing was the first to turn around. Chen Bing's eyes were like torches. His gaze fell directly on Pei Yang. Xin Yue turned around at this moment. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if he didn't understand what was going on. This confusion became even more intense when he saw Pei Yang. Being stared at by the two of them, Pei Yang suddenly had a bad feeling. Why were the two of them staring at him like that? They couldn't possibly think that he had followed the two of them here, could they? Just as Pei Yang was thinking about it, Chen Bing spoke. Pei Yang, why are you here? What do you want to buy? We've been shopping here for a few days. We're familiar with everything. Hearing Chen Bing's words, Pei Yang heaved a sigh of relief. If Chen Bing could say this, it meant that Chen Bing didn't suspect that he had followed them here. That's good, Pei Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He pushed the bicycle and walked a few steps forward. Soon, he was beside Chen Bing and Xin Yue. Sister-in-law said that she wants a charcoal stove. When winter comes, we can burn it in the house. It's warm and we can roast something to eat. Hearing Pei Yang's words, Chen Bing laughed. When I heard this, I knew that Ran was the one who came up with it. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard this. It sounds good. Chen Bing looked at Xin Yue and said, if you think it's good, let's buy one too. Let's go. Pei Yang stood at the side and heard Chen Bing's words clearly. He did not miss the "we" in Chen Bing's words. How long had it been since they last met? Chen Bing and Xin Yue could already say the word "we." Pei Yang looked at the two of them in surprise. Xin Yue just smiled, while Chen Bing glared at Pei Yang. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Are you still buying? Pei Yang was speechless. He didn't ask anything, he just wanted to take a look. Could it be that he couldn't even take a look? The truth was that it was impossible. Pei Yang actually felt that it was a pity, but he still withdrew his gaze. If only Jiang Ran were here. Jiang Ran could definitely ask directly, and the two people in front of him had no choice but to answer. With Chen Bing and Xin Yue leading the way, Pei Yang didn't have to stroll around leisurely. After walking for a short while, they stopped in front of a shop. There were all kinds of things outside the shop. It looked like an ancient incense burner. They had promised each other that they would stay single together. How long had it been since they last saw each other? They were already a couple. Pei Yang didn't feel good about this. It wasn't because he wanted to find a girlfriend. It was simply because he didn't feel good about being abandoned. Pei Yang collected his thoughts and decided not to think about these things that made him unhappy. The most important thing in life was to be happy. It was better to think about the things that made one happy. For example, he could choose a nice and practical stove so that he could stay at home when the weather turned cold. Pei Yang was thinking about this as he scanned the surroundings. As he looked around, Pei Yang's gaze fell on a stove. The stove was placed in the corner. It wasn't because it wasn't pretty, but because it was a little big. It wasn't just pretty, it was especially beautiful. Pei Yang's eyes lit up as he walked over and circled the furnace twice. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I want this. Pei Yang muttered to himself. But he didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking, he would hear a sneer from beside him. Pei Yang turned his head strangely and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a boy about his age looking at him relentlessly. Do you know how much this stove costs? Just say it's not bad. I'll take it. Upon hearing this, Pei Yang frowned. What does the price of this stove have to do with you? It was his business whether he could afford it or not. What did it have to do with this person, suddenly popping out to speak, and the words were so unpleasant to hear? It was simply impolite. Pei Yang wasn't someone who would swallow his anger. When others didn't find trouble with him, he couldn't be bothered to find trouble with them. But when others found trouble with him, he wouldn't be polite to them. The boy opposite him probably didn't expect Pei Yang to rebuke him. He was a little unhappy. What's wrong? Am I wrong? You're so angry because I poked your sore spot because you don't have money. With that, the boy sneered again. If you can't afford it, just say so. No one will laugh at you. You can only puff yourself up at your own cost. Only then will people look down on you. Pei Yang was speechless. Pei Yang felt that he could no longer control his temper. More importantly, who was this person? How could he be so sure that he was telling the truth when he suddenly came out and said these strange words with such a confident look on his face? When the boy saw that Pei Yang did not speak, his expression became even more proud. His gaze swept over Yang Kai's body. You're dressed like this. I don't even know what brand you're from, but you dare to puff yourself up at your own cost. Aren't you ashamed? After hearing this, Pei Yang finally understood why this person was so sure that he had no money. So he was the one who looked at the signs. There was really nothing much to say to such a person. Pei Yang turned around and looked at Chen Bing and Xin Yueyue. Pei Yang thought so too. Big brother Chen, where's the boss? Since he had already decided to buy it, of course he had to ask about the price first. Before Chen Bing could say anything, the boy beside him spoke first. You actually said that you want to buy it? Didn't I just say that? You can't afford it. Upon hearing this, Chen Bing looked at the boy who had spoken. Chen Bing frowned. Who is this? This question was directed at Pei Yang. Pei Yang shook his head. I don't know who he is either. I was looking at the stove when he suddenly walked over and said some strange things. He insisted that I couldn't afford it. After hearing Pei Yang's explanation, Chen Bing raised his eyebrows. He had been in Bay City for a long time and had seen all kinds of people. However, this was the first time he had seen someone like this boy. Why had he taken the initiative to find trouble with them? But no matter what this boy's motive was, since he had said so, he had to be prepared to be slapped in the face. Chen Bing asked Pei Yang and Xin Yueyue to wait here while he walked towards the shop in front. After a while, Chen Bing walked back with a fat middle-aged man. After the two of them walked over, the fat man took a look at the stove and said to Pei Yang, "You have good taste. This is an old item. It's old but it's been maintained very well. There won't be any problems with it if it's used for another 100 or 80 years. As a businessman, it was impossible for him to say that his goods were not good. However, everyone had a pair of eyes and a pair of hands. Whether an item was good or not, one would know by looking at it carefully and touching it. Of course, this was a good item. More importantly, his family would definitely like it. Pei Yang nodded. I know that this is a good item. Boss, just give me a price. If the price is right, I'll buy it. The fat man gave Pei Yang a thumbs up and said, although you're young, you're really straightforward and open-minded. I won't beat around the bush with you. This stove will cost you 500 yuan. If you want it, I can send it directly to your house. If you don't want anything else, I have a lot of cheap ones here. Pei Yang wasn't a young master who couldn't differentiate between the 5 grains. He had a good understanding of prices and money. Before the fat man said the price, Pei Yang had already estimated the price in his heart. After hearing the fat man's words, Pei Yang nodded. Sure, I'll take it. But I don't have that much money with me. Can you deliver it to my house and I'll give you the money directly? Since Pei Yang said it so straightforwardly, the fat man certainly wouldn't dawdle. It was impossible to carry such a big furnace and run with it. Even if he sent it to Pei Yang's house, he didn't have to worry about losing anything. Therefore, the fat man did not refuse and directly nodded in agreement. Okay, wait here for a while. I'll call for a car. Later, when I carry it to the car, you'll need some help. When Pei Yang and Chen Bing heard this, they both nodded. Just by looking at the workmanship and materials of this furnace, they knew that it was definitely not light. The fat man turned and left. At this moment, the young man standing at the side seemed to come back to his senses. 500 yuan for a furnace. You actually bought it just like that? As he spoke, he looked at Pei Yang suspiciously. Pei Yang couldn't be bothered with him. This kind of person must have a screw loose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly walked up and said such inexplicable things. Chen Bing only glanced at the boy before looking away. This kind of person was obviously not in the right mind. They were afraid that they would be infected if they talked to him. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the boy was obviously a little angry. His breathing quickened a little. It wasn't that Pei Yang and the other two didn't notice, but they couldn't be bothered with him. Not long after, the fat boss came back. He didn't come back alone. There were two strong men behind him. Just by looking at them, one could tell that they were strong. With these three men, Chen Bing and Pei Yang, the five of them lifted the stove together. Fortunately, there was a place to hold on to the stove. Otherwise, there would be nothing they could do. They went out from the back door. Outside the back door was an alley, and there was a trolley parked inside. Needless to say, the trolley's bearing capacity was quite good. After putting the stove on, there were no problems. It was just that one person couldn't push it. The fat boss and another man pushed it together. Pei Yang didn't ride a bicycle, so he pushed the trolley and talked to them as they walked. Chen Bing and Xin Yue drove here. At this time, they could only drive. The two of them first went to the Pei family's house to inform Jiang Ran to be prepared. Chen Bing drove to find Jiang Ran, so it was naturally much faster. It didn't take long for Chen Bing to arrive. After parking the car in a safe place, Chen Bing and Xin Yue went to find Jiang Ran. Seeing that Chen Bing and Xin Yue had arrived, Jiang Ran, Wang Zuelan, and Pei Baoshan, who were sitting in the courtyard, laughed. Others didn't know, but the three of them knew that the matter between these two people was almost settled. When they came over at this time, Jiang Ran thought they were here to tell him some good news. After Chen Bing spoke, Jiang Ran realized that the good news was indeed good news, but it was different from what she had expected. Jiang Ran thought that Pei Yang was just going to take a look today and might not be able to pick a suitable one. He didn't expect Pei Yang to be so fast. Not only did he choose what he liked, but he also asked someone to send it back. After hearing the price, Jiang Ran became curious about the appearance of the furnace. Not to mention Jiang Ran, even Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan were curious. To be exact, the two of them were not only curious, but also shocked. 500 RMB for a stove? Pei Yang must be too arrogant. Jiang Ran had already stood up and returned to his room. Not long after, he came out with a stack of papers. 10 yuan for one piece, 500 yuan for a total of 50 pieces. It was really troublesome to not have a $100 bill. This matter could be solved with 5 pieces of paper, but now it needed 50 pieces of paper. Not to mention other things, just the color alone didn't look as festive as bright red. It was one thing to hear Chen Bing talk about it, but it was another to see it with one's own eyes. Jiang Ran looked at it seriously for a while before nodding with satisfaction. It's really good. Hearing Jiang Ran say it was good, Pei Yang grinned. Jiang Ran said it was good. Of course, it was the best. Otherwise, wouldn't he have let them bring it back for nothing? Jiang Ran took the money and walked forward. He looked around and didn't know who to give the money to. The 3 people he didn't know were all tall and strong. They looked the same. He didn't know who the boss was. At this moment, the bald, fat man chuckled and said, "Hey, you're right. I'm the boss." Hearing these words, Jiang Ran handed over the money in his hand. "Sorry to trouble you to bring it back." The fat boss rubbed his hands and responded with a smile, "This is what I should do." After saying that, the fat boss reached out and took the money in Jiang Ran's hand. Business was business. Friendship was friendship. Besides, they didn't have any friendship. Therefore, after the fat boss took the money, he counted it twice seriously in front of everyone. After confirming that there was no problem, the fat boss put the money into his pocket. Zipping up the bag, the fat boss's smile became brighter. "Come on. We'll help carry it in." Of course, they had to help carry it into the house. Otherwise, how could they carry such a heavy thing into the house? The gate of the courtyard house had 3 steps. If they wanted to carry the stove in, they had to cross these 3 steps. After entering, they had to go down the steps. It was very difficult to watch. The fat boss had already prepared himself. He had to take it easy later. Otherwise, if he ran out of strength, it would be cold today. While the fat boss was thinking, he heard Jiang Ran refuse. "I don't need your help. I can do it by myself." Suddenly hearing such a sentence, the fat boss only thought that he was hallucinating. Jiang Ran in front of him was tall and thin. He was also very beautiful. But no matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like a person with strength. When the fat boss was planning in his heart, he didn't even think of asking Jiang Ran for help. This kind of physical work could be done by the few of them. To be exact, they were all concentrated in Jiang Ran's hands. Jiang Ran, who was being stared at by the crowd, seemed to be completely unaware of these gazes. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't feel anything, but that she didn't care at all. These gazes didn't affect her at all. Jiang Ran was just trying out the weight of the stove just now. After trying it out, she realized that the stove wasn't actually heavy. She could easily lift it up with one hand. The main problem was that the stove was a little big. Jiang Ran stood at the side and thought for a while. After trying it out a few more times, she finally figured out how to lift the stove up. These people just watched as Jiang Ran lifted the stove up with one hand. That was a stove that weighed a few hundred pounds. Previously, the 5 of them had to carry it up to the car together. Even if the 5 of them worked together, it still took a lot of effort. But now, Jiang Ran lifted the stove up with one hand easily. It looked like it didn't take any effort at all. They didn't need to look at her expression to know that she wasn't putting on a brave front. Because even if they wanted to put on a brave front, they couldn't do it. Jiang Ran lifted the stove up with one hand and put it on the ground. Then she smiled at the fat boss and said, "See, I already said that I don't need your help. Hurry up and go back to work." The fat boss was speechless. The fat boss stared at Jiang Ran for a while before he found his voice again. "Well, we're not in a hurry to go back. We just want to take a look." As for what exactly he wanted to see, the fat boss didn't say. Even if he didn't say it, Jiang Ran could actually guess. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Since they wanted to take a look, then let them take a look. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran lifted the stove up from the ground and walked up the steps. Because the steps were higher and the stove was bigger, it wasn't very convenient to carry it up with one hand. So this time, Jiang Ran lifted the stove up with both hands. They watched as Jiang Ran carried the big stove up the steps and then walked down with ease. The people standing outside were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Even Pei Yang and Chen Bing, who already knew that Jiang Ran was very strong, were shocked at this moment. They all knew that Jiang Ran was very strong, but they didn't have an accurate understanding of it. Now, this understanding. Was this strength? This was simply. The fat boss and his men used to think that even among men, their strength was one of the best. Not to mention compared to women. But now, they were slapped in the face. The truth told them that you can't judge a book by its cover, let alone by its gender. The fat boss smacked his lips. "Well, the things have been moved in. There's nothing else for us to do. We'll leave now." Pei Yang nodded to the fat boss. "Thank you for today." The fat boss quickly waved his hand when he heard this. No need, no need. This meant that Jiang Ran didn't go. If Jiang Ran had gone today, they probably wouldn't have had anything to do with it. In fact, the fat boss thought too much. Even if Jiang Ran was very strong, there was a long distance from there to here. Even if she didn't feel tired, she would feel annoyed. It was impossible for her to carry the stove back. She still had to push it with a car. It was just that she didn't need everyone to carry it together. Pei Yang watched the fat boss and his men leave and was ready to go home. Who knew that when he turned his head, he saw the boy standing at the corner of the alley. Seeing that person, Pei Yang raised his eyebrows. Wasn't this the unknown person from before? Why did he follow here? Could it be that he lived nearby? But as soon as this idea popped up, Pei Yang rejected it. After living here for so long, he was quite familiar with the neighbors. Even if they weren't close, at least he had seen them. He hadn't seen this young man before. He didn't think that he lived here. If he didn't live here, then why was he here? It went without saying that he followed them here. After figuring out the cause and effect, Pei Yang felt speechless. They were just strangers who met by chance, and it wasn't very pleasant. But this person actually followed them here. He didn't know what he was thinking. Pei Yang couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it. He turned around and was about to walk to the door. However, at this moment, the boy suddenly ran forward and blocked his path. Looking at the boy in front of him, Pei Yang frowned tightly. What's wrong with you? Chasing people to their house, was it just to find trouble? Who is the person who carried the stove in just now? Hearing this, Pei Yang felt strange. He followed them here and suddenly asked such a question. What did he mean? Pei Yang didn't have a good impression of him. Of course, when he spoke, he couldn't speak in a good tone. What's it to you? How could such a person be worthy of being sister-in-law's younger brother? He was more than enough to be sister-in-law's younger brother. Pei Yang thought so in his heart, but his face was expressionless. He ignored the boy and walked past him in large strides, entering the door. Chen Bing and Xin Yue heard their conversation, but neither of them intended to speak. Seeing Pei Yang enter the door, the two of them looked at each other and followed him in. Pei Yang waited for the two of them to enter before closing the door behind them. After closing the door, Pei Yang strode towards the living room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that the stove had been placed behind the sofa. Needless to say, this design and this color really matched this house quite well. The outside of the stove was probably made of bronze, but it was painted with gold. The outside of the stove was plump and shaped like a pumpkin. The top of the stove was hollowed out and carved. The inside of the stove was made of stone in the shape of a cylinder and stood inside. Inside the stone, there was a bucket made of iron. This was where the carbon was placed. With the stone as a barrier, even if the carbon was burned, the bronze outside would not be hot. There was no need to worry that it would hurt people if they accidentally touched it. There was also a hollowed-out lid with carved flowers. At this time, Jiang Ran was standing next to the furnace, carefully sizing it up. After staring at it for a while, Jiang Ran said, "Later, we can order some iron frames or iron plates and put them on the iron bucket. Then we can roast food again." As Jiang Ran spoke, he turned his head and saw Pei Yang walking in. Pei Yang was expressionless at this time, and his eyebrows were still tightly knitted. Seeing Pei Yang's expression, Jiang Ran guessed that something must have happened to him. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ran asked softly. "Wasn't he fine before? Why did he become so unhappy in such a short time?" Pei Yang heard Jiang Ran's question and looked at Jiang Ran, but he didn't answer right away. Seeing that Pei Yang was staring at him without saying anything, Jiang Ran could guess what was going on. "Is it related to me?" After Jiang Ran asked, Pei Yang nodded. Although Jiang Ran had already guessed it, he still felt strange when Pei Yang admitted it. If it was related to her, then what was it? Pei Yang was obviously hesitant and didn't want to talk about it. Jiang Ran didn't urge him. He just looked at him quietly. After a long while, Pei Yang let out a heavy sigh and opened his mouth. "Previously, when I was shopping, I met a guy." After Pei Yang told him what had happened, he began to talk about what had happened at the door. "He suddenly ran out to stop me. He said that he looked like you and that his eldest sister had gone missing when she was young. He also said that his eldest sister had been very strong since she was young." After hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Yang's unhappy mood disappeared in an instant. She showed a bright smile to Jiang Ran. There was simply nothing better to hear than this. His sister-in-law was indeed his sister-in-law. Pei Yang was in a good mood. She didn't care about the previous things and went to look at the stove happily. In the current weather, there was no need to light a stove, but it didn't matter. The stove could be put here as a decoration. Needless to say, it was really pretty. Chenbing and Xinyue didn't have time to buy one today, but now they looked at it and nodded with appreciation. After seeing the effect of the stove with their own eyes, their desire to buy it was even stronger. Anyway, there were many stoves there. They could go there again and pick one that they liked. As for today, they wouldn't go there. Since they were already here, they had to wait until they finished eating before leaving. Fortunately, there were a lot of ingredients at home. Even if there were 2 more people, there was still food. There was no need to worry at all. There was no need to go out to buy other ingredients. With Pei Yang there, Jiang Ran didn't have much chance to cook. Pei Yang did it alone. Seeing Pei Yang go into the kitchen happily, Jiang Ran shook his head. She was happy just like that. It was too simple to be happy. There was no need to help in the kitchen. Jiang Ran and the others sat in the living room and talked. Looking at Chenbing and Xinyue sitting together, Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows. You too. When can we wait for the good news? He knew it well, but he didn't hear the good news in person. It was always different. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, Xinyue laughed. Although her cheeks were a little red, she didn't feel embarrassed. Xinyue had been thinking about getting married for a long time. Now she just did what she always wanted to do, so she didn't feel particularly shy. Especially when the person he was facing was Jiang Ran. As for Chenbing, he was a man, so it was even more impossible for him to be shy. We're almost done with the preparations for the house, and we're only left with some small items. After all these were prepared, they could put the wedding on the agenda. However, because most of his family members are not here, we have to bring them over in advance. No matter what, it will be the end of the year. Other than his younger brother, Chenbing's relatives were all in their hometown. Chenbing was going to get married. Of course, his family had to come. The 2 of them probably wanted to prepare the house first. Otherwise, when Chenbing's family came, they wouldn't have a place to stay. He had considered everything very thoroughly. Jiang Ran nodded. Just tell me if you need any help. Chenbing agreed immediately. Don't worry. We've known each other for so long. According to our relationship, I'll definitely take the initiative to ask if there's anything. After all, they had known each other for so long. Jiang Ran also had some understanding of Chenbing's character. After hearing Chenbing's words, he smiled and nodded. Then I'll wait for you to ask. After they talked for a while, Jiang Ran looked up at the clock on the wall. Jiang Ran walked out of the living room and soon walked to the door. He walked out of the door and closed it behind him. As soon as Jiang Ran turned around, he saw a person sitting at the bottom of the stairs. He could only see the back of the person, but he couldn't see the person's face. However, Jiang Ran was still very familiar with the way this person was dressed. After all, he had just seen this person before, so he had some impression of him. Seeing him sitting here, Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows. However, Jiang Ran didn't take the initiative to speak, nor did he pay attention to him. Instead, he directly walked past him. Jiang Ran wanted to leave directly, but this person wasn't blind. He naturally saw Jiang Ran's back. Wait. Hearing the anxious voice of the young man behind him, Jiang Ran didn't stop. Instead, he continued to walk forward. He was going to pick up Pei Jing, so he didn't have time to argue with him here. Probably because Jiang Ran didn't stop, the young man also became anxious. He hurriedly stood up from the ground, trotted to catch up with Jiang Ran, and stood in front of Jiang Ran. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Ran said, "Don't block my way. Don't block my way. I'm going to pick up my child from school." If he was late, Pei Jing would be unhappy. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, the young man was stunned for a moment, but he still stepped aside. As soon as he stepped aside, Jiang Ran strode forward. Seeing Jiang Ran walk away again, the young man hurriedly chased after him. "Are you Jiang Ran?" "My name is Jiang Zhan." Hearing Jiang Zhan's name, Jiang Ran's expression didn't change, and he didn't stop at all. Then, he continued to walk forward. Although Jiang Zhan looked like a young man, he was obviously very talkative. I should be your younger brother. I heard that you've been in Bay City for a long time, but they all said that you don't want to go home or have anything to do with family Jiang. I wanted to come and find you, but I didn't know your address. But fortunately, my luck is not bad. Although I don't know where you are, I still managed to meet you. Speaking of this, Jiang Zhan showed a bright smile. If one looked closely, one could see a hint of pride in his smile. He was already a teenager, so it was normal for him to be complacent. Jiang Zhan laughed and continued, I know you must be very angry that your family lost you and didn't try their best to find you. But after so many years, they know that they were wrong. You can give them a chance to make it up to you. I've already grown up. I'm a man now. I can protect you in the future. Listening to Jiang Zhan's incessant chatter, Jiang Ran's face was expressionless. What was there to say? She almost wondered if there was something wrong with the family Jiang people's brains. She had already told them countless times, but there would always be people who kept rushing up. They spoke so righteously, as if they were very considerate of her. But in fact, they were only thinking about themselves. Of course, Jiang Ran had to admit that. Jiang Zhan blushed slightly when he heard Jiang Ran mention this. After a while, Jiang Zhan finally found his voice. Although you have a big heart, there are many things that can't be solved with strength. Jiang Ran chuckled. Not only am I strong, but I also have medical skills. The demand for the scar removal ointment exceeds the supply. One box can sell for 100 yuan, and I've already sold hundreds of boxes. Do you think I'm short of money? I just signed a contract with the Wu family's clothing company, and I'll be their partner in the future. Not only will they give me a share of the profits, but they'll also give me a bonus at the end of the year. I'm a student of X University, but I don't have to go to class every day. On the contrary, we have to go there twice a week to teach them. After saying this, Jiang Ran stopped and glanced at Jiang Zhan. Sure enough, he saw the shocked expression on Jiang Zhan's face. The small food store I opened with my friends is very famous in Bay City, and we're about to open a branch soon. It doesn't make a lot of money every day, but it makes no difference. If I want money, I have money. If I want a house, I have a house. If I want ability, I have ability. Whether it's people, money, or resources, I don't lack any of them. As an excellent doctor, the patients I've treated are all my connections. When I need help, they'll help me. In this world, money makes the world go round. If you can't do something, it must be because you don't have enough money. So, how do you think you can help me? Not to mention that you want to protect me. Jiang Ran's expression turned cold as he said this. I suggest you hurry back home. Your family and the things you rely on for survival are there. You're not even independent yet, and you don't know what others have been through. Why do you want to take on everything? After living for so long, haven't you heard this saying? Don't persuade others to do good without experiencing their pain. Do you think you're here to save me? In fact, you're like a joke to me. After saying that, Jiang Ran didn't look at Jiang Zhan anymore. She lifted her feet and walked quickly toward the kindergarten. In order to say this, she slowed down a little. If she didn't walk faster, she might be late. At that time, Pei Jing would definitely look at her pitifully. At the thought of Pei Jing showing such a pitiful expression, Jiang Ran felt a little distressed and walked even faster. Jiang Ran left quickly, leaving only Jiang Zhan standing there in a daze. Looking at Jiang Ran's receding figure, Jiang Zhan's face revealed a perplexed expression. So, was it really wrong for him to come to Jiang Ran? Jiang Ran, who had already walked some distance away, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After saying so much, according to the temperament of a young man, he should be very angry by now. It would be best if he was very angry and swore that he would work hard to stand out in the future before coming back to slap her in the face. Then, he would not appear in front of her again for a period of time. After all, this person was still young. If he really wanted to stand out, it would take many years. As for what would happen in the future, she would think about it when the time came. The more she thought about it, the more relaxed Jiang Ran felt. She was smart. In such a short time, she came up with a solution. Jiang Ran was in a good mood when she heard hurried footsteps behind her. As Jiang Ran listened to the sound of hurried footsteps approaching, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that what she said just now was all in vain? That shouldn't be the case. Based on Pei Yang's description, Xianxia was clearly a hot-tempered person. Xianxia should have left in a fit of anger after what she had said. Jiang Ran was still thinking about this when Xianxia ran past her. He stopped after running for 4 or 5 meters. I know you said that just to piss me off. You want me to leave, but I won't leave. Jiang Ran was speechless. Were people so smart these days, or was it because she had become stupid? Otherwise, how could her thoughts be so easily seen through by others? Jiang Ran felt a little conflicted. Just as she was about to speak, Xianxia spoke again. You don't have to talk to me anymore. I won't listen to you. Aren't you going to pick up the child? Hurry up and leave. What if you're late? After saying this, Xianxia stood to the side. It was obvious that he was waiting for Jiang Ran to walk past so that he could follow behind Jiang Ran. However, even though she had seen through his intentions, Jiang Ran had no choice but to turn around and leave. After all, Pei Jing was still in school waiting for her to pick him up. Jiang Ran gave Xianxia a deep look. Only then did he raise his leg and continue walking forward. No matter what Xianxia was thinking, it was more important to pick up Pei Jing now. It didn't take long for Jiang Ran to reach the entrance of the kindergarten. The timing was just right. As soon as she reached the entrance of the kindergarten, the door opened. Jiang Ran walked straight in and soon arrived at the entrance of Pei Jing's class. After picking up Pei Jing, Jiang Ran held Pei Jing's hand and walked out. After taking a few steps, Pei Jing suddenly looked up and asked curiously, Mom, why are you so upset? Why are you in a bad mood? Jiang Ran was puzzled by Pei Jing's sudden question. Xiao Jing, how did you know that Mom was in a bad mood? I could tell. Pei Jing said matter-of-factly, but Jiang Ran didn't know what to say. He could tell. How could he tell how she was feeling so easily? Jiang Ran touched her face. It's nothing. Even if Jiang Ran wanted to explain this to Pei Jing, she didn't know what to say. Since Zhang's mother's mother, she didn't ask. Pei Jing had never seen his uncle before, so he didn't know what an uncle was. Xianxia didn't know how to answer Pei Jing's question. He just stared blankly at Pei Jing. Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows when she saw Xianxia's expression, but she didn't say anything. Jiang Ran only hoped that Xianxia could retreat in the face of difficulties at this time. It would be best if he could stay away from her life. However, Jiang Ran was disappointed. Xianxia was stunned for a while. Then he suddenly squatted down and looked at Pei Jing seriously. Uncle is a form of address. It represents a person, just like your mother. She is a person and you call her mother. This explanation could be said to be very detailed. Moreover, with a comparison, Pei Jing understood it better. Pei Jing was a very smart child. After hearing this explanation, he tilted his head. Then why do I have to call you uncle? Because I am your mother's younger brother. Pei Jing looked at Xianxia and then turned to Jiang Ran. Mom, you have a younger brother? Why don't I have one? Jiang Ran? This was a really good question. Pei Jing had never asked her such a question since she transmigrated. Jiang Ran didn't know how to answer Pei Jing's sudden question. It was all Xianxia's fault. If he hadn't suddenly said that he was her younger brother, Pei Jing wouldn't have thought of asking this question. Xianxia obviously didn't expect Pei Jing to ask such a question after finding out what an uncle was. He felt a little amused and helpless at the same time. What's your name? After hearing Jiang's words, Pei Jing turned his head and looked at Xianxia. My name is Pei Jing. What's your name? My name is Xianxia. You have to remember that I am your uncle. Pei Jing walked over to Jiang Ran and stood beside Jiang Ran. I want to listen to Mom. Xianxia was obviously surprised to hear Pei Jing's words. At Pei Jing's age, shouldn't he treat people who appeared with his parents as acquaintances? Shouldn't he say whatever he was told to say? Why was Pei Jing's answer completely different from what he had expected? Seeing Xianxia's confusion, the corners of Jiang Ran's lips curled up into a smile. She had carefully raised her child. How could he casually call someone else uncle, even if this person appeared with him? As long as he didn't say anything, Pei Jing wouldn't follow the words of others. Jiang Ran didn't look at Xianxia again. Instead, she held Pei Jing's little hand and prepared to leave with Pei Jing. Xiao Jing, let's go home. Everyone is waiting for us. Jiang Zhan was very satisfied with Pei Jing's reaction. Jiang Ran didn't like him, didn't welcome him, and didn't want to acknowledge him. However, it didn't matter. He could start with Pei Jing. As long as he could make Pei Jing like him and put in a good word for him in front of Jiang Ran, he didn't believe that Jiang Ran would continue to treat him coldly. Jiang Zhan felt that his idea was very good and even felt proud of it. Although Jiang Ran didn't respond to Jiang Zhan most of the time, she still kept an eye on him from the corner of her eye. Although she didn't know what he was thinking when she saw the smug expression on his face, she could guess a thing or two. Jiang Ran wanted to laugh when she realized what Jiang Zhan was thinking. Young people were really simple-minded. They always thought that everything in this world was easy and that as long as they put in the effort, they would be rewarded. However, that wasn't the case. However, Jiang Ran also understood what was going on. Jiang Zhan was a stubborn person. No matter what she said to him, he wouldn't listen. Since that was the case, there was no need to say anything more to him. The kindergarten wasn't far from the Pei family's house, so it didn't take long for them to reach their house. Jiang Ran didn't stop until they reached the front door. I'm already home. It's getting dark. You should go home. Jiang Zhan wanted to say that he would stay for the day. However, when he thought about his family's relationship with Jiang Ran, he swallowed his words and nodded reluctantly. Jiang Ran watched Jiang Zhan walk away. He kept looking back as he walked away. Jiang Ran didn't feel anything. Jiang Ran didn't understand why Jiang Zhan insisted on acknowledging her as his sister. He had an older sister who had grown up with him. Since she couldn't figure it out, Jiang Ran didn't continue thinking about it. Perhaps it was just the curiosity of a young man towards a stranger. There was no enmity between them. What happened between her and family Jiang had nothing to do with Jiang Zhan, who was born later. Jiang Ran didn't want to vent his anger on Jiang Zhan, but he didn't want to get too close to Jiang Zhan either. Because that would give the family Jiang people the wrong impression that she had forgiven them. Jiang Ran didn't want anyone to have the wrong impression, so he wanted to stay away from Jiang Zhan. Tomorrow was a school day. At Jiang Zhan's age, he should be in high school. It was impossible for him to come here during school hours. With this in mind, Jiang Ran felt much more relaxed. Jiang Ran pulled Pei Jing's little hand, attracting Pei Jing's attention back. Only then did he reveal a bright smile to Pei Jing. Xiao Jing, let's go home. Pei Jing nodded and followed Jiang Ran into the house. After they arrived home, they went to the bathroom first. After washing their hands and faces, they entered the house. In the house, the aroma of food had already filled the air. As soon as they walked into the living room, they smelled the rich aroma of the food. Seeing them come back, Pei Yang, who was setting the table, smiled. At this moment, Pei Jing looked at Jiang Ran in confusion and asked the question that puzzled him. Mom, why doesn't the person who said that he's my uncle live at home? When I was in kindergarten, they all lived with their older sisters, younger brothers, and younger sisters. Pei Jing, who was only 4 years old, didn't understand much. Since he didn't understand, he would ask. This was what Jiang Ran had taught him before. Jiang Ran didn't expect that Pei Jing would still remember Jiang Zhan after dinner. Not only did he remember, but he also had such a big doubt in his heart. However, since Pei Jing asked, Jiang Ran still gave an answer. Because Mom already has a new family. Naturally, she won't live with her previous relatives. Pei Jing tilted his head. Then when I grow up and have a new family, I won't live with Mom, Grandma, Grandpa, Auntie, and little uncle anymore? This was really a good question. Jiang Ran also realized that children's minds were always full of strange ideas and endless questions. Pei Jing didn't ask these questions before because he hadn't been exposed to this kind of thing. Now that he was exposed to it, he naturally had all kinds of doubts. Jiang Ran didn't want to fool him. After all, if he fooled Pei Jing now, Pei Jing would be fooling others in the future. Jiang Ran seriously thought for a moment before giving an answer. When you grow up, you will have your own judgment. When the time comes, if you want to live at home and live with your family, you can live at home. If you don't want to live at home, you can also buy your own house and live in your own house. Pei Jing tilted his head and seemed to understand. Seeing him like this, Jiang Ran smiled and touched his head. Although you may not understand now, it doesn't matter. You just need to remember this. When you grow up, you will naturally know what it means. Pei Jing obviously had a lot of questions today. After hearing this, Pei Jing had new doubts. Then when can I grow up? Jiang Ran was speechless. It seemed that when every child was young, they hoped that they could grow up quickly. However, when they really grew up, they would realize that the carefree time when they were young was the most precious. Unfortunately, at that time couldn't be turned back. As long as you eat well, sleep well, and study well, you will grow up day by day. Then when can I grow up to be as big as Mom? When you can eat as much as Mom. As soon as Jiang Ran said this, the few people in the room who had been silent all this time laughed at the same time. Upon hearing these words, it was obvious that Jiang Ran was fooling Pei Jing. However, after thinking about it seriously, Jiang Ran's words were not completely unreasonable. To a certain extent, the older. Although Jiang Ran was quite thin now, her appetite wasn't small. Pei Jing's appetite was completely dwarfed by Jiang Ran's. Wang Zuelan stood up and led Pei Jing to wash up. However, Pei Yang did not leave. Instead, he stared straight at Jiang Ran with a look of grievance in his eyes. Jiang Ran knew what Pei Yang was thinking just by looking at his eyes. Jiang Ran smiled helplessly. I saw him sitting outside when I opened the door. When I went to pick up Xiao Jing, he followed me and nagged me a lot on the way, but I didn't acknowledge him. Pei Yang listened attentively to Jiang Ran's explanation. When he heard the last part, he revealed an expression that said, I knew it. I knew it. He must have been persistent and insisted on pestering you. The next time I see him, I must teach him a lesson and make him stay away from our family. Jiang Ran thought about Pei Yang's expression and did not say anything in the end. She knew Pei Yang's character. Although he said this, Pei Yang would not do things without reason, let alone hit someone for no reason. Rather than teaching him a lesson, it was more like chasing him away verbally. Jiang Ran also hoped that Jiang Zhan would not come over again. His thoughts were the same as Pei Yang's. Seeing that Jiang Ran did not say anything and did not refute him, Pei Yang revealed a big smile. He knew that in his sister-in-law's heart, he was definitely the only younger brother. There was nothing else. Humph, he had to stand aside. Pei Xianxia looked at Pei Yang with some helplessness in her eyes. Why did she feel that her second brother had suddenly become childish? Pei Xianxia was not the only one who felt this way. Chen Bing and Xin Yueyue also felt the same way. However, seeing that Jiang Ran did not say anything, the two of them smiled and did not say anything. It was already dark outside. Although it was not too late, the two of them should go back. Seeing that the two of them got up to say goodbye, everyone stood up and saw them out. Chen Bing drove over, so he did not have to worry too much about them. After watching them drive away, he closed the door. Everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Jiang Ran received a call from the school. If the school schedule had already been arranged, there would be 2 classes a week. Today happened to be 1 class. Jiang Ran was told to prepare himself so that he would not be late in the afternoon. Jiang Ran had already mentally prepared himself. After receiving the call, he was not surprised. He agreed and hung up. Wang Zuelan knew that Jiang Ran was going to the school. And she immediately looked as if she was the one who was going to teach the class. It was as if she was the one who was going to teach the class. Seeing Wang Zuelan's expression, Jiang Ran also laughed. This was probably the feeling of being honored. Thinking about it, if anyone in her family became successful, she would also have the same thoughts and feelings as Wang Zuelan. In the previous incarnation, Jiang Ran had also taught classes. Therefore, she was experienced in this aspect. After making some simple preparations and having lunch, Jiang Ran rode her bicycle out of the house and went to school. Although he rode his bicycle to the school again, his mood was completely different this time. The last time she came to school, it was to listen to someone else's lecture. How long has it been? She came to school again, but to lecture someone else. The difference was huge. If it wasn't for the person involved, they probably wouldn't be able to feel it clearly. When Xianxia walked into the classroom with the book, the classroom was already full of people. Obviously, everyone was waiting for the teacher's arrival. Then, they saw Xianxia walk up to the podium with the book. Xianxia came to class for 2 days before, and also showed her face in the school, so there were still people who knew her. After seeing Xianxia walk up to the podium, the people who knew Xianxia showed a surprised expression. It was already time for class. Why didn't Xianxia find a seat to sit down, but walked up to the podium? However, they didn't have any relationship with Xianxia, nor did they have any dealings with her, so at this time, they just looked at Xianxia curiously, and no one said anything. Wang Tian, who was at the back, was also staring at Xianxia at this time. A little girl next to Wang Tian, after glancing at the podium, turned her head and said to Wang Tian, didn't you talk to her before? Do you want to remind her now? Wang Tian bit her lip, and finally shook her head. Seeing that Wang Tian didn't speak, the little girl didn't say anything. Although she didn't know what happened between Wang Tian and Xianxia, but looking at Wang Tian's expression, she knew that something unpleasant must have happened between the two of them. In this case, Wang Tian didn't need to speak at this time. Xianxia stood on the podium and glanced at the people in the class, and then took out a piece of paper. Now, let's start the roll call. Before she came, she had already met with the school's leaders. Although she got the list of students who came to her class. As soon as they heard Xianxia say that she was going to roll call, the originally quiet classroom suddenly burst into discussion. Everyone's discussion wasn't loud, but with so many people talking at the same time, it was still not quiet. The main reason was that there were too many people around, so it was impossible to hear clearly what they were saying. They only felt that it was the sound of a swarm of bees, magnified countless times. Xianxia watched quietly. After a while, he opened his mouth. Students, please be quiet. Now, we will begin the roll call. With Xianxia's voice, the classroom quieted down again. All the students looked at Xianxia. Their eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. Especially those who knew Xianxia, they were even more confused. A few days ago, Xianxia was still in class with them. Then, he suddenly didn't come for a few days. Now that he was finally here, he didn't sit down and listen to the class with them. Instead, he stood on the podium with the list of students and was about to start the roll call. No matter how one looked at it, it was very puzzling. Xianxia knew what they were thinking, but he didn't explain it to them immediately. Instead, he started to call out names. As Xianxia called out the names of the students one by one, those who were called out also began to answer. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they still had to respond. Xianxia started the class as soon as she said she would. She didn't drag her feet at all. Xianxia's professional ability was passable. When she spoke, her whole body exuded a confident glow. Xianxia talked about things in a simple and interesting way. The originally boring medical knowledge became particularly interesting because of her narration. Even those who didn't pay much attention to it were unknowingly fascinated as they listened. The duration of a big class was 2 hours. Originally, for many people, 2 hours was quite long. But this time, they didn't feel the passage of time at all. They didn't feel tormented at all. It seemed that 2 hours had passed unknowingly. Xianxia closed the book and looked at the crowd with a smile. This class will end here. Students, goodbye. After saying that, Xianxia picked up the book and walked out quickly. Knowing that Xianxia's figure had disappeared at the door of the classroom, everyone recovered from the shock. They didn't feel it when they were listening to the class carefully. Now that Xianxia had left, they finally came back to their senses. They also remembered one thing. Xianxia was just like them before, a student who listened to the class. Why did she suddenly become their teacher now? However, other than being exceptionally young, it seemed that there was really no problem for Xianxia to be their teacher. Just recalling the content that Xianxia had just thought about, they admired Xianxia. When they read it in the book, the content was boring and boring. Not only was it meaningless, but it also seemed that they couldn't understand it. However, when this knowledge came from Xianxia's mouth, it seemed to become lively and interesting. It was like a piece of dead wood suddenly came to life, glowing with branches and leaves, and blooming with brilliant flowers. After the classroom was quiet for a while, someone suddenly spoke. If all my teacher's lectures were so lively and interesting, then I would definitely be able to learn very well. After hearing this, someone immediately sneered. Not just you, if all my teachers were like this, then I would definitely be able to learn well. Me too, me too. Me too, me too. Listening to everyone's words, Wang Tian pursed her lips. She suddenly remembered that the last time she met Jiang Ran wanted to explain to her. But at that time, she didn't want to hear Jiang Ran's explanation at all. Now that she thought about it, what Jiang Ran wanted to explain to her at that time was probably about this matter. Although she still didn't quite understand why Jiang Ran suddenly became their teacher. But just from the class just now, she could see that Jiang Ran was the real deal. Jiang Ran was fully deserving of being their teacher. If Jiang was really like them and came to class every day, it would be a complete waste of time and life. Wang Tian lowered her eyes. After Jiang Ran left the classroom, she went straight to her office. That's right, after successfully being promoted from a student to a teacher, Jiang Ran also had her own office. Of course, it was not an independent office. She stayed in the same office with the other teachers. But even so, Jiang Ran was already very satisfied. After Jiang Ran came to the office, she saw that the other seats were already occupied. Jiang Ran nodded and smiled at the others, then walked to her seat. As soon as she sat down, someone looked over. It wasn't just one person who was looking in her direction. Everyone was looking in her direction. With so many people staring at her, Jiang Ran didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she smiled at them. What's the matter? Probably because they heard Jiang Ran take the initiative to speak, several people looked at each other, and someone took the initiative to ask. I remember that you were a student before. The person who spoke was a middle-aged male teacher. The reason why he said this was because Jiang Ran had attended his class before. Jiang Ran nodded, yes, I was a student before, but not now. As for why she was not a student now, Jiang Ran did not explain. Although they were all colleagues, there was no need to tell them everything. Fortunately, these people were old teachers who had worked for many years, not fledgling students. They would not ask to the bottom of the matter. Even if they were curious, they knew what to ask and what not to ask. After seeing that Jiang Ran did not continue to speak, this person did not ask any more. Everyone bowed their heads and busied themselves with their own things. For this, Jiang Ran was very satisfied. She didn't think about becoming good friends with her colleagues. Anyway, she only came twice a week, so it was fine for them to maintain their current relationship. After Jiang Ran packed her things, soon she left the school. At this time, it was only 3 or 4 o'clock. The sun was still hanging in the sky, and the sun was still shining brightly. On the way home, Jiang Ran happened to meet a person who was pushing a cart and selling sugar-fried chestnuts. She stopped and bought 2 pounds of sugar-fried chestnuts. Roasted chestnuts with sugar had always been Jiang Ran's favorite. This thing was delicious, but it was a little troublesome to eat. The main thing was that it was a little troublesome to peel it off. However, those who really liked to eat wouldn't find it troublesome. Instead, they would find it very interesting. Jiang Ran was such a person. He peeled off the outer skin of the chestnut bit by bit, and then put the sweet and soft chestnut into his mouth, chewing slowly. Feeling the soft and fragrant chestnut, he was extremely satisfied. At that time, it would be best to have a pot of tea and eat chestnuts while drinking tea. It would be best if they could bask in the sun and read books. The most enjoyable thing in life could not be better than this. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran sped up as he rode home. Unfortunately, this good mood only lasted until they reached the doorstep. When Jiang Ran saw Jiang Zhan also heard the sound of the bicycle and looked over. The moment he saw Jiang Ran, a bright smile appeared on Jiang Zhan's face. But when he saw Jiang Ran's face become more and more serious, Jiang Zhan couldn't smile anymore. Not only couldn't he smile, but Jiang Zhan didn't even dare to look into Jiang Ran's eyes. He lowered his head. There was only one word written all over his body: guilty conscience. Jiang Ran got off the bicycle and pushed it to the door. When she passed by Jiang Zhan, she sneered. Instead of attending class, he actually skipped class and came to her. What did Jiang Zhan mean by this? If family Jiang's people found out about this, what would they think of family Jiang? They would definitely think that she was the one who led Jiang Zhan astray and made Jiang Zhan skip class. Jiang Ran didn't care what family Jiang's people thought. What she cared about was that Jiang Zhan had already learned to skip class at such a young age. In particular, today was Jiang Ran's first day as a teacher. As soon as she came back from her job as a teacher, she saw a student who skipped class. That feeling, it was as if her blood pressure had soared to 180 degrees in an instant. Jiang Ran felt that she was about to die of anger. But no matter how angry she was, Jiang Ran didn't show it on her face. She just glanced at Jiang Zhan coldly and went straight to the door. Jiang Ran gently knocked on the door. After a while, Wang Zuelan's voice came from inside. Wang Zuelan answered, walked towards the door, and opened it. Wang Zuelan laughed when he saw that it was Jiang Ran. I have to say, it's better to be a teacher. You can come back so early. Jiang Ran thought so too, but she wasn't in the mood to laugh at this moment. As Wang Zuelan was talking, he saw Jiang Zhan standing behind Jiang Ran. Jiang Zhan wasn't old. He was even younger than Pei Xianxia. As a result, he wasn't very tall, and his figure was as thin as a teenager's. He stood behind Jiang Ran. He wasn't as tall as Jiang Ran, and his body was thinner. His head was slightly lowered. Anyone who saw him like this would think that he had made a mistake. At this moment, he was lowering his head and admitting his mistake. Wang Zuelan did not know why, but as she looked at him, she actually felt that he was somewhat pitiful. Ran, who is this? When Wang Zuelan asked this, she was still thinking in her heart, could it be that this was a student brought back by Jiang Ran? However, wasn't this Jiang Ran's first class today? She had already caught the student who had made a mistake, but even so, she shouldn't have brought this person to her house, and this young man, was he already in college at such an old age? Jiang Ran left after lunch. At this time, it had been more than 3 hours since she left. In other words, Jiang Zhan came after she left. If he had just arrived, it would be fine. But if he had come early, didn't that mean that Jiang Zhan didn't go to class in the afternoon? Jiang Ran couldn't help but frown at this thought. If he had skipped class, before Jiang Ran could continue thinking, Jiang Zhan, who had been silent all this while, hurriedly spoke. No, don't think too much. I came here after school. Did he come after school? Jiang Ran was stunned for a moment before she nodded. It was normal that there was no evening self-study at this time. Not only was there no evening self-study, but school ended early as well. All in all, the students at this time were truly blessed. Since he had come after school, that wasn't right. Even if he had come after school, there was still a problem. Why didn't you go home after school? Why did you come here? Jiang Zhan looked at Jiang Ran hesitantly. I just wanted to spend more time with you and let you know what kind of person I am. Maybe you'll like me then. Jiang Ran was speechless, although she didn't know why Jiang Zhan had such thoughts. Jiang Ran still shook her head helplessly. I've already told you before. You have your own family and your own life. There's no need for you to come to my side. But you're also my family. You're my sister, Jiang Zhan said hurriedly. Jiang Ran was speechless, this unlucky kid. Why didn't he listen to her? Jiang Ran felt that she had already said everything she could, but Jiang Zhan refused to listen. There was nothing she could do. Just as she was feeling helpless, she heard Wang Zuelan speak up. Did you come here after school to tell your family? Will your family be worried if they don't see you? As the older generation, Wang Zuelan was the first to consider these problems. If it were Pei Yang, Pei Huai, Pei Xianxia, or Jiang Ran, she would definitely be worried if they didn't come back when they were supposed to. However, when Jiang Zhan heard Wang Zuelan's words, he shook his head. They all have their own things to do. They won't know if I'm going back or not, and they won't worry about me. When Jiang Zhan said these words, his tone was particularly relaxed, as if this was already a common occurrence and he was already used to it. However, these words made Jiang Ran and Wang Zuelan frown. Even though Jiang Zhan was already a high school student, he was still underage and had no experience in society. If she didn't go home after school, how could her family not know? These parents were too incompetent. Seeing that Jiang Ran didn't say anything and walked into the courtyard, Wang Zuelan said to Jiang Zhan, come in too. Jiang Ran looked at Jiang Ran's back as she left, then looked at Wang Xuelan. She gave Wang Xuelan a bright smile. This was the first time Jiang Zhan had walked into this courtyard. There were flowers and plants in the courtyard, stone tables and chairs, and lounge chairs under the veranda. The first impression it gave was that it was a leisurely place. Especially at this moment, when the setting sun shone on the entire courtyard, the whole courtyard was golden and added a charm to it. The family Jiang wasn't a Sihiyuan. Jiang Zhan never knew that living in a Sihiyuan would be like this. It would be great if he could live in a courtyard like this. However, Jiang Zhan only dared to think about it in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. He was only allowed to enter the courtyard now. If he said that he wanted to live here now, he would be asking for a yard after taking an inch. Jiang Zhan felt that if he dared to say it out loud, Jiang Ran would probably kick him out directly. With that thought, Jiang Zhan instantly gave up the idea of living here. Jiang Ran, I don't know what Jiang Zhan is thinking right now. She pushed the bicycle and parked it under the shed on the west side of the courtyard before walking back. As soon as she walked back, she saw Jiang Zhan sitting at the stone table with Wang Xuelan. Jiang Zhan also looked at Jiang Ran at this moment. After their eyes met, Jiang Ran realized that Jiang Zhan was very nervous and a little scared. It was normal to be nervous, but why was he scared? Could it be that she would eat him up? With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran's expression became serious. On the other side, Jiang Zhan saw that Jiang Ran's expression became serious and suddenly became even more scared. Could it be that Jiang Ran regretted it? Was he going to kick him out now? Jiang Ran didn't know what Jiang Zhan was thinking. After Jiang Ran walked over, he sat down on the other side of Wang Xuelan, facing Jiang Zhan. Looking at Jiang Zhan, Jiang Ran frowned subconsciously. She really couldn't understand why Jiang Zhan insisted on acknowledging her as his sister. Isn't there still Jiang Yi in the family, Jiang? That was the sister who grew up with Jiang Zhan. Even if Jiang Zhan liked his sister, wasn't there a ready-made one? Why did he have to look for her? Jiang Ran couldn't figure it out, so he simply asked. Don't you have Jiang Yi as your elder sister? Why do you have to come looking for me? Jiang Zhan probably didn't expect that Jiang Ran would suddenly ask such a question, so he was a little stunned. After the initial surprise, Jiang Zhan smiled embarrassedly. Because I think the two of us look more alike. Jiang Ran didn't know what to say. Was this even a reason? Jiang Zhan saw that Jiang Ran's expression wasn't very good, so he hurriedly explained. Although we grew up together, we don't have a very good relationship. She always felt that my birth was wrong. I existed to compete with her for the family property. However, Jiang Ran was still a little curious. What kind of environment did Jiang Yi grow up in? How did she develop such a character? There was no family in her eyes, only the family property. Thinking about it, it must have something to do with Jiang Zhonghua and his wife. If she was bold enough to guess, it was entirely the couple's problem. At the thought of Jiang Zhonghua and Chen Meirong, the corners of Jiang Ran's mouth curled up into a cold smile. It wasn't that she looked down on these two people, but that she didn't think highly of them at all. Not to mention the original owner, who had been lost when she was young. Even the two children by her side were not well educated. One of them was only concerned with the family property. The other, Jiang Ran, looked at Jiang Zhan, not knowing how to describe it. Logically speaking, Jiang Zhan didn't have much of a problem. If he did not pester her, then there would be even less of a problem. What a pity, Jiang Ran was thinking about it when there was some movement at the gate. It was Pei Baoshan, who had brought Pei Jing back. The two of them didn't take a car. Instead, they walked back slowly. Anyway, there was nothing urgent, and the weather was just right. Walking was good for exercise. When Pei Jing walked through the gate, he was jumping up and down. Obviously, he was in a very good mood. Pei Baoshan walked slowly behind Pei Jing, with a smile on his face. Pei Baoshan was the first to see the three people sitting at the stone table. When he saw Jiang Zhan, he was stunned. Before he could react, he saw Jiang Zhan waving at Pei Jing. Xiao Jing, you're back? Come. Uncle has brought you a gift. Yesterday, they had met in a hurry, so Jiang Zhan did not bring anything. Therefore, before coming over today, he had already prepared a gift for Pei Jing. They had been sitting here for a long time, but Jiang Ran did not hear Jiang Zhan mention anything about a gift. Who would have thought that Jiang Zhan would say that he had brought a gift when Pei Jing had just returned? Good heavens, did the gift also depend on the person? While Jiang Ran was thinking, Pei Jing had already walked to Jiang Zhan's side. Jiang Zhan opened the backpack on the stone table and took out candy, chocolate, and biscuits. Jiang Ran had already noticed that the backpack was bulging. At that time, she was thinking that Jiang Zhan had a lot of books. She did not expect that. There were indeed a lot of things inside, but unfortunately, it was different from what she had imagined. Pei Jing have a lot of snacks. Jiang Zhan didn't know what Jiang Ran was laughing about, but when he saw Jiang Ran laughing, he laughed as well. Jiang Zhan's smile revealed a bit of foolishness. Jiang Ran felt even more helpless when she saw this. After laughing, Jiang Zhan picked up a piece of chocolate and handed it to Pei Huai. Here, take it. I'll treat you. When Pei Jing saw this, he didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he put his hands behind his back. Mom said that I can't just take other people's things. Jiang Zhan nodded in agreement. Your mother is right. But I'm not just anyone. I'm your uncle, your relative. I'm part of your family, just like your grandparents, uncles, and aunts. Really? Pei Jing asked in disbelief. Jiang Zhan immediately nodded. Of course it's true. Pei Jing still looked at Jiang Zhan suspiciously. After a while, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Ran. Mom. Is it true? Obviously, he meant that Jiang Zhan's words were true. It was useless. Jiang Ran had to say the same thing. Jiang Ran didn't know how to answer Pei Jing's eager gaze. She wanted to draw a clear line between her and her family Jiang, but Jiang Zhan was completely out of her expectations. Especially since Jiang Zhan didn't do anything wrong, and he wasn't that annoying. Jiang Ran didn't want to say too many harsh words in front of Pei Jing. Besides, with her previous experience, Jiang Ran knew that even if she said something harsh, it wouldn't have much effect. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran nodded at Pei Jing. Seeing Jiang Ran nod, Jiang Zhan was even happier than Pei Jing. What did this mean? This meant that Jiang Ran had already acknowledged him. Although he didn't say it out loud, he had already nodded. Was it still far from saying it out loud? With that in mind, the smile on Jiang Zhan's face became even more silly. Seeing him smile like this, Jiang Ran felt even more helpless. Was this the legendary saying that bad bamboo produces good bamboo shoots? Jiang Zhonghua and Chen Meirong were able to raise such a child. Jiang Ran sighed in his heart, but he didn't say anything. After seeing Jiang Ran nod, Pei Jing showed a bright smile again. He strode over to Jiang Zhan with his short legs and reached out his white and tender hand to take the chocolate from Jiang Zhan. After receiving the chocolate, Pei Jing didn't eat it immediately. Instead, he looked at Jiang Ran and asked, Mom, can I eat it? Jiang Zhan looked at this scene curiously. In his impression, children had almost no self-control. Especially when faced with chocolate, candy, and other snacks. He would definitely open it and put it in his mouth. However, now that Pei Jing had already received the chocolate, he didn't take the initiative to eat it. Instead, he asked for Jiang Ran's opinion. Was this really something a 4-year-old child could do? After Pei Jing finished speaking, he used his pair of white, tender, and chubby hands to slowly open the packaging of the chocolate. That small piece of chocolate was not even half the size of his palm. Pei Jing held the chocolate and ate it in small bites. Every time he took a bite, a sweet smile would appear on his face. When the people around saw that smile, they were all mesmerized by how sweet it was. That feeling was even sweeter than when they were eating chocolate themselves. Pei Jing did not feel embarrassed at all when so many people were staring at him as he ate. On the contrary, he even blinked in confusion and asked everyone in a childish voice if they wanted to eat it. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Just by watching Pei Jing eat, they already felt so sweet in their hearts. If they were to eat chocolate at this time, the sugar content would be off the charts. Seeing that everyone was shaking their heads, Pei Jing did not ask any more questions and slowly ate the chocolate himself. It took him a few minutes to finish the small piece of chocolate. Jiang Zhan watched him all the time and couldn't help but move his mouth in the end. He could finish such a small piece of chocolate in one bite. Why was Pei Jing taking so long to eat? No, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, why was he staring at Pei Jing until he finished eating? Even now, he still felt like he had not had enough of it. Jiang Zhan could not figure out what was going on, and there was a puzzled look on his face. When Jiang Ran saw Jiang Zhan's expression, he also laughed. Jiang Zhan might not understand what was going on with him, but Jiang Ran already understood. Wasn't this the same as those people who watched mukbang broadcasts? Although they were watching others eat, the satisfaction they felt was even stronger than when they were eating it themselves. Pei Jing had already returned from school, and it would not be long before the sky turned dark. Jiang Ran looked at Jiang Zhan and asked, "Isn't it time to go home?" Jiang Zhan, who had been laughing a moment ago, suddenly stopped laughing when he heard Jiang Ran's words. Why was he urging him to go home again? Seeing Jiang Zhan's expression, Jiang Ran said helplessly, "If you don't go back now, it will be dark soon." Even if Jiang Zhonghua and Chen Meirong did not care much about his safety, it was not safe to walk at night. When Jiang Zhan heard Jiang Ran's words, he fell silent. He knew that Jiang Ran was telling the truth, but Jiang Ran's attitude towards him had finally improved, so he did not want to leave now. He was a little afraid. What if Jiang Ran's attitude changed again when he came back tomorrow? What should he do then? Jiang Ran looked at Jiang Zhan. His head was slightly lowered, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Jiang Zhan walked in front and Jiang Ran slowly followed behind him. The two of them walked to the front door one after the other. Jiang Zhan stopped and turned around to look at Jiang Ran. "Big sister, thank you. I'll come again tomorrow." Jiang Ran was speechless. What did he mean by taking advantage of her? She had just been nice to him and he was already calling her big sister. Although she knew what Jiang Zhan meant by calling her big sister, the two words big sister still sounded a little strange. Jiang Ran pursed her lips. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. "Forget it. Let's not argue." As Jiang Zhan walked away, he looked back 3 times with every step. His shadow was lengthened by the setting sun. No matter how she looked at it, it felt a little lonely. Jiang Ran stared at it for a while, then she looked away and closed the door. No, she couldn't look at it anymore. Otherwise, her heart would soften. At night, as usual, Jiang Ran waited for Pei Huai's call. Pei Huai said a few words to everyone at home and chatted with Pei Jing for a while. After everyone else left the living room, Jiang Ran curled up on the sofa and started chatting with Pei Huai. Between people, there were not so many serious topics to talk about every day. Most of the time, if they weren't sharing their daily lives, they were talking about some unimportant things. Actually, the topic wasn't that important. As long as it was the right person, there would be endless things to talk about and it wouldn't be boring. But if it was the wrong person, no matter how many topics there were to talk about, they wouldn't want to talk about it anymore. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai were both right people. Naturally, they had endless things to talk about. As they talked, they inevitably talked about Jiang Zhan. Pei Huai listened quietly to Jiang Ran. After Jiang Ran finished talking about what happened today, Pei Huai spoke slowly. "Do you hate him?" Jiang Ran thought for a while. "Not really. There had to be a reason or some grudge to hate someone. But now, there was neither between her and Jiang Zhan. If Jiang Zhan wasn't part of the family Jiang, she wouldn't be so resistant. But if Jiang Zhan wasn't part of the family Jiang, he wouldn't come and pester her." Thinking of this, Jiang couldn't help but laugh. These two completely complemented each other. There were both good and bad things in this world. She couldn't possibly take all the good things for herself. The next afternoon, as expected, Jiang Ran saw Jiang Zhan again. Originally, Jiang Ran was making scar removal ointment. However, when she saw Jiang Zhan yesterday, Jiang Ran couldn't sit still anymore. It was mainly because the weather today was gloomy and the cold wind was blowing. It looked like it was going to rain at any time. If Jiang Zhan was still sitting on the steps outside, he would probably get sick from the cold. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Ran stood up and walked towards the main courtyard. After reaching the main courtyard, Jiang Ran deliberately lightened her footsteps and slowly walked to the door. She thought. The gap in the door was very thin. Jiang Ran could only look at it with one eye. Unexpectedly, when she leaned over to take a look, she saw a face on the other side of the door that was getting closer and closer. Caught off guard, the two eyes met. Jiang ran. Jiang Ran quickly straightened her body and took a deep breath. Even if she didn't react when she saw it just now. However, Jiang Ran's brain worked quickly and she quickly understood. Outside the door, the face that just leaned over belonged to Jiang Zhan. The big eye that met hers was naturally Jiang Zhan's as well. This was very coincidental. It was ridiculously coincidental. Just as Jiang Ran was wondering if she should open the door, she heard a knock on the door. This was great. There was no need to hesitate. Jiang Ran took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to open the door. As the door opened, Jiang Ran saw Jiang Zhan standing outside. At this moment, Jiang Zhan was smiling, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The corners of his mouth were almost reaching the back of his ears. Why was he so happy? Before Jiang Ran could speak, Jiang Zhan had already said, "Big sister, I'm here." Jiang Ran, she wasn't blind. Naturally, she saw him. The weather today was really bad. It was gloomy the whole day. Especially at this time, the wind was even stronger. Looking at the sky, it probably wouldn't be long before it turned dark. Jiang Ran frowned. The weather today isn't good. It's probably going to rain soon. It'll get dark early too. Why don't you go home? Jiang Zhan wasn't a child anymore. He knew a lot of things. He still understood this kind of basic common sense. Jiang Zhan smiled before saying anything, the smile on his face extremely radiant. Of course, Jiang Zhan wouldn't get lost. In fact, family Jiang wasn't that far from here. Even in the past, only the rich and powerful could afford to live in a courtyard house like the one Jiang Ran lived in. Such a person would definitely live closer to the city center. Family Jiang was also a wealthy family. Although they didn't live in a courtyard house, it wasn't that far from here. If it weren't for the fact that it was close, Jiang Zhan wouldn't have come over right after school. When Jiang Zhan got home, everyone was there. Jiang Zhan felt a little strange when he saw that his family was there. In his family, it was normal for his family not to be home. It was rare for the whole family to be sitting in the living room like this. As soon as Jiang Zhan walked into the living room, everyone looked at him. Chen Meirong was the first to speak. "Zhan Zhan, where did you go? Why didn't you ask the chauffeur to send you back after school? Why did you leave by yourself? I heard that you were like this yesterday. How could you do this? Do you know that you're making us very worried?" With family Jiang's financial resources, it was normal for Jiang Zhan to have a chauffeur to send him back to school. Jiang Zhan pursed his lips. "I had other things to do. Mom, don't worry. I grew up here. Is there anything I don't know? Nothing will happen to me." Chen Meirong didn't agree with Jiang Zhan. "You're still a high school student. You haven't entered society yet. You don't know how sinister people can be. Bad people won't write the word bad on their faces, so don't run around. Hurry back after school." Jiang Zhonghua interrupted Chen Meirong's rambling. "That's enough. Every time you ramble, you say these things. What's the use of saying these things?" After scolding Chen Meirong, Jiang Zhonghua looked at Jiang Zhan and said, "In the future, take the bus home quickly after school. Don't you have homework? Why are you running around all day?" Jiang Zhonghua's attitude was not good, and Jiang Zhan's expression also became stubborn. "I said I have something to do. I'll be back when I'm done with my business. I'm already so old. I can tell who's a good person and who's a bad person." "You've learned to talk back?" Jiang Zhonghua was a little angry. His face turned cold, and his tone became even colder. "I sent you to school so that you could come back and talk back to me? I'm not talking back to you. I'm just telling the truth. I've already grown up. I know how to judge right and wrong. I also know what I should and shouldn't do." "You know nothing." Jiang Zhonghua jumped to his feet and glared at Jiang Zhan. Just as Jiang Zhan felt that he was going to be beaten, Jiang Ji slowly opened her mouth. "Is this how I taught you when you were young?" Jiang Ji's words were directed at Jiang Zhonghua. Jiang Zhonghua did not expect Jiang Ji to speak at this time. He was a little surprised and a little embarrassed. Jiang Zhonghua looked at Jiang Ji in confusion and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" What was wrong with the old man today? Why would he speak to him like this in front of Xianxia? He had exposed him in front of Xianxia. As a father, how could he show his face now? Xianxia looked indifferent. What's wrong with me? I didn't do anything. When you were my age, I didn't lecture you like this. When he heard Xiangxi's words again, Xianxia felt his face burning. Dad. Xiangxi didn't buy it. Her expression was still cold and indifferent. I'm not deaf and blind. You don't have to shout at me so loudly. I can hear what you're saying. Xianxia took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Dad, I'm educating my son here. How can you undermine me in front of everyone? I've already said it. Aren't I saying all this for his safety? Xiangxi sneered. You know very well who you're doing this for. Xianxia was speechless. Did his dad eat gunpowder today? Why was every word directed at him? Xiangxi didn't care what Xianxia was thinking. She waved her hand and said, go do what you need to do. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. Being chased away by Xiangxi made Xianxia feel even more embarrassed, especially when Xianxia was still standing at the side and watching. Xianxia glared fiercely at Xianxia. What are you looking at? Come with me. Don't disturb your grandpa here. I'm telling you not to be an eyesore in front of me. Who told you to take him away? Xiangxi said again. When he heard Xiangxi's words, Xianxia felt as though a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat. He didn't know whether to spit it out or swallow it. What else could he do? In this family, Xiangxi's words carried a lot of weight, and no one dared to disobey him. Even if he was her son, he couldn't. Although Xianxia was angry, he didn't say anything else and quickly left the living room. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. He didn't believe that Xianxia could stay by Xiangxi's side forever. As a father, how could he not find a chance to teach his son a lesson? With this thought in mind, Xianxia's mood gradually improved. Since Xianxia had already left, Chen Meirong naturally couldn't continue to sit here. But after saying that, he hurriedly followed Xianxia and left. After the two of them left, Xiangxi's expression finally relaxed. She waved at Xianxia. Come here. Hearing that, Xianxia walked to Xiangxi obediently and sat down beside Xiangxi. Xiangxi stared at Xianxia for a while and then said slowly, you went to look for her. This was not a question, but a statement of fact. Xiangxi seemed to know everything. Xianxia was a little surprised to hear that. However, when he saw Xiangxi's expression, he nodded. Yes. Xiangxi raised her hand and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. If you want to go, then go. I'll keep your parents a secret. After all, our family did her wrong. She didn't want to interact with the rest of the family, but she was willing to see you. At this point, Xiangxi was a little disappointed. Jiang Ran blamed the rest of the Jiang family for their inaction, so she didn't want to acknowledge them and they didn't want to interact with them. However, Jiangxia's late birth had nothing to do with the past. After all, Xia Qiufeng was also in her hometown, and she was in the county. If something really happened to Pei Huai, she would definitely know a thing or two. Just as Jiang Ran was thinking about this, she seemed to hear the doorbell of her house ring. Of course, there was no electronic doorbell at this time. For convenience, Jiang Ran hung a relatively large copper bell behind the door. There was a rope tied to the copper bell, and it went through the door frame and hung outside the door. If someone came looking for someone, she could pull the rope. The sound of the copper bell was relatively crisp and traveled relatively far. After hearing this sound, the person inside would naturally go out to open the door. At this moment, when she heard the sound of the copper bell, Jiang Ran still suspected that she had heard wrongly. After all, the sky was already dark, and it was snowing heavily outside. Who would come at this time? Everyone in the house was there, and Chen Bing and Jiang Zhan couldn't possibly come at this time. Just as she was thinking about this, the copper bell rang again. This copper bell was relatively large and heavy, and the wind basically couldn't blow it. Now that the copper bell was ringing continuously, there was only one possibility: someone outside was pulling the rope. This time, Jiang Ran didn't hesitate and immediately stood up. Wang Suilan and Pei Shanshan also heard the voice of their peers. Jiang Ran waved her hand. I'll go out and take a look. As she spoke, Jiang Ran had already walked out of the living room. The snowstorm was still strong, and Jiang Ran walked along the corridor to the main door without being drenched by the snow. However, the wind still blew in from all directions, and it was really cold. When Jiang Ran reached the main door, she didn't immediately open it. Instead, she turned on the switch on the wall. There was also a lantern on the roof of the building with an incandescent light bulb inside. When the switch was turned on, the entire area was brightly lit. "Who is it?" After Jiang Ran asked, she waited for the person outside to answer. It was so dark that even if the lights were turned on, Jiang Ran couldn't just open the main door. She had to find out who the person outside was. Jiang Ran waited for a while before I heard a voice from outside. "Ran, it's me." Those 4 simple words stunned Jiang Ran on the spot. This time, Jiang Ran didn't hesitate and quickly opened the door. As the door opened, Jiang Ran saw Pei Huai standing outside. Pei Huai was wearing a black coat. It was too familiar. Jiang Ran had sent it to Pei Huai after she had finished it a month ago. When she had made the coat, she had been wondering what Pei Huai would look like wearing it. She didn't expect that not long after, she would personally see Pei Huai wearing these clothes. Pei Huai had just gotten off the train. He was tired from a long journey, so even though he had washed up and shaved, his eyes were bloodshot. However, his eyes were bloodshot, and there were dark circles under his eyes. His brows were filled with fatigue. He hadn't rested well during the journey. It made sense. After all, it was almost the end of the year, and the number of people taking the train would increase. There were already quite a lot of people, and now that there were more people, it would be even more noisy. It would be strange if he had rested well. Pei Jing thought that his movements were very discreet, but he didn't know that Jiang Ran had seen everything. After Pei Jing tasted the little water droplets, he smacked his lips. Then, a disappointed expression appeared on his face. It turned out that the taste of snowflakes was no different from the taste of water. Seeing the disappointed expression on his face, Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Xiao Jing, what are you thinking about?" Jiang Ran asked him. Being questioned by Jiang Ran, Pei Jing wasn't afraid. "Mom, snowflakes are so beautiful. I thought they would be delicious. But why aren't they sweet?" Hearing Pei Jing's question, the smile on Jiang Ran's face widened. "Because snowflakes are formed from water. Naturally, they have the same taste as water. Why does water turn into snow?" Because, Jiang Ran didn't care whether Pei Jing could understand or not. She explained the formation of snow seriously. Even if Pei Jing didn't quite understand now, he would eventually grow up. He would remember these words in his heart and understand them in the future. Jiang Ran thought so, but obviously, Pei Jing was much smarter than she thought. After listening to Jiang Ran's explanation, Pei Jing nodded seriously. "So that's how it is. I understand now." Hearing this, Jiang Ran didn't ask whether he really understood or just overheard. Anyway, this wasn't particularly important. When the snowflakes had just started to fall, it was still relatively light. But while the two of them were talking, the snow was getting heavier and heavier. From small snowflakes, it turned into heavy snowflakes the size of goose feathers. The snow was so heavy that it didn't take long for the ground to be covered in a layer of white. The heavy snowflakes also blocked their vision. A gust of wind blew, rolling up large pieces of snowflakes and smashing them on the two of them. Wang Zuelan opened the curtains in the living room slightly and called out to the two of them, "Even if you want to see the snow, come in. What if you freeze while standing outside?" When Jiang Ran and Pei Jing heard this, they looked at each other and smiled. The two of them then turned and walked into the living room together. For convenience and to prevent the wind from leaking in, a thick cotton curtain was hung at the door of the living room. They had made it themselves. It was absolutely thick and warm. The white fabric was embroidered with red plum blossoms. It was exceptionally beautiful. Now that it was snowing heavily, when combined together, looked even more beautiful. When Jiang Ran and Pei Jing entered the living room, they smelled the smell of the mutton soup. The mutton soup was stewing in the kitchen, because the door to the kitchen's door wasn't closed. He had just been outside in the cold wind, and now that he smelled this fragrance, his whole body warmed up. Winter was cold, they should eat more mutton, eat it. There's that night, SSSSSS. The pickled radish strips were very crispy. Eating them together with the mutton soup was very satisfying. Although the sky was already dark outside, it was only because it was snowing. In fact, it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. After all, Xiaoqiufeng was also in her hometown. If something really happened to Pei Huai, she would definitely know something. Just as Jiang Ran was thinking about this, she seemed to hear the doorbell of her house ring. At this time, of course, there was no electronic doorbell. For convenience, Jiang Ran hung a relatively large copper bell behind the door. There was a rope tied to the copper bell that went out from the door frame and hung outside the door. If someone comes to look for someone, I can pull the rope. The sound of the copper bell was relatively clear and could travel quite far. After hearing this sound, the person inside would naturally go out to open the door. At this time, hearing the sound of the copper bell, Jiang Ran doubted that she had heard it wrong. After all, it was already dark and it was snowing heavily outside. Who would come at this time? Everyone at home was here. Chen Bing and Jiang Zhan couldn't possibly come at this time. Just as she was thinking about this, the copper bell rang again. This copper bell was relatively large and heavy. Basically, the wind couldn't make it ring. Now that the copper bell kept ringing, there was only one possibility. Someone outside was pulling the rope. Jiang Ran didn't hesitate this time. She directly stood up. Wang Suilan and Pei Shanshan also heard the sound of their peers. Jiang Ran waved her hand to them. I'll go out and see. As Jiang Ran spoke, she had already walked out of the living room. The wind and snow were still heavy. Jiang Ran walked along the corridor to the gate without being drenched by the snow. However, the wind was still blowing from all directions. It was really cold. After Jiang Ran walked to the gate, she didn't immediately open it. Instead, she turned on the switch on the wall. There was also a lantern on the top of the gate. There was an incandescent light bulb inside. After the switch was turned on, the whole area was brightly lit. Who is it? After Jiang Ran asked, she waited for the person outside to answer. It was dark. Even if the light was turned on, Jiang Ran couldn't directly open the gate. She had to ask who the person outside was. Jiang Ran waited for a while before she heard a voice outside. Ran, it's me. These 4 simple words caused Jiang Ran to be stunned on the spot. This time, Jiang Ran did not hesitate and quickly opened the door. As the door opened, Jiang Ran saw Pei Huai standing outside. Pei Huai was wearing a black coat. The coat was too familiar. It was the one Jiang Ran sent back to Pei Huai after it was finished last month. When she was making these clothes, she was still wondering how Pei Huai would look in them. Unexpectedly, not long after, she saw Pei Huai in this dress with her own eyes. It turned out that Pei Huai had just gotten off the train. Along the way, he was fatigued. Even though he had already washed up and shaved his beard, Pei Huai still didn't know what to say. However, his eyes were bloodshot, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Fatigue was evident between his brows. He probably didn't have a good rest during the journey. After all, it was almost the end of the year. There would be more people taking the train. There were already a lot of people. Now that there were more people, it would be even noisier. It would be strange if he could rest well. Old Pei, didn't you say you were going to call someone over to help with the luggage? Why are you standing still at the door? Because of this sudden sentence, the original atmosphere was directly broken. Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows, but Pei Huai was already laughing. Jiang Ran stepped over the threshold and walked to Pei Huai's side. Then, she walked with Pei Huai to Chen Bing's side. When they reached the car, Jiang Ran saw that there were many boxes piled up in the car. Just by looking at so many boxes, she knew that Pei Huai would not leave North City this time. The wind was biting cold outside, and snowflakes were falling. It was not a good time to talk. The 3 of them did not speak. They each carried a box and walked to the door. Chen Bing had always felt that as a man with a strong body, he was already quite strong. However, he did not expect that compared to Jiang Ran, his strength was not enough. At this time, Jiang Ran was only carrying 1 box. It was not because she could not carry more, but because the alley was a little big and there was not a good place to put her strength. She could only carry 1 box at a time. Although she was also carrying a box, Xianxia walked very easily. Her steps were light, and she walked in front of Pei Huai and Chen Bing. She even widened the distance between them. Xianxia carried the box and went directly to the room prepared for Pei Huai. His things would be left here for the time being. Seeing that Xianxia was the first to enter the room, Chen Bing moved to Pei Huai's side and whispered. "Old Pei, you must not make Ran angry." Before Pei Huai could speak, Chen Bing spoke again in a serious tone. "Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand a beating from her." Although Pei Huai was quite tall, he was a little thin. His weight was probably less than a third, no, a quarter of that furnace. If he angered Xianxia, would he be grabbed by the neck and thrown out directly? Just thinking about that scene made Chen Bing want to laugh. Pei Huai glanced at Chen Bing indifferently. "If Ran hears what you just said, the one who will be beaten up will definitely be you." After that, Pei Huai quickened his pace and took the lead to enter the house. When Chen Bing heard Pei Huai's voice, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickened his pace and followed him into the house. In the room, Xianxia looked at the two people who came in one after the other. He could tell at a glance that their expressions were not right. Especially Chen Bing, when their eyes met, he subconsciously dodged to the side. What was going on? Xianxia looked at Pei Huai strangely. Then, she saw Pei Huai smile at her. Seeing Pei Huai's smile, Xianxia swallowed the doubts that were about to come out of her mouth. "Forget it, let's not ask first. Let's go. Let's hurry up and move the things into the house. It's almost time to eat," Xianxia said and took the lead to walk out of the house. "Xianxia, what did you say? Your big brother is back? Daddy is back?" Following these two sentences, two people walked out from behind the cotton curtain. The first to walk out was Wang Zuelan, followed closely by Pei Jing. The moment he saw Pei Huai, Wang Zuelan's eyes reddened and a big smile appeared on his face. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Pei Jing became even more excited and eager. He ran over with his short legs. "Daddy! Daddy, Daddy! You're finally back. I missed you so much," Pei Jing shouted. He had already run to Pei Huai's side and hugged Pei Huai's leg. He looked up at Pei Huai with a big smile. Pei Huai bent down and picked Pei Jing up. "Daddy missed you too." When Pei Jing heard this, he smiled happily and said in a childish voice, "I know. Daddy definitely missed me." Everyone laughed when they heard his words. Pei Baoshan and Pei Yang walked out one after another. They were very excited when they saw Pei Huai. "Let's not stand outside in the cold wind," Chen Bing said. "Let's move the things in first and then talk inside." Pei Huai put Pei Jing down. "Xiao Jing, follow Grandma and Auntie into the house. We'll move the things in, okay?" Pei Jing had never been the type to make trouble. When he heard this, he nodded seriously. "Okay." This time, Pei Baoshan and Pei Yang followed them out. With two more people, the speed of moving things was naturally faster. The five of them ran back and forth twice before they moved everything into the house. When they were done, Pei Yang even exclaimed, "Big brother, you're moving. Why are there so many things?" As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Yang couldn't help but laugh before anyone else could reply. Because Pei Yang realized that he had said something unnecessary. Wasn't Pei Huai moving house? Wasn't it normal to have a lot of things when moving? After closing the door and turning off the lights outside, they went to wash their hands and faces one after another. Only then did they walk along the corridor to the living room. Pei Huai and Xianxia walked side by side at the back of the group. Looking at the falling snowflakes, Pei Huai smiled and said in a low voice, "I can enjoy the snow with you tomorrow. It's just in time." Hearing Pei Huai's words, Xianxia also laughed. Wasn't it just nice? The sky had been gloomy for a few days, and it looked like it was going to snow. However, it never did. Until today, until just now, the snowflakes fell. Pei Huai also came. Thinking of this, Xianxia said, "The snow is also welcoming you. It's not important whether the snow welcomes me or not. What's important is you." Xianxia turned his head and looked at Pei Huai. "I've been waiting for you." Only children would play guessing games. Xianxia liked to say what was on his mind. There was nothing to be shy about bravely expressing one's innermost feelings and saying what one wanted to say to the other party. Pei Huai looked at Jiang Ran steadily. I've been trying my best not to make you wait too long. You did it. Because I worked very hard. As the two of them spoke, they had already walked to the door of the living room. The others had already walked in. Because the two of them were talking, they were one step behind. Pei Huai raised his hand to lift the cotton curtain and let Jiang Ran go in first. Jiang Ran tilted his head and entered the room. As soon as he entered, he met a few pairs of eyes looking at him. Jiang Ran was speechless. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this was a little too much. Pei Huai followed closely behind Jiang Ran. When he saw this scene, he just smiled and did not feel embarrassed at all. He took Jiang Ran's hand and walked to the sofa to sit down. The people in the room, whether they had discussed it or had a tacit understanding, just happened to leave a three-seater sofa. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai had just sat down when Pei Jing ran over and snuggled into Pei Huai's arms. He looked up at Pei Huai. It was normal for children to miss their fathers. When they saw their fathers, they would want to get close to their fathers. Pei Huai simply picked up Pei Jing and let Pei Jing sit on his lap. After Pei Jing sat down, he no longer just looked, but asked all kinds of questions. Pei Huai did not feel impatient. On the contrary, he kept a smile on his face and answered in a gentle voice. The others could not bear to interrupt the conversation between the father and son, so they did not ask Pei Huai. Instead, they asked Chen Bing. Big brother Chen, you went to the train station to pick up my big brother? This was Pei Yang's question. Chen Bing nodded. That's right. Of course, I picked him up. Otherwise, why would I bring him here? So, you already knew that my big brother was coming, but you didn't tell us. Chen Bing was speechless. What a guy. Pei Yang knew how to create a diversion. Sighing in his heart was one thing, but he still had to answer the question. Yes, 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 yes. As Chen Bing spoke, he subconsciously looked at Jiang Ran. Seeing that Jiang Ran was also looking at him, Chen Bing hurriedly smiled at Jiang Ran. Well, you can't blame me for this. Old Pei didn't want me to tell you. He said that it was cold and he brought a lot of things with him. After loading the car, there was no space for other people. He didn't want you to follow him, so he didn't tell you. He said that it was the same if you met him when he came back. If you had anything to say, you could talk about it when he came back. Chen Bing finished his explanation in one breath, and his breathing became heavier. He had no choice. He was really nervous. After catching his breath, Chen Bing called out to Pei Huai. Old Pei, don't you think so? Although Pei Huai had been talking to Pei Jing, it was not as if he did not hear Chen Bing's words. Now that he heard Chen Bing's question, he nodded. Yes. I didn't want you to say it. After chatting for a while, Pei Yang stood up and went to the kitchen to take a look. When he came out of the kitchen, Pei Yang called for everyone. Dinner is ready. Hearing Pei Yang's words, everyone stood up and walked to the dining room. The lamb chop soup was ready. There were lamb chop, carrots, cabbage, and vermicelli. There was no need to add too much seasoning. Just salt and sesame oil were enough to make the soup taste fresh. After serving the soup into a bowl, they could add chili, vinegar, or pepper according to their taste. Pei Jing was young and did not know how to do these things, so he ate the original flavor. Other than Pei Jing, everyone else made the soup according to their taste. The chili oil was made by Jiang Ran. The finished chili oil was placed in a small ceramic jar and could be eaten with a spoon. When one got close to the chili oil, they could smell the spicy aroma. If one was not very good at eating spicy food, just a little bit of it would make one's cheeks red and the tip of one's nose sweat. The people present were all good at eating chili. Even so, by the end of the meal, their faces were red and they were sweating. However, it was true that it was comfortable. After finishing the meal, everyone felt comfortable all over. After Chen Bing had his fill, he leaned back on the chair and let out a long breath. Comfortable. After driving for a long time and freezing, he felt warm from the inside out after drinking 2 big bowls of lamb chop soup. If he could lie down and sleep now, it would be even more comfortable. This wish could also be realized. The sky was already dark and the snow was very heavy outside. No matter what, the Pei family could not let Chen Bing leave at this time. Anyway, this was not the first time Chen Bing stayed in the Pei family's house. He could sleep in the same room as Pei Yang. After the weather turned cold, Pei Yang did not sleep on the bed. Instead, he slept on the brick bed. The brick bed was very big. For men like Pei Yang and Chen Bing, 3 to 5 people could sleep on the same brick bed. If the two of them slept together, there was no need to worry about not being able to sleep. Not only Pei Yang, but the others had also moved to the Kong bed to sleep. When Jiangran first slept on the Kong, he was still not used to it. However, after a warm and comfortable night's sleep until dawn, all the uneasiness disappeared like a puff of smoke. After dinner, everyone sat in the living room and talked for a while. Thinking that Chen Bing and Pei Huai were exhausted, they didn't chat much. After everyone washed up, they went back to their rooms to rest. Pei Jing insisted on sleeping with Pei Huai. Pei Huai did not refuse and left with Pei Jing. Jiangran watched the father and son enter the room. He smiled and turned to enter his own room. The heavy snow drifted down for the entire night. Jiangran looked at the eaves of the opposite house and saw that the snow on the eaves was more than 10 centimeters thick. It had snowed so heavily in one night. If it continued to snow today, one could only imagine how thick the snow would be. It was beautiful, but if the house wasn't sturdy enough, it would be easy for problems to arise from the weight of the snow. Fortunately, the house had already undergone major repairs before they moved in. Every piece of tile was very sturdy, and there was absolutely no chance of it being crushed. Jiangran was staring outside when she suddenly saw Pei Jing, who was wrapped up tightly, running past her window. Some children were prone to lazing in bed on such a cold day. However, Pei Jing was clearly one of the minority. Not only did he not laze in bed, he even woke up at the same time as usual. Since Pei Jing was already dressed and running out, Pei Huai must have woken up as well. Jiangran stopped daydreaming. She walked to the door and opened it. It wasn't as warm as spring in the house, but it was still very warm. However, as the door opened, a gust of cold wind blew in, mixed with some snowflakes. It was so cold that it made her shiver. Jiangran, who wasn't particularly awake at first, instantly woke up when the snowflakes hit her in the face. Pei Jing had just run to the door of the living room. Before he could lift the curtain, he heard the sound of the door opening. He turned his head and looked over. When he saw Jiangran standing at the door, Pei Jing happily called out "Mommy." His voice was soft and carried a hint of a child's sweetness. Hearing it early in the morning, even though they hadn't eaten anything, it was incomparably sweet. Jiangran waved at Pei Jing and said, "Xiao Jing, let's go and wash up." Although Pei Jing ran back with a smile, he said to Jiangran, "Mommy, Daddy and I have already washed up." Hearing this, Jiangran also smiled. With Daddy by her side, it was indeed different. He didn't even need to bring them along. It was still snowing outside and the wind kept blowing. It was still very cold. Jiangran asked Pei Jing to hurry to the living room while she walked towards the bathroom. When Jiangran finished washing up and passed by Pei Huai's door, he gently knocked on it. There was no sound inside. Obviously, no one was in the room. What about Pei Huai? Jiangran was puzzled. He turned around and walked toward the living room. When he entered the living room, he smelled a sweet fragrance. It was the smell of sweet porridge. This sweetness came from the red dates that had been boiled for a long time. It was different from the sweetness that was added with sugar. Someone was cooking porridge in the kitchen, and it was cooked very well. Jiangran looked up and saw Pei Yang and the others sitting on the sofa. They were all sitting in the living room, so it was obvious who was cooking in the kitchen. Jiangran smiled at them and greeted them. He didn't stop walking and went straight to the kitchen. When they saw Jiangran like this, they just looked at each other and smiled. Jiangran slowly walked to Pei Huai's side. She stuck her head out to take a look at what he was doing before answering his question. "I'll eat whatever you make." It was early in the morning, so it was impossible for him to eat big fish and meat. As long as it was nutritious, it didn't have to be complicated. Jiangran was very close, and her breath was right beside Pei Huai's ear. Pei Huai felt that at this time, as long as he turned his head, he would be very close to Jiangran. Pei Huai's eyes darkened, but he still didn't turn his head. After all, he had just arrived, and the two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was better to take one step at a time. There was no rush. They had already waited for so long, so why be in a hurry? Jiang Ran didn't know what Pei Huai was thinking. After she finished speaking, she went to put on an apron, washed her hands, and walked back to help Pei Huai make steamed buns. If it was just simple small steamed buns, there was naturally no need for the two of them to work together. The main reason was that Pei Huai made them more exquisite and had more flavors. There were white sugar fillings, brown sugar fillings, bean paste fillings, scallion oil rolls, sesame rolls, and chili rolls. There were so many flavors that they had to be done one by one. One person could also do it, but it would be slower. If the two of them worked together, it wouldn't take long. All the steamed buns were prepared, and then they were directly placed in the steamer. One layer of steamed buns, one flavor, and all of them could be steamed in one pot. Their family only prepared enough steamed buns for that day every day. After eating them, they would steam them the next day. This way, they would be able to eat the best steamed buns. Although the weather was quite cold now, and there was a natural refrigerator outside, why would they eat frozen ones when they could eat freshly made ones? Such small steamed buns were actually quite easy to cook. It would take about 15 to 20 minutes to cook. While the steamed buns were being steamed, the two of them prepared a few side dishes and fried eggs. There were stir-fried side dishes and salad side dishes. In addition, there were homemade sauces. They were all placed on small plates and placed on the table in a while. The 8 treasures porridge was being cooked in the big pot. It had been cooking for a long time, and the beans had already bloomed. There was even a layer of rice oil floating on top. Although no starch was added, it was still sticky and there was no moisture in it. This kind of 8 treasures porridge tasted fragrant, rich, and smooth. No matter what kind of ingredient it would melt in his mouth with a gentle bite of his tongue. There was no need to chew at all. When he cooked the 8 treasures porridge, he had already added some old rock sugar. Therefore, when she drank it now, she didn't need to add any extra sugar. It was already sweet enough. On the other side, Jiang Ran had just shouted that they could eat more. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia trotted into the kitchen. Both of them were not slow, but Pei Yang still had to say a few words while holding the rice. "Big brother, you've just come back and you're already rushing into the kitchen to cook. Is there nothing for me to do in the kitchen in the future?" Pei Huai glanced at Pei Yang and smiled. "You're thinking too much. The kitchen will still be yours in the future." He still had a lot of things to do. How could he stay in the kitchen all the time? To Pei Yang, cooking was as essential as sleeping and eating. If anyone told him not to cook and not to enter the kitchen, he would really be worried. Just like what Pei Huai said just now, Pei Yang would only feel happy if he left the cooking to Pei Yang. As they talked, they had already brought the dishes to the table. Pei Yang was not idle during the meal. They were either praising the 8 treasures porridge, the steamed buns, or the unique flavor of the stir-fried vegetables. He said all the good things alone. The others did not say anything and just buried their heads in eating. After the meal, Jiang Ran looked at the heavy snow outside and was a little worried. In this kind of weather, did she still have to send Pei Jing to kindergarten? The main thing was that there was no air conditioning in the kindergarten at this time, so the classroom was quite cold. For safety reasons, it was impossible to light a stove in the kindergarten classroom. After all, children who were a few years old did not know what safety was. They were running, jumping, and playing. When they were playing, how could they care so much? If there was a stove and someone accidentally touched it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even if it was a little cold, they could not put a stove. Before it snowed, it was fine. The children had more firepower, so after playing, they would not feel too cold. But now that it was snowing so heavily, how cold would the classroom be? Just thinking about it, Jiang Ran frowned. She was not a person who spoiled children. If Pei Jing was in primary school now, no matter what kind of weather, he would still have to go to class. But now he was in kindergarten. In such extremely bad weather, he could not go. Jiang Ran was still staring at the wind and snow, thinking about these things. Suddenly, the phone rang. Why was there a phone call so early in the morning? Jiang Ran felt strange in his heart, but he still walked to the phone and picked it up. After the call was connected, Xianxia heard the voice of Pei Jing's kindergarten teacher. It turned out that the reason the kindergarten teacher called was very simple. It was to inform her that starting today, the kindergarten would be on winter break. Yes, it was winter break. Although it was only November, this was not important. The situation here had always been that after the first snow, the kindergarten would be on holiday. It would not start again until spring. Previously, Xianxia had not specifically asked when the winter break would be. She did not expect it to be arranged like this. This was quite good. At least the child would not have to suffer from the cold. After talking about business, Xianxia waved her hand, called Pei Jing over, and handed the phone to him. Xiao Jing, the kindergarten is going to be on holiday from today onwards. Say goodbye to your teacher. You can see your teacher again when school starts next spring. Pei Jing held the microphone and spoke in a childish voice. When Pei Jing heard this, he turned his head and looked outside. Although he couldn't see anything through the thick curtain, his face still showed a yearning and excited expression. Mom, I want to build a snowman. After a moment of speechlessness, Xianxia laughed. There was nothing wrong with this answer. He was a child, after all. There was no child who didn't like snow, and there was no child who didn't like building snowmen and having snowball fights. Not to mention Pei Jing, even Xianxia herself wanted to go. Just as Xianxia was thinking this, she heard Pei Huai say, if you want to build a snowman, you have to wait until it's not snowing. Hearing Pei Huai's words, Xianxia instinctively turned her head and looked at Pei Huai. Then, she met Pei Huai's somewhat helpless gaze. Seeing Pei Huai's gaze, Xianxia instantly understood. Pei Huai knew what she was thinking just now. In order to prevent her from taking Pei Jing out to build a snowman when it was snowing, he took the initiative to say that sentence. But, was she that kind of person? Even if she wasn't afraid of the cold, how could she take Pei Jing out to be exposed to the wind and snow? Xianxia secretly glared at Pei Huai, then nodded in agreement. She said to Pei Jing, your dad is right. Even if you want to build a snowman, you have to wait until the snow stops. Pei Jing nodded obediently. I know, Mom. Kindergarten was on holiday, but whether it was Pei Yang or Pei Xianxia, they couldn't stay at home. They still had to do what they had to do. The two of them didn't complain at all. After getting dressed, they went out with umbrellas. Looking at their backs as they left, Xianxia felt somewhat gratified. After all, they were her younger siblings who had been brought up by her. Of course, she felt that it was okay to watch them grow up. Fortunately, the place they were going to wasn't very far from here. Even if they didn't ride a bike, it wouldn't take too long to walk. As soon as the two of them left, Qianbing also stood up. It's time for me to leave. It was snowing heavily outside. Wang Zuelan said, you don't have to go to class. Qianbing chuckled. Although I don't have to go to class, I still have some things to do. Upon hearing his words, Wang Zuelan immediately understood. Qianbing was about to get married. As the wedding approached, there were many things that needed to be prepared. Thinking of this, Wang Zuelan did not stop them. Instead, he said to Qianbing, if there's anything you need help with, just tell me. We don't need to be so formal. Qianbing nodded. That's for sure. Pei Huai and Xianxia sent Qianbing off together. When they reached the gate, they stopped. The roads are slippery in the snow. Don't drive too fast, Xianxia said. Pei Huai also said, be careful. Qianbing nodded. I know. You guys can go back. Although Qianbing said this, Xianxia and Pei Huai didn't rush back. Instead, they watched as Qianbing got into the car. In this world, there was probably no one who didn't like to hear nice words. Xianxia was no exception. Especially when the person who said those nice words was the person she liked. Xianxia smiled brightly at Pei Huai. Sure. There was another important thing for two people to get along, and that was to not reject the other person's kindness. Not to mention that her rejection was for the other person's good. If it was really for the other person's good, there were many other ways. Hearing Xianxia agree, Pei Huai also smiled. The two of them walked back together. Before they reached the door of the living room, Pei Jing had already rushed out like a little cannonball. He ran very fast and rushed directly into Jiang Ran's arms. Jiang Ran instinctively hugged Pei Jing and tapped his little nose. "Why are you running so fast?" Pei Jing hugged Jiang Ran's leg and looked up at Jiang Ran with a smile. "Mom, you and Dad haven't come back. I thought you two were building snowmen in the yard." Hearing Pei Jing's words, Jiang Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was she such a playful person? As it turned out, she was. Although it was still snowing outside and they couldn't run into the yard, they could use containers to carry snow back and play on the veranda. Hearing that they could play in the snow, Pei Jing immediately cheered happily and jumped on the spot. Wang Zuelan, who had followed them out, saw this scene and had a helpless expression on her face. A small child and two older children. This family of three only wanted to play in the snow. Although she was helpless, Wang Zuelan didn't stop the three of them. Instead, she turned around and went into the house to make brown sugar date tea. This tea tasted sweet. It replenished blood and chased away cold. Adults, children, and the elderly could all drink it. If they drank it often in the winter, it was much better than drinking plain water. If they drank more, their hands and feet wouldn't be cold even if they stayed outside often. Wang Zuelan naturally didn't know about this prescription before. It was Jiang Ran who told her about it. As long as it was Jiang Ran's words, Wang Zuelan would listen. Pei Huai found a large basin and filled it with snow. The three of them moved a small bench and sat on it, lying on the bench in the veranda to play with the snow. When there was a lot of snow, it was natural to build a bigger snowman. However, when there was less snow, they could also make smaller items. Once the snowball was made solid, he wiped the surface of the snowball with his hand and then used a small stick to carve on it. Those with more dexterous hands could even take the form of various animals. Jiang Ran didn't think he was that skillful. After a long time, he only made a mini snowman. There was no other reason other than the fact that this was the easiest to do. Even if it was just a miniature snowman, it still made Pei Jing very happy. Jiang Ran pouted. "I want one too." Pei Huai looked at Pei Jing, then at Jiang Ran. His eyes were full of affection, but also a little helplessness. "I can make another one. Who should I give this one to?" Jiang Ran and Pei Jing looked at each other. Jiang Ran spoke first. "Give it to Xiao Jing first. After all, he's still young." After Pei Jing heard this, he thought seriously for a while and also spoke. "Let's give it to Mom first. Teacher told us to respect our elders." Jiang Ran was speechless. "No, I'm not old." Although Jiang Ran thought this in her heart, she didn't say it out loud. This was because Jiang Ran knew that Pei Jing didn't mean that he despised her for being old. Instead, he was expressing his respect for her. They were still so young, so they meant what they said. In their world, there was no such thing as joking. Therefore, some words were not suitable to be used to entertain them. This was not only for children, but also for the elderly. Jiang Ran didn't reject Pei Jing. Instead, she gave the miniature snowman that she had made to Pei Jing first. "This is for you from Mom. Wait a little longer, and Dad will give you one too." Pei Jing, who had received a gift, was very happy. However, he wasn't just happy. Instead, he frowned. "Mom and Dad have both given me gifts. Then what should I give you?" Hearing this, Jiang Ran didn't give any suggestions. This was his own matter. He had to think about it himself. Pei Jing didn't want anyone to give him any suggestions. He quickly stood up and jogged into the house. He temporarily placed the snowman that Jiang Ran had given him on the chair. After watching Pei Jing enter the house, Jiang Ran looked away. "Children are really too fun to play with," Jiang Ran said. Most of the time, children's thoughts were more naive. Discussing the same matter with them would often lead to different answers. Pei Huai's hands didn't stop moving. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, he just nodded. Children were indeed fun to play with. However, children were not the only ones who were fun in this world. Pei Jing went in quickly and also came out quickly. When he came out, he was holding 2 bamboo sticks in his hand. Seeing him come out with the bamboo lot, Jiang Ran felt a little strange. "Why are you holding a bamboo stick for?" Soon, Jiang Ran knew why Pei Jing took out the bamboo lot. He actually used snow to make 2 sticks of Tonghulu, and gave one to Jiang Ran and one to Pei Huai. Looking at the sparkling and translucent sugar-coated haws made of snow in his hand, Jiang Ran was somewhat at a loss for words. As soon as they were done, Wang Zuelan opened the cotton curtain in the living room and shouted at them, "Hurry up and get in. If you're done, then hurry into the house. Don't just stand there. It's still snowing heavily." They had only been standing there for a while, but a lot of snow had already fallen on their hats and shoulders. Hearing Wang Zuelan's words, the 3 of them did not waste any more time and quickly walked to the porch. They did not go straight into the house. Instead, they cleaned the falling snow on their heads and bodies. If she didn't sweep the snow away, the snow would melt when she entered the room and her clothes would be wet. They had been outside for a long time. Suddenly entering a warm house warmed them up. Wang Zuelan had already poured the boiled tea. When they drank it, it was only a little hot. This was just right. They still had to drink hot tea in winter. The 3 of them walked to the table and sat down, holding teacups in their hands. Looking at their fingers that were red from the cold, Wang Zuelan could not help but feel sorry for them. "Look at the 3 of you. It's so nice to stay warm in the house. Why do you have to go out and play in the snow?" Hearing Wang Zuelan's nagging, the 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. The 3 of them did not speak. They just listened quietly. Wang Zuelan continued. When Wang Zuelan was done, this matter would be over. Although they had been playing for a while, Pei Jing was still thinking about it because they did not build a big snowman. However, the snow did not stop. No matter how much he thought about it, he could not go out and build a snowman at this time. Fortunately, a child's attention was very easily diverted. After Jiang Ran started telling him stories, he no longer thought about going out to build a snowman. The snow lasted until the afternoon before it finally stopped. Although the snow had stopped, the sun did not come out. The sky was still gloomy. It looked like it would snow again at night. However, they could talk about it at night. Now that the snow had finally stopped, they could finally go out and build a snowman. After walking around the courtyard, he finally chose 2 spots. They planned to build 2 white and fat snowmen and let them stand in the yard. If this winter was cold enough, they might be able to stand for the entire winter. When building a big snowman, Pei Jing, this little kid, could not help much. Most of the time, he just watched from the side. Even so, he was still very happy. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai worked together, and a large snowman quickly took shape. An hour later, the 2 snowmen finally stood firm. The 2 snowmen were as tall as Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran felt that Pei Huai was doing this on purpose. Pei Jing had never seen such huge snowmen before. He took a few steps back and looked up at the 2 big snowmen. After staring at them for a while, Pei Jing said, "Snowmen have no eyes, mouth, clothes, or arms. I also want a snowman as big as me." This request was not overboard at all. Jiang Ran agreed without even thinking about it. How tall was Pei Jing? Making a snowman as tall as him was simply too easy. After all, they had just made 2 college students, so they could be considered to have some experience. So this time, Jiang Ran and Pei Huai did not take long to make a snowman. Pei Jing liked it very much and jumped around the snowman. "Mommy, can you make a smaller one?" Jiang Ran looked at Pei Jing strangely and asked, "Why do you want a smaller one?" "Then I'll be the older brother." Jiang Ran actually could not think of a way to refute this reason. How much did Pei Jing want to be an older brother? There was no other way. If he really wanted to be an older brother, he actually wanted to be the older brother of a snowman. This request was really too humble. Jiang Ran could not help but feel sad. What else could she do? Of course, she had to satisfy him. This time, Jiang Ran did not make a small one, but 3. "How is it?" Jiang Ran looked at Pei Jing and asked. Pei Jing nodded his little head continuously. "Mommy is too awesome. If only I really had 3 younger siblings." Jiang Ran was speechless. If she had known, she would not have done this. She did not expect that she would be shooting herself in the foot. Jiang Ran smiled awkwardly, but it was not polite at all. Anyway, Pei Jing was young and would not understand. As they were talking, someone knocked on the door from the outside. Pei Huai walked over to open the door. Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan walked in one after another. Just as they walked into the courtyard, they saw snowmen of all sizes in the courtyard. The two of them were stunned for a moment. Pei Yang was the first to react. He pointed at the snowmen in the courtyard and said, "Big brother, sister-in-law, have you been making snowmen with Xiaojing today?" Their days were too blissful. Pei Jing jogged to Pei Yang's side. He took Pei Yang's hand and walked towards the snowmen. "Little uncle, look, this is me. They are my younger siblings." When Pei Yang heard this, he was stunned again. Jiang Ran also felt that Wang Zuelan's words made it difficult for them to look at the snowmen directly. However, she still accepted the idea of going out to build snowmen. The few of them were like children who had a new toy. They opened the door and went outside immediately. The hole in front of their door was quite wide. It wouldn't be a problem to build a few snowmen at the foot of the wall. After Pei Yang started building snowmen, Jiang Ran realized that he had a special idea. What he built was not so much a snowman, but a variety of dishes and desserts. Compared to real dishes and desserts, it just lacked some color and taste. Others might not be able to tell what it was, but Jiang Ran knew how to cook. She could tell at a glance what he was making. This could be considered an ingenious idea. After they played outside for a while, the sky darkened. Although the lights at the door were turned on, the lights were not very bright. After the sky darkened, it became even colder. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and their faces were already frozen stiff. This time, they didn't even need Wang Zuelan to come over and urge them to go home. Wang Zuelan had already expected this and had already prepared hot water for them. After watching them wash their hands and faces, and letting each of them hold a teacup to drink hot tea, Wang Zuelan began to nag. "Look at all of you. How old are you? You're still playing outside in the snow for such a long time like children." Pei Yang laughed mischievously at Wang Zuelan. "Mom, I'm still young." "Young?" Wang Zuelan glanced at Pei Yang from the corner of his eyes. "You're still young? You're already so tall. Aren't you ashamed to say that you're still young? Even your big brother Chen is about to get married. Tell me what you're going to do. It's fine if you're not anxious, but you can't hold Xianxia back." Pei Yang immediately became serious. "Mom, don't worry. I definitely won't hold Xianxia back." "You're holding Xianxia back now. You're her older brother, and you don't even have a partner. How are you going to let Xianxia get engaged?" "It's fine. I don't mind. Even if you don't mind, I mind." All right, don't tell me so much." Pei Yang was speechless. Pei Yang shut his mouth helplessly. If possible, he didn't want to say anything. But who asked Wang Zuelan to suddenly bring this up? He had to struggle a little and defend himself a little, even though it was useless to explain. But at least he had tried. It's much better than doing nothing, isn't it? Pei Yang's head drooped as he took small sips of water, muttering in his heart. No one knew what Pei Yang was mumbling in his heart. At this time, everyone was listening to Jiang Ran. "Big brother Chen is getting married. When the time comes, we should give him some gifts." Under such circumstances, if Chen Bing were to get married, Jiang Ran and the others would definitely send some gifts to express their blessings. Wang Zuelan understood this, which was why he had said what he had just said. When Jiang Ran and the others heard Wang Zuelan's words, they all laughed together. Indeed, when people lived together, they would influence each other. Even Wang Zuelan now knew how to say that they should each send their own gifts. If this had happened a few years ago, Wang Zuelan would have never heard of such a thing, let alone say it. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Pei Jing couldn't wait to speak up. "Me too. Me too. I'll send some gifts too." When Jiang Ran heard this, he smiled and looked at Pei Jing. "Then what does Xiaojing intend to send?" This question stumped Pei Jing. Pei Jing looked at Jiang Ran and didn't answer for a long time. Jiang Ran wasn't in a hurry to get an answer. After all, there was still some time before Chen Bing's wedding. Not to mention that Pei Jing needed time to think about it, even she hadn't thought of what to send as a gift. After chatting merrily for a while and having dinner, they all went back to their rooms. Pei Jing was still clinging to Pei Huai and insisted on sleeping with Pei Huai. However, Pei Jing's biological clock had already formed. Lying on the Kong, Pei Huai had just finished telling Pei Jing a story when he fell into a deep sleep. Pei Huai tucked Pei Jing in, stood up, opened the door, and walked out. As soon as he walked out, he saw someone standing on the veranda. Who else could it be but Jiang Ran? Jiang Ran was wearing a cloak and a guanyin hood on his head. Even though he didn't see Jiang Ran's hands under the cloak, Pei Huai knew that Jiang Ran must be holding a hand warmer in his hands. Good boy. Pei Huai's sudden voice did not scare Jiang Ran. When Pei Huai opened the door, Jiang Ran knew that Pei Huai had come out. Jiang Ran didn't look back. He just thought that Pei Huai would come over soon. Unexpectedly, Pei Huai didn't walk over immediately. Instead, Pei Huai spoke first. As for what Pei Huai said, Jiang Ran turned his head and looked at Pei Huai, who had already walked to his side. He smiled at him and said, "Then why aren't you obedient?" "How am I not obedient?" Jiang Ran sized up Pei Huai. There was no cloak, no hat, and no heater in his hands. Jiang Ran just looked at Pei Huai. Although he didn't say these words, the expression in his eyes was very clear. Being stared at by Jiang Ran like this, Pei Huai didn't feel anything wrong at all. He even smiled at Jiang Ran and took 2 steps closer to Jiang Ran. He raised his hand and put it in front of Jiang Ran's eyes. "I thought you would help me warm up." Jiang Ran was speechless. Pei Huai's hands were actually not cold. He did not know if it was because he had just come out of the house or because he was not afraid of the cold. The two of them stood outside with their hands exposed to the air. But as time passed, their hands did not turn cold. On the contrary, because they had been holding each other's hands, they were even sweating slightly. But even so, neither of them said they wanted to separate. After the sky turned dark, it started snowing again. It was not completely dark outside because the lights in the corridor were on. They could still see some things reflected on the snow. But now everything was covered by the heavy snow. Everything was white as far as the eye could see. It was even quieter at night. They could clearly hear the sound of snow falling. Unlike the sound of rain, the sound of snowflakes falling was quite pleasant. Jiang Ran had always liked snow, and he liked to see snow even more. Putting aside the inconvenience of traveling, there was nothing wrong with snow. Pei Huai looked around and said to Jiang Ran, "Do you want to take a walk?" Don't look at how quiet the courtyard was right now, as if there were only the two of them. But Pei Huai was sure that his family was still awake. Maybe someone was leaning against the window, looking out through the gap in the curtains. Jiang Ran laughed after hearing Pei Huai's words. Without Pei Huai's explanation, Jiang Ran knew why Pei Huai had made such a suggestion. Jiang Ran nodded. "Sure, let's go." It was fine to go for a walk. They could also go to the East Striding courtyard. As for Pei Jing, who was sleeping in the house, there was no need to worry. He never kicked the quilt when he slept and would not wake up for the whole night. Moreover, when they went to the East Striding courtyard, someone would definitely come to Pei Huai's house to look after Pei Jing. As for who that person would be, it was not important. When they walked from the Moon Gate to the East Striding courtyard, the two of them stepped on the snow, making squeaking sounds. It was still daytime. They had cleaned the road they were going to walk on. Otherwise, if they stepped on it now, they would probably not be able to see their ankles. When they reached the East Striding courtyard, the surroundings became quieter. There was no one else in this courtyard, only the two of them. Probably when they were in love, people were not afraid of the cold. The two of them did not even think of going into the house. Instead, they sat on the bench under the porch. The two of them sat together, both of their hands on the hand warmer. In order to see the scenery clearly, Jiang Ran turned on 2 of the porch lights. The light of the lights is lights, and the snow, so bright that it was glowing. With the light reflecting off the snow on their faces, their skin was a few degrees whiter than usual. Pei Huai smiled and looked at Jiang Ran. "You're different. No matter when, you look the same." These words might sound a little tongue-twisting at first. But Jiang Ran understood immediately. Before Jiang Ran could say anything, Pei Huai said again, "You're all equally good-looking." A simple adjective, good-looking. But to Jiang Ran, this adjective sounded better than anything else. Although they were very happy sitting together and talking was very interesting, they didn't even feel cold when the cold wind blew. But when it was time to go to sleep, they still had to go to sleep. The two of them stood up together and slowly walked back to the main courtyard. Just as they walked to the veranda, they saw Pei Yang coming out of Pei Huai's room. Pei Yang walked across. There was a moment of awkwardness, but he quickly smiled. "Big brother, sister-in-law, you're back. Good evening. It's such a cold day. Don't stand outside. Hurry up and come in. I'm going to sleep too." After hurriedly saying this, Pei Yang ran off without waiting for Jiang Ran and Pei Huai to reply. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai watched Pei Yang return to his room. After closing the door, they looked at each other and smiled. "Hurry up and go to sleep. If you have anything to say it tomorrow," Pei Huai said. Jiang Ran nodded. "You should sleep early too." Jiang Ran pulled his hand back and walked towards his room. After entering the room and closing the door, Jiang Ran exhaled. Being in love was really addictive. Did she and Pei Huai count as having a relationship after marriage? She didn't expect that after transmigrating, she would actually catch up with the trend. The next day was a sunny day. After breakfast, they came out of the house. The outside was already full of sunlight. The sunlight shone on the snow, making it look even more golden. It was so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Although the sun was shining brightly, the temperature did not rise at all. Just by looking at the snow, there was no sign of it melting at all. Under the eaves, long icicles hung. Each of them was in the shape of a cone, hanging upside down under the eaves. When the sunlight shone on it, it was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. It was beautiful, but it wasn't safe. If it fell down on its own and smashed into a person's head, there would definitely be blood. Therefore, after admiring it for a while, Pei Huai took a long bamboo pole and knocked away all the icicles. Seeing the icicles falling one by one into the snow and making a soft sound, Pei Jing felt that it was especially fun. "Dad, I want to play too." Hearing Pei Jing's words, Pei Huai's movements stopped. He walked to Pei Jing's side and handed the bamboo pole to Pei Jing. Upon hearing Pei Jing's cheers, Jiang Ran felt an itch in her hands. Knocking icicles was something she had not done in a long time. She wanted to have some fun too. Just as this thought popped up in Jiang Ran's mind, a bamboo pole was placed in front of her. Looking at the bamboo pole that had suddenly appeared in front of her, as well as the slender hand holding it, Jiang Ran smiled. Did they have a telepathic connection? Even if they did not have a telepathic connection, it must be because Pei Huai had been paying attention to her all the time. Otherwise, he would not have handed the bamboo pole to her at such an opportune moment. Jiang Ran reached out to take the bamboo pole and started knocking icicles from the other side. The mother and son were like playmates of the same age, knocking icicles off one by one. No matter who knocked the icicles off, Pei Jing would exclaim softly and then laugh out loud. Even though Pei Jing was the only child, the entire courtyard was filled with joy. Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan did not need to do anything. The two of them sat in the corridor and watched this scene with satisfied smiles on their faces. What could make an elderly happier than having children and grandchildren around them, laughing and chatting happily? All the icicles in the main courtyard had been knocked off, but the icicles in the other two courtyards were left alone. Those two courtyards were rarely visited, so there was nothing to be afraid of leaving the icicles there. The icicles in the main courtyard had been knocked off just in case. It had snowed yesterday, so they had all been cooped up at home. Today, the weather had cleared up, so they wanted to go out. Wang Xuelan wanted to buy some vegetables and meat back. When Jiang Ran heard this, she wanted to go as well. Jiang Ran wanted to buy some mutton and beef so that they could have hot pot when they returned. It was a snowy day, and hot pot was a perfect match. Originally, Wang Xuelan wanted to go with only Pei Baoshan. In the end, because Jiang Ran wanted to go, Pei Jing wanted to tag along, and Pei Huai naturally wanted to go as well. The two of them became 5. The road was covered with snow, so they couldn't ride the tricycle. They could only walk. With the addition of Jiang Ran and Pei Huai, 2 strong people, of course, there were also benefits. After buying something, there was no need to worry about not being able to get it back. There was a market near them. He could basically buy all the ingredients he wanted. Not only were there ingredients, but there were also seeds, flowers, birds, insects, fish, cats, and dogs. It was probably because people yearned for excitement. The weather had just cleared up, but there were already many people coming out. When they arrived at the market, there were even more people there. Seeing so many people walking slowly and choosing what they wanted, he actually felt like he was shopping for New Year's goods. However, there was still a long time before the new year. When they arrived at the lamb stall, Xianxia saw a freshly slaughtered lamb. Taking advantage of the fact that not many people were buying, Xianxia chose what he liked. He bought a lot and filled half of his basket. At this time, there were not many people eating mutton. End of chapter 596. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.